August 1797. A small two-masted schooner, the Anne Mary, was sailing on a westward course, crossing the Caribbean Sea and heading towards the Spanish Main. She was a British merchantman out of Kingston, Jamaica. Her captain had been contracted by the British Commander-in-Chief in Kingston, Vice Admiral Sir Harriet Lambert. They were to visit Portobello and to afford Sir Richard's family transport to Kingston, Jamaica. The post packet carrying Lady Lambert and her children on its way from England to Jamaica had been damaged in a cyclone, and a Spanish merchantman had rendered help and brought the passengers into Portobello. The Spanish had sent word to the British Admiral that his family was safe and waiting for a passage. Being short of frigates and ship sloops, Sir Richard Lambert had been forced to hire a merchantman to perform the task, and Captain John Carter had been happy to accept. In this year 1797, the war between revolutionary France with its allies and England had already severely affected the trade in the Caribbean, and freight was hard to find for the master owner of the Anne Mary. Captain Carter watched his son Anthony, Tony to all on board, who was supervising the setting of a staysail. Rating his son as second mate had been a smart move. The lad, barely 18 years of age, was a fine navigator already, and a born and bred sailor, having sailed with his father from age 11, with some school thrown in, whenever the Anne Mary was in port for some time. This helped to cut costs in these hard times. "Land ho!" came a cry from the masthead. On a nod from his father, Tony Carter jumped into the rigging and raced up the ratlines with a large brass telescope. Steadying himself, he directed the telescope towards the horizon, where a minute speck of something had appeared. It was the Spanish Main, all right, he thought. The coastline matched his recollection from 2 years back, during their last visit here. The course he had plotted under his father's supervision had been spot on. His father would be happy, for the sooner they arrived at Portobello, the faster they could get out to sea again. It was not a landfall to which they were looking forward. Portobello, in spite of its name, was a hellhole. Epidemics of yellow fever, il vomito negro, were frequent, decimating the local population and the crews of visiting ships. Moreover, entering a Spanish port as a Protestant, a heretic, was a risk in itself, even in peace times. He climbed down and faced his father. "If the wind holds, we can make port before sunset, father," he said. "That is, if the Dons'll let us enter." "They should still know me. I've traded with them enough before the war," his father replied. "Always got along with them. Whatever the Dons are, they're honourable." Indeed, a low-ranked Spanish official came aboard when they approached the harbour proper and accepted Captain Carter's assurance that the Anne Mary was free of any sicknesses. With the dying daylight, the Anne Mary crept into her anchorage. Captain Carter hurriedly climbed into his little quarter-boat and was rowed across the harbour to the residence of the Port Admiral. There, he stated his business, whilst Anne Mary's crew settled down for the night. Captain Carter returned after dark, smiling broadly. "The Dons are happy," he told his son. "I guess the good governor doesn't fancy having to host a family of heretics in his house. He agreed to have them ferried out to us by 6 bells. We can catch the morning tide to leave this stinking swamp. We'll use my cabin for our guests. I'll move in with you." With this, Captain Carter turned in and left Tony, who had the evening watch, on deck. Sharing his puny cabin with his father was not a tempting prospect for the young man, but he reasoned that it would only be for a few days. Admiral Lambert had a good reputation in Kingston, and Tony expected some rewards for the crew and himself above the pay his father had accepted. At 4 bells in the morning watch, Anthony rolled out of the hammock he'd slung above the single cot in the small cabin. He had turned in after the evening watch and had slept for 6 undisturbed hours, a rare pleasure. His father must have already got up as the cot below was empty. Tony quickly washed his face with salt water and dragged a comb through his bleached hair, tying it in a neat queue that fell down to between his shoulder blades. He wanted to make a good impression on their passengers once they came aboard, so he bent over his sea chest and dragged out a fresh pair of cotton breeches and a clean shirt. He slipped on his short blue reefer jacket and climbed on deck to join his father and Joseph Fournier, the first mate, as they were gazing toward the town. A longboat had just left the quay and was heading towards the Anne Mary. Tony could see red uniforms with gold tresses blinking in the sun. Spanish officers escorting their guests. The boat came alongside, and the next problem arose. The Anne Mary, having only 5 feet of freeboard, did not ship a boatswain's chair to hoist passengers on deck. However, neither Lady Lambert nor her children had ever climbed up a Jacob's ladder to board a ship. They did not dare to jump for the ladder to climb up the side, and the Spanish officers were landlubbers and at a loss themselves. It was a funny sort of a standoff. In the end, Tony climbed down into the boat to assist the ladies. When he looked at them, his mouth almost fell open. Having grown up around Kingston's harbour, he was accustomed to the Creole beauties of the West Indian Islands. As the son of a lowly master owner, the fair-haired daughters of planters and senior army and navy officers had always been beyond his reach, even his dreams. Thus, the sight of Lady Lambert and her daughter was a revelation to young Tony. The mother was a rather tall, slender woman with straw blonde hair. Her fair complexion contrasted with the dark dress she was wearing. Her even features, and her slender but womanly form, made a strong impression on the young second mate. But the daughter. Anthony could not help but stare at her. She was perhaps 16 years of age, and she was close in height to her mother and just as slender. Her hair was of an incredible strawberry blonde shade, and her emerald green eyes combined with a milk-white skin covered with freckles. He did not notice the son, blonde like his mother, who was standing beside the ladies. It was the lad, however, who spoke up first. "Please, how can we get aboard your ship? My mother and sister are not accustomed to a Jacob's ladder." Anthony tried to get his wits together. "I shall assist you, my ladies," he started. "I am Anthony Carter, second mate, at your service." The 2 women hardly acknowledged him at first, but Anthony managed to coax them up the ladder, one after the other, being treated to the view of slender ankles and trim calves. The young lad climbed up without help or difficulties, and Anthony followed them. Whilst the Spanish boat crew handed the luggage to the Anne Mary's sailors, a Spanish officer climbed up after Anthony and, with great pomp, bid his farewell to the ladies. After he had left the ship and the barge was on its way back to the shore, Captain Carter stepped forward, greeted his passengers and led them to their accommodations in the puny main cabin. Whilst Lady Lambert and her son, after a short despairing look around, settled into their new surroundings without lament, the girl complained loudly. "Are we supposed to sleep in this rat hole? Why did we have to leave London, Mother? I hate it here. No man of any consequence is to be found here either, and this climate is ruining my skin." She almost stomped her feet in her fury. Obviously, she did not travel to meet her father out of her free will. "Be quiet, Harriet," her mother returned sternly. "This is an English ship, and it will bring us to your father, and to say that there is no man of consequence in Jamaica is sheer nonsense. Don't you know how rich those sugar barons are? Also, many fine gentlemen serve in the navy. If you won't find a husband here, it will be because of your rotten temper." With the skylight of the cabin open, every word could be heard on deck where the crew was preparing to weigh anchor. Captain Carter screwed his eyes upwards and shrugged his shoulders, as if to comment on the exchange going on in the cabin. The voice of the boy could be heard. "I like this ship. She has fore and aft rigging, and I'll wager she's more weatherly than a square-rigged ship." The girl's voice cut in. "Cannot you stop your sailors' talk for 1 minute, Andrew? I have no interest in it, really." "May I go on deck, Mother?" the boy asked in a resigned voice. "Yes, of course, dear. But ask the captain first and keep out the crew's way." The boy came on deck and walked aft. He even touched his hat before he addressed Captain Carter and asked him whether he might stay on deck and watch. The captain chuckled and nodded towards Anthony, indicating that the second mate should look after the boy. "Stand over here at the taffrail, young master. You can watch everything and nobody'll run you over," Anthony told the lad, who gladly took the position at the taffrail and looked around curiously. Tony guessed him to be no more than 14 years of age, but he seemed to be absorbing the atmosphere with eagerness. Soon, the Anne Mary was under sail again and heading out to the open sea, and the boy asked Tony questions about everything. Obviously, he worshipped his Admiral father and aspired to become a Navy officer himself. Tony did not mind the boy's questions. It was nice to be in the teaching position for once, and the boy was pleasant, much in contrast to his spoilt sister. Over the next days, the Anne Mary made only slow progress on her eastbound course. The late summer weather was hot and increasingly humid. The wind was weak and unsteady, dying down frequently, and Captain Carter did not like the signs one bit. 5 days into their crossing, the weather glass was dropping, adding to his worries. The sweltering heat and the low winds prevailed, and the captain and his mates could not deny any more that they were likely to run into bad weather. Another hot morning dawned after an unpleasant night, and the ship was now wallowing in a growing swell. The glass dropped even more during the night. "We're in for bad weather," the captain informed his 2 mates. "Let's get her ready. Tony, warn the passengers and have the cabin shuttered." A few moments later, Tony Carter knocked on the door of the after cabin. There was a mumble of voices before Lady Lambert's voice was heard. "Yes?" When Tony entered the cabin, it was evident that the women had thrown on their clothes in a big hurry. The girl was only wearing a light cape over what Tony thought was her nightshirt. He even saw her lower legs and her bare feet, and it required some willpower to take his eyes away from them. When his look went higher, it met her indignant glare. Tony had seen his share of furious females already, and it troubled him little. It was her own fault if she showed him her goods, and he returned her angry stare with a wink. This did nothing to soften the girl's stance. Obviously, she was not used to men who did not grovel. Yet she looked him over all the same. Her mother's voice stopped the interlude. "What is it that you wanted to tell us, Mr. Porter?" "It's Carter, your ladyship. I came to warn you that we expect heavy weather. The glass has been dropping for nigh on 12 hours and it won't stop. We are readying the ship for a gale, and we must secure this cabin." "Is a hurricane approaching?" the boy asked with gleaming eyes. He had read so much about those murderous cyclones. "Let's hope not," Tony replied. "Not if we want to tell stories about it afterwards. If it gets really bad, I shall have to take you up on deck and secure you to the main mast. Please make sure that you wear sturdy clothes, or the wind may tear them to shreds. My men will be come soon to shutter the windows and to tie down the fittings. We'll shutter the skylight too. Please be ready by then." With a last encouraging smile to the young people, he left the cabin to join the efforts to ready the tiny Anne Mary for the approaching gale. The cook prepared some hot food for crew and passengers which they took on deck, since all but one hatch had been battened down already. The passengers watched the changing colour of the sky with worried eyes, whilst Joseph Fournier and Tony directed a thorough inspection of the rigging. They had to wait for another 5 nerve-wracking hours, though, before the first bolt of lightning flashed from the dark grey sky ahead. Ominous clouds darkened the eastern horizon, and Captain Carter asked his passengers to go below, into the after cabin and to lie down on the cots. Then all hell broke loose around them. Within mere minutes, towering waves built up, and the small vessel had problems climbing up the huge rollers. Racing down their backsides was even more dangerous, as there was the constant worry that their bow might undercut in the trough between the waves. Old Joseph Fournier, the first mate, was the first victim of the raging sea. He was trying to fight his way back to the steering wheel, when a huge wave swept over the main deck and washed him away. His shipmates, if they saw it, could only watch in helpless horror. Then Captain Carter was caught by a wave, too. He had secured himself to the sturdy taffrail, but when he fell, he was knocked unconscious. Tony saw it, but he could not help his father. The ship was rolling madly in the seas, and what little canvas they had carried had already been torn to shreds. In consequence, the ship was not approaching the waves head-on but was turning sideways. The situation was extremely dangerous, and Tony realised he had to do something. Grabbing an axe and making sure he still had his knife, he made his way forward, using the intervals between the crashing waves. He reached the weather shrouds of the foremast and began hacking away at the tough, tarred cordage until the shrouds gave way and the foremast broke off cleanly, 8 feet above the deck. Trailing by the starboard shrouds, the foremast now served as a sea anchor to keep the little ship's bow to the waves, marginally increasing their slim chances of survival. Tony made his way back, and he realised that the movements of the ship were heavy. They must have taken water, he realised, and the passengers were still in the after cabin. Carefully choosing a moment when the deck was not completely flooded, he opened the cockpit and made his way to the tiny cabin. It was in surprisingly good order, but the passengers were close to panic, having been thrown about in the dark for more than an hour. "I have to bring you out on the deck," he shouted over the howling of the storm. "There's no way to tell how long the ship can take this. Follow me." He managed to bring all three of them on deck. With ropes he secured them to the sturdy stump of the mainmast. It, too, had succumbed to the power of the hurricane, but there were 20 feet left of it. The little ship was low in the water now, and the waves washed constantly over its deck. It was clear that she was sinking. Tony made his way over to his father, but one glance told him that the elder Carter was dead. His head had been crushed when the wave smashed him against the taffrail. He would go down with the Anne Mary. Tony had little time to spare for his grief. His own survival and that of his charges depended on cool-headed decisions. He mustered what little was left of the crew, 2 sailors, the cook, and a boy. Luckily, the storm was already weakening. The waves were still going high, but their force was abating. There was a small chance of survival. Empty kegs were fastened underneath the thwarts of their longboat. Water kegs, hopefully not spoiled by seawater, were also brought to the boat, as well as some ship's biscuit in a tin-lined box. 2 bottles of brandy from the captain's stores, and a net of coconuts completed what little provisions they could assemble in their hurry. When they were finished with their preparations, they climbed into the boat, and soon a larger wave swept them off the sinking ship. Fortunately, it was a sturdy longboat that easily accommodated 3 grown men, 2 boys and 2 women. They used the oars sparingly to steer the boat against the high rollers, and watched silently as the Anne Mary sank before their eyes. The sailors had tears in their eyes, and sympathised with the 18-year-old second mate who had just lost his father and his ship. After a few moments, however, Tony forced himself to leave his sorrow behind and began to organise the boat. He ordered the 2 women to stay in the stern sheets. Then the men prepared a sea anchor, using 2 oars tied together at a right angle. This served to keep the longboat with its bow against the still powerful rollers. Next, Tony set 2 watches with a seaman and one of the boys each, the sailor to keep watch, and the boy to keg out what water accumulated in the bilge of the longboat. The rest of the crew and the women huddled together in the stern sheets under a tarpaulin that protected them partly from the spray that still drenched the boat constantly. Andrew Lambert had the first watch, and he diligently saw to it that the water in the bilge did not rise over the floorboards, whilst one of the sailors watched out for signs of land, or of other ships that might still be afloat after the gale. Meanwhile, Harriet Lambert was half sitting at her mother's side, her head resting on the older woman's shoulder, and trying to minimise the physical contact with the men who, like her, were squatting under the tarpaulin. It was difficult, though, because the jerking movements of the little boat tossed her from side to side. On one side was her mother. On the other side was the disconcerting presence of Tony Carter. He was only partly covered by the tarpaulin because he kept vigil, but Harriet found her buttocks pressed against his thigh whenever the boat was tilted to the starboard side. Tony, too, felt the presence of the young woman close to his own body, but his mind was in too much of a turmoil to take more than fleeting notice. The people in the boat drifted into a half-slumber, but Harriet did not even have this comfort. Her body was cramped with the constant effort to keep her body away from the young man to her right. At long last she relented and relaxed, letting her body swing with the motions of the boat. After a while she too dozed off, only to be awakened by low murmuring and shuffling when the watch changed. Andrew dropped into the stern sheets to the left of his mother. Lady Lambert turned to comfort her younger child, who was chilled to the bone after a long watch. Harriet shifted to find a new position and quickly dozed off again. She slept better now, more relaxed, and when she awoke, she felt refreshed. Then she gave a start and almost jumped up. She must have moved in her sleep because she found herself cuddled against the chest of Tony Carter. Tony had been dozing too, and her sudden movement awoke him. "I am most sorry," she stammered, trying to regain her dignity. "I must have fallen asleep." "Don't worry, Miss Lambert. I shan't tell anyone," came the reply from the dark shadow to her right. "There isn't anything really to talk about, is there?" she answered snippily. "Of course not, Miss Lambert. Believe me, I have other thoughts on my mind." She flushed with embarrassment. She had completely forgotten what the young second mate had suffered. "Please excuse my temper," she asked nicely, "and please accept my sympathies for your loss. This must be very hard for you." "Yes, it is. I mean, for my father this was the way he would have wanted to go. But for me it's just awfully hard. Not just his death, but also the responsibility for you and your family. What will you do when we reach a harbour?" "I shall have to look for a berth on another ship as a mate," replied Tony. "With the war and all, a lot of mates now serve as master's mates in the Royal Navy. I should not find it hard to find employment. My mother will speak for you with my father, I'm sure. He may be able to help, seeing that he is the commander-in-chief. If I do not get you, your mother and your brother safely to Kingston, he'll have me flogged around the fleet," Tony said in a faint attempt at humour. "Shall we make it to Kingston?" the girl asked, suddenly acutely aware of the danger they were in. "I cannot make promises," Tony replied somberly. "The wind's moderating and we may set sail with the first light. With a fair wind we should reach Jamaica in 2 days. We may also be found by another ship before that. Why don't you try to find some more sleep, Miss Lambert? You'll need all your strength." They both settled into as comfortable a position as they could devise in the longboat. Although Harriet again found herself resting against Tony Carter, she decided she could not help it, and resigned herself to the fact. They had dozed for another hour when a faint light showed in the eastern sky. The sailor on watch alerted the second mate, and soon the small crew of the longboat sprang into a brief activity, raising the mast and setting the sails. Tony Carter satisfied himself that the eastern bearing of boat compass and the rising sun were in good alignment, and then he set an eastward course. Within half an hour the sun began to beat down upon them, and in short time their clothes and other belongings dried. Whilst the longboat steadied on its course, the crew inspected their provisions. Fortunately, and most importantly, the 2 10-gallon kegs of drinking water were undamaged. Tony allotted rations of 2 pints per day, allowing an extra pint for the 2 women and the boy. Andrew Lambert refused to draw extra rations, but the women gratefully accepted. Tony advised everyone to drink slowly lest they would induce even more sweating and loss of water. The wind was steady, they were making good way under sail, and the spirits of the survivors of the Anne Mary were rising. Later in the day, a squall with heavy rain drenched the boat, providing everyone on board with a welcome deluge of fresh water. The women ripped some of their underskirts down to catch the rain and wrung the fresh water from the cloth into their mouths, whilst the sailors used kerchiefs and neckcloths for the same purpose. This improved the mood on board even more. In the evening, after doling out small rations of ship's biscuit, Tony treated everyone to a sip of brandy. After that, watches were detailed, and the men and women settled down for another night, whilst the boat followed its eastbound course, driven by a gentle night breeze. Once again, Harriet Lambert found herself seated between her mother and Tony Carter, who handled the steering. She felt uncomfortable as her clothes had not completely dried after the last rainfall. Pretty soon, she began to shiver in the cool night air. Noticing this, Tony Carter offered her his reefer jacket, and the girl gratefully accepted the warmth of the garment. She drifted off to sleep, and when she awoke, she felt oddly at ease and comfortable. Waking up fully, she gave a little start. She was again resting against the chest of Tony Carter. He, in turn, had put one arm around her shoulder to comfort her. Her first impulse was to shake him off, but then she recalled the comfort she had just felt. Against her will, the young second mate had impressed her during the day. The way he handled the situation with calm determination reminded her strongly of the aura of authority that surrounded her father. She had to concede that she felt good lying in his arms. She stirred a little and cuddled even more into his chest, and after a few minutes in this new position, she surprised herself when she put her own hands on the hand that rested on her shoulder. She held her breath when his face touched the top of her head in response, slightly nuzzling her hair. Nothing else happened, though, and young Harriet relaxed. Sleep, however, did not come to her. Instead, she tried to sort out her emotions. There she was, the daughter of a baronet of the realm and commander-in-chief, and she felt attracted to the son of an obscure master-owner. She knew that there was no future in such a foolhardy relationship, and yet she felt sure that this young man would make his way, whichever path he decided to take. In the end, Harriet decided that she simply liked and even respected the young second mate. Interestingly, Lady Lambert's thoughts were taking a similar course. Feigning sleep, she was well aware of the closeness between her daughter and the handsome young man. She was also acutely aware of their precarious situation. If this little interlude served to calm down Harriet and gave her solace, this was fine. Besides, nothing serious could develop in an 18-foot longboat. Once they reached Kingston, Harriet would be out of reach for the young man. Nevertheless, Eleanor Lambert too was impressed with Anthony Carter. She had met numerous naval officers in the years she'd been married to her husband, some of them famous and respected. The young man seemed to be cut from the same cloth. She would see to it that her husband would learn about his conduct. Perhaps she could help starting a naval career. At the very least, she could repay him for his devotion towards their safety and well-being. In the meantime, however, she had to see to it that Harriet did not get carried away too much. Anthony Carter felt a mix of strange emotions, holding the lovely girl in his arm. He knew perfectly well that he was risking a lot with his quiet advances. Yet the attraction he felt was equally strong. It was not just the physical beauty of Harriet Lambert. After all, he had met many beautiful girls on the islands. But the grudging way that she let her emotions overturn her inbred prejudices, the turmoil she displayed when fighting her arrogance and temper, all this endeared her to him. "Never worry, Miss Lambert," he whispered into her ear. She did not stiffen against his touch. She rather melted against him. He kept holding her tight. "Everything will be all right," he assured her. Harriet nodded against his chest, feeling comfortable and indeed secure. She trusted the young mate in more than one sense. Screwing her head around, she looked at Tony's face, but she could barely make out his features in the faint light. Satisfying herself that her mother and brother were both asleep, and hoping that no one else could see her, she quickly turned and planted her lips on Tony's mouth. Sighing contentedly, she resumed her resting position against his chest. His hand on her shoulder caressed her almost imperceptibly until Harriet fell asleep with a smile still on her lips. An hour later, the cloud cover opened, and the moon bathed the sea in its pale light. Lady Lambert woke up and looked around. The sight of her daughter, blissfully asleep against the young man's chest, his arm protectively around her shoulder, gave her a small start. But when the young man looked up and met her gaze, she just gave him a small nod and a smile. Raising a fuss now would not only destabilize the order in the boat, but would seriously imperil her daughter's reputation. 2 hours later, after the short tropical dawn, the sun rose brilliantly over the horizon, and the crew of the longboat started the day with a scant breakfast of ship's biscuit and water. Harriet had extricated herself from Tony's embrace, but when he handed her a piece of bread, she deliberately let her hand rest on his for a moment and smiled gratefully. He acknowledged her smile with a wink of his eye. After breakfast, Tony showed his consideration for the female passengers. He had the sail rearranged so that it provided privacy for the women, and they took the opportunity to empty their bowels and bladders over the side of the boat. The men did likewise in the bows and used seawater to clean themselves. When everyone had restored their decency, the sail was set again, and the longboat continued its course towards Jamaica. They were lucky that the steady, gentle breeze favoured them, and the boat made good progress. It was late afternoon, therefore, when the lookout yelled, "Land ho!" The crew jumped up excitedly, hugging each other. So did the passengers, and Harriet Lambert made a point of giving Anthony Carter a grateful hug as well, whispering, "Thank you for everything," in his ear. Before darkness came, they sighted a patrolling English sloop of war. After he identified himself and his passengers, Tony, his passengers and his crew were taken on board. The lieutenant commanding the sloop sailed back straight to Kingston Harbour, and shortly after midnight a relieved Admiral Lambert embraced his wife and children at the pier. Lady Lambert made a point of presenting Anthony Carter to her husband and praised his conduct during the hurricane and after. The Admiral was eager to convey his family to the comfort of Admiralty House, but he took the time to thank Anthony and invited him to tea at Admiralty House for the next afternoon. Both Andrew and Harriet said their farewell to him too, and Harriet had to suppress a giggle when Anthony awkwardly kissed her hand. It was close to 2 in the night when Tony entered his father's house using a key hidden in a wall crevasse. In the dark, he crept up the stairs and to his room where he threw himself on the bedstead fully clothed. In spite of being dead tired, he had an unruly sleep, waking up with each tolling of the hour bell. It was almost a relief when the first sun rays filled the chamber with light. He stumbled down the creaky stairs and out the back of the house to the well. A few buckets of fresh water were emptied into a washing trough. He found a bar of soap, too, and cleaned himself thoroughly, even washing his hair before dressing in one of his good shirts and his better trousers. The small pouch of money that represented his savings was still in its hiding place in the rafters of the house, giving him the means to visit a small tea house down the street where he broke his fast with fresh bread and jam and a large cup of steaming tea. Next, he visited the closest neighbours and gave them the sad news of his father's passing. They were sympathetic and offered what help they could, chiefly a seat at their supper tables. Those were kind gestures, and Tony felt pride seeing how well his father had been regarded. He had the feeling, however, that his crafty father had not left him behind in a penniless state, and he knew the man who would help him claim his inheritance. He therefore visited a sombre-looking gentleman, Master Edward Rawling, the solicitor. That worthy informed Anthony that he had been indeed entrusted with the care of the late Captain Carter's documents. For once there was a will left by his father, in beautiful handwriting and with a great wax seal, that bequeathed all his earthly possessions to his only son. Those possessions were listed on an itemised list and rather substantial. There was also an insurance policy for the Anne Mary and what cargo she might carry. Anthony could claim the fair value of the vessel and of the personal belongings that were lost in the wreck. This amounted to over $1,600, and Mr. Rawling offered his assistance with the paperwork necessary to file the claim with the underwriter. There were also capital investments that his father had made. Tony had never known that his father was actually quite well off. Tony now owned a sizable share in a shipping company, which his father had set up with a partner. He therefore set out to meet that man and to make it known that his father had perished at sea. Captain George Whitney, the managing partner, expressed his deep sympathy. He was delighted to hear that Tony would not withdraw his investment. He made it clear that a major shareholder of Tony's qualification would soon be entitled to the command of one of their vessels, as soon as an opening presented itself, and after a few journeys as a first mate. Tony expressed his interest, and Mr. Whitney promised to contact him as soon as an opportunity arose. After Tony left, he was facing the task of making himself representable for tea at Admiralty House. After all, he would see Harriet Lambert again, and that thought worried and elated him at the same time. August 1797. Tony arrived at Admiralty House right on time, wearing his best white trousers, pinch-buckled shoes, and a blue reefer's coat, the usual attire of a merchantman mate. He expected to be ushered in and out for a brief thank you and the settlement of the fare for his passengers. Instead, the Admiral showed him into a small dining room where the whole family waited for him. Tea was served and a friendly conversation ensued. Admiral Lambert satisfied himself that the young man had had some schooling, even spoke some French, Spanish, and Dutch, and showed good manners. Lady Lambert had sung Tony's praise, and Sir Richard had to agree with his wife. When the ladies retired to their rooms to prepare for dinner, Sir Richard came to the point. "Well, my dear young man, what are your plans now?" I have inherited a share in the shipping company of Whitney and Sons from my father. Captain Whitney promised to find me a berth as first mate in one of their ships. There may even be a chance for me to become a master soon, Sir Richard. Would you perhaps be interested in joining the Royal Navy instead? From what I have seen and heard, you are a very promising young man. Why waste such talent shipping molasses around the islands? If you agree, I can post you as a midshipman, seeing how you have years of seagoing experience. Captain Fanning of the Medusa frigate has a vacancy. He's an excellent officer, and Medusa will leave shortly on patrol duty. Young Tony Carter was surprised at this offer. He had expected a money handout and a handshake at best. Yet, he hesitated only briefly. A midshipman was an officer in training, a warrant officer being groomed for commissioned rank. All of a sudden, a new world was opening up for him. A world of gold-embroidered uniforms and beautiful women. A world in which he could find a place for himself. A world in which beautiful red-headed young women moved, who might even find him acceptable. Showing the appropriate amount of gratitude, he accepted Sir Richard's offer, and in turn, the Admiral showed his satisfaction. A written order was made out for Tony to report to Captain Fanning. Admiral Lambert even gave him a personal letter of recommendation, both for immediate and future use. Still thanking Sir Richard profusely, Tony finally took his leave, slightly dazed over the development. He stopped briefly at Captain Whitney's house to inform him of his naval career prospects, and the older man congratulated him sincerely, expressing his confidence in Tony's eventual advancement in the service. With the fare he had collected from the Admiral, Tony started out on the next morning to find a new sea chest and a proper midshipman's uniform. Mr. Rawling had seen to it that he received an advance payment on the insurance money. The rest of that money would be paid into an account with a local bank house recommended by Mr. Rawling. Tony also made arrangements for a neighbour to look after his father's house. He planned to keep it for those times when he might be in port. When all these preparations were finished 3 days later, Tony reported to Captain Fanning in the after cabin of Hyams Medusa. Captain Fanning was a lightly built, shrewd-looking man. After reading the Admiral's order and the letter of recommendation, he knew that the new midshipman was his commander-in-chief's protégé. Accordingly, he welcomed him on board and introduced him to his immediate superior, the sailing master. That worthy individual, Mr. Boyle, was a grizzled veteran of more than 50 years, but his clear blue eyes belied his age. Anthony felt instinctive respect for this veteran. "Have your dunnage stowed in the gun-room, and report on deck for the afternoon watch," Boyle wheezed, his voice ravaged by 40 years of shouting against gales. 2 young sailors carried his sea chest down the hatchways and to the orlop deck, and then amidships to the gun-room, where the master's mates and midshipmen were berthed. A smoking tallow lantern spread its weak light over a narrow room. Tony sighed. There were no cots, only hooks where he could sling a hammock. 2 children's faces looked at him from the raw table in the centre of the room. "Good day, gentlemen," he addressed them. "Anthony Carter, midshipman, at your service." The 2 boys mumbled their names and continued to stare at him. "Don't bother with those children." A strong voice came from one of the hammocks. "Peter Brock, master's mate. You saw Daniel Swenson on deck. He's a master's mate too. I heard you were second mate in your father's schooner." "Yes, for the last 2 years. Before that, I sailed before the mast for 5 years." "A real tar then, but you're a midshipman?" "That's how Sir Richard rated me." "So you know the big man?" "I was able to do him a service. Our ship was lost in the hurricane, and my father was killed. I was able to bring the Admiral's family to safety, however, and I suppose he's grateful." "You sailed the Anne-Marie's boat into Kingston. I heard of that. It's good to have you on board, mate." "Thank you for the welcome, mate." They shook hands. The 2 midshipmen stepped forward too to offer their hands. "By the way, who is the gun-room purser? I suppose you'll need my contribution." "I am, and yes, we could use some more food and maybe some ale." They were a small group in the gun-room, 3 midshipmen and 2 master's mates. Tony was in a good position, rated as a midshipman, but he was also recognised as experienced sailor by the 2 master's mates. The other 2 midshipmen were shy boys of 16 who had come on board only recently. 2 senior midshipmen had just left the ship after passing their lieutenant's exams. Over the next days, the Medusa made ready for sea, and Anthony was busy getting familiar with his new duties. She was a 32-gun fifth-rate frigate of over 900 tons, more than 3 times the tonnage of the puny Anne-Marie, and she shipped a crew of 270 officers, ratings and soldiers. Tony found himself an insignificant cog in the big machinery that kept the frigate running, and he needed to find his place. He was lucky inasmuch as his new mates, Brock and Swenson, helped him fit in, and after a week of learning his duties, he did not commit many errors anymore. As a warrant officer, he was also entitled to shore leave. Thus, on their last day in port, he made a tour through the familiar establishments of Kingston. He met a few of his father's acquaintances and friends who expressed their sympathy, but also their surprise that he had joined the Royal Navy. Later that evening, he drifted into the Blue Posts, one of the better houses of convenience in Kingston. It was a place frequented by warrant officers and merchant navy mates. Anthony had been there before, and he planned to relieve his needs before he went out to sea again for God knew how long. Being a young, well-dressed man, the girls flocked around him instantaneously. Looking around to make his pick, he saw a slender girl of no more than 17 or 18 years, with a reddish hue in her blonde curls and a trim figure. Forgetting the other girls around him, he approached her. She looked at him with a mixture of apprehension and pride, and Tony sensed that she was not yet a seasoned veteran of her trade. "Hello, my lovely. What be your name, pray tell?" he asked her. "Me name's Rose," she answered in so low a voice he could hardly understand her. "And would you be willing to give a lonely sailor a little loving, my lovely Rose?" She nodded. "You'll have to pay a sovereign to Master Phillips for the room," she stated. "And I'll have 5 shillings if it pleases you." "So much beauty for such a pittance," Tony quipped, eliciting a blush on the girl's face. He took her hand and walked over to the bar. He gave the innkeeper a sovereign and the order to be roused by 8 bells in the middle watch. That left him 5 hours with the girl. When they reached their allotted room, he gave her another sovereign up front. She showed her surprise, not being used to such generosity. "Why?" "I want us to take our time, like we're a real couple, you know." "I can do slowly. How to start?" "Undress and open your hair." Hesitantly, the girl complied. She was still awkward undressing before a man's eyes. When she was naked, she reached up and untied her hair, offering the glorious view of her reddish-blonde tresses cascading over her shoulders. Tony approached her, put his hands on her shoulder and drew her near. "You are very pretty." He kissed her, first her mouth, then her throat, and he felt her shiver under his touch. After he'd had his fill kissing her neck, he led her to the cot and made her lie down. Quickly taking off his clothes, he joined her on the bed and resumed his kissing. Her small pointy breasts were his next target, and her laboured breathing told him of her arousal. "Will you, kiss me too?" he asked her gently. She nodded, and in the following hours and under her surprisingly capable care, young Tony had a very good time indeed. With their last bout finished, Rose smiled at him. "Was I good?" "You were perfect, Rose." "Thank you." "No," the girl sighed. "You made me feel good too. I should not take your money." "Oh yes, you should. Just consider it a gift, not a payment. This night will give me enough fodder for dreams during my voyage." "When will you have to leave?" "I have to be back on board at 4 bells in the morning watch. We'll weigh anchor with the morning tide." "Will you ever come back here?" the girl asked. "I shall be back. Next time I may take you out of this place for a few days." He bent over the bed and kissed her. "That would be nice. I'll wait for you." She smiled up at him whilst he dressed methodically. When he was ready, Rose got up and hugged him for a moment. "You be careful out there," she said, and shoved him out into the dimly lit corridor. An hour later, Tony reported back for duty, worn out but thoroughly satisfied. The next weeks and months were immensely taxing on young Anthony Carter. Not only was the sailing of a square-rigged frigate entirely different from the fore and aft rigging to which he was accustomed, he also had to learn the military side of his profession, such as gunnery and tactical sailing. He also had to familiarise himself with the small arms, pistol and cutlass. The master-at-arms, Carling, had the midshipmen and master's mates practice both with the cutlass and with pistols whenever there was time, but those times were far between. The handling of a wooden sailing ship was a full-time task, after all. The constant gun drill added to that, but also the mad races to break records whilst clearing the ship for action and the navigation classes with the sailing master. The young midshipmen were in a constant tired stupor. When Tony joined the Medusa's crew, he was 18 years of age, clearly senior to the other two midshipmen who were boys of 16. It took him 2 or 3 months, but he rapidly acquired the skills and knowledge expected of him. The sailing master acknowledged his navigation skills and let him calculate the ship's position routinely. Soon, when he was midshipman of the watch, the officer of the watch would let him handle the ship all by himself, only watching over things from the background. This, of course, with the blessing of Captain Fanning. After barely more than a year, he was looked upon by the wardroom as next in line for becoming a watch officer. That moment came earlier than anybody expected. Medusa was completing a patrol of the Cayman Islands when she came upon the Citoyen, a French frigate of equal strength. The ships approached each other with respect, and both captains tried for a while to outmaneuver each other. The aim was to win the windward position, generally considered a decisive tactical advantage. Captain Fanning was aware of the fact that his ship, the Medusa, was the lesser of the two frigates. French ships were generally better built than their English counterparts, and the French captain proved himself equal to the task of thwarting each of Captain Fanning's feints. In the end, Captain Fanning saw himself forced to begin the battle from the leeward position. Both ships converged to pistol shots distance. Fortunately, the wind was moderate, and Medusa was hardly lying over to leeward, allowing her gunners to train their guns on the hull of the Frenchman, as was the preferred tactic in the Royal Navy. For young Tony, the minutes of the approach felt like hours. He was serving under the third lieutenant, Mr. Masters, who commanded the starboard battery on the main deck. The men under their command had readied and loaded the long 12-pounder guns that constituted the frigate's main armament. Now they stood to their guns silently, waiting for the pipe signal from the captain. Mr. Preston, the second lieutenant, commanded the port side, but he was talking to Mr. Masters, discussing the approaching enemy. The two lieutenants only separated when Medusa came up to the French frigate and ran on parallel course. Commands were issued for the gunners to stand ready. All the men took care to move away from behind the big guns. Now the men could see the hull and rigging of the other frigate through the gun ports, and the gun captains trained the 12-pounders until they pointed straight at the looming hull. When the captain's battery pipe was heard, Mr. Masters straightened. "Gun captains ready to fire on even keel on target, fire!" he roared. Immediately his voice was drowned out by the deafening roar of the discharging guns. Like everybody else, Tony had plugged his ears with wax to protect his eardrums, yet the shock of the discharges was shattering. He had to force himself to do his duty, supervising the reloading. Just then, the hull of the Medusa shook again, as the French frigate retaliated. For a few seconds, flying metal and wood splinters wreaked havoc on the crew. With a shock, Tony watched Mr. Preston break down, almost cut in half by a deflected cannonball. Mr. Master saw that too, and Tony, in his state of enhanced sensibility, felt the pain Mr. Masters suffered at losing his superior and friend. Masters shook that off quickly. He ordered men from the idle larboard battery to fill in for the wounded. The starboard guns were ready again, and once the gun captains signalled that they had trained their guns, Master gave the signal. Once again, the roar of the guns stunned Tony, and once again, he forced himself out of his stupor and back to his duty. The men were frantically reloading their guns, and they were almost finished before the next French broadside smashed in the Medusa. This time there were no hits in the main deck. Obviously, the officer commanding the French guns had misjudged the role of his ship, and the whole broadside had gone high, doing only limited damage to the Medusa's rigging. However, one shot parted a rope and a wooden block came loose and tumbled down. Whatever directed its path, the block glanced off Mr. Masters' head. Had he not worn his cocked hat, it would have smashed his head for sure. As it was, Mr. Masters was knocked out cold, and all of a sudden, all the gun crews looked at Tony for orders. It took all of his willpower to maintain a calm facade, but he managed. The guns were loaded by now, and he made sure to gauge the roll of the ship properly before he gave the signal. Almost immediately, the broadside of the Medusa roared out, and this time they were rewarded by a jubilant cry from above. "There goes her foremast!" Indeed, the last broadside had felled the enemy's foremast, and the French frigate turned into the wind, exposing her vulnerable stern. Immediately Medusa's sails were backed and she lost way, positioning herself in front of the Citoyen, ready to rake her. This was the turning point. Before the French were able to clear the wreckage of the foremast, the Medusa was able to deliver no less than 4 raking broadsides into the stern. Those cannonballs tore along the decks, disabling guns and killing the gun crews. Within mere minutes, the French frigate lost more than half her fighting power, and the remainder of her crew was lucky enough that their captain realised his defeat. The tricolour flag came down from the masthead, answered by a thunderous "Hooray!" from the Medusa's crew. The first lieutenant, Mr. Price, took possession of their prize, and Medusa's crew was finally able to lick their wounds. Mr. Masters had suffered a concussion and was laid up for a week. Mr. Preston was dead, and Mr. Price had taken command of the prize, leaving Medusa without a commissioned officer. A very dazed Anthony Carter was appointed acting lieutenant and put in charge of the prize to relieve the urgently needed Price. Never in his life would Tony forget the sights on board the vanquished frigate. More than 50 of her crew were dead, and Tony had to order the captured crew to sew the fallen into their hammocks for burial. After that, he had to organise his small prize crew to watch over the prisoners and to repair the damage to her rigging. Both ships remained hove to for 2 days to perform the necessary repairs before they were able to set sail for Kingston. During those 8 days, Tony slept no more than 2 hours a day, worried sick about his responsibility. He also had to conduct proper burials almost daily. The French surgeon did what he could, but the mortality amongst the wounded sailors was almost 1/3, and there were over 60 wounded. This left Tony in a constant tired and worried haze whilst desperately trying to keep his brain working. Although commanding the prize was the high point of his fledgling career so far, he was immensely relieved when Medusa and Citoyen finally cast anchor in Kingston Harbour. For the next 2 hours, whilst Captain Fanning reported to Vice Admiral Lambert, Tony supervised the transfer of the prisoners, unwounded and wounded, to the shore. He was far too busy to think of what may lie ahead of him. Shortly after Captain Fanning returned from the flagship, however, he was summoned to the Medusa. He reported in Captain Fanning's cabin, and he saw that the captain gave him a friendly smile. "Ah, Mr. Carter, good to see you. Everything went smoothly with the prisoners." "Yes, sir. I have the receipt with me." Since the Admiralty paid head money for captured Frenchmen, that receipt was worth a lot of money, and Captain Fanning stored it away with great care. "Mr. Carter, you did extremely well. I have already informed Sir Richard of your exemplary conduct, and he has agreed to summon an examination board in the next days. Once the Citoyen is turned over to the dockyard, you will prepare yourself for your examination for lieutenant. It's earlier than commonly prescribed, but I have no doubt that you will pass." "Sir, I've only a little over a year of service," Tony protested. "I thought I had to serve at least 3 years to be considered." "So true, Mr. Carter. Sir Richard is awfully short on spare lieutenants and even senior midshipmen, let alone experienced master's mates. Also, when Vice Admiral Sir Richard Lambert decides that you should stand for examination, only a very foolish man would object. He decided that since your father's ship sailed for the Crown most of the time, he'd count that towards your seniority. Don't look a gift horse into the mouth, Mr. Carter, and better have some sleep. Examination for lieutenant. Many a midshipman waited many years for this chance. Tony swallowed heavily. This was his chance. It took an effort for him to force a grateful answer from his numbed brain. "Thank you kindly, sir. "I shall not disappoint you," he answered, and then he was dismissed.
Over the next 3 days, Tony spent his waking hours going over his books of seamanship and practicing tasks such as splicing or shooting the sun with a sextant. Mr. Boyle, the grizzled sailing master, helped him in his preparations whilst the stewards cleaned and pressed his shirts, breeches and coat. Others tried to get a shine into his sea boots and to remove stains and dents from his tricorn hat. The collective efforts paid out when a spick-and-span midshipman Carter took the sideboat to the flagship, where the flag captain himself headed the examination board.
4 more midshipmen assembled there, and contrary to the usual practice, they were examined summarily. Captain Holborn gave most of the tasks and asked most of the questions. They ranged from seamanship to tactical problems and even to disciplinary issues. For a full hour, the 4 midshipmen were subjected to the relentless questioning. If one failed at a question, another was confronted with it. If one answered, others were asked if they concurred. It was very unlike from what they had expected, but in the end, the 3 captains let them all pass examination. A day later, each of them received their freshly signed commissions from Sir Richard Lambert, and Tony realised that Sir Richard urgently needed lieutenants for his squadron. This explained the summary examination and the benevolent questioning. Nevertheless, Tony was now Lieutenant Anthony Carter and the new 3rd Lieutenant in HM frigate Medusa, 32. As a reward, Captain Fanning gave Tony permission to spend his watch-free time on shore during the repairs, a leave that he first used to have his uniform coats altered to reflect his new rank, but also to acquire a good sword. For this quest, Captain Fanning directed Tony to the shop of Mr. William Turner, Kingston's first swordsmith. That worthy man measured Tony's height and the length of his sword arm, and then selected a fine steel blade 28 inches long. Tony tried different hilts and finally selected a double-slotted brass hilt with a leather-wrapped bone handle and brass pommel. It was, Mr. Turner explained, a good fighting sword and a passable dress sword. Leather scabbard and belt completed the purchase, and Tony left the shop very proud of his new weapon and the gentlemanly status it conveyed. At a gunsmith, he purchased a pair of double-barrelled pistols with well-made walnut stocks and brass locks that would not rust. The gunsmith even provided him with a bag of perfectly round lead balls in a leather pouch. Thusly armed, he turned his steps towards his house. It was uninhabited, of course, and to Tony it looked sad. He could barely recall his mother, but what he remembered of her was connected to the house. He had grown up in the neighbourhood, but still he knew very few of the people that milled in the busy street in front. In turn, nobody linked the Navy lieutenant with his fine sword to John Carter's son. He found Mr. Rawling in his office, and the man jumped from his chair. "By God, Mr. Carter, you look a different man, and already commissioned. My congratulations, Lieutenant." "Thank you, Mr. Rawling. I came to inquire about my financial standing." "You will find it very satisfying, Lieutenant. Mr. Whitney paid a dividend of 138 last year, and this year it will be as high or even higher. I took the liberty to invest part of the monies in short-term bonds." Tony nodded with satisfaction. "I shall need some funds to satisfy my increased needs, Mr. Rawling. Can you arrange for 60 guineas? "Certainly, Lieutenant. Do you still wish to hold on to your house?" "Yes. For the time being, I wish to keep it. I shall find a housekeeper, though, to keep it in a usable state." "That will be advisable, Mr. Carter. In the meantime, and if you wish, I could send over one of my maids once a week to tidy up." "That would be good of you, Mr. Rawling. You can, of course, pay her from my funds. It will give me a clean place to stay when I'm in port." "Should I send Bessie over today?" "No, please do not bother. I'll settle in the wardroom tonight, but there might be opportunities to sleep ashore in the future." "Very well, Mr. Carter. I can have the requested funds ready for you by noon tomorrow if that is acceptable." Tony nodded. "That would be perfect, Mr. Rawling, and I thank you for your good services." "Say nothing of it, my dear Mr. Carter. It is the least I can do for a gentleman client." After the exchange of some more pleasantries, Tony bid his farewell and directed his steps to the harbour, where he found a jolly boat for the return to Medusa. Here, he discovered that the wardroom steward, Hurd had already moved his possessions into the tiny cabin off the wardroom that was now Tony's. It had a hanging cot and a small leather wash basin. This was quite the luxury, and Tony threw himself onto the cot to savour the feeling. He had already come a long way in a year. As a commissioned lieutenant in the Royal Navy, he could count himself a gentleman, with all the privileges and obligations associated with such a standing. Instead of mostly paying his own way, he was now drawing £187 a year, for as long as he was attached to a Navy ship. Even if Medusa paid off, he would still receive half pay to tide him over until he found another ship. There was more too. With the Navy expanding to meet the multitude of needs, he would rise in the onboard ranking to second and even to first lieutenant over time. From there, it was only a step to command rank, likely master and commander. That would make him one of those exalted figures who had their own cabins, their personal gigs, and their gold-embroidered uniforms. Before his fantasies could go further, a runner alerted him of the need to ready himself for the next watch. He was still the third lieutenant
November
of Medusa,
1798,
and the most junior lieutenant in the Navy. 3 days later, he received an invitation to attend a soiree at Admiralty House. He had a hard time finding a lieutenant's uniform that could pass muster in time for this event. He knew that he would see Harriet Lambert again, but he was equally sure that there would be no chance for him to speak to her in private. There would be dozens of senior officers present who would have precedent over him in claiming a dance with the Commander-in-Chief's daughter. Indeed, all he saw of her during the evening was a short glimpse when he arrived. She gave him a smile, though, and this consoled him somewhat. He spent most of his time with the only other lieutenant in presence, the flag lieutenant of Sir Richard, who filled him in on all the gossip and rumours. Shortly before midnight, he stepped out into the garden to cool off, when he met a woman with whom he had shared a dance earlier. They took a stroll through the well-groomed garden, making light conversation. Mrs. Pendrake was the wife of a prominent Kingston merchant and ship chandler. He was absent, though, and Mrs. Pendrake was bored. Tony soon realised that Mrs. Pendrake was flirting with him, and he began to see her in a different light. She was not that old, perhaps 30, and nature had been generous to her, giving her womanly attributes in abundance. She also had an infectious laugh, and when she laughed, her ample bosom was a sight to behold. Strolling through the barely illuminated gardens, she had taken his arm. The farther they walked from the house, the more she pressed Tony's arm against her bosom. Standing in the dark, under a large magnolia tree, Tony finally made his move and kissed her. He was not prepared for her passionate response. Their lips glued together, they stumbled towards a stone bench in a dark corner of the garden. There was no subtlety, no pretense of romantic feelings, just a forceful coupling in the dark. When they were done, Mrs. Pendrake got up and rearranged her dress, taking care to put her magnificent breasts back into the confine of her dress, whilst Tony cleaned himself as best he could with a handkerchief. They did not join the other guests. Tony escorted her to her carriage, and she drove off after inviting him to tea for the next afternoon. He was watching the departing coach with a hollow feeling when an icy voice spoke to him at close quarters. "Have you been easing poor Lucy Pendrake's loneliness?" He spun around only to look into Harriet Lambert's face. She glared at him, full of contempt. "I should have known that you would chase any skirt that comes across your path. To think that I harboured an interest in you. I never want to see you again." She spat, her voice cracking with emotion. Dumbfounded, Tony tried to take her arm, but she pulled it back violently and stormed back into the house. Aghast, he watched her running up the path when another bomb hit him. "Mr. Carter, what did you do to my daughter?" inquired Lady Lambert, who had approached from the house. Nothing, milady," Tony stuttered. "I have not seen her the whole evening until she appeared here." "I see. You were with Mrs. Pendrake?" Tony blushed and nodded. "You see, Mr. Carter, Harriet is a young girl and has romantic ideas that have nothing to do with reality. She does not realise that it is impossible for her to have you. Before you could be eligible for an engagement with a young woman of her standing, you would have to reach commander's rank at the least. That will likely take many years. It is a good thing that she is mad at you now. This will help her come to her senses. Do not take this too hard, Mr. Carter. It is probably the best for both of you. You show great promise, but the world is as it is." With a reassuring pat on his arm, she left Tony. He briefly thought about going into the house to find Harriet and apologise to her, but then he realised what Lady Lambert had told him. He was not eligible to pursue her daughter. He was just a lowly lieutenant, and before he reached his own command, he was not worthy of any consideration. When this had sunk in, the elation that he had felt over his promotion was wiped out. Wearily, he walked back to the harbour and to his father's house. He did, however, visit Mrs. Pendrake for tea the next day, but with the servants present, nothing could develop. Not that he was sorry for it, as he was still in a depressed mood. Nevertheless, Lucy Pendrake proved herself a charming hostess and a much nicer woman than the evening before, and Tony put on his best behaviour. Luckily, he had to report for duty to oversee the repairs that Medusa was undergoing, and the work helped him to regain his balance. 3 weeks later, Medusa put to sea for a patrol again. Tony's berth in the midshipman's quarters was taken by none other than young Andrew Lambert. He was now 16 years of age and ready to start a navy career, and he did it as a midshipman. He had letters showing him to have served in his father's flagship for the last year, but also for over 2 years in other ships, a receiving ship and the Port Admiral's flagship in the Pool of London, thus nominally fulfilling the required 3 years of shipboard service. From Jeremy Masters, the second lieutenant, he learned that this was quite common for young gentlemen coming from navy families. Andrew cared little about his sister's change of mind, and he still idolised Tony. He was put in Tony's watch, which was fine with both of them. Tony liked the boy, and he also assumed that Admiral Lambert had sanctioned this arrangement. This was proof for him that he was still on the Admiral's list of protégés, an important consideration since advancement in the service largely depended on connections and nepotism. As had become their routine, Medusa first inspected the Cayman Islands before heading further to west, rounding Cabo San Antonio to sail along the northern coast of Cuba. They passed Havana close enough to count the number of ships anchored in the harbour, or rather the number of masts, as the harbour was out of sight behind the city. Crossing the Windward Passage between Cuba and Haiti, they continued along the coasts of Haiti and Hispaniola, before sailing on to patrol Puerto Rico and its main port, San Juan. No French or Spanish ships were encountered in 4 weeks of sailing. Continuing in southeastern direction, they sailed past the French Guadeloupe first, and then along the southern coast of Martinique. There, 40 miles west of Fort-de-France, they sighted their first ship. As they drew nearer, Mr. Price, who entered up into the foretop, identified her as a 3-masted sloop. She was clearly heading for Fort-de-France, but Medusa was between her and the coast of Martinique. When Captain Fanning had the white ensign hoisted, the strange sloop went about immediately, confirming the suspicion that she was French or possibly Spanish. Even that last uncertainty was removed when the smaller ship showed her tricolour flag, and Captain Fanning ordered to clear the ship for action. Now the endless drills paid off. To an outsider, the hectic activity that ensued would have looked chaotic, but every Jack on board knew what to do and when, and within minutes, Medusa transformed from a home for 270 men into a fighting unit. The bulkheads were lowered, the guns were readied, the deck strewn with sand to give the crews a better footing, the pantry fire was thrown over the side, and the idlers, cook, stewards and cooper and their mates, readied the orlop deck as surgery. Tony was responsible for the starboard guns on Medusa's main deck, whilst Jeremy Masters commanded the portside guns and held overall command over the gun deck. Both walked along the lines of 12-pounder guns and made certain that the gun crews and their gear were complete. Now the ship's boys, the powder monkeys, emerged from the magazine with buckets filled with paper gunpowder bags, the cartridges, which they distributed to the gun crews. One after the other, the gun captains raised their arms to indicate readiness. Tony reported that to Masters, who in turn sent Midshipman Lambert to the quarterdeck to inform the captain of their readiness. In the meantime, Medusa was chasing the French sloop under full sail and gaining slowly. The old 32-gun frigate was not the fastest sailer to begin with, and 2 years in the Caribbean had added much underwater growth to her hull. Still, she could bring more canvas to bear than the smaller ship in the lively breeze, and that made a difference. It took them 3 hours still before they were in range for the bow chasers, and then, for another half-hour, the discharges of the 2 long 9-pounders could be heard, with the lookout singing out the results, hits and misses. Finally, one of the shots must have hit the sloop in her rigging, for her maintop came tumbling down. Whilst the topmen struck the courses and then the top-gallant sails, orders came from Captain Fanning to load and run out the guns. The gun ports were opened, and the crews proceeded to insert powder cartridges, round-shot and wadding into the muzzles and then rammed the charges home. The touch holes were filled with fine gunpowder, and the linstocks were lighted in the fire basins. Then the crews heaved the pulleys to run out the guns. Medusa was ready to fight. Meanwhile, the French had apparently cleared the wreckage of their maintop, and realising that there was no escaping, ran out their own guns, likely the 8-pounders that were common in smaller French men-of-war. The French captain was resolved to fight. From the open gun ports, Tony could see their adversary now, perhaps 2 cable lengths ahead and half a cable length to starboard. If both ships held their courses, they would fight at perhaps 3 or 4 pistol-shot distance. On Tony's order, wedges, the quoins, were inserted under the breeches of the guns to give them more elevation. Whilst British fighting doctrine was in favour of hitting enemy ships in the hull, Tony was aware that hitting the small ship under the waterline might sink her, depriving them of prize money. As they were drawing closer, a runner came from the captain. "Mr. Masters, sir, the captain's compliments, and will you open fire as soon as your guns bear?" "My compliments to the captain, and we expect to have the enemy in our sights soon," Masters answered stoically. He gave Tony a wink whilst the midshipman retreated. "Never waste the first broadside, Tony." Tony nodded to that and bent over to look through a gun port. "Can't be much longer, sir." Medusa was catching up quickly, now that the French reduced their own canvas in preparation for the engagement. Suddenly, Tony had to swallow hard, realising that he might be dead or crippled a few minutes hence. He willed away the apprehension, reminding himself that he had stood that test already, just a few weeks ago. Now their foremost gun ports were abreast of the French quarterdeck. Tony looked at Masters, who nodded. "Let them have it, Tony." "Gun captains, take aim! Full broadside at my command. Wait, show me those linstocks." The gun captains waved the linstocks, making the ends glow. Medusa was wallowing just a little bit in the trough between 2 swells, and Tony waited until she was about to righten up. Then he took a deep breath. "On my command! Fire!" In a span of perhaps 2 seconds, the 13 guns of Medusa's starboard broadside spat fire and thunder. Above them, the forecastle and quarterdeck guns fired almost simultaneously, and the ship laid over to fire lee. The smoke was too dense to see the enemy, but that did not matter. "Swab out those breaches, fresh charges, ram home!" Right into his commands crashed the French broadside. They had aimed high, probably hoping to cripple the bigger frigate to make their escape, and a few lines and stays were parted. Only one shot hit the hull, smashing the starboard companionway. 2 men were injured by flying splinters, but that was all. "Run out! Take aim! On my command, fire!" Tony roared over the din. This time a fluke of the wind cleared the smoke quickly, and he could see that most of their shots had been hits. The small guns and carronades on forecastle and quarterdeck followed, and more damage was done to the hull of the French sloop. The French sailors were undaunted, though, and retaliated with their smaller guns just as the starboard battery was reloading. Most of the damage was in the rigging, but one ball came flying through an open gun port and hit a port-side 12-pounder carriage, disabling the gun and hitting 3 of her crew. Midshipman Wilder, Masters' sidekick, caught a splinter in his arm and was carried down as well, whilst Medusa answered with another broadside. The distance was shortening now, and then orders came from the quarterdeck. "The captain's compliments, Mr. Masters. Will you please prepare the port-side gun crews for boarding, sir?" Masters took a breath and nodded. "Can I borrow young Mr. Lambert, Tony?" Tony nodded back. "Just bring him back. You know who his father is," he said under his breath. Jeremy Masters grinned. "I'll look out for him." "Louder," he ordered. "Mr. Lambert, you'll join the boarding party. Keep close to me, d'ye hear?" "Aye, aye, sir," young Andrew Lambert rapped manfully, finding himself a cutlass in the weapons chest and checking the load of his pistol. "We're getting close, Tony. Let the lads put canister on top of the round shot for the next broadside," Masters told Tony, who nodded and turned to his gun crews. Cease firing, gun captains, load canister on top, aim for the main deck." With all the din of the battle, Tony hoped that they could all hear him, but he could already see that the NO2 men, the loaders, grabbed canister bags. Good men. Now they were only half a pistol shot away from the French sloop. "Starboard guns ready. Fire." The broadside roared out, different in sound due to the extra load, and the canister storm hit the already damaged breastwork of the French ship just before the ships touched. "Up, you men! Let's win some prize money!" Masters yelled, and almost 70 men swarmed up the side to enter the sloop, young Lambert with them. The French gunfire ceased immediately, and Tony turned to his men. "You want them to brag how they took that sloop? Let's show them how it's done properly. Medusa, hurrah!" With that, the starboard crews also joined the boarding party, but Tony had barely reached the deck of the French sloop when her colours came down and her surviving crew struck their weapons. He looked around for young Andrew and saw him standing at Masters' side, who was accepting the French captain's sword as sign of the surrender. All was well. Everybody was elated when Medusa put into Kingston Harbour with a prize in her wake. With the prospect of prize money, Medusa's officers went out to celebrate and, inevitably, ended up in the Blue Posts Inn. The midshipmen looked like children in a confectioner's shop when they saw the pretty girls of the Blue Posts. Young Andrew Lambert was quickly led upstairs by a beautiful quadroon girl, and, from all accounts, lost his virginity under her capable care. Meanwhile, Tony asked for the girl Rose. He had partaken of her services whenever Medusa came to port over the last year, but he had not seen her when he had been ashore the last time. His promotion, the ball at Admiralty House and his fallout with Harriet Lambert had distracted him too much. To his astonishment, he heard that she had left the Blue Posts. One of the girls scornfully told him that stupid Rose had become pregnant and was now living in a home for unwed mothers. Whilst his comrades were busy in the private rooms, Anthony left the Blue Posts and walked the short distance to that home. When he knocked on the front door, a stern-looking woman opened and asked him his business. While she was not openly unfriendly, Tony had the distinct feeling that she was not too happy to see him. "I have heard that an acquaintance of mine has taken lodgings here. Her name is Rose Mulcahy. I was hoping to speak to her and to see whether I may assist her in her situation." "Acquaintance, right?" The woman snorted, but she let him enter and bade him wait in the entrance hall. Tony had to wait for almost 10 minutes before an obviously resisting Rose was shoved into the entrance hall. "What do you want of me?" she asked bluntly. "I've heard of your situation, Rose. Naturally, I came to offer you my help," Tony replied. "How can you help me? And why would you? I'm nothing but a whore you paid, and I can't claim that the child is yours." "Don't talk like that. I was too busy to visit you the last time we came to port, but now I'm here. Listen, you don't want to stay here, do you? They give me food. They will provide a midwife. They will find good parents for my child. Is this what you want? Rose, do you want to give away your firstborn?" "What else can I do? I cannot take care of a child whilst working as a whore." "Then you must find other work. Listen. You know my house here in Kingston. I have nobody to look after it whilst I'm at sea. Would you like to be my housekeeper? I can pay you a little, and you will have a place to stay with your child. It does not take much work since I'll be at sea most of the time. What say you?" Rose knew the house since on a few occasions he had taken her home for the night rather than using the upstairs rooms of the Blue Posts. Rose looked at him quizzically. "Would I have to take care of you when you are at home?" "Only if you want. I'll not make it a condition." "And you would not mind the child?" "No, I wouldn't mind," Tony answered. A smile crept into Rose's face. "I'd like to be out of here and have a home. When should I start?" Tony smiled. "How about right now? Why don't you pack your belongings and I'll square things with your Mother Superior?" Rose nodded and left the hall. Seconds later, the woman who had opened reappeared. It was obvious that she had listened in on them. "So you'll be taking the Mulcahy girl with you?" she asked. "Indeed I shall. Is there a problem?" "Well, you see, sir, the child has already been promised to a family, and they have made a substantial contribution to this house. We'd have to return that contribution." "You mean you have sold the unborn child, don't you? Miss Mulcahy has been here, 2 months? I'll give you 20 shilling. He produced a pound note. "That should cover your expenses." "But, sir—" "Nothing of it. Do not try my patience, woman, or I shall alert the authorities to have a close look at your charity." The woman shrunk back, clearly alarmed. "Certainly, sir. Please, I didn't mean to say nothing, sir. Have a good evening." With that, she vanished in a hurry. Rose came back with a small bag carrying her scant belongings. Anthony smiled at her and, after taking her bag, offered her his arm. They left the house and walked towards his own home. Suddenly, Rose broke her silence. "Do I look fat already?" "Well, it's obvious that you are with child, but I would not call you fat, Rose. To be honest, you are still very pretty. How far are you along anyway?" "The midwife said it will be another 4 months yet." "Well, it's good that you're not disposed to fatness, Rose. You'll soon be your old pretty self. And here we are." They had arrived at the small 2-story house Tony's father had purchased 20 years ago. Inside, Tony showed her to a room on the ground floor, next to the kitchen. "This will be your room. Whilst I'm at sea, you may use the living room at your leisure, but no changes, please." "Of course not," the girl replied. "Another thing, Rose. You are not to receive any visitors in my house. You understand?" Rose blushed. "I promise I shan't." "You can trust me. If I can help it, I'll never work as a whore again in my life. I have not yet thanked you properly. I'll be eternally grateful to you. Your generosity will allow me to keep my child. Well, and I get a housekeeper out of it, so we are both lucky. Let us get some sleep now. We can sleep late tomorrow. Good night." "Good night." Rose hesitated. "How should I address you now?" "Call me Tony when nobody is around. When I have visitors, it'll have to be Mr. Carter, of course." "Good night then, Tony." Tony waved and went up to his bedroom on the 2nd floor. When he awoke in the next morning and heard noise from the kitchen, he was confused for a moment. Then he remembered that he had a housekeeper now. He put a gown over his shirt and stumbled down the stairs and into the kitchen. Rose was busy taking inventory of her new domain. When she heard him, she turned and looked at him accusingly. "This place is a mess. You should have had somebody to look after it." "You're probably right, Rose," Tony sighed, "but take it easy. No Admiral will visit in the near future. Just get the kitchen and the living room in order and make your own room comfortable. There's another small chamber next to your room. You can convert it into a sleeping chamber for your child." "That would be nice, Tony. And my room will be very nice too, once I cleaned everything. Your bed linens are terrible, though. Mr. Walters sells beddings just 3 doors down the street. Buy a half dozen. I have an account at his shop, and the widow Herbert across the street sells victuals. The market, you know where to find. I shall arrange for a weekly allowance to be paid to you at Moore's Bank House during my absence." "It's all right, Tony. I don't complain. This is the best I've ever lived, and I shall take good care of your house. I promise. Now, what do you want for breakfast?" "There's a few eggs in the pantry and some bacon. The goat milk is from yesterday, and there is oatmeal. Why not have ham and eggs and porridge?" Rose smiled. "I'll see to it whilst you go shave and dress." When Tony returned to the kitchen a half-hour later, breakfast was waiting. He saw, however, that only one place had been set, and he looked at Rose with a raised eyebrow. "I wasn't sure. Should I join you?" "By all means, yes. Sit down and eat." He grabbed another cup from the board above his head and poured Rose a cup of steaming coffee from the tin pot. Rose sat down opposite from him, and they started to eat. Obviously Rose was hungry, and they ate in silence. Tony, too, enjoyed a real breakfast as opposed to the fare that passed for breakfast in the wardroom. When they were both sated, conversation resumed, and Tony gave her all the information she needed to run the household. When that topic was exhausted, they sat silently for a moment until Rose declared that she wanted to clear the table. Tony volunteered to help, and they made quick work of it. A few times, Rose brushed against Tony with her backside or her breast, seemingly by accident. After the third instance, Tony finally comprehended and took her into his arms. For a minute, they just stood there with Rose snuggled against his chest. Then she lifted her face and smiled. "What's a girl have to do to get a kiss in this household?" she inquired. Their kiss was soft at first, but it heated up quickly enough. With a smile and a happy giggle, Rose led Tony back upstairs into his bedchamber, where she proceeded to demonstrate the advantages of having a live-in housekeeper. With both of them sated in every respect, they quietly cuddled for another quarter hour, until Rose nudged his side. "You'll have to report for duty, won't you? I have to clean up too. When will you be home today?" "I don't go watches in harbour, but I have to check my responsibilities and I'll need shore leave to stay overnight. I shall come home around evening watch tonight. We'll have a nice supper. I'll know then if I can stay the night." "I'd love that," Rose grinned. His mood sobered. "You know we'll set sail a week hence." "I don't know for how long." "Tomorrow morning I shall acquaint you with the neighbours and merchants." "I thought about it, Rose. We'll call you the Widow Mulcahy, wife of the late master's mate Andrew Mulcahy, who was lost at sea. He left you shortly after your wedding, never to return. Very sad. Having known your late husband, I have given you a position in my household. Is that all right with you? I'll have to get used to being a widow, but it's probably the best story to keep people from gossiping about us." With this settled, Tony returned to Medusa and reported for duty. After looking into the progress of some repairs under his responsibility, the captain gave him leave for the night, and he returned to his home. His comrades tried to coax him into joining them at the Blue Posts again, but he declined, claiming that he had to settle matters regarding his household. When he came home, Rose had already set the table in the living room with a nice supper of beef stew and fresh potatoes. They sat together and enjoyed the good food and a glass of wine each. After supper, they went up to Tony's bedroom, where they quietly undressed and slipped under the new linens for a full night of mutual bliss. As Tony had predicted, Medusa weighed anchor a week later for a patrol of the Windward Islands. It was an uneventful cruise by all means. The most exciting thing happened after they dropped anchor in Kingston 2 months later, and that was the promotion of the first lieutenant, Mr. Price, to the rank of commander. This promotion was long overdue, and was met with universal approval. Price left the ship to take command of a sloop of war, and was replaced by a newly promoted lieutenant from the flagship. Jeremy Masters was the NO1 now, and Tony was second, with scarcely 9 months seniority. Captain Fanning was not overly happy to lose his most experienced officer, but he made the best of the situation. He began to dine with his officers regularly, and he used these opportunities to impress his views on his subaltern officers. Discussing tactics, seamanship, gunnery, and even politics with their seasoned captain helped the young officers to get a better grasp of their new roles. It also helped that Medusa was given orders that promised to break the boredom of local patrol service for a while. The Sparrow sloop had captured a Spanish dispatch ship headed for Algeciras, Spain. Obviously, Commander Woodrow had been able to secure the mailbag and additional official letters, which the Spanish captain had failed to destroy. As a result, Medusa was given orders to sail for Gibraltar with utmost speed, to deliver the documents to the governor. Within 2 hours after receiving orders, Medusa left Kingston. Once out of the harbour, Captain Fanning had the topmen set every available stitch of canvas. It was good that they had been able to clean Medusa's bottom during a brief spell in the dry dock. Now she was flying over the waves. They were favoured by the wind, granted. Still, logging 10 knots on average was quite a feat for an ageing, Deptford-built, fifth-rate frigate. They managed the crossing in just 15 days, at the cost of a thoroughly exhausted crew. After the mad rush, the rest was anticlimactic. Captain Fanning's gig brought him to the shore, and he delivered the dispatches at the convent, the governor's residence. He returned not 2 hours later and announced that they would sail back in 2 days. The officers were granted shore leave, and the stewards stocked up on Madeira and port wines. Tony, being the son of a merchant captain, suggested that they bought a large stock of wines, to be sold in Kingston at a profit, and Captain Fanning allowed it without hesitation. When Medusa put to sea 2 days later, there was no rush. The port admiral had tipped off Captain Fanning that there was a renewed activity of Spanish slave ships on the West African coast, and Fanning thought it a good idea to try and find prizes. Mr. Boyle set a course that would lead them along the coastline, and for several days they sailed on a southwestern course. They sailed between the Canary Islands and the African coast, passing the coast within sight, and proceeded southward. Their destination was the French-owned island of Gorée, off Dakar, the westernmost point of Africa, and the most important trading place for slaves. They approached the aptly named Slave Coast with utmost care. Slave ships were usually well armed and serious adversaries, much like corsairs. It was on Tony's watch when the lookout hailed a sighting. "Boat ho, 5 cable lengths and 3 points to larboard, sir. Looks like a jolly boat." The wind was moderate, but the small boat had a hard time in the Atlantic rollers. As they approached the boat, Tony could see only one man in it, an African for all he could tell. The man had seen the Medusa too, and when they came close, he stood in the small boat, brandishing a cutlass, and shouting at them. "What on earth is it with this fellow?" Captain Fanning asked, perplexed. One could assume that anybody, drifting in a small jolly boat with no mast or sail and a full 50 sea miles from the coast, should be more than happy to meet a ship. Tony thought he had an idea, though. "Sir, perhaps he's an escaped slave, and he's afraid that we'll bring him back." Captain Fanning never tried to hide his aversion to the slave trade. In fact, he tried to instill the same attitude in his subordinates. Now he set his jaw. "Does anybody know what language he's shouting in?" he queried. "It sounds like French, sir, but unlike any French I ever heard," Tony offered. "Well then, try your luck, Mr. Carter," the captain ordered. Actually, it was easy. The African and Tony spoke equally poor French, mostly just single words, and somehow Tony was able to convey to the man that they were no slavers. From there, things became easier. The man dropped the cutlass and allowed his boat to be hooked. When he climbed on deck, they noticed just how tall a man he was, easily 6.5 feet, with a strong, sinewy body. His gaze was still suspicious as he looked about. Tony could also read curiosity in the man's face as he took in the guns and the rigging, and the men who stood around gaping at him. "Tell him he can join the crew," Captain Fanning told Tony. Again, it took some time for Tony to convey this offer. The man asked then whether he would be allowed to fight. At least that was what Tony interpreted into the sounds. When Tony nodded to this, the tall man nodded in response. "Read him in, Mr. Carter. God knows it's senseless, but it needs to be done. That smuggler from Guernsey, Cottard, he speaks French. Pair this giant with Cottard and see to it that he learns some English. He'll be more useful once he'll understand commands." "Aye, aye, sir," was all that Tony could respond to a clear order. Privately, he thought that the man had just jumped from the frying pan into the fire. He read the man in, giving him a brief summary of the Articles of War. Then he sent for Cottard, a wiry little man of 40 or more years, and gave him the order to chaperone the new recruit and teach him the most common commands. He also asked the African for his name, but he could not understand it. Jeremy Masters grinned at this dilemma. "I'll write him in as John Little. Fitting name, isn't it?" That caused a chuckle all around, and Cottard was left with the task to explain this change of name to his protégé. Nothing else came out of their patrol along the African coast. 2 slave ships were under the protection of the French guns at Gorée, and other shipping that they encountered was not worth any efforts. After 2 weeks, Captain Fanning set a course due west, and the Medusa, driven by the northeastern trade winds, began her long journey across the vast expanse of the Atlantic Ocean. They returned to Kingston with nothing to show for their journey of 8,000 miles but a tall African rating. For the next 2 months, Medusa left Kingston only for short cruises of a week at the most. Sir Richard Lambert was about to pass the command to his successor, Lord Desson, and refrained from any major operations. Still, after Desson had not shown for 2 months, Medusa was sent on another patrol to worry the Cuban coast. Spain had changed sides and was now allied with revolutionary France, and Captain Fanning decided to start with the southern coast. This time they were lucky. Approaching Santiago de Cuba from the south, the lookout spotted a ship-rigged vessel on a converging course. Altering their course to investigate, they soon found out that their prey was a small Spanish frigate. She was proudly flying her colours, but nevertheless making utmost speed to reach the Bahia de Santiago de Cuba, which was protected by a massive fortification, the Castelo de San Pedro. For almost an hour, the 2 frigates raced toward the inlet whilst Medusa's 9-pounder bow chasers fired incessantly at the Spanish ship. She was only a little over a mile away from the protection of the fort, and the Spanish gunners in the Castello were already firing ranging shots at Medusa, when a lucky hit struck the stern of the Spanish ship, disabling her rudder. The Spanish had to shorten sail on their foremast to continue on their course. But this slowed them down, and Medusa caught up rapidly. Another hit from the bow chasers then sealed the fate of the smaller frigate, hitting the mizzen top and bringing the ship before the wind like a weather vane and into Medusa's direct path. Medusa had been ready for action for close to 2 hours, but now her gun crews assembled and her gun ports opened. As second lieutenant, Tony commanded the main deck 12-pounders and the port side guns in particular with Mr. Carson, their new NO3 lieutenant, supervising the starboard battery. From what Tony could see of the enemy, there was still confusion on board of the Spaniard, with her crew hurriedly trying to clear the wreckage aft when the small frigate came into range. Tony would have wished for closer quarters for the precious first broadside, but the half-cable length was not too far for the experienced gun crews. When Captain Fanning sent a message to open fire, he made certain that all the guns had the correct elevation. And then, when the ship was approaching an even keel, he gave the command. 13 linstocks descended into 13 touch-holes, and a mere second later those guns fired, hurling 156 pounds of round shot at the Spaniard. In the moderate breeze the gun smoke was dispersed before even the breeches were swabbed out, and Tony could see that they had scored at least 5 hits. The Spanish ship answered with a stuttering broadside, and only one of their shots actually hit Medusa's sturdy hull. Then the 12-pounders were loaded and run out, and again Tony made certain of aim and elevation, and waited for the right movement of the deck. The next broadside scored another 4 hits indeed, and Tony could see damage on the Spanish gun deck. The scattered next broadside of the Spanish resulted in another hit in their hull and a harmless parting of a mainstay. But the third broadside from Medusa's 12-pounders had a devastating effect on the small frigate. No less than 8 hits could be scored, one of them hitting the quarterdeck. "Well done, lads," Tony cried loudly. "Keep going now, she's almost ours." As a matter of fact, and before Medusa could fire another shot, the Spaniard was theirs. The last broadside must have broken the resolve of the Spanish officers, and the red and gold flag was lowered. Captain Fanning blew his whistle sharply, and the gun crews stood back with grins on their faces. "Finish loading, you louts," Tony commanded sharply. "She's not ours yet." He was grinning nevertheless, but he wanted to be prepared for any eventuality. He need not have worried. Jeremy Masters took the cutter and the barge with 25 Marines and 50 sailors, and quickly received the surrender of the Spanish. When the white ensign was hoisted over the Spanish colours, Medusa's crew broke out in cheers. The Spanish fort was still firing at them, albeit at a distance of over 8 cable lengths, and they had to get both ships out of range. The prize even sustained a hit from the fort, but luckily only in the captain's cabin, passing through and exiting on the other side. No blood was shed there. Still, Jeremy Masters wasted no time, and soon Medusa and her prize were able to heave to out of range from the coast to effect the necessary repairs to the Santa Catalina de Córdoba of 28 guns. It was a small but decisive victory, and Jeremy Masters had high hopes that it would propel him up the ranks to an independent command. Tony was now the acting first lieutenant, but he was realistic enough to know that he would be superseded by a senior lieutenant, even if Masters was promoted. When they sailed into Kingston with their prize, it was indeed inevitable that the first lieutenant of the victorious ship, Jeremy Masters, was made commander. According to tradition, this was foremost a compliment to the captain, but it nevertheless left Medusa short one commissioned officer. As replacement for Masters, young Andrew Lambert was promoted lieutenant after an ad hoc examination, a logical outcome since Sir Richard had not been relieved yet. The Royal Navy was stretched to its very limits, and senior lieutenants were simply not available at the Kingston station, at least not for an ageing third-rate frigate under a junior post captain. Thus, just 3 years after entering the service, Lord Sir Anthony Carter remained as First Lieutenant of HMS Medusa, effectively second in command and direct successor of the captain in case of any mishap. In the first weeks, he was scared when he realised the enormity of his responsibilities, but he somehow managed to satisfy the most important demands to his time and attention. Captain Fanning was groaning, but there was nothing he could do. He joked that he would evade any enemy for the next years for fear of losing yet another officer. However, the situation also had its benefits. The success and the prospect of rapid promotion were a powerful motivation for the young officers, and they went through pains to ensure that their training in any aspect of their profession was not wanting. Being forced to adapt to new responsibilities at short intervals also helped to keep everyone on board on their toes. Thus, the lack of experience of Medusa's officers was compensated by a sense of hopeful ambition, enthusiasm, and youthful stamina. Tony had to assume his new role as second in command, and he learned to stand in for his captain. He also had to enforce the discipline on board. That was no easy task, since most of the sailors on board were not volunteers but had been pressed into the service. Some of the volunteers had even been collected at county assizes, although those were mostly the non-violent criminals, poachers, petty thieves and other small-time sinners. It was a tough lesson to learn, but Tony managed to gain and keep the respect of the lower deck. Everybody on board knew that he was a tar himself, a born and bred sailor. They soon learned that he tried to be just in enforcing the discipline, and that he was a leader who never gave a task that he could not perform himself. The men who counted, petty officers and able seamen, respected him. Captain Fanning came to rely on his new NO1 after a short whilst praying to the deities that he would be allowed to keep him for some time. Indeed, from March 1800 to December 1801, Tony served as Medusa's first lieutenant. The French and Spanish men of war were blockaded in their ports, and Medusa captured nothing save for a few coastal vessels and fishing boats. Sir Richard Lambert had handed over his command to Vice Admiral Lord Desson, and Tony realised that he had no mentor anymore to gain him a promotion. He was aware of how much he had profited from Sir Richard's decisions, even though some of them were primarily made to benefit Andrew Lambert. He was content with his position, though, having advanced beyond even the most optimistic expectations. He also knew that if Medusa was ever paid off, he would quickly become a rather junior lieutenant in a larger ship. Therefore, he decided to enjoy his position on board Medusa for as long as it lasted. They returned to Kingston on a regular basis, and Tony settled into a monogamous affair with his housekeeper Rose. He still thought of Harriet Lambert from time to time. When he entered the Royal Navy, his infatuation with Harriet had been a driving force. Since then, however, the success he experienced and the recognition that came with it had given him a new source of motivation. It was shortly before Christmas 1801, when Medusa once more returned to the Kingston station from an uneventful patrol. As soon as they cast anchor, Captain Fanning was summoned to the flagship, and when he returned he told Tony to put on his best uniform and report to the flagship without delay. Tony rushed to the wardroom and hurriedly put on his No. 1 uniform, his sword and cocked hat, and then had the side boat take him to the flagship. He was brought before the Commander-in-Chief, Vice Admiral Lord Wilbur Desson, after only a few minutes of waiting. Desson looked him over with a shake of his head and shrugged. "Mr. Carter, you have been the first lieutenant in Medusa for nigh on 2 years." "Yes, my lord." "Your captain speaks highly of you." He says you're capable of an independent command. That is very kind of Captain Fanning, my lord. If I may say so, he has set an excellent example for the wardroom. Well, let's cut to the beef, Mr. Carter. Captain Fanning will take command of the third-rate Achilles. I am hard-pressed for seasoned officers here at the Kingston station, and Flags here has even less seagoing experience than you. Captain Fanning recommends you, and so did my predecessor, Sir Richard Lambert. I shall give you command of the Medusa with the acting rank of captain. Your orders are being written as we speak. You will read yourself in and make ready for sea as fast as possible. I am taking the squadron out to sea for an exercise, and Medusa will sail in the vanguard. Tony was stunned, and he had to force himself to reply appropriately. I am most grateful for this chance, my lord. I shall not disappoint your trust in me. Well, Lord Desson smirked, you had better not. Flags! He shouted for his flag lieutenant. Are those orders for Captain Carter ready yet? The flag lieutenant came with 2 sealed envelopes and handed them over, making a slightly sour face. Still slightly dazed, Tony received them, bade his farewell to the commander-in-chief, and hurried back to the Medusa. Captain Fanning was already waiting at the port with his dunnage, ready to be relieved of his command. Congratulations, Tony, he grinned. You'll be a fine captain for this ship. Thank you very much, sir, Tony replied. I owe this to you, I know. I am very grateful. Well, I'll be off. Have to get my new command ready for sea. I expect seeing you again soon. I'm taking my coxswain Willis and Willoughby, my steward, along with me. I'll send over a steward from Achilles for you in exchange. With that, he quickly climbed down the ladder into the waiting gig of HMS Achilles. Tony turned and approached Mr. Carson, the second lieutenant. All hands aft, if you please, Mr. Carson. It sounded strange. For 2 years, Jonathan Carson had been a fellow wardroom member, and they had called each other by their first names. That had to change now, and Carson sensed the meaning immediately. His reply was as formal as it should be, although he had a hard time to suppress a happy smile. Aye, aye, sir. Well, he should be happy, Tony thought. He, too, had advanced and was the new No. 1 in the wardroom. June 1801. Acting Captain Anthony Carter, not quite 24 years of age, unfolded the stiff paper of his orders. He looked at the crew of HMS Medusa, swallowed once, and began to read loudly from the paper in his hand. Orders given to me, Anthony Carter, Esquinoser, Acting Captain, Royal Navy, by Lord Wilbur Desson, K.B., Vice Admiral of the White and Commander-in-Chief of His Majesty's Naval Forces in the West Indian waters. Sir, you are hereby requested and required to assume the acting command of H.M. frigate Medusa at anchor in Kingston Harbour. Wilbur Lord Desson, K.B. on October 3rd, 1801. He folded the paper. He had read himself in, a crucial formality for assuming the command of a ship. Only now was he legally in command of Medusa. He paused for a moment, trying to remember what he wanted to say. You officers and men, our good Captain Fanning was appointed to a third rate. He was captain of this ship for nigh on 5 years. Those are large shoes to fill, but I am determined to follow his example. Let us put all our efforts into keeping Medusa the happy and successful ship for which we know her. Now, you all know me already. You know that I shan't stand sloppiness in the execution of duties. Do your best as you did under Captain Fanning, and we shall write yet another successful chapter in the history of our beloved ship. Mr. Carson, dismiss crew if you please. Aye, aye, sir. Hats on. Carry on. Mr. Woodrow, the boatswain, looked around and took a deep breath. Lads, 3 hoorays for our new captain. 1. Hooray! The men shouted as one. 2. Hooray! 3, and a tiger's roar. Hooray! The crews of the surrounding ships had climbed in the riggings to watch. Thank you, Mr. Woodrow. Tony nodded. He was moved by the gesture of loyalty, but he could not show it now. Mr. Carson, you are the first lieutenant now. You will find the necessary documents in your new cabin. We have to make ready for sea as quickly as possible. A Lieutenant Dunning will report on board later today to complete the wardroom. He is junior to you and even to Mr. Lambert, I must go ashore for a few hours. Tell Mr. Denby to have the stores replenished from the victualling yard." Denby was the ship's purser and not a bad man. The new No. 1 saluted, and Tony called for his gig, realising that he had no coxswain yet. Looking over the gig's crew, he came to a quick decision. Captain Fanning had picked the tall African, John Little, for his gig's crew, and he stood tall amongst his fellow oarsmen. "Think you can handle the gig, Little?" he asked the man. A beaming smile spread over Little's face, and he nodded. "Yes, sir, Captain, sir." The man spoke decent English already, and had taken to being a sailor like a duckling takes to water. He was rated seaman already, and now he would be a petty officer. "All right. Find a 6th oarsman and get the gig ready, Little." He called for the wardroom steward next and tasked him with packing all his uniform coats. Junior captain's epaulettes had to replace the lieutenant's shoulder pieces of his uniform coats. That would do for the first voyage. He would need new uniform coats soon and better shirts, breeches and shoes, but he decided to wait until his posting to Medusa appeared in print in the London Gazette, the official journal of record of the ministry. Once ashore with the steward in tow, he visited a hatter. There he ordered a new cocked hat and a half-dozen new white breeches. He would also need silk cravats, silk stockings and silk shirts. The tailor rubbed his hands over this windfall and promised all these things to be ready when Captain Carter would return to Kingston. Meanwhile, a journeyman tailor sewed cheap pinchbeck epaulettes to Tony's old coats. Less than an hour later, Tony left the tailor's shop. He sent the steward back with the altered coats and took a cab to his house. Rushing in, he caused poor Rose to shriek in surprise before she recognised him and rushed into his arms. "I've no time today, Rose. I am in a terrible hurry. I shall come home tonight for supper if you can prepare something for me. Then I shall tell you everything. How is Emily?" Emily was the child Rose had borne 2 years ago, a lovely girl who was the spitting image of her mother. "She is fine. I am so happy to have her, and I am happy to have you here for a day at least. How long can you stay?" 3 days at the most. I may not be able to come home every evening, but I'll try. I'll have to sleep on board, though. "Fine, I'll have supper ready for you. I'll hold myself ready, too," she added with a sly grin. Tony hugged her tightly and kissed her lips. "You do that, and I'll have something ready for you as well." Rose held him at arm's length. "Something happened," she stated, and looked him over. Her gaze caught the epaulettes on right shoulders that identified a captain of less than 3 years' seniority. "You've been posted. You're a captain," she exclaimed. "I am so proud of you, Tony. Wait until the neighbours will hear. What ship?" "Don't tell them yet, Rose. Maybe, next time I am in port. Lord Desson has given me the Medusa," he added, and his pride showed. "Listen, I need to be back on board. I'll return for supper." He left her with a kiss and hurried back to where his gig was waiting. Arriving back on board, he found a stout rating waiting for him. The man was not tall, but strongly built, and his mahogany face was framed by greying hair, bound in a neat queue. "Alan Grimm, sir, steward, reporting for duty. Captain Fanning sent me over, sir. I was Captain Pennyweather's steward, sir." That was kind of Fanning to send over an experienced man, Tony thought. "Welcome aboard, Grimm," he said. "Your first task will be to get cabin stores for me. I can set aside £30 for that. I'll need 2 cases of good wine for when I'll entertain guests, but I prefer ale myself, so get 4 small kegs. Get 3 dozen eggs, a side of bacon, potatoes and rice, and a cask of good quality salted beef. You'll know what else I'll need. My sea chest is in the cabin. Let me know what needs to be replaced later on, but for now we must ready the ship for sea. I shan't need a supper tonight as I'll dine at my house, so you're free to use the evening for organising my cabin. Savvy that?" "Aye, aye, sir," the man Grimm answered stoically. "All right, let's give you the moneys. Find the purser, Mr. Denby, and tell him from me to help you." Tony then proceeded to count £30 in banknotes from his breast pocket and handed them over to Grimm, who nodded and saluted. "Aye, aye, sir. I'll start with having a look at the cabin and the stores, sir. Should I also get a dozen chickens and a rooster, sir, for eggs and Sunday dinners?" "You do that, Grim. Tell me if I forgot anything." "Aye, aye, sir." Grim rapped, already heading aft for the cabin. Tony shrugged. He had no idea of what he'd need in a captain's cabin, and he only hoped that Grim knew what to do. Later that evening, after a whirlwind of activities, as he was rowed ashore by his gig's crew, he thought about Rose. She had proven an invaluable help in the last years, easing the hardships of a sailor's life and keeping his house a habitable place to which he could return. Always ready for him, always bringing happiness into his life without asking for much. He knew that she too had profited greatly from the arrangement. A decent living, good accommodations, a place to raise her daughter, a respectable position as a gentleman's housekeeper, and a modest but adequate pay. Yet he felt that he still owed her. With this in mind, he entered a small pawnshop on his way home and purchased a modest gold necklace with matching earrings. When he entered his house, he was first greeted by little Emily, who squeaked when he picked her up and pretended to poke her tummy with his finger. Rose came to relieve him of the little girl and to bring her to bed. He used the time to change out of his heavy coat and put on a fresh shirt. Supper was ready when he was done, and they sat down to eat. He told Rose of the day's events and of his plans for the next days. She, in turn, told him about the necessary repairs to the house, the purchases she'd had to make, and other mundane matters. When they had finished supper, a certain playfulness entered their conversation. It was then when Tony asked her to sit with him on the bench by the fireplace. With some stuttering, he managed to express his thanks and appreciation for her help during the last years. At last, he gave her the small parcel with the gold chain. Her response when she saw the necklace was a gasp. A second later, he suffered a violent attack on his mouth. Rose was weeping and laughing and kissing him, all at the same time. When she calmed down a bit, she looked into his eyes. "Thank you, Tony. This means so much to me. I know that I am not a woman you could ever marry. Yet you have been so good to me and to Emily, and now you give me this beautiful necklace, and I know that you value me. You are the first man ever to make me feel worthwhile, you know, more than just a whore." "But you are worthwhile, Rose, to Emily, to me, to the neighbours. They all think highly of you. I think highly of you. No matter how my life will turn out, you will always own a place in my heart, Rose." "Now stop it. You'll have me crying all over again, and I don't want to cry. I want to make love to you. I want you to feel as happy as I am. Let's go to my room, shall we?" "Rose, I may not stay the night. I'm the captain now, and I need my Admiral's permission to sleep ashore when in port. Can you at least stay another hour or two?" "I believe I can, Rose. I believe I want to stay." They locked the door, extinguished the candles, and went to Rose's room. Within seconds they were locked in a passionate embrace, kissing and fondling each other. Piece by piece their clothing disappeared until their bare bodies intertwined. This was not the lusty coupling to which Tony was used. There was an urgency to their action, a deep feeling of togetherness. That evening, Rose became his lover, and he felt a deep fondness for her. They stayed together even after the heat of their coupling passed, kissing and whispering endearments. Before he fell asleep, though, Tony forced himself to get up, and it was a rather grumpy captain who returned to his ship. 2 days later, Tony took the Medusa out to sea, joining the rest of Lord Desson's squadron. The last 2 days had seen him working tirelessly through the day, not only getting the ship ready for sea, but also studying the ship's books. He had to reorganize the crew, promote petty officers, and make sure his officers knew their new tasks. In between, whenever he found the time, he stayed at his house with Rose, enjoying their newly found closeness. Now he had to concentrate on his tasks to keep Medusa sailing in her prescribed position at the head of the squadron's vanguard. For almost 2 weeks, Lord Desson worked his squadron through battle line evolutions, nightly alarms, landing operations, and simulated emergencies until everybody in the squadron, officers and men alike, cursed him. Yet the purpose was well served, since more and more shortcomings were revealed until, near the end, even seasoned captains showed the strain. Everyone was relieved when the flagship, after 15 days, hoisted the signal for their return to Kingston. Once back in port, the tired captains received an invitation by their Admiral to dine at Admiralty House. After a delicious dinner, and before the wine could dull their senses, Lord Desmond began to discuss the exercise. He was surprisingly positive, avoided to pin criticism to individual ships and their captains, and in general gave a boost to the squadron's morale. He knew that he had driven them to the breaking point, and that his experienced officers had seen their shortcomings themselves. When Tony staggered into his cabin late that night, he thought that he had met his commander-in-chief's expectations, at least as much as most of the other captains. Rose was waiting for him when he came ashore in the next morning. Of course, she had seen the squadron put into harbour, and she had hoped that he would come home for supper. When he did not come, she rightly assumed that he was still busy in some way. After a belated breakfast, he promised Rose that he would be back for supper and hurried back to the harbour. His gig brought him out to the Medusa. For several hours he was immersed in the task of organising the replenishment of stores. Several repairs had to be effected urgently too. When he finally told himself that he could rest for a moment and have something for lunch, a boat from the flagship approached. A midshipman came up the entry port and saluted the quarterdeck. He handed an envelope to Tony, saluted, and hurried back into his boat. In the privacy of his cabin, Tony opened the envelope. It was an order to go to sea. In a week, Medusa was to guard a convoy of merchantmen from Kingston to London. Convoy duty was an unwelcome routine task for frigates. But as the youngest captain in the squadron, Tony could hardly expect to be asked his preferences. "Sentry, pass the word for Mr. Carson," he shouted at the cabin door. A minute later, the first lieutenant appeared. "Sir, you asked for me?" "Mr. Carson, we have new orders. We'll take the convoy to London next week. See to it that you use this week in port to renew the water. Have the purser and the doctor inspect the pork barrels and the other provisions and have the boatswain look at the running rigging. It's not often that we have a week in port." "Aye, aye, sir," came the answer. Although until 3 weeks ago they had been sharing the Medusa's wardroom. Left alone in his cabin, he felt tempted to chide his steward for not having prepared the lunch he desperately needed. He thought better of it and called for his gig instead. He had himself rowed to the shore and visited an upscale eating house where he had an excellent lunch. Then he visited his tailor. His new shirts and breeches were ready, as was the rest of his orders. The bill amounted to more than $12, a small fortune, but a necessary expenditure. His career might well depend on making a favourable impression on a superior. With another week in port, Tony also gave rush orders for No-1 and NO2 uniform coats. He might have to show up at the Admiralty when arriving in London, and the way he was dressed might decide over the confirmation of his acting rank. The tailor sent one of his apprentices to accompany him, and to carry the new clothes to his house. This was almost ridiculous to Tony. He was an able-bodied man who could carry a few breeches and shirts himself, but the tailor insisted that it was inconsistent with the dignity of a post-captain to carry a bundle of clothes. When Tony reached his home, several neighbours greeted him on the street to give their respects and felicitations. He had never realised it, but he had become popular with the neighbours who had watched him growing up. He was one of them, and he had reached the exalted rank of a navy captain. More and more people joined. There was no other way. He had to invite the neighbours into his house. Rose rushed into the cellar to fetch a few bottles of wine, and it took almost 3 hours until the last well-wisher had his fill. Tony himself had drunk sparingly. He did not like the feeling of being drunk and much preferred thin ale to slake his thirst. When they were finally alone again, he helped Rose with clearing the wreckage his neighbours had left in the living room, against her protestations to be sure. Little Emily watched them from her stool, and finally, Tony remembered that she too had something to celebrate. He rushed to his room, where the tailor's apprentice had dropped the parcels and sifted through them. When he had found what he had been looking for, he returned to the living room. "Happy birthday, Emily," he said, handing her the parcel he had brought. The child clumsily ripped off the paper wrappers, and a huge smile lit up her pretty face. "Mummy, look, a doll." Indeed, it was a doll that Tony had ordered from the tailor. Little Emily clutched it to her chest and beamed at her mother. Rose, in turn, looked at Tony with a look of deep affection in her eyes. "You're just too good to us," was all she managed to say. "Ah, forget it. It's her birthday after all." Tony tried to downplay the matter. "If anything should ever happen to me, will you look after her, please?" Rose suddenly asked with a slightly trembling voice. "Why, I certainly shall," Tony assured her. "You are both dear to me. I should feel honoured to take care of Emily. But why do you ask? Is anything amiss?" "No, dear. I am just worried I am the only person Emily has. You know, when my mother died, nobody cared for me. This is how I ended up in the Blue Posts. I don't want that to happen to Emily." "My dear Rose, be assured that I shall look after Emily if ever that need will arise. Does that soothe your worries?" "Yes, it does. Thank you for your kindness." "Now, Rose, let's stop this. You know damn well that you mean a lot to me, and how much I appreciate you as a woman you should know as well," he added with a grin. "I'll put Emily to bed now," she responded. "Say good night to the captain, Emily. Yes, you may keep the doll." "Good night, sir," the child chirped, and followed her mother upstairs to her room. Tony had asked for and received permission to sleep ashore, and later that evening, Rose joined Tony in his bed. There was no passionate lovemaking. Both were content to sleep in each other's arms, to enjoy the comfort of the other's embrace. A week later, using the weak puffs of the dying land breeze, HMS Medusa crawled out of Kingston Harbour under her topsails. Behind her, the ships that formed the convoy followed suit. The captains of the merchantmen were experienced in the convoy business. The war had been lasting for 8 years, and those who could not or would not learn to cooperate with the navy escorts had long since been weeded out by the French and Spanish privateers. Once the convoy caught the trade winds, Tony positioned Medusa to windward of his charges. From this position, he could reach each of the ships entrusted to his protection without delay. The 32-gun frigate was likely to be of superior strength to any privateer that might attempt to catch one of the valuable merchantmen. As long as each ship stayed in the prearranged position within the convoy, they were reasonably safe, and indeed, the 3-week journey went without any incident. It was a sunny Sunday in late November when they cast anchor in the Pool of London, and Tony was rather excited. He had been to London twice before, while still sailing in his father's sloop, but he had been merely a boy then. He was looking forward to visiting the centre of the British world. He was also anxious to get his command confirmed. He had to be posted in the London Gazette, the official bulletin of HM Ministry, to have his rank for certain. Promotion by the commander-in-chief of a foreign station was usually confirmed without much questioning. Yet one could never be certain. Therefore, the next morning saw Acting Captain Anthony Carter in his best uniform and with all his papers sitting in the anteroom of the Secretary to the Admiralty, Mr. Evan Nepean, waiting for an interview with the man who, in effect, ran the Royal Navy. After waiting for an hour, he was shown in. Mr. Nepean was the son of an innkeeper, but he'd had a stellar career in the ministry. He took his time studying the documents Tony had produced, then reread parts of them. Looking up, his clear blue eyes fixated on Tony. "You are aware, Captain, that our government is negotiating a peace with France? No? Well, it is so. As soon as an agreement is reached, we shall have an armistice. Of course, the Royal Navy will be cut down in size and no promotions will be authorised any more." A chill ran down Tony's spine. "You mean to say, sir, that I shall not be posted?" Mr. Nepean allowed himself a smile. "No, Captain. I mean to say that we shall have to hurry to get you into the Gazette. I gather that you have no interest in Parliament or in the Ministry." The relief must have been evident in Tony's features. "Thank you, sir. No, I have no interest, although Sir Richard Lambert has been furthering my career whilst in command in Kingston." "I see. Your father was the master owner of a merchantman out of Kingston, Jamaica?" "Yes, sir. He perished at sea in a hurricane. I was his second mate. and I succeeded in bringing our passengers to safety. I gathered that much from Sir Richard's letter of recommendation which we have in your file. Nepean nodded. We had better send you far away and out of reach. You realise that once an armistice is in effect, most of our ships will be laid up, and your modest frigate, if not laid up or condemned too, will be coveted by hundreds of captains on half pay, all of them senior to you. You will therefore escort 6 prisoner transports from Plymouth to New South Wales. The Serpent sloop was supposed to escort those ships, but she was condemned last week. Your appearance here is a stroke of good luck for us and for you. This should give you at least 1 year in your new command. Depending on the situation, we may send a replacement for your frigate to Kingston. Thank you, sir. Don't thank me, Captain. It's an arduous task to escort the New South Wales convoy. You'll receive your orders tomorrow, so you better make ready for sea. You'll be sailing in a week. Yes, sir. With that, Tony retreated hastily. If he was to sail to the other end of the world a week from now, there was a lot to do. A 1-horse cab brought him to the Whitehall embankment where his gig's crew waited for him, with John Little in charge. The good man could not get enough of the sights the Pool of London offered. Back on board, he informed his officers of their new orders. He secured the help of the ship's purser to assist Grim in replenishing the cabin stores. The members of the wardroom were anxious, too, to obtain sufficient provisions for a journey that would likely take a year to complete. Tony also ordered the crew's provisions to be examined thoroughly, and to take an extra consignment of Navy rum which could not easily be replenished in the Great South Sea. After he had inundated his officers with various tasks and responsibilities, he called his secretary and had him write several letters. He had to inform his faithful housekeeper and lover of the fact that he would not return to Kingston for at least a year. He also had a letter written to Mr. Rawlings in Kingston to arrange for the financial needs of Rose. Next, he wrote a few billets announcing his presence to the few people he knew in London. He hesitated and then wrote another billet to Lady Lambert, whom he knew to have taken residence in London. Sir Richard Lambert, her husband, was stationed in the Baltic Sea, as he knew. That finished, he let his secretary deliver the billets. It was well past noon when he had a short lunch. Afterwards, he called his gig once more and had himself rowed ashore. A cab took him to Whitehall, and he spent a few precious hours viewing the centre of the British world. When he returned to Medusa, he found several notes on his desk, mostly acknowledging his billets. One of them, however, was an invitation by Lady Lambert to have tea with her the next day, in the Lamberts' townhouse on Cavendish Square. She also asked him to bring along Andrew Lambert. Tony cursed himself for not allowing young Andrew to visit his family. He quickly wrote a note of acceptance to be delivered the next morning, and then informed his notu of the invitation. Andrew Lambert's relief was evident. He had not seen his family in almost 2 years. In the evening, Tony returned to shore and had his supper at a restaurant that catered to Navy officers. He used this opportunity to acquaint himself with several captains, joining a group at a dining table. He learned a lot about the situation in Europe and the state of the Navy. The older captains were helpful and kind to the most junior entry in the list of captains. Once the rank of post-captain was reached, all promotions and appointments were allotted strictly depending on seniority, the notable exception being the Duke of Clarence, second oldest son of George III, who was promoted with unseemly haste. Whilst this system made for a certain inflexibility, putting active young officers under the command of senior, sometimes less capable captains, it also served to reduce infighting amongst the captains and promoted cooperation. When Tony returned to Medusa, he conceded to himself that he had spent a delightful and informative evening. The day had left him exhausted, though, and he slept soundly until 4 bells were sounded on the morning watch. After a brief breakfast, he spent the morning in negotiations with victualling yard and navy yard officials to obtain enough spare parts and provisions to see him through his long voyage. After lunch, he had a meeting with his officers to discuss their progress. That finished, he dressed in his new NO2 uniform to call upon Lady Lambert. A rented cab brought him and Andrew Lambert to Cavendish Square, where they were received by a footman and shown into a tea room. He noticed that the table was set for more than just 4 people. "I suspect, sir, that my mother will entertain a number of guests," Andrew Lambert confided to his captain. "This is my first visit here. Father purchased the house after his return from the West Indian station." They heard light footsteps outside, and then Harriet Lambert rushed into the tea room and hugged her brother fiercely. Stepping back, she took in his appearance. "You look so distinguished, Andy. Oh my God, I am so happy to see you." She positively beamed at her brother, whom she had barely tolerated as a boy. Remembering her manners, she turned to Anthony Carter. "It is good to see you too, Captain. Thank you for taking such good care of my brother, and my felicitations on your phenomenal rise in the Navy. We all knew that there was a brilliant career ahead of you." Tony bowed to her. "Well, Miss Lambert, there is no need to thank me. Lieutenant Lambert took care of himself, and I count myself lucky to have him in my wardroom. It is good to see you again, though. I trust that you feel more comfortable being back in London." "Well, to tell the truth, Captain, I miss the sun. I forgot just how cold it can be in England." Just then, Lady Lambert entered the room. With a short, apologising look at Tony, she rushed to her son and embraced him. This outbreak of emotion did not last long, though, and Lady Lambert welcomed her other guest warmly, treating him, in fact, like an old friend of the family. The footman announced the arrival of new guests, and Tony swallowed, hearing the name of Sir John Jervis, Earl of St. Vincent. The First Lord of the Admiralty was a sailor of tremendous fame, having conquered the Spanish fleet at Cape St. Vincent in a battle that won him an earldom and the admiration of the public. Lady Lambert certainly was well connected to receive the Supreme Commander of the Royal Navy and his wife for tea. He realised that this arrangement was primarily for the benefit of young Andrew Lambert, but still, he was elated to meet the First Lord face to face. The tea turned out to be a pleasant affair. Surprisingly, and contrary to his reputation, the Earl was a charming man in a salon, yet he could not maintain the role of an idle conversationalist for long. Soon, he, Tony, and Andrew Lambert were involved in a lively discussion of the naval situation in the West Indies. If his knowledge of facts was astounding, his hunger for new information was even more so. The Earl, in turn, was pleasantly surprised at the depth of understanding the young upstart captain displayed. He had seen his papers this very morning when he approved the posting, and he knew of his humble background. He made a mental note that this young captain was worth watching. When the guests were about to leave, Lord St. Vincent took Tony aside. "I signed off on your posting this morning, so you'll appear in the Gazette day after tomorrow." "Thank you, my lord." "It's been good meeting you, Captain. Have a good journey." With that, the Earl stomped out and Tony prepared to leave too. "You are not leaving, Captain, are you?" Lady Lambert asked. "Why don't you join us for dinner?" "I really should not intrude on you, Lady Lambert. Lieutenant Lambert can take his leave tonight. I can return to alone." "But I insist that you stay, Captain. It would give me pleasure to hear more from you, and I am sure that I am also speaking for my daughter." "Mother," Harriet Lambert interposed, blushing fiercely. "What, dear? Captain Carter is a dear old friend and he'll be leaving London shortly. Be a good girl and keep the captain company for a half hour. There are things I have to show and tell Andrew in private. I'll tell Merryweather to have dinner ready at 7. Left alone, Tony and Harriet were mute for a minute. Tony was the first to speak up. "I hope that you do not resent my tasteless behaviour any more. I am really sorry that my thoughtless indiscretion hurt you." Harriet blushed more deeply. "You don't have to apologise, Captain. It was not my place to make that scene in the first place." She swallowed. "Please, disregard what I said that evening. I am very sorry." With a grin of relief, Tony lifted his teacup. "To friendship, then?" "To friendship," was Harriet's reply. With the ice broken, the young people began an animated conversation. Tony told her about the journeys and fights, about the life in Kingston. Harriet Lambert, in turn, gave an account of her life since they had parted. She confessed that she had saddened her mother in the last years by turning down 3 marriage proposals by eligible gentlemen. "I just don't want to spend my life with a man who already bores me stiff before we are even engaged," she confided with a rueful grin. "One suitor even had the nerve tell me that I should not worry about seeing him too often. He openly admitted to living with his mistress and their children." Why on earth would he want to marry you then? Tony asked, dumbfounded. The ways of the nobility and the gentry still puzzled him. He said his mother insisted that he be married, that his mistress is of course unacceptable, and that he might be cut out of his father's will if he did not marry and produce offspring. What about your own life, Captain? A bachelor captain in Jamaica must attract a lot of attention. I have hardly been on shore since I was given the command. There was no chance of meeting anybody so far. My neighbours came to congratulate me, though. When the last was gone, my house was in shambles, and my housekeeper needed 2 days to repair the damages. Oh, I heard of your housekeeper while still in Kingston. You did? Tony tried hard to contain his beginning blush. Oh yes, I even saw her once in the market. She is very pretty. I suppose she is taking good care of your needs. A little devil danced in Harriet's eyes. Quite. Tony decided to join the little game. She meets with, my full satisfaction. I see. It is so difficult to find good help these days. Harriet grinned shamelessly. Yet I imagine that the arrangement must be satisfactory for her too. She is positively enthusiastic about her duties, Tony replied in the same vein. Both young people burst out laughing. At this very moment, Lady Lambert returned, and she was happy to see that her daughter got along so well with their guest. Although she had discouraged the burgeoning relationship between her daughter and young Tony Carter years before, the situation had changed. Her daughter had acquired a reputation for being difficult, and lately, potential suitors were shying away from calling on her. Secondly, Tony Carter already had a brilliant start in the Navy, and he was certainly a man with whom to reckon, now that he had established himself. Therefore, she was quite content to leave her daughter alone with her guest for a few more minutes. Would it be impolite of me to leave you with my daughter for a few more minutes, Captain? She asked. There are a few household matters to which I have to attend before dinner. It will be my pleasure, milady, Tony answered politely, whilst Lady Lambert was already retreating. You realize, Captain, that you are in grave danger? Harriet asked with a grin. Danger from you, Miss Lambert? No, danger from my mother. I am 21 years old and unmarried. You, on the other hand, are an eligible bachelor, a natural prey for mothers with unwed daughters. I'll take that risk cheerfully, Tony answered, seemingly following the banter. But the look he cast at Harriet conveyed a more sincere meaning. That's what I like in a man, courage under duress. Harriet's gaze locked into Tony's. There was no hesitation or coyness now. Is there anything else that you like in a man? Well, he should be tall, with fair hair. And yes, he should be a Navy officer. What about his family background? Obviously, to find the right man, a woman has to compromise in certain aspects. Her friendly smile took away any of the sting that could be construed into her words. What about you, Captain? How do you envision the perfect woman? Let's see. I fancy red-headed women. To this, Harriet snorted. Redheads with freckles, to be more precise. She should have character too, and be a little adventurous. She should have a humble family background to make me feel at ease. But then again, one has to compromise in less important matters. Are we crazy? Did I mention that my ideal wife has to be a touch crazy too? You need not have mentioned that. It is understood. Who else would have you? All through their exchange they had moved towards each other on the sofa they were sharing. Now they were holding hands. Neither of them spoke. Both were contemplating the consequences of what they had just discovered. When Harriet's mother entered, they both had to fight the impulse to break apart and hide their feelings. It was good they did not. Well, it is good to see that you could do away with past misunderstandings. Harriet, dear, could you tell Andrew that dinner is ready? Thank you. Captain, this way please to the dining room. Sheepishly, Tony followed Lady Lambert to the dining room. He expected her to either reproach him for his audacity or to ask him about his intentions, and he steeled himself for either eventuality. Lady Lambert, however, did nothing of the sort. However, When he offered his arm to her to escort her to her seat, she pressed his offered arm slightly and smiled encouragingly. "Don't worry, Captain. I know what you want to say, but as long as my husband serves in the Baltic Sea, everything has to wait. I take it your interest in Harriet is sincere?" He nodded, and she smiled knowingly. "Well, knowing my daughter, I assume she is sincere too. Why don't you visit us some more in the next days? This should give you and Harriet more time to get acquainted with each other." "You're extremely kind, Lady Lambert. It is not the first time that I noticed this." "Say nothing of it, Captain. I have the future of my daughter in mind too. I don't think that she ever took an interest in any other man after those days in the longboat. You made a lasting expression on all of us, but for Harriet it has been more." Tony blushed slightly, and Lady Lambert took delight in his discomfort. In this moment, Harriet entered the room with her brother in tow. Obviously, she had told him something since he could not hide his grin. There was no further chance of private interaction for Tony and Harriet during the dinner, but he was invited for the next evening. When he left an hour later, Harriet made it a point to see him to the door, whilst Lady Lambert and her son stayed behind. There was no real intimacy since the footman stood in waiting with the Tony's hat and sword. Still, Harriet managed to press his hand briefly, and he kissed her hand with more feeling than courtesy dictated. The written orders arrived 2 days later, together with a copy of the London Gazette. There it was, under postings. Anthony Carter, Escorneurs, Captain R.N., HMS Medusa, Kingston. He had been posted, and his promotion was irrevocable now. Strangely, he had completely forgotten about his worries that some incident might still rob him of post-captain's rank. He set aside the Gazette for later and studied the orders. He suddenly remembered that his crew was still in the dark about their new assignment. Tony rushed on deck. The call for all hands brought everybody on deck, and Tony inspected his crew. In brief words, he informed them of the task to escort the prisoner transports to New South Wales. He saw a few men turn pale, and others wanted to voice their displeasure when he cut short any outburst. "Stop this tomfoolery. We are under clear orders. Do you understand?" "Aye, aye, sir," came the less than enthusiastic reply from the crew. One of the petty officers, Simpson, raised his hand. "Permission to speak." Tony nodded. "Sir, there's rumour that there'll be peace. We can have a discharge if there's peace, sir." Simpson had been pressed into the service, just like more than half of the crew. Tony felt bad, but he could not allow this to continue. His authority was at stake. "Simpson, the Navy will not be laid up on account of rumours. Last time I was at the Admiralty, we were still at war. Anyone who thinks he does not have to do his duty in peace times will wish his mother had died childless. If there's peace, we'll have one worry less on our journey, but still enough dangers with which to cope. Mr. Carson, dismiss crew." The rest of the day was spent with the various chores involved in making a man-of-war ready for sea. More paperwork and a hurried interview with the Admiral Superintendent of the Deptford Navy Yard took most of his time. It was late afternoon when Tony announced his plans to go ashore for the evening. The same footman opened the door for Tony, and he was led into the dining room, where he was seated next to Harriet during the dinner. It was a pleasant meal. When they had finished, Lady Lambert made a point of leaving Harriet and Tony alone under the pretence that she had to give Andrew a letter. Tony accompanied Harriet to the study where the dessert was to be served. Tony drank sparingly of his port wine, not being a habitual drinker of wines and spirits. Both sat on a sofa, and soon they held each other's hands. "You will be gone for a long time," Harriet began. "Mother told me that your journey will take a year." "That's likely, Miss Lambert. May I entertain the hope that you will await my return?" "Of course I shall. Yet will you withstand the temptations of the South Sea?" "You mean the fabled island beauties?" Tony asked amusedly. "We shall sail straight for Sydney Cove, and we shall not touch any of those islands. Even if we did, your picture before my eyes will harden me against any such temptations." With a smile, Harriet jumped up. "Please excuse me for a moment. I have just the item you will need." She left and returned a minute later with a miniature painting in a medallion that she handed to Tony. It was a rather good image of Harriet, obviously done by a skilled artist. It looked almost alive. "This is to keep my image before your eyes." "Thank you, Miss Lambert. This is beautiful. I shall cherish it and view it as a pawn of our love." There it was, the word love. Both realised it with a sense of revelation. "Yes, Captain, this is a token of my love for you," Harriet answered in a small voice. "Will you call me Harriet now?" "With pleasure, Harriet. As you know, I was christened Anthony, but my friends call me Tony." "I'll call you Tony then, my love." A moment later, she was lying in his arms, their lips joined in a feverish kiss. They could not get enough of each other. They kissed until a friendly voice made them separate. "I fear that the captain must return to his ship," Lady Lambert told them as if nothing had happened. "After all, his is in command and must not sleep ashore." Harriet nodded bravely. "Of course, Mother," she answered. "Will you visit again tomorrow, Tony?" "With the greatest pleasure and with deep gratitude, Harriet." "I shall show you to the door, dearest," Harriet said. Tony bowed to Lady Lambert and kissed her hand. "You are very kind, milady." "Speak not of it, my dear Captain. You are welcome in this house. We all wish for your speedy and safe return. Of course, this is for my son's sake, too. We shall dine at 7 tomorrow." "I shall be there, milady." Harriet then showed him to the door. This time she ignored the waiting footman and gave Tony a passionate kiss. Both young people were breathing heavily when they parted, whilst the footman kept a straight face, albeit with obvious difficulty. Then Tony was out in the night, returning to the pool and to his ship. October 1801. 2 days later, and after a tearful farewell between Tony and Harriet, Medusa weighed anchor. Under the prevailing western breeze, sailing the frigate downriver from London was easy enough, but that changed once they reached the Channel. It took them 4 days of clawing up against westerly winds before they reached Plymouth, where they were joined by 4 prison transports and 3 supply ships. A 5th transport was not yet ready, waiting for another consignment of convicts from a prison in the North Country. The 4 other captains insisted on sailing, saying that the prisoners were on board already and had to be fed. Tony pointed out to them that his orders were to escort 5 transports, but they plead their case with the Port Admiral, who sent a semaphore message to London. New orders were made out for Medusa to sail with the 5 transports ready for sea. The 6th transport, the brig Pretty Jane, was to sail later without escort. With direct orders from the Admiralty, Tony shrugged and readied his convoy for sailing. He assumed that the armistice negotiations with France were making headway, reducing the risk for British shipping. Indeed, it was a day after the armistice with France was proclaimed when Medusa, followed by a convoy of 5, weighed anchor and left Plymouth. En route on a westward course, they met the ships of the Mid-Channel Squadron. Those were already returning from the blockade of Brest, and their darkened, patched sails spoke of months of sustained duty in all sorts of weather. Medusa received signal from the flagship, Victory, 98, for Tony to report to the Admiral. The convoy hove to, and Tony was rowed across to the flagship, where he was led before Admiral Sir Charles Parker. "Good day, Captain, and sorry to delay you." "Good day, Sir Charles." "To make this short, Captain, you still have your wartime crew, haven't you?" "Yes, Sir Charles." "Your pressed men couldn't get a discharge, could they?" "No, Sir Charles." "Here's the deal, Captain. There's a lot of sailors on board my flagship who'd prefer to stay in the service. Volunteers, you see. They'll be more than happy to trade places with any of your ship's company who want to have a discharge. That will leave you with a crew of volunteers, and I'll know that my men won't starve on the quays." Tony's face brightened. "I have over 140 pressed men, Sir Charles, but I am a bit under complement. I can accommodate up to 15 additional crew." "I can easily find 150 and more willing to muster in a frigate, Captain. Captain Macfarlane," he spoke to his Chief of Staff, "be so kind and ask the squadron for volunteers. We can finish this within an hour." "Thank you, Captain. I appreciate your cooperation." "It is me who has to thank you, Sir Charles. Should I return to my ship to organise the exchange?" "Yes, by all means, Captain. Have a safe trip. You're headed for New South Wales?" Tony affirmed this. "Great chance for you, Captain. Never had a chance myself of sailing the South Sea. Always the bloody blockade duty. Well, you better be on your way." Tony had himself rowed back to the Medusa. To his surprise, only 135 of the 143 pressed sailors wanted to leave the ship and the service. When the volunteers from the mid-channel squadron arrived, and those other men had left, Medusa had 15 men over her full complement, all volunteers. This was a rare luxury for a Navy captain. Only the purser, Mr. Matthews, made a long face, since he had to feed those extra men, upsetting his previous calculations. They made good progress in the following days and weeks, and finished the first leg of the journey to St. Helena in good time. They took water there, and inevitably, the officers were invited to dine with the governor. Tony was seated with the governor whilst his officers sat with the officers of the garrison. They were grilled by their hosts about the newest gossip from England, but it was also nice to eat fresh food and drink cooled wine. 3 days later, they sailed again. They sailed south past the Cape of Good Hope, and then made a straight east-northeastern dash for the Timor Straits south of Sumatra. Other convoys usually took the southern route along the Roaring Forties, but Tony's orders specified to look into the situation along Timor and Torres Straits. This would delay them by weeks, but it might benefit the prisoners for whom the rough southern route had to be a horror. The Timor Strait is a narrow stretch of water between the island of Timor and the Australian continent. It was a part of the journey where the greatest danger from pirates was looming. Tony kept his small convoy in close formation and his own ship to windward at all time. The captains of the convoy were civilian but were experienced men, and they did their best to remain close to their escort. They were off Melville Island when the lookout sang out his ship-ho. It was a brigantine that was approaching the convoy from windward on a converging course. A brigantine was always bad news because there were hardly any English ships with such a rigging. Tony's suspicion was awakened instantly. When Medusa came to the wind to investigate the strange sail, the brigantine altered course too, clawing to windward, clearly avoiding the British frigate. Tony resisted the temptation to give chase. His duty was with the transports after all, but he had misgivings about the suspicious sail. The officers had assembled on the quarterdeck. "Privateer or maybe pirate, if you want my opinion," the sailing master grumbled to nobody in particular. "I dare say you're correct, Mr. Boyle," Tony conceded. "It's a damned shame we cannot run her down, but our duty's with the convoy. He may have an accomplice waiting for us to be lured away." "By God, you're right, sir. The pirates in these waters are damned cunning. It's time for somebody to put a stop to them." "Not much of a chance for that, Mr. Boyle," Tony sighed. "I wonder where they may have their base, sir. Must be one of the small islands to the north. Let's hope the Pretty Jane will not run into them when she comes along this route." Tony thought about that. The Pretty Jane was the transport left behind in Plymouth, and she followed them a week or 4 later. "I guess we can try to find them at the entrance to the strait on our way back and escort them as far as the Torres Strait just to make sure." Mr. Boyle nodded, and more was not said. The strange sail disappeared over the horizon, and the convoy continued their journey through the Arafura Sea and the Torres Strait. From there, they ran southeasterly along the Great Barrier Reef, then past Cape Byron, before they cast anchor in Sydney Cove exactly half a year after they had sailed from Plymouth. Sydney, during that time, was the centre of a penal colony, and it looked the part. In addition, it was unbearably hot, even for those sailors who were used to the Caribbean climate. Provisions for the ships were also in scarce supply. The transport captains were also unwilling to sail before they had collected enough cargo, and that would take time. Tony felt uneasy about the fate of Pretty Jane, and after a few days in which the crew replenished the water stores, he left Sydney Cove to rendezvous with the straggler. With the next morning's land breeze blowing, Medusa left Sydney Cove. On the northward journey along the Great Barrier Reef, no sign of the Pretty Jane was seen, but Tony had hoped to meet the straggler later, beyond the island of Timor. He planned to turn around and escort the transport to Sydney. This was the plan, but the Pretty Jane had still not been sighted when they turned westward and sailed through the Torres Strait. They had sailed close to 600 miles on their new course when the lookout in the masthead sighted a small boat. Medusa bore down on the boat, which turned out to be a jolly boat. No movement could be seen, but there was a canvas-covered bundle near the stern sheets. Medusa backed her topsails and was neatly laid alongside the small boat. The boat was hooked, and a midshipman jumped down to investigate whilst everybody watched. He lifted the canvas and started with surprise. "There's 2 women, sir!" he cried towards the quarterdeck. "They look dead, sir!" "Mr. Turner," Tony addressed the ship's surgeon, "kindly get down into the boat and see what you can make of this." Turner, a portly man, descended the rope ladder with some difficulty, whilst one of his mates followed him with a bag of instruments. Almost immediately, the doctor turned up to the captain. "We need some water down here, sir. They both seem to be alive. Seems like they've been cast out in the boat with no provisions." "Mr. Bell," the captain addressed the midshipman, "is there any sign from which ship this boat comes?" "There's PJ burnt into the oars, sir. I reckon it's the Pretty Jane's jolly boat." "Very likely, Mr. Bell. Boatswain, have the boat hoisted up on deck." "Aye, aye, sir," came the reply, and within a few minutes the jolly boat rested on deck in makeshift hocks. Meanwhile, the doctor's ministrations had some effect on one of the women. Her eyes were open already, and she tried to speak. She could not, however, and made a weak gesture to her mouth. "Give her more water," Tony ordered, and sat on his haunches beside the boat. After the poor woman had another quart of water, this time with some rum in it, she was able to clear her throat and whisper a feeble, "Thank you." "Madam," Tony addressed her, "I am Captain Carter of His Majesty's ship Medusa. Can you tell me what happened? Is this the Pretty Jane's boat?" To both questions the young woman nodded. She cleared her throat again with an effort and drank another draught of water before she spoke. "I am Clarissa Durning. My father was Captain James Durning of the Pretty Jane. We were attacked by a pirate brigantine. My father was killed." Here, she swallowed hard. "Defending the ship. The pirates were too many. They killed all the men." "How did you escape then?" Tony inquired cautiously. "There is a secret hold under the main cabin where I hid. It was horrible. The leader of the pirates used the cabin, and in the first night he—" She swallowed and looked at the blonde girl at her side. "He had his way with Lucy here. I had to listen to all of it." She shuddered with disgust. "When I heard him snoring later that night, I sneaked out of my hiding place. I had a cutlass, and I cut his throat." Tony had to admire her. That had taken courage. "How did you get into this boat?" They had left the jolly boat trailing. I roused Lucy, and we were able to reach it from the stern windows. We cut the line and drifted away. Then we took oars and rowed in a southward direction. We hoped to reach the main shipping route. We had no hope, really, but we thought, under the circumstances, that it was better to die at sea. "Just a moment, Miss Durning. Do you know which direction the pirates sailed?" Tony interjected. "Northward, I think." "You are a brave young lady, Miss Durning. Did you hear anything about how far the hideout of the pirates may be away?"
The leader bragged to Lucy that she would see her new home in 2 days.
"Excellent, Miss Durning. That narrows down the possibilities. We'll find that hideout, and then you can watch the murderers of your father swing from a yardarm." Just about then, the second young woman slowly regained her consciousness. Clarissa Durning turned to her and hugged her tightly. "Lucy, we're safe. This is a king's ship. We shan't die." "You're safe. I'll still be transported," the younger woman whispered hoarsely. "Don't say that, Lucy. I'll do anything in my power to win you a pardon." "Would you ask her if she knows anything that may help us locate the pirates?" Tony interjected. The blonde girl looked up at him and smiled as much as her crackling lips allowed. "You can talk to me directly, Captain. I may be a convict, but I can talk." "Sorry, girl. Why don't you have some more water and then I shall ask my questions? Yes, please, I can use some more water. After she had slaked her thirst, she looked up at him. Miss Durning has already given me the story of what happened. I just need to know whether there is anything you know that may help us find those pirates and free the other captives. The girl tried to think and started to crinkle her nose, but the sunburn hurt and she relaxed her features. One of the pirates said we'd be living with them on their island and that it has a good, I don't remember the word, something with anchor. Anchorage? Tony asked. Yes, anchorage. He said they have their own village where they live, and that we were the women they needed to start families. He did not say anything of the whereabouts of that island, did he? No, Captain, that's all I remember. They were not talking a lot to begin with. Well, I guess I shall let you two young ladies have some rest. Grim, he bellowed for his steward. Sir, see to it that the young ladies get the unused chamber on starboard. Have the master-at-arms fit a lock to the door and get 2 cots in there. In the meantime, let them rest in the after cabin and see to it that they have some food. Aye, aye, sir. And Grim, see that they get a gallon of fresh water each to clean up. Grim nodded. Now, if you will excuse me, ladies, and follow Grim here, he'll do his best to make you comfortable. The young women stumbled aft and Tony went to the chart room with the sailing master. Together, they studied the chart for a while. Must be that small island east of Timor, if you ask me, sir. Very likely, Mr. Boyle. The chart says it's uninhabited, and there seems to be a good anchorage on the northwestern shore. We shall investigate it first. They set a course and Medusa came to the wind again on a northward course. The excitement of the encounter and the prospect of immediate action galvanized the crew, and it seemed as if Medusa herself was feeling the tension. The ship dashed across the waves on her new course, as if she were eager to see action. The officers made use of the afternoon watch for a gun drill, and the small detachment of the Royal Marines exercised on the main deck under their Lieutenant Walker. The 2 young women did not show, but Grim, the steward, reported that they were snoring in their chamber. In the next morning, Tony invited them to share his breakfast, and when they showed, it became obvious that the sleep had done wonders. They had also used some tallow from the surgeon's stores to moisten their parched lips. They were both a sight to behold. Clarissa Durning was rather tall, likely just a shade under 6 feet, and while she was by no means skinny, she had a slender, sinewy appearance. The even features of her face were framed by straight dark brown hair that she had tied into a severe bun. She held herself upright, smiled little, and did not behave like the 20-year-old that she claimed she was. Lucy Gutteridge, on the other hand, was apprehensive. That did not detract from the fact that she apparently had a sunny disposition. She was smaller, about 5.5 feet, with blonde curls, blue-grey eyes, a wide, full mouth and decidedly female forms. Out of necessity, both women wore men's clothes, but there was no mistaking Lucy Gutteridge for a boy. From her first words the day before, Tony assumed that she was a convict deported to New South Wales, and he was interested in how such a lovely girl had earned such a harsh sentence. Miss Durning, you already told me a few things about yourself yesterday. But how come that you accompanied your father on this journey? This was hardly a pleasure cruise. I am to meet my fiancé in Sydney. He is with the New South Wales Regiment, Captain Crombie. I think I met him at the Governor's house, miss. He will be grateful for your escape from those pirates, I'm sure. And you, Miss Gutteridge? What on earth did you do to warrant transportation? Lucy swallowed. You'll have to ask Judge Wilson, Captain. He sentenced me over an old loaf of bread that I took from the baker to feed my younger brothers and sister. My father died a year ago. He was an apothecary in Winchester. My mother had died 5 years earlier. We had used up all our savings and we were hungry. Deportation for a loaf of bread seems like a harsh sentence to me. Does your family know where you are? Yes, my uncle finally offered to help us and tried to save me, but the judge had lost his fob watch to a pickpocket the day before, so I heard, and he wanted to set an example. Tony knew enough about the way some judges used their authority to realise that she was likely telling the truth. Please, Captain, what are you going to do with me now? Am I still being sent to New South Wales? I have to think about the situation, miss. I'm not promising anything. I have to try and free those other poor women first. Then we have to sail for Sydney, to pick up the rest of the convoy for the return journey. As for you, Miss Gutteridge, we shall discuss your situation in good time. Bringing you back to England may be a bad idea, seeing how your transportation order still stands. I would do whatever is necessary to help you, Lucy, Clarissa Durning interjected, with a warm smile towards the other girl that completely altered her haughty appearance. She was actually quite pretty when she smiled, Tony realised. That's good to hear, Miss Durning. Now, Miss Gutteridge, Miss Durning told me yesterday that you were violated by the pirate. I know that this is a private matter, but do you need any help from our surgeon? The girl Lucy looked down, blushing intensely. No, she whispered. I don't hurt any more. It wasn't even as bad as the first times in prison. You were violated in prison? Tony asked incredulously. The girl looked straight into Tony's eyes. The constable who arrested me used my mouth. The prison governor had my maidenhood. 2 of the jailers also had their way with me. That pirate was just another swine rutting on me. I am appalled, miss. I promise that I shall do my best to help you. Miss Durning had tears in her eyes. Oh, Lucy, I did not know that such things happened. I'm so sorry. Tony felt that the 2 young women needed to be alone. Miss Clarissa, Miss Lucy, if you will excuse me, I have to leave you. Feel free to continue breakfast, though, and try to rest. Tony left his cabin for the quarterdeck to receive the report from the officer of the watch. They had been able to make good way on the northward course during the night. Medusa was showing herself from her best side with the wind abeam, and Tony realised that he had to plan for the landfall. They would in all likelihood reach the island during the night. It was a tricky business to make a landing on an unknown shore during the night. However, it gave them a good chance to take the pirates by surprise. He made the decision and informed his officers in a short briefing. The rest of the day was spent in preparations. The small detachment of Royal Marines, 50 men all told, would be sent ashore to clean out the pirates' nest, whilst Medusa would take on any ships in the anchorage. His officers and crew had seen this type of action before, and Tony trusted them to execute his orders even in the darkness of an unknown island. It was midnight when they first sighted the surf. Medusa turned to northwest to circumnavigate the island. As Tony had already calculated, the moon rose behind the light cloud cover shortly after midnight, providing them with the necessary light. It was close to 6 bells in the middle watch when the lookout sighted mastheads, and the crew readied themselves for action. Tony asked the girls to hide below the waterline, but Clarissa Durning was adamant. I want to watch you smash that scum, Captain. It is my risk. Please don't send me down. Having other things to worry about, Tony did not press the issue. They were now rounding a small cape, and the anchorage came into full view. Another mile, and the boats with the Royal Marines shoved off, and Medusa shortened her sails. Not a single shot was fired, or any other alarm was sounded before Medusa was laid alongside the pirate brigantine. They surprised the anchor watch drunk and asleep and made short work of dispatching them. Leaving a few sailors under a midshipman, Medusa cleared away and laid herself alongside the captured transport. Here the pirates were awake and fired their pistols, but the fire of Medusa's swivel guns tore them to shreds. The Pretty Jane was retaken with just 2 wounded on the British side. Having secured the ships, Medusa anchored between them and the shore, her guns run out, and a spring cable on her anchor. This way, she could block any attempt of recapture should the pirates manage to man their boats. No such thing happened, though. Lieutenant Walker of the Royal Marines had surrounded the dozen log cabins with his men. The pirates became awake and opened fire on the Marines who charged with their bayonets. This was done so that the captive women would not be hurt by musket fire. A fierce but short fight hand-to-hand ensued. 2 Marines were wounded by pistol shots, but most of the pirates were killed with cold steel. The rest were captured and bound. The standing orders of the Admiralty regarding pirates being caught were clear. In the early morning, as soon as his men had had a chance to eat and rest, nooses were rove on the yard arms of the Pretty Jane, and in short order, the surviving pirates were strung up. Clarissa Durning was present and watched the execution without emotion. Only when the last man had stopped twitching, she sighed. "Now it's over. Rest in peace, father." The captive women were still in the cabins on the shore at this time, and under the care of Mr. Turner. Most of them, he reported, were apathetic after the violence they'd had to endure. They had been spared nothing by their captors, and Turner feared that not all of them would survive, let alone overcome their ordeal. For the next days, the Medusa's crew worked hard to provision the ship and the prizes. Prize crews had to be detached, and Tony would be short-handed for the running of Medusa. He realised how lucky he had been getting the extra men from the Channel Fleet. 5 days after their landing, Medusa and her consorts, the Pretty Jane and the pirate brigantine, left the island on an eastern course. One of the freed captives, a woman who had in vain tried to defend her daughter against the general abuse, died of the injuries she had sustained. The rest of the women were slowly regaining their physical health. Surprisingly, it was the prim and proper Clarissa Durning, assisted by her friend Lucy Gutteridge, who energetically took care of her father's erstwhile charges. The women lodged in the Pretty Jane, which sailed under Andrew Lambert's temporary command. Young Andrew, now 21 years of age, took his responsibility seriously. On the suggestion of Clarissa Durning, he placed 2 of the women passengers in charge of the pantry. That took some strain from his small prize crew, and it also gave the women a task and a distraction from their haunting memories. It took the small convoy 15 days to reach Sydney Cove. However, not 5 days after they had sailed, Andrew Lambert visited the Medusa and asked for a private talk with his captain. "Well, what is it, Mr. Lambert?" Tony asked formally. "Sir, this is a rather personal matter, but I feel that I must tell you about it." "Yes?" Tony asked when Andrew Lambert failed to continue. "Well, sir, it happened yesterday evening during the second dog watch, sir. Miss Lucy was on deck and we were talking. This has become a habit in the past days, us talking, I mean. She's taking care of the injured women, sir. It would seem that she learned some healing and herb lore from her father. When I escorted her down the hatchway, she sort of stumbled, but I managed to hold her and prevent her from falling." Tony grinned. This was the classic ruse of a woman who wanted to initiate a relationship with a shy man. "Pray continue, Mr. Lambert." "Well, sir, it sort of happened when I held her. Suddenly we were kissing and, well, we ended up in my cabin. I am most sorry, sir, that I have in such a way betrayed your trust. But I fancy Miss Lucy, and I lost control. I shall bear the consequences as you see fit, sir." Tony could not help but grin. He stood and stepped beside the poor lieutenant, putting a hand on his shoulder and dropping all formality. "Listen, Andrew, did you force her?" "No, sir, she was more than willing, sir." "Then there is nothing to be said. You know, it's not a crime to fall for a pretty girl. We're officers, not plaster saints. I would suggest that you make a decision how you plan to treat the girl upon our arrival in Sydney Cove. Do you think that she cares for you?" "She said so, sir." "Do you care for her?" "Yes, sir," Andrew replied emphatically. "I see. I want you to return to your command and have a talk with the girl. Find out what she wants out of your relationship. Decide if you can give that. Then, let me know, and we shall see about it." "You're not relieving me of the command, sir." "For heaven's sake, Andrew, why should I?" "Just try to be discreet about it. It would be a bad idea to have your crew think that those poor women are fair game, especially after the ordeal through which they have been." "Aye, aye, sir." Andrew Lambert turned and left the cabin to return to the Pretty Jane, leaving a chuckling Tony. He wondered, however, what to do about Lucy Gutteridge. He doubted that Lady Lambert would be delighted if her son returned with a convict bride. He decided to have a talk with the girl as soon as they reached Sydney Cove. In the meantime, he had a talk with Mr. Turner, asking him about his experience with the Gutteridge girl. The surgeon told him how capable she had been with the injured women, even passing on her knowledge of healing poultices and pain-stilling teas that she found in the small pharmacopoeia Turner had inherited. She was literate too, and had had some education, Turner reported. Armed with that knowledge, Tony made a decision, and on the evening before their arrival in Sydney Cove, he sent a signal to the Pretty Jane to have Lucy Gutteridge transferred to the Medusa. Then, during supper in the after cabin, he used the opportunity to talk to her in private. "You are aware of the fact that Lieutenant Lambert's family will not receive you with open arms, are you?" he asked with a smile to take the sting out of his words. "I don't expected him to present me to his mother, sir. You have to believe me that I really like him. We were carried away, but it was just as much my doing. I shall never demand anything of him, but I would be eternally grateful if you could find a way for me to return to England and my family." Tony smiled. She played her cards well. "Your transportation order must have been lost in the pirates' attack. It seems that I shall have to convey you back to England," he said without expression. When comprehension dawned upon Lucy, he was rewarded with a beaming smile and a spontaneous kiss. She backed away immediately, making it clear that she did not intend to offer more than this kiss. Smiling apologetically, she said, "Perhaps I would show you more gratitude if I had not met Andy. Mr. Lambert first, but I could never do anything that might hurt him." "Don't worry, Miss Lucy. I do not expect anything. It would be a bad idea anyway, seeing that I am promised to Lieutenant Lambert's sister." "Yes, indeed," she smiled. Then she sobered. "Is this the reason that you help me? To help him keep his paramour?" "It's an added boon. Yet I helped you mostly because everybody seems to like you, and because in my view you did not deserve a deportation in the first place." "What if I lied to you about my sentence?" she asked with a raised eyebrow. "I admit to reading your transportation order before it was lost. It matches your story. Anyway, you can stay in a spare chamber for the time being." "Will that not raise suspicion, the special treatment that I receive?" "That cannot be helped. Just be discreet about it." "I promise I shall, sir. Thank you from my heart." 2 days later, around noon, HMS Medusa, with the transport and the captured brigantine, cast anchor in Sydney Cove. For the next days, there were 100 things to do. He also had to confer with the governor about the fate of the women. His Excellency agreed to reunite them with their husbands wherever that was feasible, or to find employment for them with the merchants' and officers' households. Miss Durning was able to sell the Pretty Jane to Captain Emerson of the Windrose transport, who would have his first mate sail the ship back to England. He was expecting increased revenue sailing the New South Wales route with 2 ships, and Miss Durning could use the proceeds from the sale as dowry for her upcoming wedding. After a week at anchor, Medusa and her prize were provisioned and left for the homeward journey, escorting the transports and supply ships. With the need to sail the Timor Strait dispensed, and with the brigantine crewed with the supernumerary Navy sailors Medusa had carried, Tony decided to sail the southern route rather than beating against the western winds to reach the Cape of Good Hope. Therefore, they headed for the northern tip of the New Zealand archipelago, and then steadily on an east-southeastern course for the 6,000 sea-mile leg to Cape Horn. With each mile further south, the western winds increased in strength, and not a day passed in which they did not log 40 leagues and more. At 45 degrees latitude, Tony had the courses stricken from the yards, and when they crossed 50° latitude into the furious 50s, they sailed under reefed and double-reefed topsails only and still made 8 knots and more. Strangely, the weather cleared for a few days at the southernmost point of their journey, when they were about to round Cape Horn, and they were actually able to shake out a reef from their topsails as they raced around the southern end of the Tierra del Fuego Islands. A few miles onward, they sighted a huge, white, floating mass, 2 miles to starboard, an iceberg. It looked beautiful in the rays of sunlight that came through the uneven cloud cover, but it was also a strong admonishment to head northward. With not much to do but to keep the ship on a steady course through the vast expanse of water, Tony had started to write a diary. Passing Cape Horn and then sighting an iceberg were the climax of their passage, and he made certain to include a sketch of the floating mass of ice into his entry for the day. Nevertheless, he ordered a sharp lookout for more icebergs during the following night, but in the morning, They gradually shifted their course to northeast, and the conditions on board improved with each degree of latitude. Later in that day, the course was changed to almost due north, and the top gallants were set again, giving them good speed even in the weakening winds of the South Atlantic. They sailed past an uninhabited archipelago, the Islas Malvinas, and started into the remaining over 1,000 leagues miles to England. Progress was slower now, but they soon reached the southeastern trade winds to drive them along the Brazilian coast, and then across the South Atlantic to the northern African coast. 2 months out of Sydney Cove saw them entering Funchal on the island of Madeira. Tony needed to know whether Europe was still at peace, and the British maintained a consulate at Funchal. A representative of the Portuguese Port Admiral came on board, and Tony gave his assurance that Medusa and the convoy were free of diseases. They were directed to the small harbour and anchored a half cable length from the shore. Tony obtained permission to water the ships, and he also found out where to look for Mr. Jameson, the British consul. Therefore, whilst the purser supervised the filling of the water casks, Tony visited the consulate. The news were ambiguous. There were renewed frictions between the British and the French, but so far the armistice was still holding. Portugal was friendly, but Spain would likely side with France if hostilities would be renewed. Tony received an invitation to dinner from Mr. Jameson, and on that evening, he and his wardroom officers were hosted by the Jamesons in their quarters. Mr. Jameson had 2 nubile daughters, and Mrs. Jameson was terribly disappointed learning that Captain Anthony Carter was wooing the only daughter of Admiral Sir Richard Lambert. Lieutenant Lambert, a more unlikely choice as the second lieutenant of an older fifth rate, also made it clear that he had an intended, something that raised eyebrows amongst his fellow wardroom officers. His intended Lucy Gutteridge had kept to her small chamber for most of the journey, only venturing on deck in the evenings and when Andrew Lambert was free to accompany her. The 2 young people had had no chance to deepen their acquaintance during the mad rush through the Roaring Forties and onward, but Lucy had dined with Tony most evenings. Since the captain's sentries could well see that the young woman returned to her chamber alone every evening, the gossip about her had no solid foundation, and most of Medusa's officers and men were clueless with regards to her standing. Now at Funchal, Andrew Lambert asked for and was granted shore leave together with the young woman, and they returned from their excursion with Lucy dressed in a new and colourful dress in the Portuguese style and wearing a pair of fine leather boots. She was also wearing a substantial golden ring on her left hand and had a permanent blissful smile on her lips. On that evening, Tony invited his officers to dinner. Grimm had procured fresh produce and 8 cases of heavy Madeira wines, and Medusa's officers enjoyed the food and the company of Lucy Gutteridge, whose sunny disposition lightened up the table and made the dinner memorable. She was a voracious reader, and had read each and every book on board the ship, and she seemed to have an impressive memory for the facts she learned. She could even discuss naval matters with a good understanding now, since many of the books she'd read were in fact dealing with nautical matters. This, and her new wardrobe, courtesy of Andrew Lambert, changed the perception most officers had of her, and her lovesick intended beamed with pride. A week later, and with all necessary repairs effected, the ships weighed anchor and started on the last leg of their journey around the world. The prize, now universally named the Timor, was loaded with a large consignment of Madeira wines. Tony had fronted most of the money, but he let his officers buy shares, and they all expected a good profit from selling them in London. Once they reached the Portuguese coastline, the trade winds were superseded by gusty winds from the west, and the ships were whipped northward in cold weather. The Bay of Biscay was as unfriendly as expected in late autumn, but the homesick crews did not mind that with the prospect of reaching England soon. When they entered the English Channel, they met a British frigate, HMS Clorinda 36, en route to Brest. They learned that the armistice was still holding, but that renewal of hostilities appeared to be a matter of weeks only. With that in mind, Tony kept his ships close to the English coast, but they sighted no French sails in the high winds and drizzling rains. Off Plymouth, Tony released the transports and supply ships and continued eastward with his prize. 18 months after leaving the Pool of London, HMS Medusa and the Timor dropped their anchors in the Pool of London amidst bustling activity. Navy ships were being reactivated in preparation of the expected new outbreak of the war. Tony reported to the Admiralty, and after waiting for 4 hours was admitted to the office of the Secretary, Mr. Nepean. For a nerve-wrecking 10 minutes, that gentleman read and reread the report. In the end, he looked at Tony over the top of the document. Obviously, somebody here at the Admiralty made a poor decision. Leaving behind parts of a convoy is usually not our policy. He waved aside Tony's attempt to explain. As I said, you acted under direct orders and no blame attaches to you. It is to your credit that you smoked out the pirate's lair, and a prize captured too. Well done. Your prize can run dispatches. I shall recommend that the Navy Board will purchase her. In the meantime, Medusa will join the advanced detachment of the Channel Fleet. At the moment, we only have the Hornet sloop under Captain Bugler to watch Brest, with the Clorinda frigate on her way too. You will join both ships on that station. Patrol the approach to Brest and report the preparations the French are making. I shall give you a week in harbour for repairs and victualling. There's no telling when you will be back in port. Your orders will be written and signed by tomorrow. I am afraid that I have to bid you farewell, Captain. As you can appreciate, my time is scarce in these days. Continue your good service. Aye, aye, sir. Thank you, was Tony's only possible reply to this rather cavalier dismissal. He took comfort in the knowledge that he would retain Medusa's command. He next targeted his steps to Cavendish Square. A uniformed footman opened the door and informed him that the family was not residing in London at the moment. Then he stepped back. When he returned, he produced a sealed letter. This letter was left in my care, sir, and my instructions are to hand it to you. I am most sorry that I cannot be of more help to you. Good day. With that, the door was closed, and Tony stood in the street with the letter in his hands, none the wiser. Quickly, he opened the envelope. To his surprise, it was not written by Harriet, but by Lady Lambert. My dear Captain Carter, it is with deep regret that I have to inform you that my daughter agreed to marry the Honourable Rupert Palmer, eldest son and heir of Lord Brougham. The wedding took place on the 9th of August after a very brief engagement. My daughter has been ill for some time, and I would ask you, for our old friendship's sake, not to try and interview her. Harriet made it quite clear that she cannot talk to you, for reasons which I am not free to discuss. I ask you not to exacerbate an already highly embarrassing situation. Please be assured that my husband and I shall remain your friends. With the best wishes for your future, Eleanor Lambert. Completely aghast and trying to comprehend, Tony reread the letter twice before the impact settled in on him. His mood, already darkened by the haughty treatment he had received at the Admiralty, shifted into a cold fury. Harriet had betrayed him. Not only that, but she had humiliated him. Thoughts of seeking her out, challenging her husband to a duel, killing him, entered his enraged mind. He walked to the harbour in a brisk step, thinking of what to do and how, his mind a veritable maelstrom of dark thoughts. Nevertheless, it was that walk that restored his sanity. Whilst stomping along his way, realization set in. There was nothing he could do. Harriet's marriage was a fait accompli. Nobody knew about their promises. If he, however, started a scene, the laugh would only be on him. To keep his dignity, he must show no hurt. He must not give Harriet the satisfaction of making a fool of himself. He would act unperturbed. It would be difficult, since thinking of her cut into his chest with a physical pain. Another thought hit him. Andrew Lambert would know about this. He briefly contemplated a revenge by accusing his second lieutenant of dereliction of duty for the affair with Lucy Gutteridge. But he knew that he could not do this. He would not exact a revenge by ruining an innocent and loyal officer. When he reached the harbour, he was thoroughly soaked in sweat with the exertion and the emotional uproar. His gig was waiting, and he transferred to Medusa. After changing his soaked shirt, he called his officers to his cabin and informed them of their new orders. He was curt to the point of being abrasive. He delegated the tasks necessary for the refitting of the ship after a very long voyage. They needed to renew almost their entire supplies, and they needed to do this fast. The week granted to them was barely enough. In the middle of the discussion, Lieutenant Carson spoke up. "Sir, whilst you were ashore, I received orders to report to the Admiralty. They'll make me commander, sir, and I have to take command of my new ship as soon as possible." Tony forced a smile on his face. "Well, my sincere felicitations, Mr. Carson, yet I cannot allow you to leave this ship before we had a chance to toast you. Grim, 3 bottles of the Madeira and glasses, quickly." The wine appeared, and the officers toasted the newest commander and cheered him. Tony shook his hand and thanked him for his good and loyal service. Then Mr. Carson touched his hat. "Permission to leave ship, sir?" "Permission granted. Good luck, Commander." When Carson had exited the cabin, Tony looked at Andrew Lambert significantly. "Congratulations to the new No. 1. It's always better to be promoted through an advancement rather than a death. You'll have a week in port to acquaint yourself with your new duties. I'll rely on you to keep Medusa in good shape." Andrew Lambert swallowed hard. "May I have a word with you in private, sir?" Tony nodded, and the other officers filed out of the after cabin. "Sir, I have received a letter from my mother about my sister and what she did. I am truly mortified, sir, and I would understand if you wished for me to leave Medusa." "Andrew, let us not pretend that this matter did not hurt me," Tony began in a strained voice. "But I need a loyal and competent No. 1. You are as innocent of this unpleasant affair as any man in this ship. I trust you, and I need you. So, unless you want to leave us for a different reason—" "No, sir. Your trust makes me proud, and I shall not disappoint you." "I'm sure you won't. Carry on, Mr. Lambert." Aye, sir." Perhaps it was a good thing that Tony and his crew had to work hard to ready Medusa for sea. After a few days, the feeling of loss had all but left his conscious thinking. Yet, the bitterness was only lurking under the surface, waiting to break through. Perhaps it was fate, perhaps simple coincidence. Tony had visited the Admiralty to check for any last-minute changes to his orders, and he was walking through Whitehall. Turning a corner, he came face to face with Harriet Palmer. A portly young man was at her side. His red face and watery eyes bespoke an intimate acquaintance with good food and drink. He saw that his wife and the strange Navy officer stared at each other. "Do you know this gentleman, Harriet? Why don't you introduce us?" "I am Captain Anthony Carter, at your service," Tony replied with a flat voice. "I am the Honourable Rupert Palmer. It is nice to make your acquaintance, Captain. Do you know my wife?" Harriet was still speechless, and her face was beyond pale. It was Tony who answered. He spoke in a barely audible voice for fear of letting his emotions show. "Yes, indeed, Mr. Palmer. I had the privilege to be of assistance to Sir Richard's family back in '96 when he was Commander-in-Chief of the Kingston Station in Jamaica." Harriet found her voice again. "Yes, he saved our lives when our ship foundered in a hurricane." Rupert Palmer looked at his wife with a fleeting expression of disgust on his face. This was not lost to Tony's eyes. Add to that Harriet's pale face, and the pain in her eyes, and Tony realised that hers was not a marriage of love. Inwardly he shrugged. Obviously she had married her husband for his prospects. "Is that so, Captain?" Palmer asked without much interest. "Then I have to thank you too. Why don't you visit us for tea? I am sure my wife will love to talk about the old times, eh?" The tone conveyed that Mr. Palmer was none too enthusiastic. "I am most sorry, Mr. Palmer, but I am about to weigh anchor. I only just now received my final orders at the Admiralty. Perhaps in the future." "Pity. Maybe next time you're in London, Captain. Been a pleasure. Have a safe journey and prize monies galore, eh?" "Thank you, Mr. Palmer, Mrs. Palmer. Good day." The Palmers resumed their walk, but were stopped in their tracks when Tony hailed after them. "Mrs. Palmer, have you lost this?" Harriet Palmer turned, visibly shaken. "What would that be?" she asked with a faltering voice. "Oh, this medallion. It bears you image, if I'm not mistaken." He held the medallion that Harriet had once given him as a token of her love. "You may keep it," she managed to say. "Oh, I couldn't. That would not be in good taste. And now, if you will excuse me, farewell." The panic in Harriet's face somehow pleased him, and he turned to leave. Now he was held back by Rupert Palmer. "What is this business with this medallion, Captain? Is there anything I should know? I have never seen this medallion before, and perhaps you can explain this." "I am afraid that I cannot answer this. Have a good day." That would take some explaining for Harriet Palmer, he thought grimly, whilst he strode towards the harbour. She had it coming, he tried to convince himself. Still, the look of pain and hurt in her eyes followed him over the next days. When Medusa left the Pool of London that afternoon, nobody on board knew that it would be a very brief detachment. They reached their station off Brest after 5 days, and found the frigate Clorinda and the Hornet ship sloop of 16 guns already patrolling the Goulet, the entrance to the port of Brest, the main French Navy base on the Atlantic. They learned that hostilities had commenced already. Hornet had had a skirmish with a big French frigate, the Loire, but had been able to escape. Captain Hosier of the Clorinda was the senior officer at the station, and he ordered that the 3 ships should take turns patrolling the narrow estuary. 3 days later, on a foggy morning, Medusa was running slowly up the Goulet against a strong ebb tide when the lookouts spotted mastheads over the fog, approaching from Brest. It was good that Medusa was ready for action with her guns loaded and run out, as always when she patrolled the narrow waterway. Tony suspected that the French captain planned to surprise the small Hornet sloop, which had patrolled the Goulet the day before, unaware that he would face a 5th-rate frigate with a seasoned crew instead. There were only seconds to prepare for the encounter. Medusa tacked and then, as the French ship closed in, turned. Both ships were a pistol shot apart from each other, on parallel courses, when their broadsides exploded in fire and smoke. The encounter had come about so suddenly that nobody felt any fear. On one hand, Tony was confident that his experienced crew would prevail. On the other hand, he felt a strange fatalism. So what if he fell today? Nobody cared about him anyway. With a conscious effort, he forced those glum thoughts away. Walking the quarterdeck, he directed the crew of the carronades, but he was also their position in the midst of the navigational hazards in those narrow waters. The broadsides became ragged since the better gun crews fired and loaded faster. The constant din made it hard for the officers on both sides to keep a cool head, and here the seasoned British crews had an edge there over the less experienced adversaries. Through the thick curtain of powder smoke, Tony could see the main mast of the enemy tumble and collapse. This was their opportunity. With the wreckage hanging over the gun ports, the French guns were momentarily out of the action. Tony gave orders to shorten sail and close in on the enemy. A final broadside was fired with grapeshot, and when the ships bumped against each other, Medusa's crew swarmed over the side to board the bigger French frigate. Leading the charge, Tony immediately found himself in the thick of fighting. Finally, the fencing lessons and frequent practice paid off for him, as he parried cutlasses and pikes, slashing and thrusting with his fine blade. Step by step, the attackers forced the decimated French crew back towards the quarterdeck. Now the French captain came forward to challenge Tony. He was a good swordsman, and they circled each other for minutes, attacking and counter-attacking. At last, Tony saw his chance when the French captain lunged again. He sidestepped the thrust and with his riposte fatally pierced the neck of his adversary. Already, a wave of Royal Marines had boarded the French ship and joined in the fighting, and it was this final onslaught that broke the defences. The French, or what was left of them, surrendered and were herded into the ship's hold to be guarded by the Marines. Meanwhile, the seamen in the boarding party made haste to get the prize under sail again. They also found out which ship they had captured. It was the Loire, of 44 guns, a large new frigate shipping 24-pounder guns on her main deck. Tony could barely control his excitement and elation. This was a decisive victory against a superior adversary, for Medusa was shipping mere 12-pounders. When the prize was under sail, they made for the open sea, and Tony was able to assess the damages. Medusa had suffered several shot holes under the waterline, and whilst they could be plugged provisionally, she needed a dry dock for permanent repairs. Therefore, after a brief exchange with Captain Hosier, Medusa sailed for Portsmouth, with her prize following her under Andrew Lambert's command. The wind was favourable, and they reached Portsmouth after just 2 days. It was a proud moment for Tony when the 2 frigates entered the harbour, with the Loire flying as red ensign over the tricolour flag. The church bells were tolling, and the crews of the navy ships, which were still fitting out, cheered them. The Commander-in-Chief Channel Fleet, Admiral of the Blue Sir William Cornwallis, was also still in port, and Tony was summoned to the flagship, HMS Ville de Paris 110, one of the largest ships in the Royal Navy. As Tony's gig drew nearer, he was awed by the sheer size of the first rate. Climbing up the Jacob's ladder from his gig was daunting too. Her sides were 3 times as high as Medusa's. Still, upon entering through the port, he was received with the full honours due to a junior post captain. A grizzled captain sporting side whiskers offered his hand. "I'm Captain Sir Reginald Molyneux. Welcome aboard, Captain Carter." "Thank you, Sir Reginald," Tony answered. "Let me show you the way," Molyneux offered, leading Tony aft on the upper gun deck where the Admiral's quarters were located. 2 sentries stood to attention as Molyneux opened the door for Tony, and they stepped into the largest cabin he had ever seen. Ville de Paris had a beam of 53 feet, and even here, on the upper gun deck, the cabin was still almost 40 feet wide, with sleeping chambers to both sides. The man who sat at a table covered in sea charts was impressive too. Billy Blue, the lower deck had named him for his large blue eyes, was a well-built man in his late 50s. He had fought in 3 wars and was now preparing for a 4th. Tony also knew him to have lived in Kingston for some time during the Revolutionary War. "Welcome, my dear Carter. You certainly wasted no time at all. Let me hear your report." Tony had his facts worked out since he had finished his report on the evening before. He briefly described his orders to advance through the Goulet to catch coasters trying to leave Brest and the surprise sighting of the Loire. The battle he described only briefly. The officers in the cabin had enough experience to fill in the gaps, and the full report was in his hands anyway. He concluded with an account of the losses and damages to both ships. "Neatly done, Captain. I see that you have your report ready. Splendid. Why don't you hand it over to Flags and we can have a glass of wine? Wonderful. Tierney, glasses and a bottle of the 95 Madeira." Tony sat down on the edge of a chair, feeling quite intimidated. The combined seafaring experience of the 3 senior officers in the cabin had to be a dozen times his own. "At ease, Captain. We're all on the same side, right, Molyneux?" The flag captain chuckled. Poor Captain Carter was awed from the moment he set foot on the upper deck. "What was the largest ship in which you ever set foot, Captain?" "The Victory, sir. Sir Richard Lambert and Lord Desson also received me at Admiralty House in Kingston, and I believe it's smaller than this cabin, sir." Tony answered with an attempt at levity. There were chuckles all around. The Chief of Staff, Rear Admiral Sir John Helmont, made a negligent gesture. "Believe me, Captain, each of us would much rather command a frigate again. Well, perhaps not your frigate, but that Frenchman you captured looks tempting. 44 guns?" "Yes, Sir John. She's shipping 24-pounders on her main deck, but only 8-pounders on the forecastle and quarter-deck. Our carronades made the difference, sir." "Captain, it's the men behind the guns who make the difference." "Never forget that," Cornwallis corrected him. "I read that Medusa is due for an overhaul." "I believe we logged 36,000 miles since I joined Medusa in 97, Sir William. We also rounded the Horn returning from New South Wales, and she's starting to leak." "We'll better have both ships docked and inspected," Helmont suggested. Cornwallis nodded to this, but he had another question. "How did young Mr. Lambert handle himself, pray?" "Exemplarily, Sir William. He was a very good NO2 during our circumnavigation, and I had no qualms accepting him as my No. 1.
"Do you think he could sail the Medusa?"
Tony took a deep breath considering the question, and he nodded when he exhaled. "He's very conscientious, Sir William. He'd need an experienced NO1, though. The wardroom is exceedingly junior. I see, Captain. Let's get your report into the Gazette and then we'll take it from there. The Ministry will love it. It's the first victory after the hostilities resumed and won against a superior foe. In the meantime, prepare to take your ship into a dry dock. Aye, aye, Sir William, Tony replied, as was proper. The Admiral then shifted the topic of the conversation to Kingston, where a young Captain Cornwallis seemingly had a grand time during the Revolutionary War, and an extended romance with a witch or an obeah, a healer named Cuba Cornwallis. Tony knew the woman who was a respected healer, who had even treated his father for rheumatism once. He was much more at ease when he finally asked his leave and returned to his ship. 3 days later, after the wounded and the prisoners had been landed, both ships were docked for the necessary repairs. The local Navy Board Commissioner also came to assess the Loire. She was a large frigate and almost new, and he determined her fair value at $25,900. 1/4 of this was the captain's share under the new regulations, almost $6,500. Tony was a well-to-do man now, with his total fortune adding up to almost $13,000. He had the means to buy an estate in England, and his thoughts began to move in this direction, when a week later he was ordered to London and to the Admiralty. Andrew Lambert also received orders to report to the Admiralty, and the Port Admiral, Sir Charles Dreadnought Foster, provided them with passes for the post-chaise to London. Tony already had an idea of what awaited him, and he wore his No-1 uniform when he reported at the Admiralty in the next morning. He was led before the First Lord with little delay, and the Earl of St. Vincent was cordial and effusive in his praise. My dear Captain, you have already exceeded the high opinion that I formed of you at that tea at Eleanor Lambert's. The Gazette with your report came out yesterday, and it does you a lot of credit. Thank you, my lord, Tony answered quickly. His Royal Highness has been holding himself ready, Captain, so I'll be brief. You will shift to that prize of yours and fit her out. We don't have enough big frigates, so she'll fill an urgent need. More of that later. Now shall we go and see the Duke? Yes, my lord, Tony almost squeaked. What was happening? Admiral the Duke of Clarence, King George's third son, held no official office, but he was a member of the Royal House and an ardent supporter of the Royal Navy, in which he had served honourably in his younger years. He was all friendliness when the Earl introduced Tony and shook his hand for almost a minute. My dear Captain, His Majesty is exceedingly satisfied with your service, and commanded me to bestow on you the Royal Navy Gold Medal, for you to wear as a sign of the great esteem in which His Majesty holds you. With that, the Duke slipped a silk band with a large gold medal over Tony's head. My sincerest felicitations, Captain. Thank you, Your Highness, Tony answered with an effort. He felt overwhelmed. No, my dear Captain, we thank you for your brave and loyal service. Tony caught the Earl's eyes and realised that his time allotment with the Duke was over, and after a few more mutual expressions of gratitude, the Earl led him back to his own offices. Once there, he was offered a glass of sherry, and then the Earl gave Tony the first pointers. You will assume the command of that Frenchman you captured, Captain. She'll be renamed the Clyde. We'll rate her at 44 guns too, and she's given priority for the necessary refit and repairs. We estimate her to be ready in 4 weeks' time. You will then sail her for San Domingo. Boney's brother-in-law has left a mess there. His expedition force no longer exists, and the blacks own the island again. I want you to contact the black leaders and find out to what they are up. Offer them a non-aggression treaty. If they don't bother us, neither will we bother them. Have them know, however, that we shan't allow piracy or any funny business in Jamaica. You will hear more at the Foreign Office this afternoon. Tony perked his ears at that. This would be an important mission, no doubt. You can transfer your crew to your new ship. The reports from the dockyard say that Medusa has to undergo a more lengthy repair. She's been in continuous service for over 7 years, and she urgently needs a full revision, not just some repairs. We do not have the time to wait that long. Besides, that Frenchman is the better ship and will be your reward. We shall send you some replacements for the officers and crews you lost. My lord, I did not lose officers, Tony interjected. Yes, but you will, the Earl smiled. Young Lambert will be posted as captain in the Medusa. On the surface, it's a compliment to you, but we also have to make our old friend, Sir Richard Lambert, happy, eh? Tony sighed. I am sure Andrew Lambert will be a good captain for the Medusa, sir, yet I need at least one experienced officer, my lord. I lost 2 no-1s in the last month. We have the right man for you, Lieutenant Mr. Fortescue, commissioned in '98. Sounds rich, my lord, Tony remarked. Indeed, a sprig of the nobility. Has experience, though. His last appointment was flag lieutenant under Sir James Saumarez. They did not get along, and Sir James wanted to get shot of him. First lieutenant in a frigate will be a splendid new start for the young man, and that will please his uncle, Lord Parry. Who is one of the civil lords, my lord? Precisely, Carter. Isn't it amazing how flawlessly the cogs of nepotism interact? St. Vincent's cynicism was blatant. Tony's head was whirling already, but when St. Vincent dismissed him, he was whisked away by a succession of admirals and secretaries who gave him instructions, written and oral. Then, he was sent to the Foreign Office where a real Under-Secretary of State took time out of his schedule to give Tony information about the political situation on Saint-Domingue and the aims His Majesty's government were pursuing. His lordship was delighted to hear that Tony spoke a little French and Spanish, and was knowledgeable of the overall situation in the Caribbean. It was early evening when a tired and famished Tony Carter left Whitehall. Some clerk at the Admiralty had secured a room for him at the Royal George Inn, where the post-chaise to Portsmouth would pick him up in the next morning. After changing his shirt and uniform coat, he returned to the guest room and ordered a dinner worthy of the occasion. He was delighted when Andrew Lambert entered the guest room. They told me that you are lodging here, and I wanted to offer my felicitations, sir. Well, my felicitations to you, Captain Lambert. Have a seat. We have a lot to celebrate. Yes, indeed, thank you, sir. It was a nice evening. Over wine and cheese they discussed and compared the qualities of Medusa and Clyde, Nay Loire. When the professional topics were exhausted, talk turned to personal matters. Harriet was terribly distressed over meeting you. At first I thought she had it all coming the way she treated you, but something is wrong and I am worried about her. I have never seen her so subdued and listless. I suppose it was stupid and petty of me to embarrass her, Tony admitted. I shouldn't have done it. Well, there's no use crying over spilt milk, is there? She's married to that Rupert Palmer now, and I shall get over it. How's the girl, Lucy? Everything was cleared up, Andrew beamed. I asked my parent to offer her a place to live, but my sister surprised me by inviting her to stay with her. Father wrote to the judge in Winchester, and her sentence was recanted. She is attending a finishing school to complete her education. I suppose now that I am a captain, we can become engaged. You really fancy the girl, then? Yes. You know her, sir. She is a good girl and very brave. Smart, too. You know, I wish you all the luck. Should I be in England when you'll marry her, I shall gladly attend the wedding. That is, if your family approves. They will, of course, sir. They are very proud of you. Mother would have liked you for her son-in-law. She is not enthusiastic about Rupert Palmer. He is supposed to be a gambler, and rumour has it that he squanders his allowance on cards and loose women. I think Harriet made a big mistake if it was her decision at all. Well, spilt milk again. Enough of her. Shall we order another bottle? I'm sorry, sir, but I need to get on my way. I promised Lucy a late visit tonight. Right. I had better turn in. It has been quite a demanding day. I shall finish this glass, but don't let me keep you. Thank you for dropping by. I wish you all the best in your new command, but I expect to see you in Portsmouth. Thank you, sir. I am very grateful for all the things I learned from you. Goodbye. When Andrew Lambert had left, Tony looked at his fob watch. It was nearly 8 o'clock. It was not yet time to turn in. Idly, he let his gaze sweep over the guest room. Across from his own table, an elderly gentleman was sitting with a beautiful young woman. She was wearing expensive jewellery and an excellently tailored dress that drew attention to her trim figure. Although she was by no means flat-chested, she had a body that did not need a corset. Her chestnut-coloured hair contrasted nicely with her creamy skin and bright blue eyes. A generously proportioned nose and full red lips completed an attractive image. The elderly gentleman was obviously trying to charm the young woman somewhat clumsily. Tony supposed her to be an actress on a night out with her benefactor. Whilst he watched the couple surreptitiously, the awkward tete, a tete was suddenly interrupted when a stately lady entered the common room and confronted the pair. "Well, what a surprise, Mortimer! And in charming company too. Why don't you introduce me to the woman?" she asked belligerently, making woman sound like a swear word. The young woman blushed pink with embarrassment, and the older man was literally squirming in his chair. When neither of them found words, Tony decided to interfere. "I am afraid that there is a misunderstanding, madam. I am Captain Anthony Carter, and the young lady is my dinner guest. She only joined your husband briefly when he professed his admiration for her." He pointed at his table, which was clearly set for two. "Yes, indeed, dear," the old man chimed in hastily. "It was just a chance meeting. I recognised her from the wonderful performance that she gave at the Drury Lane Theatre last week. Don't you remember her? She gave the Ophelia." His wife was almost convinced, but still suspicious. "And whose plate is that on your table?" she asked her husband. "Roger Wilcox, dear. He dined with me. We had a talk about a business that he wishes me to support." It was now the lady's turn to blush in embarrassment. "I am deeply sorry for any offence I offered, Miss Hayworth, wasn't it? Of course I remember you. I shall remember my manners better next time. Shall we leave now, or do you wish to have some more wine, Mortimer?" Mortimer. What's-his-name almost choked. "No, dear. I was finished. Let us leave." He turned to Tony and the young woman. "Please excuse the misunderstanding, Miss Hayworth. Captain, madam, have a good night." They left, and the young actress eyed Tony for a moment before sauntering over to his table. Tony rose and held her chair whilst she sat down. She smiled up at him. "That was very nice of you to interfere on my behalf. It was very embarrassing. I hate that part of my profession. Have you seen me in the theatre too?" "I'm afraid not, madam. I am rather new to London. I am from Kingston, Jamaica, and not part of the London Society." "Vying for a command at the Admiralty? London's full of captains right now." She smiled to take any sting out of these words. "Oh no, I have a command. If you want to know, I was ordered to London to receive the Royal Navy Gold Medal for an action we fought a fortnight ago. Captain Anthony Carter, at your service." The actress's eyes lit up. "You captured that French frigate off Brest, didn't you? I read about it in the London Gazette a few days ago." Tony admitted that he had. "Are you dining alone on such an evening?" "As you could see, madam, I dined with a fellow officer and friend. But apart from him, I have neither friends nor family in London. But you did not tell me your name." "Anita Hayworth." "I must remember to visit the theatre when I next return to London." "Admit it. You never heard of me in your life." "Guilty as charged, madam. As I said, I am from Jamaica, and I spent the sum total of 3 weeks in London in my entire life." "This is quite amusing. Half the cavaliers of London are pressing me to dine with them, yet here I sit with the one man who never heard of me before." "Does that hurt your vanity?" Tony asked, cocking his head. "Immensely," the woman laughed. "What shall we do now?" "Well, I could order another bottle of wine, else I could walk you home. First one, then the other, if that suits you, Captain." "I wouldn't know of a more delightful way to spend the remainder of this evening," Tony answered. He raised his hand, and when a waiter appeared, ordered another bottle of Madeira and a new plate of cheese. For the next hour and more they continued their conversation. She gave Tony the gossip of London. Among other things, he found out to his secret delight that Rupert Palmer had spent more than 1,000 on gifts for the lovely Miss Hayworth, without reaping any benefits, as she assured Tony. She found Tony a good listener, and was surprised that he did not boast about his achievements, The men she usually met, her admirers, never tired of telling her how important they were. This man, however, seemed reluctant to talk about himself, almost shy. When it was time for the landlord to close, Tony agreed to accompany her to her lodgings. It was not far, and they walked the short distance in a companionable silence. Tony had a vague idea that his new acquaintance might be interested in him. At her door, she hesitated for a moment, but then she put her hand on Tony's arm. "Won't you ask me whether you may come in? You know, usually the men beg me to invite them." When Tony looked into her bright blue eyes, he was surprised to see that she awaited his answer anxiously, that she actually feared rejection. He simply smiled at her and bent down to kiss her full red lips. He felt how her lips began to smile under his kiss, and then she pushed him away at arm's length. "I almost thought that I had lost my touch, Captain," she laughed, obviously at ease again. She became serious. "Do not misunderstand this situation. I am an actress. I have to date some of my more generous admirers, but all those dates end at this door. Always. I don't know why I feel different towards you, but I do. Yet, when you enter my lodgings, you must promise me never to brag about this night to anybody. Will you promise that? Whatever will happen tonight will stay between us. That I promise. That, and I wouldn't know to whom I could brag. I do not know anybody in London whom I could tell here. Come in then, Tony. Shall I call you Tony?" "By all means, yes," he answered whilst he followed her. Her lodgings had several rooms, well kept and with good quality furniture. Miss Hayworth had taste and generous admirers. That much was a given. She led him straight to her bedroom, where she bade him sit on her bed and get comfortable. He complied, taking off his heavy uniform coat. He watched while she carefully removed what makeup she wore and combed her rich hair. Slowly, he loosened his stock and unbuttoned his shirt. He kicked off the buckled shoes and pushed down his tight-fitting breeches. Sitting naked on her bed, he watched as she, too, shed her dress, stockings and undergarments, until she stood before him in all her naked glory. "I can already see that you appreciate the view," she taunted him. Tony gave her an admiring glance. "You are very beautiful, Anita," he said reverently. "You are not put together too badly, either," she giggled. "Come now, let me give you my private thanks for your bravery. After all, you are owed a hero's welcome, and Clarence probably only shook your hand." "Greater reward I cannot fathom," Tony answered playfully. After that, they dispensed with words as they came together. Anita was an accomplished lover, but he found out that she appreciated his own efforts greatly. In a word, they were a good match. Later, as they lay back on the bed in a state of pleasurable exhaustion, Anita sighed. "I want you to stay with me for the rest of the night," she said with a dreamy voice. "Nay, for the rest of my life. We could just hole up in here and never leave the bed again." "We would starve," Tony replied with a smile. "And I don't want to die. Life is too wonderful right now. Yes, but tomorrow you will leave. You will go to sea again. You will sail to the ends of the world, and I may never see you again. What we had tonight can never be repeated, you know." "Why, Anita, don't you want to see me again?" Tony asked, surprised. "Oh, yes, I want to see you again. But we can never recapture this evening," she stated sadly. "That is true, Anita," Tony replied. He gave her a tender kiss. "But on the other hand, nobody can ever take this night away from us. We can keep this memory for the rest of our lives." Her eyes were moist, but she smiled. "That was nice of you to say. Will you visit me again? I mean, when you'll return to England?" "Wild horses could not keep me from seeing you, let alone any Frenchman," Tony quipped. She slapped him tenderly. "Don't make fun of me." "I don't. I shall visit you as soon as I'll return, promise." "That will be nice. Just see to it that you return." Her voice cracked during that last sentence, and the tears, long held in check, were now streaming over her cheeks. "Anita, darling, what is it?" Tony asked whilst he tried to comfort her. She tried to speak, but her violent sobbing made her words unintelligible. Tony held her sobbing form to his chest for a long time until she was able to compose herself again. Interrupted by single sobs, she tried again. "I've been through this before," she sniffed. "His name was Roland Montague, and we were engaged. This was before I became an actress. He was made commander, and on his first voyage he was killed by mortar fire from a shore battery. Torn to pieces, they told me. I have not loved a man until today, when I met you. You are very much like him. Be careful, please. I want to see you again. Anita, I'm very sorry for your loss. It must have been terrible for you. I always try to be careful, you know, but a flying cannonball is unpredictable. Do not worry about me. You'll see that I shall be back in a few months, and then we shall spend more time together. I promise." He kissed her gently and she responded. They were lying face to face, and she pressed her shapely body against his. The tension they had both felt moments ago was momentarily forgotten, and Tony felt his strength returning. She noticed too, and a bit of levity returned to her voice. "One more time before you must leave." When they had finished their second coupling of the night, Anita snuggled against him. "Can you spend the rest of the night with me, love?" "Afraid not, Anita. The post-chaise will pick me up at the George at 7. If I fall asleep now, I shall never wake up in time." "What shall we do then?" she asked. "How about we sit together until I have to leave?" "That will be nice. Yes." She smiled and jumped from the bed. Tony admired her slender body, the bouncing curls of her chestnut hair, the graceful neck, and... "Control yourself," he ordered himself, and he flung himself from the bed into a standing position. Anita was already at the washstand. She turned to him and began to clean his body with a wet cloth. The cool water on his skin reinvigorated him. When she was finished, he took the cloth from her and gently cleansed her body. It was all they could do to resist the temptation to tumble back into the bed. Yet they dressed and sat at a table, spending the remainder of the night talking to each other. Neither of them wanted to touch sensitive topics. When the time came for Tony to return to the George, Anita simply hugged him. "Farewell, Tony. Be safe," she whispered in his ear. "I shall, trust me," Tony responded, and after a final chaste kiss on her cheek, he left her rooms.
No.
He quickly walked back to the Royal George where the servants were already busy. He went to his room, shaved quickly, and packed his small valise before walking down to the common room. The coffee they served revived him, and he had a hearty breakfast. He was barely finished when the post-chaise drew up in front of the inn, and he climbed in whilst a servant of the inn handed his luggage to the driver. The ride to Portsmouth was a usual boring affair, but he managed to catch some much-needed sleep in spite of the swaying and jerking of the coach. It was afternoon when the coach wheels rattled over the cobblestones of the streets of Portsmouth, and finally came to stop in front of the Navy station. It was a tired Tony who stretched out in his cot an hour later, and he slept soundly until Grim roused him at 4 bells. In the next morning, he assembled the officers and crew of Medusa to inform them of the changes. Feelings were mixed, of course. For many, Medusa had been the only home for many years. Yet the larger Frenchman was a well-built ship, and that meant less work at the pumps and roomier living quarters. Over the next 2 days, all crew members and personal belongings were transferred to the newly named HMS Clyde. Lieutenant Fortescue arrived too, and was immediately immersed in the task of transforming a French ship into a British. The quarter-deck and forecastle 8-pounder touch-hole guns were replaced with new flintlock, 9-pounder guns and 32-pounder carronades. 2 long 9-pounder chase guns were also mounted on the forecastle. The sailing master, purser, boatswain and gunner remained with Medusa as the ship's permanent officers, and replacements were appointed. Therefore, Clyde had to be provisioned from scratch. Tony admonished their new purser, Mr. Woodward, not to accept old provisions and appointed Mr. Fortescue and the surgeon, Mr. Barrington, to inspect the delivered provisions together with the purser. Tony also had to furnish his cabin and stock his own pantry with food, ales and wines. The French captain had lived frugally, and the furnishings were Spartan. Stuffed cushions for the benches, good quality beddings, a large dining table with chairs, brass oil lamps, china and silverwares set him back by over 68 ensues. He also purchased a stock of books, mostly historical and naturalist writings, but also a used Encyclopaedia Britannica and other reference books. Most importantly, additional crew had to be recruited and drilled. Medusa could contribute only 260 sailors with the losses incurred during the battle with the Loire. An additional 50 to 60 men were therefore urgently needed to service the larger and more numerous guns. The press gangs that scoured Portsmouth for hidden sailors did not meet with great success, and the sailors captured were mostly distributed amongst the ships of the line that were fitting out. Exeter Assesses contributed 23 landsmen, mostly petty criminals and men who had run afoul of the morality laws. Tony also sent out trusted officers to recruit. He hoped that sailors still in hiding might prefer to serve in a frigate, rather than being caught by the press gang and doing blockade duty in the large battleships. Indeed, his officers were able to recruit more than 30 men over the course of a week, 12 of them real sailors, largely because of Tony's growing reputation as an active and fair captain. Including the Marines, he had enough men to sail his ship now. Whilst he was on shore and on his way to have dinner on one of the following days, he was approached by a young woman. "Excuse me, sir. Are you by chance Captain Carter?" Tony looked at her and began to smile. She was good to look at, of medium height, with blonde hair tied into a bun on the back of her head, a freckled face and a wide mouth. Gazing further down, he also noticed that nature had not begrudged her a well-formed body either. Far from being voluptuous, she still had a well-developed bosom, trim waist and not too wide hips. Her clothes were not costly, but clean and well cut. "I am he indeed, young miss. And how may I help you?" he asked, giving her a friendly smile. Feeling encouraged by his friendliness, she smiled back. "My name is Elizabeth Wilson, sir. I am an orphan, and I am living with my brother Samuel. He's only 16. He's been missing for 2 days, and I am terribly worried." "That's only understandable, Miss Wilson," Tony interrupted. He already knew where this was leading, and he wanted to cut to the beef. "I can assure you, though, that nothing untoward happened to your brother. He is on board my ship, the Clyde frigate, and a member of her crew." "But how could you press a young boy into the service?" she cried accusingly. "We certainly did not press him, miss. He was recruited by one of my officers near the harbour, and he volunteered." "But he is not of age. How could he volunteer?" Tony weighed her argument. She had a point there. He said he was an orphan and had no legal guardian. "We cannot investigate such matters too deeply, Miss Wilson. We're at war, and we need all the men we can find. A volunteer is worth 2 pressed men." "Yet I did not consent. You must release him, sir." "Miss Wilson," Tony replied patiently. "He was already entered into the muster roll. There is nothing I can do. He was rated a volunteer first class, seeing that he is lettered and had some education. If he proves himself during our journey, he can reach midshipman's rank rather quickly. If not, you'll have him back." "What if he is killed? He's the only kin I have left. He's all I have in this world," she cried. Then her demeanour changed. Her voice became calm and resigned. "What have I to do so that you may release him?" I'll do anything." Tony was perplexed. This was not what he had not expected. He studied her again. She certainly was no trollop. She was really offering to sacrifice herself for the safety of her little brother. "Miss Wilson, what you propose is almost insulting to me." He waved aside her protest. "How could you think that I would take advantage of your situation? How can you think that I would neglect my duty?" "I am sorry, sir, I was carried away. But is there nothing I can do to change your mind?" He came to a decision. "Listen, Miss Wilson, I am not unsympathetic to your plight. Here is what we shall do. Sunday at noon, come to the Navy Yard. I shall bring your brother, and you'll have a quarter hour to talk to him. If he, after that talk, asks me for a discharge, I shall comply." "But that's another 3 days, sir." "Yes, Miss Wilson, but that might even be to your advantage. 3 more days will give him an idea of the life in the Navy." Here, Tony smiled grimly. "However, I insist that his decision will be final. No more pleas after that. No tears. and certainly no offerings. Is that agreeable to you?" He looked into her eyes and she met his gaze. She slowly nodded. "I see that you can go no further, sir, and I am very grateful for the chance to see my brother one more time. I shall present him with my arguments and let him decide. How shall I be admitted to the Navy Yard?" "We'll meet you at the gate. Sunday at noon it is then." "Yes. Thank you for your understanding, sir. I really appreciate it." The young woman turned and almost ran away. Tony shook his head and walked slowly to the Admiral Vernon Inn, where he had taken quarters whilst in Portsmouth. Since Clyde was not yet ready for sea, Tony had asked for and received permission from the Port Admiral to sleep ashore. He was awaited at the inn by Mr. Hogsbotham, the solicitor. Tony had decided that there was little chance for him to ever live in Kingston again. For the time being, a house in Portsmouth would serve his purposes best, and he had asked Mr. Hogsbotham to look for likely objects. "There is an object that might suit your needs, sir," Mr. Hogsbotham said in his grave tone. The previous owner was a ship owner, Mr. Wolseley, who met with bad luck losing both his ships in a gale a half-year ago. "If you wish, we could look at the property right away." "Who owns it now?" Tony inquired. "The house was pledged to the Bank of Carlisle and Sons for a loan. They are in a difficult situation themselves and need to move the property soon. I think I could get it for you for a very good price." "How good?" "Assuming that you can pay hard money, the price should not exceed $1,600. That is within the range you mentioned, isn't it?" "Yes, indeed. Let us have a look before it gets dark." The house was just a few steps off High Street. It had a solid appearance and showed no sign of neglect. There were 3 floors, the first floor taken up by a dining room, a study, another reading room, and the kitchens. An impressive stairway led upstairs, where there were no less than 4 bedchambers with glass windows. A narrower, steeper stairs led up to the servants' quarters on the 3rd floor. Tony inspected these too, and was satisfied that they were comfortable enough and not too draughty. Most of the furniture was still in the house, and he wondered briefly what had become of Mr. Wolseley. "How is the neighbourhood?" Tony asked the solicitor. "A few wholesale merchants and ship owners, but also Admiral Sir Charles Foster." "Dreadnought Foster?" Tony asked, surprised. "Yes, indeed. Do you know him, sir?" "Only cursorily. He is the Port Admiral after all." "Of course. How do you like the property then, sir?" Tony looked around once more. There was nothing to dislike about the house. It was also close to the Navy Yard, and if an Admiral Foster was living in this neighbourhood, it would be more than good enough for a Captain Carter. "Let us close the deal, Mr. Hogsbotham. If you can get it for $1,600 or under, I shall take it. As you know, I'm about to leave Portsmouth in a week or 2. I would appreciate it if you were to look after things whilst I am gone. I shall also need a caretaker to keep the place clean until my housekeeper will arrive." "Of course, Sir Anthony, I shall take care of these matters. I shall go to Carlisle's at once to close the deal. You are banking with Coates and Palmer. For the signing, we shall ask a representative of Mr. Coates to be present, and the bank houses can arrange the transfer of the monies. Will you need an advance on your prize monies?" "No, Mr. Hogsbotham, I have sufficient funds to cover the costs." "Splendid, Sir Anthony. I shall send you a messenger." With that, the solicitor locked up the house and departed. Tony suspected that Hogsbotham was earning 2 ways on this deal, but he had informed himself from other sources and knew that the price for the house was a good one. After dinner at the Admiral Vernon, Tony retired to his room and began to write a series of letters. The first he addressed to Rose Mulcahy, telling her that he would give up his house in Kingston and offering her the position as his housekeeper in his new home in Portsmouth and a raise of pay. He pointed out the advantages for little Emily to grow up in England, where she could enjoy a decent upbringing and even some schooling. He also offered a generous severance pay for Rose should she decide not to leave Kingston. The next letter he wrote to Mr. Rawling, his solicitor in Kingston, asking him to sell the house in Kingston and to provide the necessary funds for Rose and her daughter, travel allowance or severance pay, whichever way she decided. Thirdly, he informed his business partner James Whitney of his impending move to England. Tony's father had already held a share in the shipping company of Whitney and Sons, and Tony had invested most of his inheritance in this firm. He had increased those investments over the years with his prize monies and his shares of the earnings. He now held a share worth over $4,500. Whitney and Sons had started modestly with 2 smaller vessels, but now they owned 7 sails, mostly 2-masted brigs, and Tony's last share of the earnings had been over $800. Even if he lost his command, this income alone would secure a comfortable life, not even counting the half pay to which he would be entitled. He asked Mr. Whitney to have his future earnings transferred to his account with Coutts and Palmer in Portsmouth. He duplicated all 3 letters, planning to send one set through the Navy mail service. He could still claim his home base to be Kingston, and the second set through the regular post packet that serviced Kingston. In the next morning, he received a message from Mr. Hogsbotham informing him that the deal was closed at 1570 and that he asked the parties involved into his office at 2 o'clock. After spending the morning on board his ship and directing the efforts to commission her for the Royal Navy, Tony met with the 2 bank representatives and the lawyer, and they shook hands over the sale. Mr. Hogsbotham then wrote the contract, and by evening, Tony held the deed over the house. He left instructions with the solicitor regarding the safekeeping of his possessions, and he also wrote a will. He owned a lot of property and moneys now, with more likely to come in soon, and he had no natural heir. In his will, he bequeathed half of his possessions to Rose Mulcahy. The other half he made out to Anita Hayworth, reasoning that they were his only friends outside of the elder Lamberts and Andrew. Mr. Hogsbotham's eyes almost popped out of his head when he read Anita's name on the will. Of course he had heard of her. He longed to ask what the words, "to my dear friend Anita Hayworth" implied, but discretion won over. When they were finished with their business, both men relaxed for an hour and enjoyed a glass of sherry in the solicitor's study. Tony left in the early evening, satisfied that he had settled his personal affairs as best he could. The refitting of Clyde proceeded slowly. The dockyard was overworked with the commissioning of all the men-of-war that had been laid up during the armistice, as was the victualling yard. Fortunately, Mr. Fortescue proved himself to be a resourceful first lieutenant, supervising and organising most of the work and delegating lesser tasks to other officers and warrant officers. Since no Navy agency worked on Sundays, Tony let his overworked men rest for a full day. A little before noon, he had Samuel Wilson brought before him and told him about the conversation with the boy's sister. "But sir, I don't want to quit," the boy said obstinately. "I aspire to become an officer and a gentleman, sir." Tony smiled at the boy. "Did you ever tell your sister?" "No, sir. She wouldn't understand, sir. She wants me to become a shop clerk. That's why I have to go to school." "Be that as it may, we're going ashore now to meet your sister." The boy made a face. "And you better keep that face of yours straight," Tony snapped. "She will give you her mind and you will listen. Then you will decide and you will tell your decision her openly and honestly. It's what officers and gentlemen do when speaking to their kin. Understood?" "Aye, aye, sir," was the only reply the boy could make to his captain, and he desperately tried to keep the frustration out his tone and face. It was almost noon, and Captain Carter left the ship with young Samuel Wilson in tow. Elizabeth Wilson was already waiting at the gate of the dockyard when they arrived there. When she saw her brother, she stormed past the sentry and hugged him fiercely. Tony gave the man a sign not to interfere and kept in the background, not wanting to disturb. The Wilson siblings were soon in a heated exchange, the girl accusing and arguing, the boy sullen but obviously steadfast. In the end, the young woman obviously resigned. Her tone seemed more friendly now, and she hugged him once more before they both approached the waiting Captain Carter. "I told her, sir. I'm a Clyde, sir." Blinking away tears, his sister nodded, not trusting her voice apparently. "Well, young man, you know your way back?" The boy nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, sir." "You know what to say?" Permission to come aboard, sir? Yes. Now hurry back or you'll miss the food. Aye, aye, sir, the boy shouted, and with a last brief look at his sister, he bounded away. Tony turned to the young woman. I hope that you are satisfied now that nobody forced the boy to join my crew? Yes, Captain. It is obvious that you have one of your valuable volunteers, she answered. She did not quite succeed in keeping the bitterness from her voice. Still, I have to thank you for your kindness and consideration, sir. I guess I better be on my way home. Wait, Miss Wilson, Tony said quickly. I would like to explain a few things for you to better understand what your brother is doing. It's rather easy. He's been reading those stupid books of pirates and castaways and such, and he thinks that he will have a grand time. He does not know the reality. Tony looked at her questioningly. Our father was a sailor. He was torn to shreds at Camperdown. He was still alive when they reached Portsmouth. I saw him at the hospital. Mother made me go. The surgeon's mate said he was wounded by flying wood splinters. He died 3 days later of the gangrene. Tears were streaming over her face, yet she stared at Tony unwaveringly. This is how my brother will die too. Or he'll return a cripple. Those are the only ways to be discharged, aren't they? Dead or crippled. I have lived through 6 major engagements, miss, and so have the majority of my shipmates. You can die of a cannonball in battle, or you can die of the smallpox or typhoid fever in Portsmouth. However, in Portsmouth he can become a merchant's clerk or an accountant at best, living a small and insignificant life. In the Navy, with luck, there is no limit to what he can be. It may not be everybody's preference, but it's a chance he wants to take. Aren't you ever afraid, Captain? She asked him, searching his face. Tony grinned ruefully. Oftentimes, miss. But I have learned to suppress it. If you are afraid, you make mistakes, and making mistakes is what gets a sailor killed. Listen, Miss Wilson, I am about to eat at Carpenter's. Would you care to join me for a small repast? I am sure that you must be hungry too. I would not impose myself on you, Sir Anthony, and besides... Besides what? Wouldn't people take me for a trollop? She almost whispered the last word, and Tony laughed. When you're in the company of a captain, you're never a trollop. You're a courtesan at the very least. He laughed at her shocked face. I am only asking you to join me for lunch. That should not damage your repute, should it? The girl looked down at herself, trying to decide whether her dress was good enough. You are very good-looking, and your dress is fine. Tony laughed. The girl had to laugh in spite of herself. I suppose it is adequate. Where shall we go? Carpenter's, as I said. Elizabeth Wilson held her breath. Carpenter's was the best eating house in Portsmouth, save for some of the gentlemen's clubs where women did not have access. Are you sure that you want to go to Carpenter's with me? Absolutely. Now let us go. I am really starving. She was startled when he offered her his right arm, and he grinned at her. Blushing furiously, she took his arm and walked on his side towards King Street. The head waiter at Carpenter's swept only a cursory glance over the young woman before he showed them to a table in the back of the guest room. I am quite positive that we did not come here to watch the proceedings in your kitchens, Tony said pointedly, and the waiter showed them to another table in the centre. When they were seated, the girl looked at Tony reproachfully. He wanted to seat us in the back because I am too common for this place, she whispered. No, Tony answered casually. They do that to everyone who does not protest. You have to assert yourself or people will trod over you. Another waiter appeared to take their order, and Tony ordered for both of them. Slowly, Elizabeth thawed. She drank very sparingly of the wine that was served, but she appreciated a taste she had been foregoing for a long time. They both found the food delicious. Tony watched the young woman unobtrusively. She ate slowly, savouring the taste. She smelt the wine before she sipped. She used knife and fork with practised ease. At last, Tony broke the silence. I don't believe for a second that your father was a sailor. You grew up in a household with silverware and china dishes, And sailors don't own such things. Somebody taught you table manners too. She looked up guiltily. I never said he was a common sailor. He was the sailing master in the Superb. I had a good upbringing, yes, but when my father was killed, we could not maintain that good life. Now my mother is dead too, and I work as a seamstress to make ends meet. That explains the pretty dress, Tony observed. People judge you by what you wear, she said defensively. I like what I am doing and I am good at it. I am also saving money. One day I shall open my own shop. Is that your wish? Yes, I want something of my own where I can run things my own way. It will take some time though, and I'll need a man I can trust as my front. There is a vacant store on Mulberry Street, but the owner won't lease. He wants to sell. I need 2 more years, but then I shall have enough for a down payment. Tony showed some interest. Wouldn't you rather lease than buy? Yes, but the owner wants to sell. He is moving to Sheffield, as he told me. Just out of interest, how much is he asking? I haggled him down to 684s. It's only a 2-story house and not very big. How much lease could you afford? I couldn't afford more than 50 a year, at least in the beginning. But why are you asking? Because I have monies to invest, prize monies and private income. I have some capital investments in the shipping business, but I also wish to own property. What if I bought that house and let you lease it for, let's see, $35 for the first years? I shall see a 5% return, and you will have a good start. After 3 years we can negotiate the lease again. You don't mean that, do you? She asked incredulously.
Why not? It is easy to see. He pointedly looked at her dress. But you know your trade. I need to invest, and I like to have a steady return. I cannot lose, really, with property in the heart of Portsmouth. Besides, I have a good solicitor to counsel me.
Would this be strictly business, or do you expect anything else from me? Her level gaze held his eyes. Strictly business. I could have had those other things much cheaper last Wednesday. She blushed furiously, and he patted her hand. I apologise. I should not have said that. You were desperate. All I wanted to say is that I do not use leverage to seduce women. Elizabeth was quiet for a moment, contemplating what had been offered to her. Then she made up her mind. What you have offered is the fulfilment of my dreams. I most gratefully accept. Excellent. We should meet with my solicitor, Mr. Hogsbotham, tomorrow evening, to discuss the contracts and everything. Why are you laughing? Indeed, Elizabeth was giggling with her hand before her mouth. Her face was completely transformed. Laughing changed her from a pretty young woman into an absolute beauty. Between fits of laughter, she managed to whisper, Is your solicitor really named Hogsbotham? Now Tony understood the reasons for her merriment. Yes, he laughed, but he is very competent in spite of that name. She dried her eyes with a handkerchief. I shall behave tomorrow. I promise. I am sure of that. Now what shall we do? Should I walk you back to your quarters? That would be nice, Captain. It is not far from here, but I appreciate your company. Tony quickly settled the tab with the waiter, and they left. Outside, he offered Elizabeth his arm again, and this time she accepted without hesitation. What do people do in Portsmouth, I mean for entertainment? He asked conversationally. We have a music hall and a theatre. There is no theatre company in Portsmouth right now, but the company of the Drury Lane performs regularly. They will give the Hamlet here next week. I hear that the lead actress, Anita Haywood, is fabulous. She is the rave of London. Hayworth, Tony corrected absent-mindedly. So you have heard of her? She asked. I dined with her only 10 days ago when I was in London, Tony said cautiously. I regard her as a friend. You dine with Anita Haywood? Hayworth? Elizabeth asked incredulously. No wonder you would not be tempted by me. As I said, she is a dear friend. Do not start any silly rumours. Besides, you are a very pretty young woman yourself. Do you really think so? I think my nose and mouth are too big. My hips are too wide, and... Her self-depreciation was cut short when Tony turned to her and kissed her soundly on her mouth. She squealed, then relented. When he broke the kiss, she drew a breath as if to continue her tirade, but she was silenced by a second kiss. After that one, she stared at him for wordlessly first, but then she opened her mouth again. "If you do not stop this nonsense, I shall kiss you again," Tony threatened. "What was that for?" she asked weakly. "For my pleasure," Tony answered smugly, "and for your benefit. You are a very pretty girl. Will you believe that, or do I have to show you again?" A little devil danced in Elizabeth Wilson's eyes. "Don't you think that my freckles—" The third kiss lasted longer, and she threw her arms around his neck. Tony looked deep into her eyes, and he saw the invitation. After short deliberation, he led her to the Admiral Vernon and up his to room. He kissed her a lot in the next hours until she entirely forgot about her perceived shortcomings. Slowly waking up, Tony felt the unfamiliar sensation of another person stirring at his side. Slowly, the memory of the last night seeped back into his conscience. Elizabeth Wilson had proven to be a passionate and resourceful lover once she dropped the assumed image of a shy and proper girl. Before long, a tousled Elizabeth turned to face him with a languid smile. "Good morning, you darling man. I get the feeling that you are awake." "Very much so. How do you feel, Elizabeth?" "Splendid," she answered, stretching like a cat. "I have to leave for work soon, you know." "I thought you wanted to open your own shop. What's the hurry?" "I haven't given my master notice yet, and I have never been late for work. I should hate for him to be disappointed in me." That was an admirable attitude, Tony thought. "So you won't give me a chance to say good morning properly?" Tony grinned nevertheless. "We may have a few spare minutes," she conceded. It was only after another quarter hour before Elizabeth reluctantly dislodged herself from Tony with an apologetic smile. Within a few minutes she had washed herself, using the wash basin, cloth and soap. Tony quickly threw on some clothes and ordered breakfast. Elizabeth wanted to decline breakfast, but Tony insisted. They were both famished after their night together, and they made short work of the wholesome breakfast. Tony hired a carriage to transport Elizabeth to her lodgings for a quick change into her everyday clothes, and then to the tailor's shop where she worked. They made quick arrangements to meet in the evening to conduct their business, and then she went to work. Tony had himself driven to Mr. Hogsbotham's house, and informed him of his plan to purchase a tailor's shop on Mulberry Road. Tony asked the attorney to attend to this business, and to make out a lease for his new tenant, Miss Wilson. If Mr. Hogsbotham had any comments on the way Tony conducted business, he kept them to himself. After all, he would earn another commission, and the investment appeared to be sound. There was a small snag, however. Elizabeth Wilson was unwed, and she could not own a business or property. Only a widow was allowed to run a business if she had inherited it from her late husband. Mr. Hogsbotham therefore suggested, and Tony agreed, to set up a limited company owned by Tony, with Hogsbotham as treasurer, and with Elizabeth as caretaker and sole employee, her salary defined as the surplus of the business, after rent, supply costs, taxes and tithe. When Tony arrived back at the dockyard, it was to learn that the refitting of his ship was nearing completion. The taking of her stores would take another 4 to 5 days, but they would be able to sail for San Domingue within a week. In his mail he found a letter from Anita Hayworth. He had written the week before, thanking her for a wonderful evening. He had carefully avoided to appear possessive, not knowing how she would feel about their affair in the light of the next day. In her answer, Anita was non-committal herself, but it was written in a very friendly form. She wrote that she wished him luck on his journey and reiterated her invitation to visit her upon his return. Tony felt encouraged to write an answer in kind. HMS Clyde, Portsmouth Harbour, April 5, 1804. My dearest Anita, with great joy I have received and read your letter. It makes me very happy indeed that you will see me again when I shall return from my impending journey. My new ship, the Clyde, is almost ready for sea, and I assume that we shall sail by Sunday next. Although I cannot reveal my destination, I can tell you that my present task should be finished within a span of 6 to 8 months. I have purchased a house in Portsmouth, in High Street No. 18. It will be furnished and made fit for living during my absence. In the meantime, you may send correspondence care of my attorney, Mr. Reginald Hogsbotham, solicitor, of King Street, Portsmouth. I sincerely hope that one day, upon my return, you will be my guest here, and allow me to return some of the friendliness you extended to me. Whilst I do not want to appear rash, I would nonetheless express my hope that we shall have a chance to see more of each other. Yours in friendship as Anthony. His conscience was not entirely at ease with his recent behaviour. He had, after all, seduced the lovely Elizabeth Wilson. To write a letter to Anita Hayworth in this fashion almost felt like cheating. He would have to sort out the different women in his life very soon. After all, when all was said and done, he had to consider Rose Mulcahy as well. His long-time housekeeper did not expect him to remain celibate, of that he was sure. But she would not take kindly to sharing him with a host of other women once she was leading his household again. The next days were spent with the final preparations. Things were entirely different for Tony. He had spent his entire career on board the Medusa. To ready a different ship for sea felt very strange. The former Frenchman had its advantages, though. The main cabin was decidedly larger than Medusa's and furnished to his tastes, as they were. Fortunately, his new house contained a number of furniture items that had been stored in a third-floor chamber, which were of good quality and sturdy enough for use on board, and those completed the cabin fixings. His parents being frugal, there were no portraits of either of them, and the bulkheads had to remain bare and empty, for Tony was alone in the world and owned no paintings with which to decorate them. When, on the following Sunday, the newly minted HMS Clyde weighed anchor and set sail, captain and crew quickly fell in love with their new ship. She was no run-down workhorse like Medusa had become. She was almost new. Once she caught the wind in her sails, she felt springy, like a good sword, and there was no doubt that she was a much faster ship. The week in port had allowed the petty officers to acquaint the landsmen with their duties, but when Clyde left the Spithead and entered the open channel, the raw hands had their introduction to seasickness. Having lived his entire grown-up life on board a ship, Tony was not disposed towards this accursed condition. Yet, the new people, amongst them young Samuel Wilson, spent the first hours and even days of the journey retching and heaving and shivering in the cold. Tony saw to it that the new people were kept busy to detract them from their misery, and he worked them constantly around the clock so that they were too tired to stay awake in their watch-free time. After a few days, the recruits grew sea legs, and by that time they had cleared the Irish coast and were on a westward course. After passing the Azores, they caught the northeastern trade winds, and Clyde showed what a fine ship she was. Once on their westward course, they logged over 200 miles on most days. They had long passed the Azores when the lookout hailed his ship-ho. It was a ship-rigged vessel that sailed on a converging course with them. It soon became apparent that the strange sail tried to avoid the encounter by laying rudder to southwest. However, in the jungle and on the seas, flight provokes immediate pursuit. Tony had Clyde change course too, and the race was on. He soon noted with satisfaction that the strange ship was no match for his fast frigate. It still took over 10 hours before the chase was hull up over the horizon. Night was setting in, but the sky was clear, and the full moon guaranteed that the strange sail would not give them the slip during the night. The fast subtropical dawn saw the two ships less than 2 miles apart. After letting the men have breakfast, Tony ordered the Clyde cleared for action and her flag hoisted. Once the bustle died down, he saw to it that extra water was distributed to the men on their stations since temperatures were quickly rising. Finally, shortly before noon, the strange ship was in range, and he ordered a shot over her bows. The long 9-pounder bow chasers roared out, and a fountain of water rose ahead of the chase. The stranger hove to and hoisted the red and gold flag of Spain. Officers and crew of the Clyde began to curse, since Spain was still at peace with England, and they could not capture a Spanish ship, suspicious though she might behave. Clyde closed in quickly to half-pistol shot range, her guns run out. The supposed Spaniard was a flush-decked, square-rigged ship that would have passed for a sloop of war. Tony decided that she did not look Spanish at all. The lines of her hull and the cut of her sails were decidedly French. There could be an explanation for that, but his suspicion was roused. "What do you make of her, Mr. Mills?" he asked his new sailing master. "Slaver, sir. French-built or I don't know ships. She could still be owned by the Dons." Tony raised his speaking trumpet. "Ship ho! What ship is this?" The answer came in Spanish. "Alicante, merchant ship out of Algeciras." "What is your destination?" "Portobello. We have a cargo of slaves from the Ivory Coast." Tony thought for a moment. The answers were coming too matter-of-factly, too well rehearsed. A real merchant captain would have protested, would have shown anger and indignation at being intercepted. Again, he rose his speaking trumpet. "Stay hove to and await my boats. My officer will verify your claims." Tony saw movement on the deck of the Slover. "Stay hove to, or I shall fire into you," he shouted. "Mr. Fortescue, take the longboat and the cutter and take possession. Mind that you stay out of our line of fire whilst you cross." "Aye, aye, sir." "Control the ship's papers. If she is indeed Spanish, you will apologise and let her go." The boats were lowered on the Clyde's fire lee, and they pulled over to the other ship in a wide berth. Tony saw his first lieutenant enter the ship, with a large detachment of sailors and soldiers. Every telescope on board the Clyde was trained on the other ship. After a quarter-hour, Tony saw Mr. Fortescue appear on deck again. The British sailors apparently took control of the ship, as one could see how the foreign sailors were herded forward to the forecastle. Tony sent his gig with a midshipman to learn the news. It returned with Mr. Fortescue. "It's a frog, sir, le chasseur out of Toulon. Not two of the crew even speak Spanish." He chuckled. "She has 140 slaves on board and was heading for Portobello." That part was true. "What shall we do with her, sir?" Tony thought for a moment. British ships of war were already forbidden to engage in the slave trade, and therefore he had to find a way to set those poor souls free. Sailing them to the Ivory Coast, though, was out of the question. The north-eastern trade winds would not allow that without a great waste of time. On the other hand, there was a neat solution to this problem. "The slaver is our prize," he answered. People on the quarterdeck grinned openly at the prospect of prize money. "We shall take the prize with the slaves to San Domingue. There we shall release the captives into the care of the black leaders." "That's brilliant, sir. They will be set free without us losing time, and you will gain some footing with those blacks." "Precisely, Mr. Fortescue. Now we need somebody to tell those poor devils about their change of fate. Little." The coxswain stepped forward. Tony had come to trust him implicitly. "Little, I want you to go over and try to talk to the captives. Even if you do not speak their tongue, they may feel more comfortable with you. Try to tell them that I shall set them free on an island that is ruled by freed slaves. They will not be slaves, but live a life in freedom." "Aye, aye, sir. I shall try to make them understand. What island will that be, sir?" "Saint-Domingue, the former French part. You may take the gig." Little crossed over to Le Chasseur. He explained his task to the prize-master, and the captives were brought on deck. Little had to try all the languages and dialects he remembered before one of the women was able to understand him. Using her as a translator, he was able to convey the fact to them that they were to be set free on a foreign island, instead of being sold into slavery. Of course, there were the inevitable questions of why they could not return to Africa. Patiently, Little explained the reasons why they could not. It was late afternoon before HMS Clyde and her prize set course for Saint-Domingue. Tony planned to land at Cap Français, the former centre of the French settlements. He assumed that any new government the former slaves might try to establish would use the facilities of the former capital. The last news he had received was that General Dessalines had succeeded the ill-fated Haitian hero, Toussaint Louverture, and that the French forces had been conquered, not only due to the military skills of the black leaders, but also due to horrendous losses incurred from malaria and yellow fever. Tony had been warned not to embark on any large-scale landing operation as this would spell disaster. He was not too worried, though, since his was a mostly West Indian crew and more hardy in the climate than the Polish and French troops under the command of Napoleon's ill-fated General Leclerc. It was early June of 1804 when HMS Clyde made the final approach on Cap Haitien. She was gliding along under doubly reefed topsails, her decks cleared and her guns ready. They did not know what to expect. Tony had been briefed by the Foreign Office. He had even met one of the officers who had participated in the failed British attempt to conquer Saint-Domingue. He knew the names of the most important figures of the rebellion, who now formed the leadership. He also knew of the pathological, if understandable, hatred that General Dessalines bore towards whites and even Creoles. He therefore anchored in the roads for a day, just to give the local powers the opportunity to summon someone of weight. The next day he sent John Little ashore. He was rowed by several of the freed slaves and carried a letter in French stating the wish of Captain Carter to speak to the local commander. Little returned with a carefully written answer in which he was asked to state his business. Tony sat down at his desk and drafted a reply in which he expressed his wish to land over 100 Africans who had been freed from a slave ship. Secondly, he stated that he wished to open negotiations between the new government of Saint-Domingue and the British side, with the aim to prevent future hostilities. Little was rowed back to the shore with that message. He came back with an answer in which Captain Carter was invited to a meeting on the beach just after sun-up the next morning. The local commander, General Vival, allowed the captain to bring a guard of 10 soldiers, whilst Vival reserved the same right for himself. Tony studied the beach through his telescope. It was wide and open and ill-suited for any ambush. "What do you think, Little? Is the General sincere?"
"Hard to say, Captain, sir." "Mr. Fortescue!"
"Sir?" the first lieutenant queried. "I shall go ashore for a meeting with the local military commander, a General Vival. I shall take the launch, and I'll take a sergeant and 9 marines. Have 2 swivel guns mounted in the launch. Mr. Weaver will be in command. See to it that the guns are properly manned. You will be in command of the ship. We shall clear for action now. I want a spring on the anchor cable too."
"Aye, aye, sir. What are your orders if there is trouble?"
"Then you have my order to take the beach under fire with the main deck guns. Under no circumstances will you send a landing party to our rescue. We shall try to escape in the launch."
"Aye, aye, sir."
Fortescue nodded with some reluctance. The drums of the Marines rolled and the Clyde was cleared for action. A heavy cable, the spring line, was attached to the bow anchor cable and run through the aftermost gun port and to the windlass. By paying out or shortening the spring line, the ship could be turned to any direction to bring her guns to bear. This was a cautionary measure necessary in this anchorage. In addition to that, the boarding nets were rigged, and the guns were loaded and run out. After a rather uncomfortable night, Tony was rowed ashore in the launch and accompanied by 10 Marines. The launch cleared from the beach and stood off, ready to assist or to pick them up. They had hardly landed when a small troop approached them from the tree line. A short but stocky black man was leading. When the 2 groups met, Tony bowed shortly and introduced himself, speaking French as best he could. The short man introduced himself as General Vival. Tony had heard of the man. He had been Toussaint Louverture's trusted sidekick, and he had continued the fight against the French General Leclerc after Louverture had been betrayed and captured. "What is it you wish to discuss with me, mon capitaine?" the General inquired next. "Firstly, mon General, would you be willing to offer hospitality to 130 captives? They are from Africa, and we freed them from a French slave ship headed for Portobello. As you may know, British ships are not allowed to engage in the slave trade, and I would like to free them as soon as possible." The General thought for a moment and nodded. "We shall welcome our brothers and sisters. You may land them." "Thank you, mon General. Now if you will allow me to come to the reason for my arrival here. His Majesty, King George, and his government wish to put an end to the hostilities between England and your young nation. I am here to offer assurances that British forces will not aim to occupy Saint-Domingue in the future. In return, His Majesty's government would like to extract an assurance from your government that you will not attack His Majesty's dominions and that you will not engage in naval warfare nor offer shelter to pirates and privateers. Again the Black General thought for a moment before he answered. I must inform the Emperor Dessalines of your offer. Only he can give you such assurances. This will take time, at least a week. You could land the freed slaves in the meantime. Other than that, I suggest you will refrain from coming to the shore. Our Emperor is not a friend of white people, I am afraid. So I have heard, Tony agreed sardonically. If anything, Dessalines had the reputation of being a murderous madman. I shall wait for your answer then. Bon, the General answered. There is another issue that I would like to raise, mon capitaine. There is a convent on the coast to the east. It is the home to Spanish nuns, and the Spanish have abandoned them when they retreated. They are a thorn in our side, and we want them gone. Our Emperor is reluctant to clear the convent by force. The Madre Superior is a scary woman. She is Obaifo, a witch, and she has the evil eye. If you could persuade them to leave the convent and sail away with you, our President may consider your offer more favourably. How many nuns are there? Tony asked, fencing for time. We do not know exactly, between 25 and 30, I think. How will I get there? My orders are not to undertake any landings on your island, except for the purpose of making contact. You would not have to do that. The convent is located on a cove, the Bahia de Gracias, and ships can anchor there. What if they don't want to evacuate? They will, Vaval said with a grim expression, or else they will starve. Tony relented. Let us assume I agree. I do not have any authority. I would need an official of your government to conduct any operation. My orders are quite clear on that. I am glad to hear that, mon capitaine, and I shall be there myself. D'accord, I shall try. Do you wish to travel in my ship? That would be convenient unless it would trouble you overly much. Not at all, mon general. When shall we start? I need to inform our Emperor of the plan, but I suppose we can sail this afternoon. It is 150-mile distance. Tony calculated. That would be 125 nautical miles. With the prevailing wind, that distance could be covered in less than a day. If they sailed in the afternoon, they would make a landfall in the early morning with the high tide running. He nodded. That will be agreeable, mon general, he said. When can we expect your excellency? I shall be ready at 3 o'clock. 6 bells in the afternoon watch, Tony mused. We shall be ready to sail then. They parted and the British returned to the Clyde. Orders were given to land the freed slaves on the beach where a few of General Vaval's soldiers were awaiting them. The disembarkation went largely without a hitch. With his glass, Tony could see that at least one of the Haitian soldiers was able to speak to the freed slaves. Greeting rituals were performed too, and the landed men and women appeared to smile. This was confirmed by the returning boat crews, and Tony was able to chalk off one of his problems. By early afternoon, a boat came from the shore carrying the general and 2 officers. He was received on board with military honours, including the 15-gun salute for a lieutenant general. General Vaval was obviously pleased with the respect shown to him. Immediately afterwards, the Clyde and the captured slaver weighed anchor and set sail for an east-northeastern course. Luckily, the wind favoured them, and both ships made good speed all through the afternoon and evening. At sunset, Tony ordered a straight eastern course and a shortening of sails for the night. That evening he entertained the general, his aides and his own officers in the main cabin. To Tony's surprise, his guests drank little wine and no spirits at all. At 4 bells on the first watch, they all turned in to sleep. Sunrise was at 4 bells in the morning watch. Even before that, Tony was on deck again. When the sun rose brilliantly over their bowsprit, he noticed the prize close to them to leeward. Everything was going according to plan. It was time now to alter course to southeast to reach the coast. Tony had a table placed on the quarterdeck, and he invited his guests to a breakfast. They chatted amiably in French. Tony tried to gather as much information as possible from General Vaval about the plans of the new rulers. He also pointed out that peace with the British side would depend on a complete non-interference of Haiti in Jamaica and other British dominions. Under Louverture, an attempt had been undertaken to start a slave rebellion in Jamaica. This had scared HM government to no end. The sugar trade, so important for England, depended on the cheap slave labour, or so it was argued by the representatives of the sugar interest. Therefore, it was his most important task to extract some form of assurance from the Haitian government that they would not stir up trouble in West Africa into slavery. Tony answered cautiously that there was a strong and vocal anti-slavery movement in England, and that it was gaining momentum in Parliament. Vaval looked at Tony with his head tilted to the side. "What is your own opinion, Captain?" Tony looked at him openly. "My personal opinion is that slavery is an abomination, but I must say that we have some form of slavery on board our ships too. More than half of our sailors were pressed into the service. They will be released only after the end of the war." Vaval looked around. "Why don't they rise against you, Captain?" "Several reasons. The punishments for disobedience are harsh. We have soldiers on board, and the men respect me. If I lose their respect, then there will be trouble." Vaval smiled sadly. "You are right, Captain. This is very similar to slavery. People like yourself who obviously treat their subordinates well and are respected, people like yourself are an obstacle for the emancipation of slaves." The cry of the lookout interrupted the sombre discussion. Tony had the table cleared away and climbed into the mizzen-top to study the coastline through his telescope. He saw that they could reach their destination with a minor change of course. He climbed back to the deck to give the necessary orders. Signal flags rose to their yardarms to convey his orders to the prize. She was to anchor away from the land whilst the Clyde continued her approach. 2 hours later, the Clyde cast anchor in a little cove that offered excellent anchorage. The massive stone buildings of the monastery could be seen from the water, but there was no sign of life on the shore. Tony gave orders to swing out the large boats. Escorted by the complete Royal Marines detachment and 50 armed sailors, Tony and his guests were rowed ashore. Leaving a strong guard with the boats, they made for the monastery. After a short climb, they reached the outer walls and the main gate. Stepping forward, Tony rapped the door with his sword hilt. A timid female voice from within asked him his business. "Yo soy Capitán Carter, de la Marina Real de Inglaterra. Yo deseo hablar con su madre superior." Tony was aware of his poor command of the Spanish language. A few minutes passed, and then a small window in the door opened. The grim face of an old woman appeared. "What does a heretic want from us?" A voice, an old voice, hissed in Spanish. "I came to offer you and your nuns safe passage to a Spanish port. The government of Saint-Domingue wishes that you leave, and I can bring you to safety," Tony explained in his halting Spanish. "We shall not leave this holy place," the old woman replied sternly. "Not for all the heathens in the world. Let them try their worst. Mother Superior, wouldn't it be wiser to continue your holy service in the Spanish dominions on the mainland?" "We shall not abandon this place. Leave now," was the uncompromising answer. Tony looked at General Vaval. He was not sure how to continue. If he took the place by force, the Spanish might use the incident to declare war on England. In this case, his career might suffer severely. He was spared the decision by young Samuel Wilson. The young volunteer had a small detachment of sailors under his command and was to secure the rear of the compound. Now he came running to the main gate. "Sir, permission to speak, sir?" he panted. Tony nodded. "We've heard voices, sir, English voices. They were shouting for help, sir. They came out of the ground, sir, the voices." The boy was agitated. Tony thought for a moment. Could it be that British sailors were kept here as prisoners? He decided to investigate. "Show me the way, Mr. Wilson." The boy turned and ran back to the rear of the monastery. Tony hastened behind him. When he reached the place where the boy was squatting, he needed a few moments to catch his breath. Then he listened intently. There it was. Very faint indeed, the voices seemed to come out of the ground. He thought he heard English words, help and prisoners. Tony made up his mind. Returning to the main gate, he summoned the Marines under Lieutenant Walker.
Mr. Walker, how would you break open this gate? Little Walker raised his eyebrows in surprise. Well, sir, we could chop down a tree and use it as ram, but that would take some time, seeing that we did not bring axes. Tony looked about. Harris. Aye, sir, the young boatswain's mate answered. Get some grapnel hooks from the boats. Within a few minutes, 4 sailors arrived with grapnel hooks attached to lines. Men, Tony addressed his crew. There's something fishy going on in this place, and I want to have a look. Harris, your men will scale the wall using those grapnels and open the main gate from within. Mr. Walker, get ready to search the place. Nobody touches a nun, savvy that. 4 sailors began to sling the grapnels up the wall, and in no time the lines were attached. The 12-feet wall was no problem for the sailors, and they used the same lines to get down on the inside. Tony heard some sort of scuffle from within, but then the main gate opened. Led by their lieutenant, the Marines marched through the gate. Tony followed with a curious General Vaval in his wake. He was at once confronted by the Mother Superior and by a fat monk who both shouted at him in Spanish. Tony looked around until he found the man he was looking for. Garcia. Juan Garcia had volunteered for service in the Medusa when his old ship, a small Spanish frigate, had surrendered. He had served under that ship's priest, and the experience had made him an agnostic. When he approached, he eyed the nun and the monk with distaste. I need you to translate what these people say, Garcia. Aye, aye, sir, the renegade Spaniard replied. He introduced himself to the Mother Superior and the fat monk, who inundated him with a barrage of accusations. They protest, sir. They not want you in holy place. Tell them to release the English prisoners and I shall start talking to them. Another exchange in Spanish of which Tony barely understood the gist. They say, no prisoners, sir. Tell them, we will see about that. It was quite unfortunate for the 2 holy people that a runner came out of the main building at this very moment. He ran up to his captain and saluted. Mr. Walker's compliments, sir, and we've found a dungeon. There's lots of prisoners, sir. English, some of them. There was a jailer and his helper who came at us, but we made short work of 'em, sir. Very good. My compliments to Mr. Walker and I shall be with him in a moment. Mr. Dunn. Sir. The 3rd lieutenant stood to attention. The nun and the monk are prisoners. Make sure they don't escape. Garcia, tell them they are prisoners. Tell them that holding British prisoners makes them our enemies. Tony turned to the general. This has taken a completely different turn, mon général. I shall evacuate this place forcibly. They are holding British prisoners in their dungeon. Do you object? No, Captain, not at all. Do as you see fit. I shall stay and observe. Thank you, mon général. He looked about. Mr. Wilson. Sir? Follow me. You made the discovery. It's only fair the prisoners see you amongst the first. With the boy in tow and accompanied by his own boat crew, they followed a marine into the large stone building. A small staircase led them from the entrance hall into a cellar. From there they went down a second staircase into a torch-lit hallway. Tony held his breath. The foul stench was almost unbearable. A detachment of his marines was busy doling out water to at least 4 dozen prisoners. Mr. Walker saluted. We've found the keys, sir. I suggest we transport these poor devils up to get some fresh air. That way we get out of this hellhole too. We'll need the surgeon, sir. Some of these people have ugly boils. And there's a man with the gangrene. Well done, Mr. Walker. Get the people and your men out of here. I'll go up and send for Mr. Burns. Let the prisoners rest in the entrance hall. The sunlight outside will burn them too much. As quickly as possible, Tony fled the dungeon. He was physically sick with the sights and smells. When they reached the entrance hall, Tony ordered his men to search the entire building and assemble the nuns and who else they found in the courtyard. This did not go without some screams and smaller scuffles, but in a span of 10 minutes, the inhabitants of the monastery had been herded into the yard. In the meantime, Tony had sent a runner to the boats to get the surgeon, his mates, and additional men to the beach. When all the nuns were assembled, he had Garcia ask them for the most senior nun.
He asked the old hag that stepped forward if there were additional prisoners not yet discovered. Tony thought he saw a sly smile on her hooded face when she claimed there were none. At this moment, another noon broke from their ranks and ran forward. She fell on her knees before Tony and began to talk excitedly. "She says, 'More prisoners, women, sir,'" Garcia translated. "She show us if you take her away. She says, 'La Madre Superior and Fra Angelo kill her if she stay.'" Tony looked at the nun. She had torn off her head cover. Short dark hair framed a beautiful face. She was a Creole, no doubt, and her café au lait complexion contrasted nicely with a set of fine white teeth. She was young, too, under 20. Her eyes conveyed both fear and determination. "Tell her that I shall protect her. Tell her to show us to the other prisoners." When Garcia finished the translation, the girl nodded and motioned for them to follow. The old Mother Superior screamed at her. Looking over her shoulder, the girl quietly responded. Garcia grinned. "She say, she already in purgatory here." "I understood as much, thank you, Garcia." Tony grinned back. The girl led them into a high-ceilinged room on the ground floor. It was on the opposite side from the stairwell that led into the cellar. Inside the room, the girl spoke up, and Garcia translated. "There is door hidden here. A hatchway. More prison cells down there. La Madre Superior has women prisoners. She gets money for keeping them. Sometimes women die. Sometimes new ones come in ship. She had to help wash body of dead woman once, so she know about this." They searched for the lock of the panel door for a moment, but did not find it. Tony nodded to Mr. Little, who pointed to a large oaken bench. 6 men raised the bench and heaved it against the panel. At the third try, the panel cracked, and a minute later, a narrow stairwell lay open. Torches were lit, and the small group cautiously declined down the narrow staircase. The dark hallway they found was lined with 10 massive doors. After pushing back a heavy deadbolt, they opened the first door, only to see a terrified woman in rags crouching in the farthest corner. The young nun and Garcia had a hard time coaxing the woman out into the hallway. They gave her water and left her there whilst they opened a second door. This room was larger. There was even a bed in there, a chair and a small table. The woman inside had a small candle burning by the light of which Tony could see that her clothes were in better shape. The woman stood upon their entrance, and her challenging stance left no doubt that she held on to her dignity. She was in her late 20s, Tony guessed, tall and slender, but it was clear that her dress was having a hard time confining a spectacular body. Looking at her face, Tony conceded that he was facing the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Dark brown eyes under long black eyelashes, a straight nose, a small mouth with full red lips and prominent cheekbones combined exquisitely. Her straight black hair was braided and easily reached beyond the small of her back. Instinctively, Tony bowed to her. "Capitan Antonio Carter, a su servicio. Doña María Cristina Arabella Ruiz de Costa y Ledesma." Tony bowed again. In his halting Spanish, he told her that he had seized the monastery and that she would be free. For a moment, the woman closed her eyes. Then she knelt before a small silver cross and began to pray. When she had finished, she rose graciously and after a perfect curtsy, glided past Tony and out of the cell. What a woman, Tony thought, following her. He had another surprise coming. Once out of her cell, Doña Maria oversaw the release of her fellow prisoners, coaxed them out of their cells and hugged each of them. Then she looked for Tony, curtsied again, and put her hand on his left arm. Tony blinked. She expected to be led out of this dungeon with all the dignity she could muster. He grinned inwardly and proceeded to lead the way upstairs and through the splintered remnants of the panel door. In the hallway there was bustling activity. The surgeon had set up a makeshift infirmary. One of the cook's mates had taken charge of the kitchens, and the smell of food made the prisoners swoon. Yet when Doña Maria emerged on the arm of the English captain, everybody stared incredulously. Tony wanted to lead the women to a separate room to rest, but he was once again thwarted in his plans. Doña Maria stepped out into the courtyard. She squinted when the sunlight flooded her eyes. In a crisp tone, leaving no doubt that she expected obedience, she took charge of the assembled nuns. She barked a barrage of orders at them, and within seconds all the lay nuns were running. Then she approached the Mother Superior and the fat monk. Tony had followed her. She turned to him with a beatific smile and before he could react, whipped the double-barreled pistol from his belt. "Maldito cerdo!" she hissed. With quick precision, she shot the monk in his groin, then turned to shoot the nun through her right eye. The Madre Superior was dead even before her body hit the ground. The monk, Fra Angelo, stared incredulously at his groin and sunk to his knees. A scream broke from his mouth to be cut short when he started to vomit. "Surgeon's mates!" Tony yelled. "Get this man to the surgeon." 2 of his men came running. They loaded the bleeding monk on stretcher and rushed him inside. Doña Maria returned the smoking gun to Tony. "Gracias, Don Antonio." Tony nodded, dumbfounded. She turned on her heel and walked back into the building. Shaking his head, Tony followed her. It was late in the evening when Tony was finally able to rest. The prisoners were distributed between the Clyde and the prize. Doña Maria, of course, had the use of the main cabin. She had been a great help organising the care for the prisoners and sorting the nuns into accomplices and innocent followers. She saw to it that the women received fresh clothes and a bath. In the meantime, the male prisoners were led to a small spring-fed pond near the convent, where they had to wash with soap and fresh water. Once they were clean and clothed, they were quickly ferried to the Clyde and the prize to avoid sunburn on their pale skins. The Madre Superior had been buried inside the monastery compound. The wounded monk had been brought on board, but it was doubtful that he would survive the wound. His lower body was a bloody mess. During a late supper in the main cabin with Doña Maria and General Vaval, Tony received more information from his noble guest. She was, she claimed, the wife of Don Alonso Cristobal Ruiz de Costa y Torquena, governor of Cartagena on the Spanish Main. Journeying from Spain to join her husband, she had been abducted by her own cousin and brought to this remote monastery in Santo Domingo, where she had spent the last 3 years in captivity. When asked for the reason, she claimed complete ignorance. Tony quickly decided that this was an excellent opportunity to ingratiate an important Spanish official to the Royal Navy, and he promised Doña Maria a passage to Cartagena. First things first, however, he needed to convey the general back to Cap Français, or Cap Haitien, as it had been renamed by the self-proclaimed Emperor Dessalines. In a quiet moment, Vaval had warned Tony not to meet Dessalines. It seemed the Emperor was a cunning and brutal man who would not hesitate to break his word, were it to satisfy his hatred of all whites. They had agreed that Vaval would play the middleman. The return trip to Cap Haitien took more than 3 days since the wind did not favour them, and when they reached the anchorage, General Vaval was conveyed to the shore. It took another 2 days before they received a note from Vaval. He notified Tony that His Imperial Highness, in exchange for a non-aggression agreement, was willing to assure the British side that no activities against British shipping and British interests would be allowed on Haitian soil. An official note to this effect over Dessalines' own signature was included. Tony drafted a carefully worded reply in which he assured His Imperial Highness of the peaceful intentions of HM Ministry towards the Haitian Empire. For a last time he had himself rowed to the shore where he handed the letter over to General Vaval. When it was time to part, the general shook his hand. "Farewell, mon capitaine. I wish there were more white people like you." "Thank you, mon general. It has been an experience to meet a general who has beaten Napoleon's army. Not many men alive can boast of such deeds." Vaval remained on the white beach and watched whilst the Clyde's gig made its way back to the ship. When the Clyde set sail the next morning and her guns sounded a parting salute, they were astounded to hear salute fire from the shore. A well-hidden battery was located not far from the beach in the dense tropical forest. 24-pounders, I fancy, sir," opined Lieutenant Fortescue. "Very likely. Never saw this battery. It's a good thing we reached an agreement with the Haitians. They could have knocked us about badly. Take the bearing of the battery, though.
and enter it into the chart. We have to report its location. The Clyde sailed on a southwestern course, whilst the prize made for Kingston, Jamaica. The freed male prisoners had been transferred to her, along with the senior surgeon's mate. They were English, Dutch, and even 2 Danish sailors, captured by a Spanish privateer whose captain had used the little cove near the monastery as his base, obviously bribing the Madre Superior for the use. The motives for the monk and the prioress to keep the men prisoner were not quite clear to Tony. What he had learned from the prisoners, though, was that they had been tortured repeatedly to make them swear off their allegiance to the Protestant faith. At least 2 of the younger men had also been abused by the monk, as had several of the women. Tony guessed that he had also accosted Doña Maria, a fatal mistake. Tony assumed that most of the freed prisoners could make their way home from Kingston, and the Clyde would pick up the prize crew on her return from the Spanish Main. 2 days into the journey, Fra Angelo died of the gangrene. His body, sewn in canvas with a round shot at his feet, was dropped into the sea. After the short ceremony, Tony went into the cabin. Doña Maria was there, so was the young nun Inés, who never left her side. "Capitan," Doña Maria began, "you know that I regard this girl, Inés, as my saviour and personal friend?" "Yes, Doña Maria, I was aware of this. Inés told me that you promised to bring her to safety. I would love to take her to Cartagena with me, as my companion, but she fears for her life in any Spanish town. I am afraid that her fears are not without reason. She is a renegade nun, and the arms of her former order reach far. As much as it hurts me to say, the only safe place for Inés is a Protestant country. Can you bring her to England, or at least to Jamaica?" Tony contemplated the request. He had given his word to protect the girl, and he could see that her actions would be seen as treason by her order. Bringing her to Jamaica would not be a good idea. Tony knew how people with African blood were treated, people with a touch of the old tar brush. She would have a better life in England where the prejudice was less severe. Perhaps she could help Rose Mulcahy with the household if he offered her to stay in his house. "Inés, tell me, have you learned to cook?" "No, Don Antonio," she replied in a small voice. Then she looked up as if she remembered something. "But I can sew very well. My father was a tailor, my mother helped him, and I learned to sew as well." "How come you joined the order?" Tony asked. The girl's eyes became moist. "My parents died of the fever when I was 13 years old. There were no relatives to take care of me, and so the padres decided that I should join the order to earn my keep." "So you can sew," Tony mused. "I think I know a place for you. In England, in Portsmouth, where I come from, I know a seamstress who just started her own shop. I shall ask her to accept you as her apprentice. Would you like that?" "Si, Don Antonio, I would like that very much." Inés smiled at Tony tentatively. Tony smiled back and was rewarded with the sight of a beautiful, beaming girl. Doña Maria cleared her throat, and Inés snapped back into her quiet demeanour. "I thank you, Capitan, for taking care of her. I shall ask my husband to reward her, so that she will have means to support herself." Inés started to bow, but Doña Maria took her into her arms. "Do not thank me, Inés. I owe you my freedom. I can never repay what you did for me and the other women." For a few moments, the stately woman and the young Creole girl held their embrace. Then Doña Maria regained her composure. "Shall I have the pleasure of dining with you tonight, Capitan?" she asked, obviously to change the topic. "The pleasure will be all mine, Doña Maria," Tony answered just like any gentleman would have answered this invitation. But it was more than just convention on his part. He had, in the last 3 days, found a soulmate in this indomitable woman. Their conversations, though halting in nature, covered just about every topic imaginable. She had a voracious desire for news, since she had been cut off from the outside world for 3 years, and Tony did his best to fill the gaps in her knowledge. Those years spent in isolation, however, had given this great woman leisure to develop her own ideas and opinions, mostly about the behaviour of men and women, and her insight was astounding to a man like Tony who usually viewed relationships mostly under the aspect of sating his hunger for love.
physical love to be precise. In those few evenings in the presence of Doña Maria, Tony learned more about women than in the preceding 26 years of his life. When the Clyde finally approached the harbour of Cartagena, Tony felt almost regret. It was the last evening of the voyage, and Tony had ordered to shorten sails as he did not want to make the landfall at night. He and his guest had dinner with Inez, but the girl had retired and they were alone. "Don Antonio, you have rarely told me anything about your private affairs. I know that you are not married, but you must have a fiancé." Tony's face must have shown the pain because she put her hand on his arm. "I am sorry, I did not mean to stir up sad memories." "No reason to be sorry, Doña Maria," Tony answered with a forced smile. "I really should get over it, but it is not easy. Would you care to talk with me?" "It is quite simple, Doña Maria. I met a girl when I was 18 years old and second mate in my father's ship. I fell in love with her right away. She was the daughter of an admiral. I think I joined the Navy mostly because I wanted to be eligible for her." "What happened?" "We fell out a year later over an indiscretion I committed." Here Tony blushed noticeably. "I only met her again over 3 years later. I had just been made captain, and I met her in her family's home in London. We made up with our past quarrel and we fell in love again. I was to leave on a journey to the Great South Sea, a year's trip, but she promised me to wait for my return." "What happened?" "I don't really know what happened. I only know that when I returned, there was a letter waiting for me from her mother, informing me that she was married to another man, the son and heir of a peer. She did not even wait a half year before she broke her promise." Doña Maria put her hand on Tony's arm. "Have you seen her since then?" "Yes, a chance meeting in the street. She was with her fat husband. She nearly fainted when she saw me." "And what did you do?" Tony smiled grimly. "I exacted a little revenge. She had given me a medallion with her image. I returned it to her in the face of her husband. I suppose she had some explaining to do." Doña Maria smiled. "That was quite subtle. So I take it that you do not trust women anymore?" Tony found his smile back. "No. I had the luck to meet a very special woman in London during my last stay. We made no commitment, but it was good to be with her. She restored some of my faith in women. I did something stupid, though. When in Portsmouth, I had an affair with another young woman, too. Now I am worried that I may hurt either or both of them." "You are an enterprising young gentleman, Don Antonio," she mocked him. Then she became thoughtful. "I have not seen my husband in over 3 years. I admit to being worried, too. What if he, under the assumption I was dead, remarried?" "Doña Maria, any man married to you will never look at another woman again," Tony assured her. She smiled sadly. "My husband and I were married for political reasons. He is considerate to me, but his love is devoted to his paramour. He has known her since long before me, but he could not marry her because her father had fallen into disgrace. So he had to marry me, but he has not spent 10 nights in my bed." "I am sorry to hear that. Are you afraid that he might not welcome you back?" "No, no," she said bitterly. "I am much too important for his ambitions. I am related to the royal house of Bourbon. No, he will welcome me, and we shall settle into our previous life again." Tony was not sure, but he thought he saw her eyes brimming with tears in the diffuse candlelight of the cabin. "I don't know what to say, other than I am sorry for you, Doña Maria. You deserve much better." Now Tony had put his hand on her arm. A spark of understanding flew between them as Doña Maria put her hand on his. They remained like this for minutes, their eyes locked into each other's. Then she stood up slowly. "Give me a few minutes to prepare," she whispered when Tony scrambled to his feet. She pressed his hand once more before she disappeared into her sleeping chamber. Tony called for his steward and had him clear the table before he retired to the chart room where he had his temporary accommodation. He quickly took off his heavy uniform coat and stock. In the dim light of a candle, he shaved and washed the day's sweat from his body with a washcloth. Then, in his shirt and breeches, he walked across the dark after cabin to Doña Maria's cabin and knocked softly. The door opened immediately and a hand pulled him into the dark chamber. He felt bare skin under his hands as he held Maria's shoulders, warm skin that seemed to vibrate under his touch, and with his lips he searched for her mouth. They melted together in the dark and felt their way to the cot where Maria sank down, pulling him along and on top of her. This was madness for sure, but sweet and rewarding. Tony lost himself in their embrace, in their closeness. This was not like any of his previous encounters with women, not even his night with Anita. This was two souls merging, not just two bodies. Tony knew that this was his first and only night with this wonderful woman, and he let go of himself with abandon. Later that night, when the morning watch was called, Tony disentangled himself from the sleeping Maria. His arm had fallen asleep, causing him discomfort, but he also needed to clear out of the cabin before he compromised Doña Maria's reputation. She mumbled in her sleep, and Tony kissed her forehead before he sneaked out of the chamber. Back in his makeshift chamber, he dropped on his cot. 2 hours later found him on the quarterdeck, a dressing gown over his naked body. The startled men of the watch were ordered to rig a deck wash pump, and when they reported ready, Tony dropped his dressing gown and had the pump squad hose him down. The cool water was refreshing, and he felt invigorated when he was back in his chamber, dressing in his second-best uniform coat. He expected to make contact with the Spanish today, and he did not want to sell himself or the service cheaply. The wet puddle on the quarterdeck had long evaporated when the lookout called out land. Doña Maria appeared on deck, and Tony greeted her with all formality. "Good morning, Doña Maria. I trust that you slept well?" She had trouble suppressing a silly giggle, and she looked gorgeous. Her eyes were shining, and there was a happy smile on her lips. "Thank you, Capitan. I most certainly had a very good night." Tony kissed the hand she offered. "As you will have noticed, we are in the approach to Cartagena. Another 2 hours should see us in the range of the fortifications. We shall have to contact His Most Catholic Majesty's representatives first to state our peaceful intentions. Perhaps you may want to write a message to be delivered to your husband." She nodded with a sad smile. "I have already foreseen this need. A letter informing my husband of my fate is written and sealed. It can be delivered at any time." Reluctantly, Tony let go of her hand. There was so much more he wanted to say, but their time was running out. They could see the mainland from the deck now. On the Tony's order, the helmsman corrected the course slightly, and HMS Clyde approached the great walled city of Cartagena. Francis Drake had plundered Cartagena in 1586. Since then, the fortifications had been doubled and trebled to shield the wealth of Cartagena. However, in 1741, Admiral Vernon had again succeeded in subduing the city. When they neared the Boca Grande, the northern entry into the Bahia de Cartagena, Tony had the red ensign hoisted. In response, a huge Spanish flag appeared over the large fort at the mouth of the inlet. The Clyde hove to, just out of gun range. The cutter was lowered to the water, and the third lieutenant, Mr. Dunn, was entrusted with the letters to the governor. The cutter sailed towards the shore with the red ensign flying. Tony watched the boat through his glass. He could see that there was a Spanish officer on the jetty underneath the walls of the fort. As ordered, Dunn returned with the cutter after delivering the letters, and the Clyde stayed hove to for more than 4 hours. Tony and Doña Maria had a noon meal in the cabin. They both knew they were on stolen time, but they made the most of it. "I really loved what we did last night, Antonio," Maria told him whilst they were sipping coffee. The table had been cleared, and they were alone. "It was one of the most memorable nights in my life," Tony answered, slightly embarrassed. There had been a lot such nights lately. Maria grinned. "Don't worry, Antonio, my dear. It was obvious that you have vast experience. I am not jealous. How could I? I am just thankful that Providence has granted me this night of love and passion in your arms." "Do you think that we may have started a child, Maria?" She smiled.
I can only hope. I would love to have a child before I am too old. I would love to have your child. My husband. Well, I think he will be pleased too. After all, he needs an heir. If things get unpleasant, I shall claim that Fra Angelo was the culprit who dishonoured me. Tony looked at her. Do you want to talk about him? No, Antonio, I'd rather not. He was a vile man, a monster. He did things to the prisoners that are too foul to relate. He's dead now, and I shall not allow him to haunt me. Can you write letters to me? I would like to hear from you. You mean about whether I am with child? She smiled. Yes, I think I can arrange for letters to be sent. I shall not be able to write about my feelings for you. My husband will read them without doubt. She looked at him. Antonio, you really should have a wife. Try to put this other girl out of your mind. She did not deserve you. What about the actress you said you met in London? I've only met her one evening. She is very popular, and she has admirers all the way up to the royal family. She cannot possibly harbour a serious interest in me. Don't be too sure. If she is popular and admired, chances are she is lonely. All those admirers cannot give her what you can give, and what I felt last night. What's that? Tony asked, bewildered. Love and devotion, Antonio. Of that you have enough for any woman. If she felt what I felt last night, she will wait for your return. Don't miss out on the chance for happiness. Just then, they heard steps approach and then a knock on the door. Mr. Wilson stepped inside. Sir, Mr. Fortescue's compliments, and there is a boat coming from the shore. A big boat with many officers, sir. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. I shall be on deck presently. When the door had closed, Tony and Maria both stood and embraced. Nothing was said. Then he left the cabin and joined his officers on deck. The approaching boat was large, almost 40 feet long, and propelled by 18 oars. At least a half-dozen officers in red and gold uniforms populated the stern. The boat hooked onto the chains, and a Spanish naval officer called up in halting English. His Excellency, Don Alonso Cristobal Ruiz de Costa y Torquena, His Most Catholic Majesty's Governor of Cartagena, asks for permission to come aboard. His Excellency is most welcome and we feel honoured by his visit, Tony answered. A command brought the Royal Marines to attention. The boatswain's pipes twittered, and Don Alonso came on board to the tune of a 19-gun salute. Tony welcomed him and presented him to his officers. His Excellency, in turn, introduced his suite. After everybody had bowed at least a dozen times, Tony led Don Alonso to the cabin where Doña Maria stood prepared to meet her husband. Tony studied the little scene, and he was surprised to see that Don Alonso seemed genuinely happy about the return of his wife. He kissed her hands, he complimented her, and seemed just as excited as a loving husband could be expected to be. He turned to Tony. Don Antonio, you have earned my eternal gratitude. You have brought back the light of my life. For years I feared that I had lost her. You must visit Cartagena, please. We shall have a fiesta like this city has never seen. Prepare to stay a week at least. If you agree, Capitan Ortega will stay with you to escort you into the harbour. You are hereby invited most cordially. That was something Tony had feared, but he could not refuse a personal invitation without raising suspicion. Your Excellency is very kind. On behalf of myself and my officers, I accept your invitation with the greatest pleasure. The procession moved back to the deck. Maria was lowered into the boat using the boatswain's chair. The governor bade his farewell, and the boat was rowed back to the shore in a hurry. Capitan Ortega stayed behind, and he gave the British captain instructions how to navigate the entrance to the bay. It was late afternoon when the Clyde cast anchor in the harbour of Cartagena and rather close to the shore. Tony could see the huge Castillo San Felipe de Barajas, the city's main fortification. Capitan Ortega took his leave then, but promised to be back later. He was replaced, though, by a severe-looking elderly gentleman who introduced himself as Don Alonso's confidential aide and secretary. He spoke passable English and wanted to know as much as possible about the situation in the monastery. He then drafted a report which Tony had to countersign. Another boat arrived shortly after, to take the remaining female prisoners and nuns to the shore. A grim-looking priest oversaw this action, whom Tony recognised from his frock as belonging to the Holy Inquisition. The senior nun, who had been lying to Tony on that first morning at the monastery, approached him with aberrage of accusing words, but he answered brusquely, and she shrank away, visibly terrified. When the Inquisitor approached Tony, he was reluctant. He was used to dealing with heretics, but this particular heretic happened to be armed and an honoured guest of the governor. Garcia had to serve as interpreter again. Although Tony's Spanish had vastly improved during the evening spent with Doña Maria, he preferred to use the translator to gain time for his responses. The Inquisitor spoke, and Garcia translated. "He says one more nun here, he wants her, sir." Tony set his jaw. "Tell him she is my personal guest, and that I guaranteed her safety with my word of honour. Tell him that he will have to do without her." Garcia translated, and the priest looked daggers at both of them. He spoke at length again, and Tony had difficulties understanding him. "He says, 'Way of church more important than word of honour, sir. Begging your pardon. She must appear before Inquisitor.' Tell him no. Tell him she will stay here. Tell him that I take no orders from him, and that I answer only to King George and the Church of England." Garcia grinned and translated. The Inquisitor looked around, obviously trying to think of a way to enforce his will. When no idea came, he turned around wordlessly and left over the side of the ship and into the boat. This was the last they heard from him. Shortly before dusk, Capitan Ortega returned with a barge. The barge carried 2 freshly roasted bullocks that were still hot. Fresh vegetables and cornbread completed the dinner Don Alonso sent for Clyde's crew. The men were ecstatic. Fresh roasted beef after months of boiled salt pork was a heavenly treat. Fresh vegetables were the utmost luxury, and soft white bread instead of maggot-infested hardtack was beyond imagination for the average sailor. Capitan Ortega also brought a message commanding Captain Carter and his officers to a reception at the Castillo San Felipe for the next morning at 11 o'clock civilian time. The message stated that there would be a mass at church to thank for the safe deliverance of Doña Maria. But Don Alonso begged forgiveness, explaining that their British guests could not be admitted there. Thus, at 4 bells on the forenoon watch, Tony, with 4 lieutenants and 6 midshipmen, all in their best uniforms, was rowed ashore in the longboat. 3 coaches with uniformed footmen waited for them, and they were transported to the Castillo San Felipe. When they entered the great hall of the governor's residence, Don Alonso himself came to greet them. As the guest of honour, Tony was seated to the left of their excellencies across from the bishop. As soon as the British officers were seated, Don Alonso gave a long and flowery speech in which he expressed his gratitude to God, the Mother Mary, the saints in general and the patron saints in particular, His Holiness the Pope, His Most Catholic Majesty, and, wonder over wonder, the Royal Navy in the person of his dear friend, Don Antonio, for the great privilege of having his beloved wife restored to him. Don Alonso expressed his hope that in the difficult times ahead, His Majesty King George III and His Most Catholic Majesty would find it in their powers to maintain peace between their 2 great nations. All the dignitaries clapped their hands dutifully and looked upon Tony for his answer. Luckily, he had envisioned the necessity to deliver a formal answer, and with the help of the sailor Garcia, he had drafted a short answer in which he pointed out the great honour conferred to his ship by the privilege to give transportation to Doña Maria, and the chance to be the first to congratulate His Excellency on the safe return of his wife. Now the glasses were raised in salute, and toasts were delivered to the health of all the aforementioned deities, saints, monarchs, and dignitaries. Tony drank sparingly, and he looked sternly at his young officers to call them to their duty to remain sensible. Mr. Fortescue caught Tony's glance and obviously passed on the order. Tony could see that his young men drank less enthusiastically to the next toasts. Once all the toasts had been offered, servants swarmed out to load the tables with the first course of the dinner. It was excellent food, if spicy, and Doña Maria looked at Tony with amusement in her eyes when he took his first bite. Tony had spent almost his whole life in the Caribbean, however, and chili peppers were nothing new to him. In fact, he relished the spicy food that was served. When Tony expressed his appreciation of the dish, it was obvious to everyone that he meant it. Again he ate sparingly, knowing full well that this was the first dish of at least 7 courses. When they finished with a sweet dessert and a heavy sweet wine almost 2 hours later, Tony had to concede that he had rarely eaten better in his life. Hot chocolate was served, and then Don Alonso stood again. "My dear friends," he began, "yesterday was the happiest day in my life. My beloved wife, abducted by treacherous hands, had been missing for 3 years. Only my firm belief that the Holy Virgin would hold her protective hands over her gave me solace in those years." He bowed towards the bishop, who smiled graciously. At long last, and by the grace of the Almighty, her false imprisonment ended at the hands of our dear guest, Don Antonio. We have thanked the Almighty this morning. Now is the time to thank the mortal tool of his mercy. Don Antonio, I shall always remain in your debt. We cannot offer you lands or fortunes to express our thanks, as you are a faithful servant of the great King George of England. May God bless him and enlighten him. As a token of my eternal gratitude, however, I would like to present you with this sword. It was forged for my younger brother Enrique at the Real Fábrica de Espadas de Toledo by the best sword makers in the world. He used it with honour until he perished in the service of His Most Catholic Majesty. Let me express the hope that it will never spill Spanish blood. Most importantly, my dear friend, let me hope that this blade, so finely crafted, will never fail you in a moment of peril. With this he presented Tony with a beautiful sword. Tony had never seen the like of it. He knew that Toledo steel was the best in the world, and he was aware of the immense value of this weapon. "Your Excellency," he started, himself choking a little, "you have just given me the greatest compliment. To be found worthy of carrying this magnificent sword is a great honour indeed. This weapon will adorn my side until my deathbed, and before I shall pass it on to my eldest son, I shall tell him of the great honour conferred to my family with this gift. I thank you, Your Excellency, and I salute you and your noble family." From the face of his host, Tony could see that his words were well taken. Several servants stepped forward and presented the other officers of the Clyde with beautiful, if less valuable, swords. Even Mr. Fortescue, who came from the nobility and possessed a well-crafted sword of Birmingham steel, showed his delight. When all the thanks had been voiced properly, the reception came to an end. The governor invited Tony for the next afternoon to have a more private meeting, and the British officers were escorted back to the harbour. Heavy with food and wine and exalted over their beautiful new swords, they returned to the Clyde. Again the Spanish had delivered fresh food to the ship, and Tony found his crew almost as happy as his officers. Back in his cabin, Tony examined his new sword reverently. It had a perfect balance. The straight blade was gleaming like silver, and the gold-inlaid handguard must have been worth a king's ransom. He estimated the material value at over 500 guineas, but that was only half of it. Swords of Toledo steel were very rare in England, and to have one presented as a gift was almost unheard of. He could envision the looks of envy his fellow officers would show. Reluctantly, he hung the sword from a hook in the bulkhead. His old sword would find a place of honour too. After all, it had served him for 5 years, and more than once he had relied on it with his life. Tony mused over the day's events. He had not had a chance to talk to Maria at all. Yet he was confused. Either her husband had a change of mind, or Maria had not told him the truth. The man had positively showered his wife with compliments, had been considerate and caring. Perhaps Tony would find out more during the private visit tomorrow. Having had some cold roast for dinner, Tony spent the evening writing his reports. It was a rare opportunity for him to do the paperwork without being interrupted. He went to bed early, relishing the thought of 9 hours of uninterrupted sleep before him. His thoughts lingered on Maria whilst he drifted into sleep. In this room, 2 nights ago, they had loved each other. He wondered how her life would be now.
He sincerely hoped that she would find the happiness she deserved. In the next morning, Tony enjoyed the luxury of a breakfast on his quarterdeck. The land breeze was cooling him whilst he watched the sun rise over the Caribbean Sea, a sight of which he would never tire. The air was dry today, Tony mused. An excellent chance to air the spare sails. Another work party could mend the seams of the main deck. There were always repairs to do in a wooden sailing ship, and time in harbour was precious. He gave orders to Mr. Fortescue, and soon the work parties started with their tasks. Just then, the former nun Inez came on deck and approached him. She was wearing new clothes that must have arrived in a package from Doña Maria the day before. She looked strange with her short hair, but Tony had to concede that she had a pretty face and her dress left no doubt about the hidden beauty of her body. When she reached him, Tony got up and ordered another chair to be brought. "Sit and have breakfast with me," he invited the girl. Inez made a curtsy before she sat. She produced an envelope which she handed to Tony. "Doña Maria sent me a gift of clothes yesterday. In it there was a letter addressed to you, Don Antonio." The steward brought a plate and fresh bread, and the girl ate with appetite whilst Tony opened the letter. "My dear Antonio, I wonder whether you have noticed the loving behaviour my husband displayed. He had a complete change of heart. His mistress, Carla, had conspired with my cousin to abduct me. When I had disappeared, she pressured my husband remorselessly to declare me dead and marry her. Finally, he lost patience. He suspected her to have a hand in my disappearance. The Inquisitor questioned her for only 2 days before she broke down and told the truth. Unfortunately, my cousin had been killed in a fight with an English ship, and Carla did not know my whereabouts. She was garrotted to death, but my poor husband feared that his affair with her had caused my death. He was overjoyed to have me back, and he has affirmed his love for me convincingly. Consequently, I am looking forward to a happier marriage. I shall try to write to you, but for the sake of our future happiness, we must not betray ourselves during the remainder of your stay. Please be assured of my unwavering affection for you. You have given me happiness in more than one way, and I shall include you in my private prayers henceforth. I wish you happiness and health. I pray for you to find a woman worthy of you, but for that, you must open your heart again. Yours in deepest affection and friendship, Maria." Well, Tony thought, that explained a lot. It also meant that she did not want him to talk to her privately. He understood that. Given the fate of her rival, it seemed unwise to incur the wrath of Don Alonso. He seemed to be equally generous in dispensing rewards and punishment. He looked up into the concerned eyes of Inez. "Is all good with Doña Maria?" she asked anxiously. She had picked up some English over the last weeks. Tony thought about it. What had he expected? Maria could have never been his. It would have been far more hurting for him if he'd had to leave her in an unhappy marriage. The fact that she had a chance for a brighter future relieved him. He smiled. "Yes, Inez, all is good with her. She just wanted to inform me that she is happy again." "That is good," the girl answered, returning his smile. "She write me letter, too. Wish me luck. She send me this." Inez showed him a heavy gold necklace and at least 10 heavy gold rings around her wrists. Tony nodded appreciatively. "This is a generous gift. If you sell these, the money will support you for a long time, but you should still work." "I want work," the girl nodded. "I learn and work." She wrinkled her nose and looked at him. "You want me to sleep with you now?" Tony, who had just taken a sip of coffee, nearly shot the hot fluid through his nose. "What?" "You want sleep with me? I not woman like Doña Maria, but can learn." "Why would you want to do that?" Tony asked, fencing for time. "I know man for 2 years. You best man on ship." "Have you been with men before?" Tony asked incredulously. He had always thought nuns had to be virgins. Inez grinned. "Yes. Papa sent me to nuns because I sleep with men." Tony patted her hand. "Listen, this is something I am not quite prepared to do yet. Also, do not mess around with any of my men. I do not want any quarrels because of you."
You waited years. Wait a few more weeks, will you? I really want to help you, but I cannot allow you to cause trouble in my ship. Si, Capitan, she answered dejectedly. I only think you like me. But I do like you, Inez. Have some patience. Inez nodded. When she finished eating, Grim cleared the table away, and Tony spent the morning listening to the reports from the various warrant officers. The ship's carpenter, Mr. Wiseman, was full of praise for the ship. She hardly leaked at all. Her timbers must have been well aged before she was built. The purser reported that he had been able, with the help of Garcia, to procure additional provisions for the return trip. Given the heat, the purser proposed to dole out more water to the men as long as they lay in the harbour, and Tony approved, pleased that the purser cared for the crew in this fashion. As if on cue, a boat came from the quay, bringing them the day's provision of fresh food, courtesy of the governor. The boat also carried 10 crates of wine bottles at a dozen apiece, a gift for the officers and well received. It was early afternoon when Tony saw a coach on the quay, and he readied himself for the afternoon appointment with the governor. Of course, he wore the new sword. His gig brought him to the quay, and Capitan Ortega met him at the coach to accompany him. They pursued an idle conversation during the 20-minute coach ride. Tony was only half attentive, since a new concern had come to his mind. If the governor received news of a renewed outbreak of hostilities between Spain and England, Clyde would be seized. He was sitting in a trap in the narrow, well-fortified bay. He had to leave. England would never forgive him if he got caught in a Spanish port whilst holding idle intercourse with the governor and his wife. He decided to broach the subject today and to ask for leave. Unconsciously, he formed the necessary explanations in his mind. At the residence, he was met by a major domo and led into a modest room in the governor's private wing. Maria was there. She stood to meet him, and Tony hastened to kiss her hand. When he stood erect again, she cast him a look and briefly pursed her lips in a faint symbol of a kiss. She took his hand and led him to the table, pressing his hand briefly. My husband will join us in a minute, Don Antonio. Would you care for a hot chocolate? Perhaps later, Doña Maria. I trust Inez is fine. Did she receive the clothes I sent her? Obviously, Doña Maria. I saw her in a new dress this morning. She was eager to show me all the contents of the package, he answered, slightly stressing the word all. Tony felt like he had to talk to an invisible audience. There was a flicker in Maria's eye and a short nod towards a huge portrait. Tony waited a few moments and then gazed quickly in the indicated direction. The eyes in the portrait moved. Obviously, Don Alonso wanted to find out how close Tony had come to his wife. Tony had to suppress a smile. You must be very happy to have returned to a life that is appropriate for a woman of your standing, Doña Maria. I, for one, can only congratulate your esteemed husband for the good fortune that restored you to him. Yes, my husband is very happy, and I count myself lucky to have a husband who believed so firmly in my return. The only alternative would have been utter despair, came the voice of Don Alonso from the door. Now I have a chance to thank you in private for the great service you did to me. Not only rescuing my dear Maria from those traitors, but also undertaking to return her to me so speedily. But let us be comfortable first. He clapped his hands and servants appeared with hot chocolate and pastries. Don Alonso was very cordial, probably because he was satisfied that nothing was going on between his wife and the Englishman. After a half-hour of polite chit-chat, Tony broached the subject of his leaving. You have been a wonderful and generous host, Don Alonso, and I know you invited us to stay for a week. I feel deep regret about this, but I have to leave tomorrow with your leave. Naturally, my orders did not account for the possibility that I had to return a Spanish lady to her distinguished husband. As it stands, I need to sail for Jamaica with all haste to report to my superiors. I hope you and your wife will forgive me. His Excellency was disappointed but gracious. We soldiers have to follow orders, he sighed. I shall notify our harbour authorities and coastal defences that you will leave tomorrow. Your Excellency is very understanding, Tony answered politely. There is another matter to settle, the governor remembered.
The young woman who informed you about my wife's imprisonment, we must reward her properly. This is delicate because she will be excommunicated for deserting the order. If I handed you a sum of money to be distributed amongst those who helped you free my wife, would you undertake to give her a fair share? Certainly, Don Alonso. The only other person to have a claim would be volunteer first-class Mr. Samuel Wilson, who heard the shouts of the prisoners and alerted me to the situation. Then by all means, let him have a share for his good services. He handed Tony a heavy purse. Tony bowed in response. Then Doña Maria spoke up. It is with great regret that my husband and I see your early departure. Please remember that whichever way the relationships between our countries may develop, you will always have personal friends in my husband and myself. Well spoken, my dear Maria, the governor chimed in. Let us therefore have a toast to our personal friendship and to future peace between our great nations and our sovereigns. Servants with filled glasses appeared, and again toasts were drunk. For one last time, and under the alert eyes of her husband, Tony kissed Doña Maria's hand, and then he left. The evening was spent with preparations for an early start, and a little after 5 bells in the morning watch, the Clyde weighed anchor. Shot by shot, a salute was exchanged with the citadel, and the Clyde crept over the bay under the morning breeze. Another salute was exchanged later with the forts at the entrance of the bay, and then the Clyde set her sails for a dash to the north and to Jamaica. Under the prevailing winds, Tony expected to reach Kingston within 3 to 4 days, the distance being a mere 460 nautical miles. On the second day, though, they encountered a dead calm. For more than 2 days the merciless sun beat down on the helpless ship, melting the pitch in the seams of the deck, and making it a torture for the barefooted sailors to walk the hot planks. Fortunately, during the 4th night, a breeze gave them steerage again, and they crept over the oily sea at a mere 4 knots. Even this was testimony to Clyde's superior speed. All in all, it took them 8 days to reach Kingston. The squadron was at anchor when HMS Clyde cast anchor. Tony's first duty was to report to the Commander-in-Chief. The sails had hardly been fastened when the Clyde's gig splashed into the water. John Little and the crew hastened to take positions, and then Tony rushed down the Jacob's ladder with his reports and logbook. The boatswain's pipes twittered when Tony stepped through the entry port of the Hades, Sir John Borlace's flagship. An elderly captain received him. Wainwright, Chief of Staff, he introduced himself. Tony did not know the man, but assured him of the pleasure he felt. He was led to the Admiral's cabin. The Hades was a second-rate ship of 98 guns, a huge monster of a sailing ship, and the Admiral's cabin was as luxurious as one could expect. Sir John sat at his desk when Tony entered, but he raised to receive Tony's salute. "Welcome, Captain, and have a seat. Your prize came in 2 weeks ago with those prisoners and your report. It made for an interesting reading. What else do you have?" Tony produced his report, but Sir John made a short gesture, and Captain Wainwright took the envelope. "Report to me." The Admiral grinned. Tony set out to explain his reasoning why he escorted Doña Maria to Cartagena. The journey he touched only briefly, but he reported in detail about his observations in Cartagena, what officers had been at the reception, the state of the fortifications, in short, everything of military importance. "It seems you have made good use of your time there," Sir John remarked. "What are your orders, Captain?" "I was to extract assurances from the black leaders in Saint-Domingue that they would not support any hostile activity against His Majesty's dominions, then sail back to Portsmouth to report, Sir John," Tony replied. "I was advised to touch Kingston and see whether I may be able to pick up a convoy on the return journey." Sir John's face brightened. "That's thoughtful of the Earl," he opined. "In fact, I have 20 sails ready, but there's only one sloop of 16 guns, the Retribution, to escort them. 6-pounders, he added contemptuously. "The outgoing governor is to sail in the convoy. We better not lose him. I suppose with your big frigate to escort him, his lordship can feel safe." "When do you expect the convoy to be ready, Sir John?" "A week, 10 days. Listen, Captain, I'll be hosting a dinner at Admiralty House tomorrow. The new governor will be coming.
So will his lordship and some of the more important captains of the convoy. You are invited, and you can meet with them."
"That is very kind of you, Sir John," Tony replied dutifully.
"Well, Captain, until tomorrow. Enjoy your stay here."
"Thank you, Sir John."
A relieved Tony returned to his ship. Escorting 20 merchantmen to England on the return trip was an easy task. After relaying the news to Mr. Fortescue, Tony had himself rowed to the shore. From the boat harbour he walked the short distance to his old house. It was strange to walk the familiar streets again after more than 2 years, but it was stranger still when he arrived at his house and found it empty and locked. Well, he had written to his attorney to have him sell the house, but he had not expected this to happen so fast. He therefore directed his steps to his attorney's house. Mr. Rawling was indeed at home, and he was obviously pleased to meet his distinguished client.
"Do come in, Captain. How about a glass of sherry? No? Something stronger? A lemonade? Splendid."
After they were seated with glasses of lemonade, Tony listened to Mr. Rawling.
"The sale went through without a hitch, and I am happy to tell you that I cleared £1,264 for the house and $421 for your father's old warehouse."
Tony nodded appreciatively.
"I also asked Mrs. Mulcahy about her decision, as you had specified. Well, she's Mrs. Whitecliffe now, and of course she will not be leaving Jamaica. She and her husband both declined any severance pay."
"She's married?" Tony asked incredulously.
"Yes, Captain, didn't you know?
Well, it was when your letter arrived and we started the sale of your property. My new associate, Mr. Whitecliffe, visited with her frequently, and it seems that she stole his heart. A lovely woman, and been a widow for so long. Mr. Whitecliffe was a widower too, a match made in heaven."
"How fortunate,"
Tony managed to contribute. What was it that made all the women in his life marry other men? But he quickly corrected his own injustice. He had never made a commitment to her, and she hadn't either. He could not expect her to turn down a suitor in the vain hope that he, Tony, might be back some day to sleep with her for a few days, and then return to sea. He had not been fair to her, he realised.
"Do you know where I may find Mrs. Whitecliffe now? I would really like to offer my felicitations."
"Certainly, Captain," Mr. Rawling boomed, and he proceeded to give Tony directions. Tony left shortly afterwards. He directed his steps to the new home of Rose and her husband. He knocked on the door and was greeted by a small red-haired girl.
"Hello,"
the child said.
"Are you Emily?"
Tony asked.
"Yes, sir." "Would you fetch your mother, please?"
"Yes, sir," she answered and disappeared.
Seconds later, Rose rushed to the door.
"Oh, Tony, I did not know you were here. Please come in." She was obviously happy to see him.
"Should I really come in, Rose?"
"Yes, of course. My husband knows everything. I made a clean slate when he proposed to me and told him my story. He still wanted to marry me, so I suppose he cares for me."
"Must be," Tony conceded.
"Are you happy, Rose?"
She nodded.
"Yes, Tony, I really am. He is a good man, and he is the best I could get," she added, looking at Tony pointedly. He understood her implications. She knew that he would not marry her, but she did not fault him. She had been loyal all those years, but she really had to move on with her own life. Her voice broke into his train of thoughts. "I was very proud when you asked me to become your housekeeper in Portsmouth. But then I thought, I might not be happy to see you marry another woman and have to work for her. I like you too much for that." "I understand," Tony answered. "It's not easy for me either, but I wish you happiness. I also want to thank you for all those years during which you made my life comfortable." "Don't thank me. You gave me something too. I owe you almost everything. Tony?" "Yes, Rose?" "Can we hug one more time? Can you show me that you are not mad at me?" Tony simply stretched out his arms and she laid her head against his shoulder. It was not long, not more than a minute before they separated. "Rose?"
"Yes."
"Why wouldn't you accept the severance payment?"
"We don't need it. And my husband thought that, given our past relationship,
Accepting your generosity would not be in keeping with his dignity. Tony thought for a moment. Would you accept the money on behalf of Emily, to be kept in trust for her by Mr. Rawling? She can receive it upon her marriage or when she is of age. Would you really do that, Tony? Yes, I like her, and she's been something akin to the daughter of my house. It would make me feel better to give her something for her future. Rose stepped up to Tony, held his face and gave him a long kiss. Thank you. She is still too small, but one day I shall tell her and she will appreciate your generosity. It was worth it, just for this last kiss from you, Tony replied with a soft smile. I don't want to cause any trouble for you, Rose. I had better leave now. Farewell, and remember me if you ever need a friend. Thank you for everything, Tony, she answered solemnly. HMS Clyde, en route from Kingston, Jamaica, with a convoy of 22 merchantmen, sighted Wessant Island in the early morning hours of a bleak January day in 1805. The biting cold was hardship for her crew after months of service in the Caribbean. As they entered the English Channel, the impending end of the journey somewhat boosted the morale of the men who had to fight with frozen sails on the ice-covered yards of the big frigate. Tony had ordered the shortening of their topsails to maintain the windward position of his ship, relative to the convoy of merchantmen. In the English Channel, there was an increased risk of an enemy encounter. The French had privateers preying on British convoys. The capture of just one West Indiaman would make a corsair captain a rich man. However, the prevailing weather, gusty winds just below gale force, and the bitter cold would make those privateers less adventurous. For whatever reason, Clyde and her consorts did not sight a single sail on their mad rush before the western wind, and by the next morning they reached the protected waters of the Spithead, where Clyde discharged the ships of the convoy. Since he had sailed under Admiralty orders, Tony obtained a passage on the Navy post-chaise to London for the next day, whilst he left the ship in charge of his capable first lieutenant for refitting. He spent the first night on shore in his newly acquired house off Portsmouth's High Street. The lawyer, Mr. Hogsbotham, had procured a temporary caretaker for the house, but it was barely fit to live in. Tony Carter regretted that Rose Mulcahy had not come to join him in Portsmouth, especially since he had to find a place to stay for the young renegade nun, Inez Ruiz. In addition, his personal belongings from his Kingston household were on one of the merchantmen he had escorted, and they had to be transported into his new house. In the end, he entrusted young Samuel Wilson and his personal coxswain, John Little, with the supervision of his household in his absence. Together with Inez, they were to make the place habitable. The arrangement allowed Samuel Wilson to lodge with his sister, a fact for which the boy was grateful. Just before the end of the journey, he had been promoted to the gunroom with an acting midshipman rating, and he was bursting to tell his sister about his first journey and the adventures he had seen. The next morning found Tony on his way to London. The post-chaise dropped him off at the Royal George Inn in the early afternoon, where he secured a room for the night and changed into a new shirt and uniform. He walked to the Admiralty with his report under his arm and registered at the reception. A half-hour later, a Royal Marines sergeant approached him. "Mr. Marsden is ready to see you, sir." Mr. Marsden was the Deputy Secretary to their Lordships, and he was a younger copy of Mr. Nepean. "Welcome back, Captain. Please make yourself comfortable in this chair, and I can give my attention to your report. There is some port wine in that carafe if you care for a glass." Tony helped himself to a small glass of port whilst Mr. Marsden studied the report. When finished, he looked up and smiled. "You have been around, Captain. You mentioned that the Spanish governor of Cartagena has assured you of his personal friendship." "Indeed, sir," Tony answered. "Splendid. We cannot know when this may be useful, but it is good to keep in mind. That fellow Dessalines, do you think we can trust him?" There was just a faint hint of an edge in those words, and Tony answered carefully. "As I wrote in my report, sir, the self-styled Emperor Dessalines has betrayed people in the past. He simply hates all white people. General Vaval, with whom I had contact, is an honest man.
but he admits to having little influence on Dessalines. In my opinion, sir, we need to remain watchful of the situation.
Marston sighed.
What you say is in agreement with the opinion of the Foreign Office, Captain. Well, it was worth the try, and maybe he will keep the agreement. I shall pass your report to their lordships, of course, along with your oral assessment. For the time being, I suggest you return to Portsmouth and your ship and wait for your next orders. Thank you for your time. Tony bowed in return and left. He had the evening to himself, and he decided to pay a visit to Anita Hayworth. He found a one-horse cab, and soon he reached the familiar house. Walking up the stairs, he knocked on the door to Anita's lodgings. The door was opened and a maid looked at him with cocked eyebrows. I am Captain Anthony Carter. I am a friend of Miss Hayworth, and she asked me to visit upon my return to London. Would you kindly announce me? Miss Hayworth does not receive visitors, sir. If you want to see her, you have to buy admission to the theatre. I believe she will see me, Tony retorted. Now be kind and tell her that I am here. Before the reluctant maid could do anything, however, a voice came from within. Is that you, Tony? Martha, show the captain into the living room. I shall be with him in a second. Shrugging, the maid led him into the living room, and Tony remembered his first visit when he and Anita had spent the night talking in this room. He was not left alone for long, though, because Anita rushed in and threw herself into his arms. You're back. When did you arrive? Just yesterday. I came to London with the Morning Post shares. My business with the Admiralty is finished, and I wanted to pay you the promised visit. That is lovely. Let me kiss you first. It was a long kiss which left them both breathless. Then she held Tony at arm's length. How long can you stay in London? A few days, I suppose. There are no urgent tasks for me. In fact, they told me to wait for orders. That's marvellous. On Saturday next, I'll have a premiere. It's the Tartuffe, one of Richard Wilbur's English adaptations of Molière's plays. I play the Elmire. Would you like to be my company during the premiere night? Are you sure, Anita? It would be a delight for me, of course. I am sure. And don't be so sure about the delight. You haven't seen my acting yet. Do I get to see you? It must be too late to obtain admission for a premiere. Of course you must see me, silly. You will be my personal guest. In that case, it will be my pleasure. Have you plans for tonight? I had planned on revising my role once more, and tomorrow we'll have the final costume fitting. In the afternoon I shall meet 2 of my best friends, and I cannot disappoint them. Day after tomorrow is costume rehearsal. That will be a mad day. I'm so sorry, Tony, but I cannot go out with you before the premiere night. Please understand and forgive me. Tony smiled to hide his disappointment. It is not a problem, Anita. I shall return to Portsmouth then, to organise a few things. I shall be back on Friday and arrange for a few days' stay. Is that agreeable with you? Yes. I am sorry, Tony. I would like nothing better than spending the next days with you, but I have my responsibilities. Thank you for being so understanding. She kissed him again with feeling. The invitation will be there for you at the Royal George when you'll return. You are staying at the George, aren't you? Yes, thank you. I guess I better leave you to your preparations. Don't drive yourself too much. You are sweet, Tony. I really look forward to being with you. You will come, won't you? I would not miss the chance to see you for the world. I better leave now before my resolve will vanish. I am really looking forward to seeing you, on and off stage. Flatterer! I also look forward to seeing you and spending more time with you. I am sorry, darling, but I need to get ready. Don't think that I'd not rather spend the evening with you. My loss is London's gain. I'll take my leave then, and I look forward to Saturday, Tony answered with assumed cheerfulness. He walked back to the inn, deep in thought. If he was honest, he was disappointed that Anita did not have time for him. But on the bright side, she had asked him to be her companion on premiere night. Tony was dimly aware that this was a distinction for which he would be envied by a great many gentlemen, and this gave him some solace. The next morning saw him riding the post-chaise back to Portsmouth. He arrived in the early afternoon and went straight to the harbour. At a signal from the shore, his gig came over to bring him on board. Fortescue then gave him a summary of what had happened over the last 2 days. There were some documents to be signed too, but after 2 hours, Tony had himself rowed to the shore again, from where he walked the short distance to his house accompanied by John Little. When he entered his home, he saw that a lot had been done in his absence. The house looked almost inhabited now. There were items of furniture and decorations that had to go, of course, such as paintings of the former owner's family. But it was comforting to see his own linens on his bed and his clothes in the dressing room. "You did a very good job, Mr. Little," he said. "Mr. Wilson and his sister helped, sir. And Inez too. I mean Miss Ruiz. Begging your pardon." Now was there or was there not a blush under the ebony skin of the tall African? Perhaps little Inez had not wasted time. "Miss Wilson helped too?" Tony asked. "Yes, sir. She showed us where to put things and helped Miss Ruiz to get the kitchen cleaned." "Did they get along?" "Mighty fine, sir. Miss Ruiz will learn at Miss Wilson's shop," she said. "Yes, that was the idea. I suppose I shall walk over to Mulberry Street and talk to Miss Wilson and thank her," Tony sighed. He was not entirely at ease with that visit. He was not sure how the lovely seamstress felt about him after their brief tryst, and with her brother now a member of Clyde's gun-room. The shop looked appealing from the outside, Tony thought. There was a shop window with a white dress draped over a high-backed chair. Hesitantly, he opened the door and a chime sounded. "I'll be right with you." He heard Elizabeth's voice from the back, and then quick steps followed. If she had reservations about him, she did not show them because she flung herself into his arms. "Oh, Tony, you came. What a nice surprise. Let me look at you." "Hello, Elizabeth." Tony smiled his relief. "How are you faring? This is certainly a very nice shop." "Thank you, I rather like it myself." She beamed. "Business is wonderful. I shall need an apprentice soon to handle all the work." "Well, I think I found you one, didn't I?" Tony laughed. "You mean Inez?" she asked. "Tell me, what is she to you?" "I promised to bring her to safety. She did us a great service and I owe her, that's all." "You don't think that your Mr. Little has cast an eye on her?" "If he does, good for him," Tony answered. "He is a free man, a volunteer. He is free, how do the Americans say? Free in his pursuit of happiness." "The way she looks at him, his happiness may not be far," Elizabeth opined. "But enough of that. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit?" "I just came to see how my favourite tenant, employee, is faring. I also want to invite you to dinner." "Dinner?" she asked with cocked eyebrows. "Will I get something to eat?" Then a grin spread over her face. "Your face was priceless," she laughed. "Don't worry, I'd love to dine with you. When and where?" "Can I pick you up at 8? "That would be fine. I'll finish and get dressed. Carpenters again?" "Your wish is my command. I can make do with fresh food for a change. I'll pick you up at 8. He turned to leave, but Elizabeth stopped him with her hand on his shoulder. "Don't I rate a kiss any more?" Tony smiled at her and gave her a chaste kiss. "That is all I get?" she asked with a fake pout. "Elizabeth, we need to talk and clear up a few things. I cannot just take you for granted. I must think of your future too." "I know, Tony. I don't think we should continue our affair either. Amongst other things, getting with child would really create a mess for me. Let's talk this over during dinner." Tony nodded and gave her another kiss, this time with some feeling. It was later that evening, after they had shared a pleasant dinner, that they discussed the sensitive issues between them. "Elizabeth, it was reckless of me to seduce you. Now I know that you were no virgin, but I still feel bad." "Anthony, you needn't feel bad. I had a wonderful night. I felt good. But same as you, I would prefer a less intimate relationship. As discreet as we may be, things may become public. Being known as a harlot would really hurt my standing with my customers." "You have a point there, Elizabeth.
So what do we do? Can we remain friends? I would like to be there for you should you ever need a friend. Elizabeth smiled. I would love to be your friend. Tony raised his glass. To friendship, then? To friendship, Elizabeth replied. And thank you for taking such good care of Samuel. Don't thank me, he is a great youth. He has a future in the Navy, you know. Let us not start this again, please. Well, what do you want to talk about? Your coat. It's really a bad fit, and the stitching looks like it was done by a 3-year-old. What? This is my second best coat. It cost me a small fortune. Your tailor cheated you. This was made for another person. They probably let out the seams to allow for your long arms, and they made darts in the back because you are slender in the waist. Now the cloth creases in the wrong places. You mean it was a used coat? Tony asked incredulously. Not necessarily. Probably made for another person who did not pay or did not pick it up. The epaulets are very good quality, though, and the buttons too. You see, it is an expensive coat, but it was never made for you. Tony laughed bitterly. I'm an easy target for cheaters. I do not know enough about these matters. Can you make it fit better? Elizabeth shook her head emphatically. That would only make it worse. No, but I can make you a wonderful new coat. You have a perfect figure for uniforms. I'd take the embroidery, the buttons and epaulettes from the old ones, so it'll just be the cloth. How long would that take? I have to appear at a reception in London the day after tomorrow. That would be the gala uniform, of course. Come early tomorrow. Don't forget your old coat. You'll have it tomorrow night. In exchange, you'll let me do all your uniforms in the future. Tony grinned. I'll be at your shop at 7. But what about Inez? Would you be willing to take her on? You don't want to keep her? I have no housekeeper. I can't let a girl run my house whilst I'm away. You said you may need an apprentice, and she has worked in a tailor's shop before. Elizabeth nodded. Why not? I can use some help. Bring her along tomorrow. There is a sleeping chamber upstairs that she can use. She can start tomorrow. You know that she has some funds, do you? No, I didn't. She received a considerable sum of gold coins and a fine necklace and arm rings from the governor of Cartagena and his wife. I shall place the money and the valuables in a bank vault for her. She'll have a nice dowry whenever she chooses to marry. Samuel received some money too. Yes, from the same source. He discovered that there were prisoners kept in that monastery. I know. He's told me the story at least thrice. Elizabeth grinned. If it hadn't been for the money he could show, I would have never believed such an outlandish story. Tony laughed. Yes, people are strange, and greed is common, even amongst those who have vowed to dispense with worldly goods. Tony escorted Elizabeth back to Mulberry Street. At her door, Elizabeth quickly gave him a chaste kiss on his cheek. Good night, and thank you for being so understanding. Thank you for fixing my coats. Tony grinned back. I'll be here at 7. Good night, Elizabeth. Tony was relieved when he walked back home. He had worried about hurting the young woman. He liked her, but there was no deep level of understanding like he had shared with Anita, nor the consuming attraction he had felt for Harriet. When he arrived at his home, he called for Inez. She came down from her room, flustered and out of breath. Tony grinned. Have you seen John Little? He asked innocently. Her deep blush told him what had been going on. Tony decided it was none of his business. He is upstairs. You want me fetch him? She asked hopefully. No, Inez, please sit down here. She sat, obviously afraid of what would come. Don't worry, Inez. Nothing is amiss. I have good news for you. Miss Wilson has agreed to accept you as an apprentice seamstress in her shop. Tomorrow I shall bring you to see her. She has a room for you, so you can live with her. Inez smiled, obviously relieved. Miss Wilson is a nice woman. I like work for her. We shall also go to a bank tomorrow. You know what a bank is? To sit? She asked dubiously. No, Tony laughed. A bank is a place where you can leave your money and gold for safeguarding. The banker guarantees the safety. I want you to put your money and your necklace and rings there. That way, nobody can steal them. And when you marry one day, you will have a dowry. Inez nodded. But what do I eat when my money is away? She remembered. You will have a bed and food with Miss Wilson, and if you need money, you can always go to the bank and get back some money. Inez smiled and nodded. That is good. With that settled, Tony went up to the second floor and into his bedroom. He shrugged off his coat and breeches. Tomorrow, he would need to find a housekeeper. With this resolution, he slipped underneath the blankets and fell asleep quickly. Years of habit made him wake up at 4 bells in the morning watch. His brain needed some time to realise the unaccustomed surroundings, but then he threw off the blanket and proceeded to light a lamp. In the dim light of the lamp, he made some effort to wash and shave. It was a rare pleasure to have fresh water for his personal uses. Once finished, he dressed and climbed upstairs to knock on Inez's door to wake her. He grinned when he heard the whispering from inside. Apparently she and John Little had made the best of her last night in Tony's house. "Wake up, Inez," he called. "We need to be ready soon. Don't forget to pack your belongings." He also knocked on the door of John Little's room and, without waiting for an answer, shouted, "Rise and shine." He was busy in the kitchen when Little came down. He was flustered to see his captain prepare breakfast, but Tony waved away his objections. "I'll try to find a housekeeper today. There must be an agency for that in town. Don't worry, you can do the clean-up afterwards." Inez came in and they shared a frugal breakfast before Tony and the girl left. John Little insisted on carrying his captain's coats, and Tony suspected that he wanted to learn the exact location of Inez's new home. At Elizabeth's house they were welcomed with freshly brewed tea. Then, Elizabeth took his measurements. She told him to be back in the early afternoon for a fitting, and then she ushered the men out, claiming that she was too busy. Accompanied by his coxswain, Tony directed his steps to his solicitor's residence. Mr. Hogsbotham was still busy breaking his fast, and so he invited his client to share this important meal with him. Over a second breakfast, Tony was able to extract some information from him, and an hour later, he was standing in the office of one Mr. Tolley, the proprietor of an employment agency. He explained his needs to Mr. Tolley and stressed the urgency. Mr. Tolley clucked his teeth in thought, and then told Tony that he had a likely candidate for the position of housekeeper. He promised to contact her immediately and have her interview Tony that very afternoon. It would be better to wait with the hiring of other servants until the new housekeeper could help with the selection, Mr. Tolley suggested. Hoping fervently that the man would keep his promise, Tony then turned to the harbour. He went on board the Clyde and in 2 busy hours finished the necessary paperwork. Mr. Fortescue was a dream come true for a captain. He knew what things to leave for his captain to decide. On the other hand, he handled all other tasks with relentless élan. In the 8 months as his second in command, Tony had not seen the need for a single word of criticism. Seeing that the refitting of the Clyde was proceeding smoothly, he informed Mr. Fortescue of his trip to London. Clearly the first lieutenant enjoyed the prospect of being in charge for a few more days. Tony invited him to stay for lunch, and whilst they ate, they were able to discuss a few more topics, mostly the necessary promotions or replacements of crew members. Mr. Turner, the surgeon, was retiring from the service and they needed a successor. After lunch, Tony dictated a brief letter to the Port Admiral's office, asking for the appointment of a new surgeon. It was time to leave for the tailor's shop when he was finished. Elizabeth had been busy, and she let him try on the loosely stitched new coat. Even Tony could notice the different, comfortable fit of the broadcloth uniform. Inez had already been busy-scavenging his old Noir uniform for epaulettes, buttons and other ornaments, and Elizabeth promised the coat to be ready by supper time. Tony thanked her for her efforts and went home. He had barely arrived when the doorbell rang. A petite woman, her black hair in a severe bun, all dressed in black, stared at him when he opened the door. "I am Nadine Blackett," she stated with a noticeable French accent. "Mr. Tolley informed me that you need a housekeeper." "Yes, indeed," Tony answered quickly. "Why don't you come in?" He led her into the study and asked her to be seated. He noticed that she sat upright and on the edge of the seat.
She was obviously nervous. He briefly explained the situation of his household and told her that his old housekeeper had married and would not move to England. At the mentioning of marriage, he noticed a brief expression of anguish on her face. He then made the connection between that sign of anguish and her black dress. She must be recently widowed. After giving her some more information, he then asked her about her background. As you may have noticed, Captain, I am French, or was French. My father fled France during the Reign of Terror, and I grew up in Exeter. My mother died early, and as the eldest daughter, I led my father's household. 4 years ago I married John Blackett, a Portsmouth merchant. This was against my father's will, who wanted me to marry one of the French emigres, and he has never spoken to me again. I was very happy with my husband also we remained childless. 3 months ago, whilst he was working in his warehouse, my husband collapsed and was dead. I've been living off our savings, but I need to work soon. I cannot go back to my father.
So you have been a housewife?
She nodded dejectedly. She knew what was coming. Her lack of experience and her being French had been an obstacle in one interview after the other in the last weeks. She was surprised, therefore, to see Tony smiling.
Can you cook?
She nodded.
Of course. You know your way with spices, peppers and garlic and such?
Yes.
Can you start at once?
As soon as I can move my belongings. Tony made his decision. The thought of French cooking made his mouth water. I would like for you to start at once. Have a look at the house. Stock up the kitchen and the cellar. Get what implements you need to get this household running. There are some crates with china and silverware that need to be cleaned and stowed. I shall go to London for a few days tomorrow. That will give you time to move in your own belongings and set things up properly. Is that agreeable to you? A shy smile appeared on the young widow's face. Yes, sir. Thank you for your trust. But I shall need some funds to make the purchases, and there is the question of my salary.
Of course,
Tony responded, and took out his wallet. He peeled out a small stack of pound notes. Here's £15 to cover the initial expenses. As for your salary, would you agree to 12 shillings a week?
That is too generous an offer, Sir Anthony. I am not really qualified, and once you are at sea, there is not much work to do.
Then you have to make up for the difference by preparing extra good food for me whilst I am at home. Tony smiled. Let us make a deal. I'll give you 10 shillings a week. At the end of the year, when I am satisfied with your work, you'll get a gratification of 5 guineas.
That would make me feel better, Sir Anthony.
Agreed then. Let me show you the house as best I know. No need for that, Sir Anthony. Just show me my quarters and your bedroom, and I shall explore the rest when there is time.
Splendid, Mrs. Blackett. If you were to follow me. He quickly showed her his own bedroom and dressing room, and then the servants' chambers on the 3rd floor.
Since there is only you can use the 2 large rooms facing the garden. Have you any furniture that you want to bring?
A few items, yes.
Feel free to put them into your rooms. They went down to the hall. Mrs. Blackett wanted to go back to her lodgings to collect her personal effects, and Tony had her accompanied by John Little. She eyed the tall African with some trepidation, but when he addressed her in his careful English, she had to smile. She thanked him nicely for his troubles, and they left. Tony breathed a sigh of relief. Nadine Blackett was what he wanted, not some stuffy spinster who would try to govern him, but a nice woman who would make the empty house a home to live in. Taking a piece of paper and a pencil, he walked through the house and made a list of the pictures and pieces of furniture that had to go. The previous owner had, for the most, displayed a good taste. However, there were several paintings with pious motifs that Tony could not stomach. The bookshelves held vast numbers of memoirs from insignificant people, full with self-praise and how the Almighty had helped them to become rich and important. These had to go as well. The heavy drapes in the study kept out the light. He would have them removed. Come to think of it, that study, blackened by cigar smoke, needed a fresh coat of bright paint. Tony walked around and planned until his new housekeeper returned. John Little carried a large trunk and a bag, and Mrs. Blackett was loaded with a few more items. Tony gave her time to place her belongings in her rooms. Then he gave her the pencil-written list with the items to be removed, refurbished and remodelled, telling her that these things could be dealt with one after the other. When he had thus given his new housekeeper enough work for the upcoming weeks and months, he discussed with her the need for additional staff. It was agreed that a maid was needed, but Mrs. Blackett insisted that she could do without a manservant. When all the topics had been covered, it was time for Tony to pick up his new uniform. When he arrived in Mulberry Street, he found Elizabeth busy applying the finishing touches to the new uniform coat. With a fine brush, she removed chalk marks and loose threads, and then bade him over. She helped him into the coat and led him to stand before a large mirror. Even Tony could see the difference from his old coat. The new one made for a far more comfortable fit. "Well, what do you think?" Elizabeth asked. "It's perfect as far as I can see. More important, it is very comfortable. I always thought a gala uniform had to be tight. Can you make 4 more coats for everyday use? I could also do with some silk vests and new breeches." Elizabeth grinned. "I'll be happy to make them. When do you need them?" "I'll be in London for at least 4 or 5 days. As far as I can see, we will not sail again for at least 2 weeks." "Consider them done by the time you will weigh anchor," Elizabeth replied. "Thank you. I believe I shall be your customer for some time to come. What do I owe you?" 3 guineas for the cloth and the work. We can just deduct it from your share." "Sure. When you are finished with all the work, give me your reckoning. I'll probably end up owing you." "But at least you'll be properly dressed," Elizabeth laughed. "It is also your shop, after all. I cannot have you walking around in ill-fitting coats." "True that. Is the business arrangement working out for you?" "Absolutely. Mr. Hogsbotham has been very helpful, and I am rather fond of the owner." She smiled. "Well, you are my favourite employee too," Tony smiled back. Tony bade his farewell, giving Elizabeth a friendly hug, and went back home. Mrs. Blackett had prepared a dinner from the scant contents of his food locker. After dinner, Tony went to the long rooms, one of the fancy hangouts for Navy officers. He met a few fellow captains and spent a pleasant evening. The next morning saw him in the post-chaise to London again, where he arrived in the early afternoon. Sure enough, there was an envelope waiting for him at the Royal George Inn. The promised invitation to that evening's premiere was in it, but also a handwritten billet. "Dearest Anthony, can you manage to visit me at my home before I have to go to the theatre? I shall leave at 6 o'clock, and I would be happy to entertain you before that. Yours, Anita." He quickly had his trunk deposited in his room before he walked over to Anita's lodgings. The same maid who had refused him entry 4 days ago opened the door. This time, though, she showed him in and asked him to wait in the living room. Whilst he was waiting, he heard the maid. "I am leaving now, Miss Hayworth. Are you quite sure you won't need me today?" Apparently, Miss Hayworth was sure because Tony heard the door shut and the sound of the maid going downstairs. A few moments later, Anita came into the living room. She was wearing a sheer silk dressing gown and nothing else. Tony rose in time for her to melt into his arms. "Thank you for coming, darling. I felt so bad sending you away. You're not mad at me, are you?" "I was a little disappointed, but it turned out to be of advantage. I was able to hire a housekeeper and get a few other things settled as well during the last days. Now I can really enjoy my stay here. Apropos, if you were to take off coat, shirt, breeches and all, you might enjoy your stay even more." Tony raised an eyebrow. "Really? I mean, does that not interfere with your preparations?" "I'm well prepared. I would like to make good for the bad treatment I gave you. I also would just like the reassurance of you making love to me. You don't have to, you know." Tony grinned. "What man would spurn such an invitation?" he asked, picking her up in his arms and carrying her to the bedroom. As they were lying side by side in the aftermath of their gentle coupling, Anita held her eyes closed whilst her fingertips brushed over his chest. Tony regarded the peaceful face before him. "Anita," he began gently, "you do know that I already care for you very much, don't you?" Anita opened her eyes and beamed a smile at him. "I care for you too. More, in fact, than advisable." "What do you mean by that?"
You make me feel all warm and happy, and I begin to forget all my good resolutions. Tony laughed. I'm glad you forgot any resolutions. But what resolutions did you make? Not to fall in love, for instance. Would that be such a bad thing? Yes. Anita sat up. Tony, I cannot afford to fall in love. I can't see myself as a housewife, passing biscuits and tea. Being an actress is such a thrill, I don't think I could live without that. Is your acting really that important to you? Tony asked, somewhat baffled. Wait until you see me tonight. The theatre is my life. What is it, Tony? You look like I said something nasty. Anita, I felt that our relationship was moving in the direction of marriage. Tony looked at her defiantly. Yes. Is that such a bad idea? Don't you feel for me? Don't be mad at me, Tony. I love to be your lover, I really do. But I cannot be more. I certainly cannot be Mistress Carter. I would never be accepted as such. I would always be the actress of dubious background who married above her station. Cannot we just continue our affair? But don't you feel the accord between us? You mean in bed? She smiled. Yes, in bed, but also when we just sit and talk. There is so much between us. Why not give it a chance to develop into something more? Anita stared at him. You have a way with words, you certainly do. Listen, we can't decide this today, and we certainly shouldn't. Do you really mean this? Anita, what I feel for you, I have only felt once before. I was as ready to commit myself then as I'm ready to commit myself now. What happened to the woman? She married somebody else, didn't even explain herself to me. But you would never do that. Of course not. I haven't even thought about marrying since Roland died. Be that as it may, I must get ready. I promised to give it some thought, but I need to dress now. Will you stay the night with me after the premiere and the receptions? Only if you want me to stay? She grabbed his head impatiently and kissed him hard. Of course I want you to stay. I really care for you. I am just not yet prepared to marry a man. We have only met 3 times in our lives. Yet I love to be with you, and I want to spend an uninterrupted night with you. I'm sorry, Anita. I shouldn't have brought it up so early. I shall give you all the time you need to make up your mind, and I'll love to stay with you. Thank you. I have to get ready now. Sally will be back any minute. She jumped out of the bed and pulled Tony after her. When he stood, she pressed her naked form against him once more and kissed him. Be patient with me, she whispered. I still can't believe how far I have gone with you already. You better get ready, Tony whispered back. How did you plan the evening? Anita put on her dressing gown and began to comb her hair, whilst Tony picked up his clothes and began to dress. You just enjoy the play. After the curtain, come back to the dressing rooms. I'll leave orders to let you pass. I shall change into another dress, and then we shall walk the short distance to Lord Brougham's mansion. We have to stay at the reception for 2 or 3 hours. You'll meet my 2 friends there too, Harriet Palmer and Lucy Gutteridge. Poor Harriet is married to the ghastly son of Lord Brougham. She is terribly unhappy, but you'll find her a very nice woman. Anita had spoken without looking at him. Only after that last sentence she saw the effect her words had had on him. What is it, Tony? You look completely dazed. Nothing. It's just something I have to get over, dear, he answered with a forced smile. For Tony, the prospect of that evening reception suddenly soured. Well, hopefully it would be a big reception. Perhaps he could even avoid Harriet. I better leave now, Anita. I have to dress properly too. Will I see you? Anita asked, worried. Of course, darling, he answered reassuringly and kissed her hand. Whilst he walked briskly back to the Royal George, he chided himself for blurting out his intentions towards Anita. It was a stupid thing to do, he told himself, worthy of an adolescent, but not of a grown man. Perhaps he had not treated the women in his life with enough attention. Maria had told him to pay attention instead of just presuming that women wanted the same as men,
Obviously, Anita wanted a friend and occasional lover. Could he blame her? Had he not treated Rose and Elizabeth in a similar way? Had there been anything in Harriet's demeanour that indicated that she did not want him for a husband? Had he missed signals there? No, she had been eager too. Yet today he would have to see her and her fat husband and pretend to be indifferent. That would be difficult. He had no illusions about it. She was Anita's friend, one of her best friends even, as she had said. Which side would Anita pick when she had to choose between her best friend and her paramour? His thoughts were a veritable maelstrom when he reached his lodgings. He had to hurry, though, to be ready in time for the play. He also had not eaten since the early morning, he suddenly noticed. He therefore rang the bell, and when the landlord showed, he asked for a plate of ham and cheese and a light white wine. However, when the food arrived, he found that his appetite was not that strong. More out of reasoning than out of appetite, he managed to eat some bread with slices of smoked ham. The cheese was washed down with 1 glass of wine, but he drank a whole pitcher of water to slake his thirst. After shaving carefully, he combed out his blonde hair and bound it in a fresh queue. Then he dressed with equal care in fresh white breeches, shoes with buckles of solid bullion, a white vest of silk over a fresh shirt, and lastly, in his brand new coat. After putting on his hat, he studied the image in a large mirror. He looked every bit the successful Navy officer. With his magnificent Toledo sword in place, he studied himself again in the mirror and decided he was ready to go. A rented cab brought him to the Drury Lane Theatre. He showed his ticket to the attendant, and a footman showed him the way to a private box on the 2nd level. There, a gentleman of middling age with magnificent side whiskers and a stately woman were already seated. The gentleman rose to introduce his lady and himself. "Captain Carter, I am Sir Robert Norton, and this is my wife, Lady Emily Norton." The title with her first name signified that his wife was the daughter of at least a peer of England. Otherwise she would have simply been Lady Norton. Tony bowed to the lady and shook the hand of the man whom he knew to be one of London's most eminent wholesalers. The man held a large interest in the East India Company, but also in the West Indian sugar trade, and he was quite deeply tied in with the Tory ministry. "I trust that you will be comfortable with us, Captain," Anita asked us, and we were of course delighted to have one of our naval heroes as our guest. "This is exceedingly kind of you, Sir Robert. Do you happen to be friends of Miss Hayworth?"
Yes, indeed. We both love the girl. Lady Emily joined in. She is such a nice person, never involved in scandalous affairs like so many of her colleagues. How do you know her, if I may be so bold to ask?
"Oh, we happened to meet by chance. I was able to assist her in a situation of need, and we had dinner afterwards. I did not know who and what she was, seeing that I had just come to London for the 2nd time, but we kept writing letters to each other, and she invited me to be her companion for this night. I suppose there is no mortal man who would refuse." He answered lightly, careful not to tarnish Anita's reputation. He could not really tell his hosts that he had saved Anita from an irate wife's wrath. "Miss Hayworth told us that you hail from Kingston." "Yes, indeed. My father was the master owner of a merchantman, and that's what I would have become too. Sadly, our ship foundered in a hurricane, taking the life of my father and most of the crew. After that, I joined the Royal Navy." "But you must know good shipping companies in Jamaica, Captain. Maybe you can give me an unbiased recommendation since I try to find new partners for my trade with Kingston." "I can recommend Whitney & Co., but that is not an unbiased recommendation. I own interest in that company." Tony laughed. "How come? I thought you were left a poor orphan." "Orphan, but not poor. My father had insured his schooner, and he already owned an interest in Mr. Whitney's ships, which I inherited. When Mr. Whitney expanded, I increased my stake as well." "That's very interesting, Captain. Perhaps we can meet in the next days and discuss some business." "Of course. I am not a managing partner, but I shall certainly help to set up the contact with Mr. Whitney's agent." The men were interrupted by the entry of a younger woman. She had a very pretty face and bore a strong resemblance to Lady Emily. Sir Robert and Tony rose. "May I introduce my daughter, Mrs. Gwendolen Archer? Gwendolen, our guest, Captain Carter." Tony bowed again.
My daughter just finished her year of mourning after the untimely death of her husband, Lady Emily felt the need to explain. Now the poor lamb has to take care of her late husband's business. He was in the cloth business, and it is a lot of work for a poor woman. Tony smelt a rat. Gwendolen Archer had not come by chance. He had to be careful, but his worries were unfounded. "Mother, stop it," Mrs. Archer said firmly. "I like running my business, and Captain Carter came here to watch the play." "Nevertheless, I can appreciate your presence, madam." Tony smiled. Mrs. Archer smiled back, a woman well aware of her attractiveness. Just then, the orchestra began to play a short introductory piece, and the audience fell silent. When the curtain opened, a polite applause greeted the actors, and the play began. Tony had seen this play before as a boy, performed by a wandering French troupe in Martinique where the Anne Mary had done business before the war. He was curious about the English adaptation. After the first scenes, he decided that the adaptation was expertly done, and that the cast of the Drury Lane Theatre far surpassed the talent of the small travelling French theatre company. He became engulfed with the plot and positively enraptured with Anita's performance. She had a rare presence on the stage. Whenever she appeared, the other actors became mere background. There was no Anita Hayworth. Elmire Tartuffe's wife was on stage. He was getting carried away with emotion, and he felt in awe with Anita. It would be difficult for him to deal with her in the future, he feared. He was glad that he had not seen her on stage before they met. He would have never been able to be his natural self in her presence. In a clairvoyant moment, he realised that this was why Anita felt attracted to him, because he behaved normally around her. He had to force himself to make conversation with his hosts during the intermissions. Fortunately, Mrs. Archer was not daunted by his absent-mindedness, but rather asked him many questions. One he did not expect was when she inquired about his tailor. "I happen to own a small tailor's shop in Mulberry Street, Portsmouth," he answered lightly. "To be honest, I do little for it. Miss Elizabeth Wilson, a very talented young seamstress, does all the work. All I provide is the financing. I also have to be the front for the little shop, seeing how she is unwed." "That coat is cut quite fetchingly. Does she dresses too?" "There is a wedding dress in the shop window, so I would assume that she does," he answered. "I shall have to look up your shop when I'll visit Portsmouth next. After all, a seamstress needs cloth, doesn't she?" "Again, that would be my assumption. From what I understand, she found a neighbour's wife who is knowledgeable in the cloth trade and who helps her." They dropped the issues then because the third act was about to start, and Tony quickly forgot their conversation. When the play ended, there was a tumultuous applause. The actors had 3 curtains, and the cast beamed at the audience. To Tony, the view of Anita on the stage, waving into the crowd, positively bursting with pride over her achievement and enjoying the applause, was an eye-opener. He realised how selfish and stupid he had been. This woman belonged on a stage where she could touch and brighten the lives of so many people. To marry her would be like taking a priceless piece of art and hiding it in a closet, depriving humanity of a treasure. When the curtain had closed for the last time, Tony thanked Sir Robert and his family for the hospitality, and made his way to the dressing rooms. There was a throng of men waiting outside, and their way was barred by the manager of the theatre. Tony decided to wait in the background. When, 10 minutes later, Anita emerged from her dressing room, a mad struggle ensued with everyone trying to get her attention. Anita looked around for Tony. Fortunately, he was a tall man and stood out from the crowd. She waved at him, and he made his way through the crowd. Offering her his arm, he led her through the crowded antechamber, with many a man eyeing him with envy. They did not talk before they were in the waiting coach. When the coach started and they were out of earshot, both breathed a sigh of relief. In the dark coach, Anita looked intently at Tony. "So how did you like it?" Tony could not help but hear an anxious undertone. "Anita, today was a rare experience for me. You were breathtaking." There was relief in Anita's voice. "You think so?" "Anita, I am in awe of you. I think if I had seen you on stage before, I would have never had the courage to talk to you." "And what a pity that would have been." Anita laughed. Tony laughed self-consciously. You know, I learned another thing this evening. And what might that be? Anita asked in a light tone. Have we some time? I would like to start with a short tale first so you will understand better. Yes, tell me. You have to know that my mother was Danish from the island of St. Thomas. She died when I was 9 years old, but when I was younger, she would always tell me Danish fairy tales at bedtime. One of my favourites she called The King and the Nightingale. It is about the Danish king. He was an unhappy man and inclined to brooding, although nobody knew the reason. Once he was out hunting, but his heart was not in it, and he sat down under a tree in heavy thoughts. All of a sudden, a nightingale sang its song from the tree above. Listening to the song, his mood changed. He looked up the tree and saw the bird. Calling his hunters, he made them catch the nightingale. The bird was put in a golden cage in his castle, and the king would sit and listen to its song. The nightingale, though, was unhappy in the cage and sang less and less. The king could not help but notice how miserable his pet bird had become, and so, one evening, he opened the cage and let the bird escape. The nightingale, however, built a nest in the garden of the castle, and the king would henceforth sit in his garden, along with whoever cared to join him and listen to the songs she once again sang. That's a nice fairy tale, Tony, but what is your point? The point, Anita, is that you are the nightingale and I am the king. I'm trying to put you in a golden cage whilst, by rights, you should be out on a tree bringing happiness to all the people. I see now that you belong on the theatre stage. You would be miserable without the applause and attention from the audience, and being miserable, you would not be the woman I cherish so much. All I want to say in my pompous way is that I shall be happy to remain your paramour for as long you'll have me and count myself a fortunate man. Tony, I have heard many a compliment, some even in elaborate rhyme, but this was the most beautiful compliment I ever received. Thank you for making me happy tonight. She kissed him fervently, with an intensity born both of emotion and relief. Only when the coach lurched to a stop, they separated. Tony climbed from the coach and offered his hand to Anita. She alighted, and they both ascended the stairs of a large mansion. Liveried servants took their cloaks, as well as Tony's sword and cocked hat. Another higher-ranking servant led them to the second floor and to a large door. The door opened, and the butler announced, "Captain Anthony Carter." Dramatic pause. "Miss Anita Hayworth." Everybody in the room turned and applauded. Anita bowed to either side of the room and received felicitations from dozens of men and women. She kept looking for her friends, though, and when she saw them in the back, she excused herself to the people around her and dragged Tony over to where a dumbstruck Harriet was standing. She is thin, was what Tony thought when he saw Harriet. There was agony in her eyes where he had expected arrogance and defiance. This threw him off, and when Anita introduced him, his prepared sentences were forgotten. "Always delighted to see you, Mrs. Palmer. I trust that you and your husband are well." That was what came from his mouth, and it was stupid. He knew it the moment he had said it. He saw pain in Harriet's eyes, saw her feeble attempt to reply. Then her eyes rolled back and she crumbled in a heap at their feet. In a second, several women descended on Harriet's lifeless form, and they whisked her away into an adjoining room. Anita excused herself to the bystanders, pressed Tony's hand briefly, and followed. London, August 1804. Harriet Palmer felt weary and worn out. She had been standing for more than an hour, greeting the guests who had come to felicitate her on her first wedding anniversary. Even more demanding had been the task of keeping the false smile pasted to her face, a challenge whenever she had to look at her husband. The feelings she had then, hatred and loathing, threatened to overwhelm her. Saying meaningless pleasantries to people she barely knew, her thoughts drifted back to those happy months. She had declared her love for Anthony Carter, and the future had held the promise of happiness for her. Why did she have to go to that summer night soirée? It was on her aunt's country seat near Maidstone, and Harriet had planned to stay overnight. The party was dull to begin with, and then she found herself the target of the incessant attempts of Rupert Palmer, the son of one of her father's friends.
evading him became a daunting task all evening. She retired early, and she fell asleep despite the noise of the ongoing soiree. She woke up with a violent start. Somebody had clamped his hand over her mouth. She felt the heavy weight of a body pinning her down, whilst another hand ripped at her nightshirt. She fought against the intruder, tried to get her teeth at the hand that covered her mouth. But the battle was futile. The attacker had already placed himself between her legs before she woke up, and her nightshirt was up around her waist. When something hard and wet touched her nether lips, she renewed her struggle and got her mouth free. With all her power, she bit down on the hand, tasting blood. She heard her attacker curse, and suddenly, in the pale moonlight that filtered through the drawn curtains, she recognised Rupert Palmer. Then, his other hand punched her face and she nearly blacked out. She screamed against the hand again when she felt a ripping pain. Her attacker forced himself into her dry opening without remorse and began to rut into her. Although he did not last long, for Harriet it seemed like an endless nightmare. When he finished with a grunt, he slapped her face hard, making her brain swim, and rolled off her. Without a word, he left the room. It took Harriet a while to regain her senses. She wanted to cry, but she felt dried up. She wanted to get up and wash off the residue left on her body by the rapist, but she felt paralysed. Almost an hour later, she began to shiver from the cold and woke from her stupor. Looking down at her own body, she felt repulsed. Frantically, she rushed from her bed to the washstand, lighted a candle, and in the dim light, she scrubbed the front of her body with a washcloth until she was nearly raw. She tore off the blood-stained nightshirt and dressed. Quietly, she went to the servants' quarters and roused her maid, telling her to get up and to wake the driver. In the middle of the night, they left her aunt's house and headed back to London. It was very early in the morning when the coach arrived at Cavendish Square, and the servants were alarmed when she rushed into the house. Awakened by the noise, Lady Lambert came to look for the reason of the tumult. As soon as she saw her daughter, she knew something horrible had happened to her. Comforting the sobbing Harriet, she led her to her own bedroom. It took a lot of coaxing before Lady Lambert got the whole story out of her daughter. By this time, she was boiling with rage. She was a prudent woman too. She knew full well that nothing would happen to Rupert Palmer if they charged him with the rape. He would claim that Harriet had seduced him, and the laugh would be on her daughter. Sir Richard was not due to return from the Baltic Sea before another month, and nothing could be done before that. She hoped fervently that Anthony Carter would be understanding, enough not to drop Harriet because of this. Maybe things could be righted yet. But she had no doubt that either her husband or Anthony Carter would challenge Rupert Palmer to a duel and kill him. This would create a scandal, but it was the only way to put things right. Nevertheless, she called the family doctor, swore him to secrecy, and had him examine the wounds and bruises Harriet had suffered. It was a month later when things went from bad to worse. Harriet stood before her mother in the study with a face of stone. "I am with child, mother." Lady Lambert did not know what to say. Finally, she uttered the time-honoured response. "Are you sure?" Harriet nodded. "I missed my curse, and I feel sick in the mornings. The swine has made me pregnant." "Oh dear, what can we do?" "Give me a pistol, mother, and I shall go over to his house. He will pay, even if they'll hang me for it." Finally, Lady Lambert regained her presence of mind, and she took her daughter into her arms. Talking to her soothingly, she persuaded her to lie down. She still did not know what to do. Fortunately, 2 days later, Sir Richard returned to London. When he entered his house, he sensed the atmosphere of despair immediately. In a few sentences, Lady Lambert told her husband what had happened to his daughter. She had never had reason to fear her husband, as he was always soft-spoken and gentle. But the man standing before her transformed into a stranger. With icy determination, he buckled his sword belt and left the house without a single word. The coach carried him to Lord Brougham's home. He rapped on the door and asked for Rupert Palmer. He was informed by the footman that the Honourable Rupert Palmer had not returned yet. Yes,
his lordship would see him. Sir Richard was shown in, and Lord Brougham rose to greet a fellow officer he had known for many years. Sir Richard did not shake the proffered hand. "Reginald, this is not a friendly call. I came to challenge your son Rupert. He offended my family and my honour in the foulest way. Please be so kind as to tell him to send me his seconds." His lordship was beside himself. His old friend Sir Richard was trembling with rage, and he knew that his son was in mortal danger. "Richard, for God's sake, what happened? What did he do? For our friendship's sake, speak up, man." Sir Richard told him, and now his lordship was wringing his hands in mortal embarrassment. Finally, when Sir Richard had finished, Lord Brougham found his voice. "My God, the poor girl," he said brokenly. He knew his son was perfectly capable of such a deed. In fact, he had been compelled to settle 2 similar affairs with rather large sums of money. But now, Rupert had overstepped the limits of fatherly love. "Richard, let me try to make this right. Rupert will marry your daughter. She will be Lady Brougham when I'm dead. If he refuses, I shall kill him with my own hands, I promise." "Do you really expect my daughter to marry the scoundrel?" "The poor girl is with child, Richard. No matter what we'll do, she will be shunned. Think of it. She is a good girl. Don't ruin her life." After some more coaxing, Sir Richard relented. The wedding was set to take place 3 weeks later, and both Harriet and her future husband were presented with a fait accompli. It took Lady Lambert and her husband almost the entire 3 weeks to convince Harriet of the necessity to go through with the wedding. She threatened to kill her groom right in the chapel, but finally the pressure from all sides made her relent. She would never forget the first private words her husband said to her in the coach after the wedding. "Well, you've got your will, you scheming little trollop, but you'll regret this. You're my wife now, and I'll make you pay for this." Stunned, Harriet had replied, "Do you honestly believe that I married you of my free will? Are you utterly deranged? I wanted my father to kill you, and it will not take much to make me kill you myself." "Stupid wench, I'll teach you." He tried to hit her with a backhand slap, but Harriet was awake and she had come prepared. She quickly held up one of the long needles that she used to fix her hat. The needle went right through Rupert's hand, and he screamed in shock. Seeing his own blood, he began to shiver and sweat. With a malicious gleam in her eyes, Harriet saw that the sight of his own blood fairly reduced her husband to jelly. "Oh dear, what a coward you are. Listen, and listen well. I shall use this needle on your eyes if ever you should try to touch me again." She looked up. "We have arrived. Pretend to be a man." For the next weeks, her new husband avoided Harriet as best he could, and she settled into a life without love. Lord Brougham had gifted his son an imposing house on Camden Square for them to live in style, but the servants were his own, and their loyalty was with the heir to the title. She had brought her own maid, however, and the young woman, Anne by name, was her sole support in the evenings. She spent most days at her mother's, but in the evenings she sat alone in her boudoir. It was one evening, almost 2 months after the wedding, when Rupert Palmer returned drunk and in exceedingly bad mood. Harriet suspected that he had been losing heavily at the cards. He was a horrible player, with no memory for the fall of the cards, and all he managed to play was 20-1. Even in this game for fools, he proved to be the worst fool. Wisely, Harriet retired to her room to avoid him. All of a sudden, however, she heard her maid scream in horror from her room upstairs. Without thinking, Harriet rushed upstairs, only to find her husband in the process of forcing the struggling maid's legs open. "Let go of her, Rupert! You swine!" she cried at her husband. With surprising agility, Rupert let go of the girl and turned. Before Harriet could react, he hit her twice in the face and then delivered a brutal blow to her abdomen. The air went out of Harriet's lungs and she crumpled to the floor. She did not faint, though, and she saw how her maid swung a long-handled coal pan and hit Rupert just behind his right ear. The glowing coals burnt his skin, and he screamed before he went down, but neither Harriet nor her maid paid him any attention. "Oh dear God, Mrs. Palmer," the maid cried, pointing between Harriet's legs. Her nightshirt was turning dark with blood. Several servants had assembled,
and the maid sent them to fetch the doctor and to alert Lady Lambert. Others helped to bring Harriet into her own room and to bed. When the doctor arrived, he could only pronounce what everybody knew already. Harriet had lost her child. A little later, Lord and Lady Brougham arrived, alarmed by the butler. The old man looked at his son with open disgust. By then, Rupert had come to again. His head hurt, and the burns from the coals were painful. Just when he started to complain, he was cut short by his father. "Shut up, you worthless rascal," the old Admiral thundered. "You killed my grandchild. If it were not for Harriet, I would disinherit you on the spot, and if you touch her just one more time, I'll still do it. Do you understand that?" Rupert could only nod. He was utterly confounded. His father had always backed him. He started to get up, to follow his father, when the hilt of a sword hit him hard in the abdomen. He dropped back into a chair, wheezing and moaning. A gleaming blade came into his vision and the tip pricked his throat. Rupert froze. "This was your second time hurting my daughter," he heard Sir Richard Lambert's cold voice. "If you so much as touch her one more time, I'll cut you open and feed your entrails to my dogs. You have my word on it." The blade moved quickly, and Rupert screamed in terror and pain. The sword had carved a gaping slit across his throat. "This may serve you as a reminder," Sir Richard stated grimly. Coolly, he wiped his blade on Rupert's shirt and stalked from the room, to find and comfort his daughter. From that day on, Harriet made it a rule never to be alone with her husband. They lived parallel lives. When Andrew Lambert returned to England in the Medusa, and Lucy Gutteridge came to live with Harriet, she finally found some companionship. She never told her the whole story, but young Lucy had gone through a rough schooling, and she guessed at what was left unsaid. They watched over each other, and that gave Harriet a modicum of comfort. She even managed to smile when she heard Lucy voice her admiration and love for Andrew, but then, inevitably, the conversation would turn to Anthony, and Harriet would fall into gloom again. Sensing that, Lucy began to avoid the subject altogether, and Harriet loved her new friend for it. She might have been a low-born girl and a convict, but she had compassion and tact enough to fit out a room full of nobles. When Medusa engaged and conquered the Loire, and the newspapers were full of praise for Captain Carter, Harriet fell into despair again. But for her foul husband, she would already be married to that hero. More importantly, she would be married to a man she could love and admire. If anything, the realization that she had lost him made her love all the more overpowering. When she saw the news that he was awarded the Navy Gold Medal, she clipped the article from the newspaper to keep it. She also clipped the paragraph from the London Gazette which reported his posting to the former French frigate, now renamed HMS Clyde. Her obsession with Anthony Carter began to worry herself, and she felt some temporary relief when she read in the Gazette that HMS Clyde 44 Captain Carter had sailed for the West Indies. Now her first wedding anniversary had arrived and her father-in-law had arranged this reception. He was a kind man, and he meant well, but how could he think that she found anything to celebrate on this day? She even had a vicious argument with Rupert about this. When she told him to go to hell, he had, in a fit of rage, slapped her face again. Quick as lightning, Lucy had stepped between them, and when he tried to strike her too, she had kneed him viciously in the groin. The way he walked, he had to be in pain, Harriet thought grimly. She had a bruise on her cheek, however, and she knew that the makeup would not cover it for long. Just then, another visitor was announced, and Harriet felt some true excitement for a change. "Miss Anita Hayworth," the butler announced, and the room went almost silent. Lord Brougham rushed forward to greet the new guest, and he introduced her to Harriet. Harriet knew that her father-in-law held a rather large interest in the Drury Lane Theatre, but she was delighted to make the acquaintance of the popular actress. Anita Hayworth smiled at her, but the smile froze when she looked at Harriet's face. Regaining her composure, she resumed her friendly smile. "I am pleased to meet you, Mrs. Palmer. Why, Rupert," she addressed him, "you do have a beautiful wife. You have no business sneaking around my wardrobe." Rupert was clearly uncomfortable. "I was only trying to invite you to dinner."
Yet you always brush me off. You shouldn't. You know that my father practically owns the theatre." Anita laughed at that. "I do know that, Rupert. That is why I dine frequently with him and your mother. They are very nice people. It is hard to believe, but they insist that you are their son." She had spoken normally, but her trained voice carried, and many people laughed at Rupert, who suddenly remembered that he had to greet more guests. Anita put her hand on Harriet's arm. "My dear, could you show me to the powder room?" "Certainly," Harriet responded. She liked the young actress, but she was not prepared for the next words when they had reached the powder room. "Does he hit you often, dear?" Anita inquired. When Harriet stood stock still, she gave a short and bitter laugh. "If you want to cover for him, you have to do better with your makeup." Harriet found her voice. "He did, but only a few times. This time was the first in almost 3 months, but he paid for it." "I noticed his walk. Did you hit him in the bollocks?" In spite of herself, Harriet giggled. She had never heard the word bollocks before, but she could guess the meaning. "No, my friend Lucy did. I kicked his ribs, though, when he was curled up on the floor." "Does your family know about this, dear?" "My father has promised to kill him if he hurts me again, but he can't always watch over me." Anita turned to Harriet and hugged her. "Listen, dear, I like you. Don't ask me why, but I do. If you ever need help, come to me." Harriet nodded. "Thank you, Miss Hayworth. May I tell you that I admire your acting?" "Yes, you may, dear," Anita beamed. She enjoyed flattery, Harriet noticed. "Now, let us go back. Walk tall," she admonished Harriet. "You have no reason to be ashamed." When they emerged from the powder room, Rupert saw them and frowned. Suddenly Harriet found the strength to stare him down. After a few seconds' test of will, he looked away sheepishly. Anita pressed Harriet's arm. "See, you are stronger than him," she whispered. The rest of the evening was easier for Harriet. She was able to engage in small talk with her guests. Whenever she saw her husband, she stared him down with a scornful glare. She had never known that she held such power in her look, and she took a malicious delight in practicing this newly found skill on her hateful husband. Rupert resolved to do what he always did when faced with a conflict. He became stone drunk. That evening was a turning point, and over the next months Harriet began to rebuild something akin to a social life. She frequently visited Anita Hayworth, or she met with her at the houses of common friends. Lucy accompanied her too, and soon a bond of friendship developed between the 3 women. Later in the year, Anita became preoccupied. They were readying a new piece at the Drury Lane Theatre. Somebody had translated a comedic play by the French playwright Molière into English, and Anita had secured the female lead. She was quite excited. When finally the premiere night drew nearer, Anita invited her friends to her private box and to the reception following the premiere. Both Harriet and Lucy were excited and spent days in preparation. The day before the premiere, the 3 women met for tea. Anita was positively beaming. "What is it with you today?" Harriet asked. "You look like you are bursting with good news." Anita smiled, and Harriet could swear that she was blushing. "You remember the man I told you about? He is back in England. He will be here for the premiere." "The dashing officer?" Harriet asked jokingly. "Are you meaning to say that he is real? Can we see him?" Anita swatted Harriet's arm with her fan. "Of course he is real, and of course you will meet him." Lucy and Harriet grilled Anita through the entire tea hour, but she would not say the name. When they were about to leave, Anita grabbed Harriet's arm. "Please be there tomorrow, I'm afraid." "Don't worry, dear, you'll do fine. You'll see, the audience will ask for at least 5 encores." "Not that, Harriet. What if he does not show? I have only met him once. What if he has better things to do?" Harriet was astounded. Her friend, always so self-assured, was human after all. "If he won't show, we'll hunt him down, tie him up with my husband, and drop them both in the River Thames." Anita smiled and kissed Harriet's cheek. You're sweet." The next evening began wonderfully for Harriet. She sat with Lucy in a private box. Rupert had excused himself. His admiration for Anita Hayworth had wilted away when he became aware of her friendship with his wife, allowing the two young women to enjoy the evening. Anita was simply stunning. By the end of the second act, people were giving standing ovations already. Harriet was proud of her friend. She looked around, ready to take on anyone who did not applaud, when she saw him. He was standing in a box with an older couple, dashing in his No-1 uniform. His face was tanned like mahogany wood, contrasting with his sun-bleached hair. The sight of him cut through her heart with a searing pain, and she had to sit down. She was trembling from head to toe. "What is it, Harriet?" Lucy asked her in a frightened voice. "You look like you just saw a ghost." "He's over there." "Who?" "Anthony Carter," came Harriet's morose reply. "Let's hope that he will not see me. I would hate to ruin the evening for him." For the rest of the evening, Harriet hid in the shadows of the box. At her urging, they left before the last curtain fell. When they went to the reception, Harriet regained some composure. She even managed to share in the excitement of the wonderful premiere, and she looked forward to the arrival of Anita. Finally, the actress was announced, and everybody stood to cheer her arrival. The beaming actress strode into the room at the arm of a tall Navy captain. Harriet stood rooted to the spot. Lot's wife would have appeared lively by comparison. Her mind worked restlessly, trying to make sense of what was happening. Then a smiling Anita stood before her. "Harriet, my dear, please meet Captain Anthony Carter. Tony, this is my dear friend Harriet Palmer." She saw that Tony swallowed hard, obviously challenged to manage a polite reply. "Always delighted to see you, Mrs. Palmer. I trust you and your husband are well?" His words stung her terribly. She heard the scorn and disdain in his voice. Trying to find words, she desperately fought for air. Her tight whalebone stays limited her breathing, however, and for the first time in her life she fainted. A surprised outcry of the people around her followed. Anita cast a questioning glance at Tony before she quickly knelt beside her friend. With the help of several people, Harriet was carried to another room. Anita briefly talked to her assembled admirers and asked to be excused for a few minutes. She hurried to the anteroom where Lucy had already opened Harriet's stays. She was still unconscious, though. "What happened to her, Lucy?" "Oh, Anita, didn't you know?" "Know what?" "Captain Carter is Harriet's lost love." "What?" Anita blanched. "Are you sure of that?" "Didn't you see? When she saw him at the theatre, it almost made her faint. To see him as your, well, companion was too much. She loves you, but she's still madly in love with him." "Oh my God! Why were they separated? How come she married that worthless Rupert Palmer?" "She was promised to Captain Carter. They had loved each other for years. She was at her aunt's house when Rupert broke into her room and took her by brute force, even beating her senseless. On top of that, she became pregnant. Harriet's father went to Lord Brogham's house to challenge and kill Rupert, but old Lord Brougham reached a compromise. They had to marry. Shortly after the wedding, he beat her up again, and she lost her child." Anita's tears were streaming down her cheeks, but her eyes were dark with barely suppressed rage. "The dirty, rotten scoundrel!" she exclaimed. "Amen," Lucy replied. "Look, she's awake." Indeed, Harriet had opened her eyes. When she saw Anita, she began to weep. "I'm so sorry, Anita. I did not mean to ruin your evening. Please forgive me." "Shh, not a word, darling. Lucy has told me everything. I'm so sorry. I really had no idea." "Please, Anita, go back to the reception." Harriet swallowed. "Go back to Tony. He is a wonderful man. Make him happy. He deserves a woman like you." Anita got up. "Are you sure that you will be all right?" Harriet nodded, fighting back the tears that still lurked just under the surface. "Harriet, I don't know how yet, but I shall make things right for you. Your worthless husband has enjoyed impunity for too long. What do you plan to do?" "I have no idea, darling, but I'll give it thought. Trust me. With that, Anita was up and left the room. When the women had whisked Harriet into a bedroom, the room was buzzing with excited whisper. Several people approached Tony, wanting to know what had occasioned the fainting. Tony remained neutral in his answers, indicating that the air in a crowded room had occasioned a faint spell, nothing unusual by any means. As soon as possible, he retreated into the milling mass of visitors. Fortunately, Sir Robert was there and reminded him to facilitate a contact with the Whitney and Sons shipping company. Whilst Tony maintained his ignorance of the operative part of the business, he promised to seek out their representative and ask him to contact Sir Robert. It was then that Anita re-emerged, and soon the reception resumed its normal pace. 2 hours after their arrival, Anita began to thank their hosts, and said her farewell to a number of acquaintances, whilst Tony made as unobtrusive an exit as he could manage. They met in the hall where they received their cloaks, as well as Tony's hat and sword. In a rented cab, they rode back to Anita's home. She was silent and brooding during the ride, and Tony was sure that something had disturbed her greatly. "Anita, do you still want me to stay with you tonight?" He interrupted her train of thought. Anita put her hand on his arm reassuringly. "More than ever, Tony," she answered. "What is it, dear? You look like you heard very bad news. Is everything all right with Harriet Palmer?" "You should have told me about Harriet, Tony," she admonished softly. Tony sighed. "I did not want to burden you with the problem of deciding between us. I thought I was over her. I am not so sure now. I'm afraid she also has a problem with me. Bad conscience, I suppose." "Bad conscience?" Anita almost screamed. Tony looked at her, almost shocked by her emotion. "Anita, look, we were promised to each other. She knew beforehand that I would be gone for a year or more. I returned to London, ready to ask Sir Richard for his blessing, and all I received was a letter from her mother, informing me that Harriet had married Rupert Palmer, not 6 months after I left. If the situation had been reversed, I would have had a bad conscience indeed." Anita shook her head sadly. "Tony, do you trust me?" "Of course," he answered without hesitation. "Then listen to me. Harriet is as innocent of the situation as you are. It is not for me to tell you the full truth. In fact, it could prove fatal if I did. Yet I assure you that nobody suffered more than Harriet herself." "How can you say that?" "I can say that because I know that you were happy in my arms at least twice in that year. Perhaps you had other affairs too. It's the way men are, after all. You had your ship and your duty. Harriet did not have any of these comforts. All she has is her friendship with me and with Lucy. Why then did she marry this Palmer character?" There was an edge in Tony's voice that made Anita start. She had known him as a gentle and polite man, considerate and reasonable, sometimes even shy. Now she saw that the fingers around his sword hilt were white with tension. "Again, dear, this is not for me to relate. But trust me, things will resolve if I can help it." Now it was Tony's turn to be amazed at the grim determination in her voice. "You must understand, Anita, that it is hard for me to accept what you said without some more information. I begin to see possible explanations, but none of them really explain what you said. Tell me one more thing. Did Harriet enter into the relationship with Palmer of her own will?" The question made Anita squirm. If she said no, Tony would seek out Palmer. If she said yes, then she would lie to him and make Harriet look like a tart. In the end, her inbred honesty prevailed, and she shook her head wordlessly. With a start, they noticed that the coach had come to a stop. Anita looked at Tony. "Will you still come with me?" she asked in a small voice. In response, Tony pressed her hand and nodded. They alighted from the coach and went up to her apartment. Glancing at his watch, Tony noticed that it was well after 2 o'clock. "Shall we just sleep now?" Anita asked. "This evening has exhausted me." Tony nodded. "Yes, let us just sleep together. We haven't spent a night together yet." They undressed, but Tony kept his shirt on and Anita put on a nightshirt. They climbed into the bed. Anita moved close and put her head onto his chest. He caressed her hair whilst his thoughts wandered. "Hold me tight," Anita whispered, and Tony put his arms around her. In a close embrace, the two lovers found enough comfort to fall asleep. When they woke up, it was almost 10 o'clock. They both felt lazy after the tiring evening and spent some more time in bed kissing and cuddling. Anita's maid, however, forestalled any amorous activities when she knocked on the bedroom door and announced that breakfast was ready. After their breakfast, Tony returned to the Royal George to change out of his No-1 uniform, but they met again for lunch. In the afternoon, Anita insisted that he accompanied her to a friend's house where they had chocolate and were interrogated mercilessly. The affair of Anita Hayworth with a young Navy captain was great news for gossip mongers, and her friends wanted details. Tony was surprised that Anita was so open about their love affair. He had assumed that she would be careful about her reputation. When they left, he asked her about it. "Don't worry, Tony," she answered calmly. "After last night, our affair was public anyway. To be open about it will take away most of the excitement." Anita did not have to perform, and so they had the evening to themselves. They made ample use of that. The day spent together had rekindled the desire they felt for each other, and when they finally fell asleep that night, it was from exhaustion. A day later, in the evening, Anita had to perform again, and after breakfast, Tony left her to her preparations and spent the day in various coffee and wine houses. He even played cards, something he rarely did, with 3 other captains who had invited him cordially. It was an altogether pleasant day, and the evening found him at the Drury Lane Theatre again. He enjoyed another performance of Tartuffe and escorted Anita back home after the show. Anita had the next day off again, and she showed him some of the attractions that London could boast. They were sitting at dinner in a fancy restaurant when an elderly woman, obviously a fleeting acquaintance of Anita, came up to the table. After scrutinising Tony for a moment, she spoke in hushed tone. "You do know Lord Brougham, don't you?" "Why, yes, he is one of our most important benefactors. Just imagine, his son Rupert was challenged this morning. They say he committed some grave indiscretion with a young girl. And he is married to such a beautiful wife. The father of the girl challenged him." "Indeed," Anita encouraged her friend. "The father is some crippled veteran who can scarcely walk. The duel will be at 2 paces with just 1 pistol loaded. Imagine that. One of them will die for sure." "How unusual," Anita remarked. "Well, I hope that will be the last of him. I've heard it from others that this is not the first time he has caused trouble with helpless girls. Didn't he try to force himself upon you too?" "I never went out with him, really," Anita answered, unwilling to become a part of the gossip herself. Being unable to gather further information, the woman went back to her own table. Anita looked at Tony and noticed the cold fury that emanated from him. "Is this what happened to Harriet?" he asked in a flat voice. "Yes, I promised never to tell you, but now you know it anyway. He forced his way into her room and raped her. The fathers made them marry to avoid scandal." "But why would she marry that man?" Tony asked incredulously. "Why didn't she trust me? He left her with child. Nobody knew when you would return from New South Wales. She would have been shunned, even if Sir Richard had killed Rupert as he intended. What do you intend to do now?" "I can't get precedence over that girl's father. I have to wait for the outcome of the duel. But no matter what happens tomorrow, he is a dead man," Tony answered in a calm voice. "He is an expert shot, I heard." Tony smiled grimly. "Is he a good swordsman too? Somehow I think it will be more fitting and pleasurable to settle this with cold steel. His father is a full admiral and well connected with the Tory party. He'll ruin you." "So he will. It will still avail nothing to his swine of a son. Tell me one more thing, Anita. I did not notice Harriet's pregnancy when I saw them last year." Anita swallowed and looked at her hands. He beat her severely one evening, and she lost the child. When she looked up at Tony, all the colour had gone from his face, as well as his assumed calmness. In a voice choked with passion, he snarled, "He is dead, Anita, dead." Let us wait until tomorrow, Tony. If he survives, you can offend him. Then he'll have to issue a challenge and you'll have the choice of the weapon. I'll help you for Harriet's sake." "Harriet!" Tony gasped. "What injustice have I done to her?" "Don't say that. You could not know, nobody knew. I caused her even more pain with my scorn. How disappointed she must be with me." In spite of herself, Anita laughed mirthlessly. "Tony, she still loves you madly, don't you see that? That is why she fainted. Because you were there with me, her best friend. I probably caused her just as much pain with that foolishness. Anita, I feel like we are caught in one of Shakespeare's old tragic plays. Things like this do not happen to people. Yet we are in real life, Tony. So let us work towards a good outcome, where good triumphs over evil," Anita insisted. "We'll see about that. Right now, we can only hope for the father of that poor girl. It were a shame if another innocent life was lost to that scoundrel." It was 2 days after the premiere, and Harriet and Lucy sat in Harriet's sitting room. Suddenly they heard Rupert's voice from the entrance hall. They were a little surprised, since he had been in the countryside for a few days. Harriet was not overly bothered by his return, since he did not dare to enter her quarters any more whilst sober, and it was too early, even for him, to be drunk. She was surprised, though, to hear him shout around in the house for his manservant and the butler. Harriet and Lucy opened the door to hear what was going on. "Roberts, have this letter delivered to my father immediately," they heard Rupert bark. "Toller, I need my regimental uniform. Call the tailor. He'll have to let out the seams. I may have gained a little weight lately." Harriet made a face at that. More like gone to seed, she thought. More was going on. Rupert had his pistols brought, inspected them and ordered them to be cleaned and loaded by noon. "Need to practice some. Have them ready," he snarled at yet another servant. Harriet looked at Lucy with her eyebrows raised and quietly closed the door. "What does that mean?" Lucy asked. "A duel. It must be a duel. Why else would he need to practice with pistols?" "Do you think somebody may shoot him and kill him?" Lucy asked hopefully. "I'm not getting my hopes up, dear," Harriet answered darkly. "He's had 2 or 3 duels before, and he survived them. That's why, you know. Why I never let Captain Carter know what happened to me. He might have challenged Rupert and got killed." "Captain Carter is too smart to duel him with pistols, Harriet," Lucy maintained. "He would challenge him to a sword fight. I saw him practice every morning with the other officers on the deck. He would carve up Rupert like the fat capon he is." Harriet had not thought about the other options, and a grieved party had to obtain satisfaction. A gentleman could not refuse to fight with the sword, especially not if he, like Rupert, still held officer's rank. The clatter of hooves made the women run to the front window. It was Lord Brougham's coach that had drawn up before the house. Quickly, they opened the door again, to listen in on the conversation in the hall. "What is it this time, Rupert?" They heard their lordship's voice. They could easily hear the exasperation in the older man's voice. "I was at Alice Cowden's place overnight. There was this girl, and she danced with me once or twice. Thought she was interested in me, and is quite pretty. But when I came to her room that night, she screamed the house down. Wouldn't stop even when I slapped her. Bloody father of hers came in and nearly bludgeoned me to death with his bloody walking stick. I challenged him." "Who is he?"
"Some Major MacTaggart of the bloody Marines. Damned one-legged cripple. I'll shoot him tomorrow, and that'll be the end."
"Major James MacTaggart. I know the man. Lost his leg at the Nile under Lord Nelson. Why couldn't you let his girl in peace, you goddamned fool?" "Look, father, maybe I don't have to kill him. I'll just shoot him in the other leg," Rupert chuckled scornfully. Lord Brougham considered this. How many people know about the challenge? "A few. Some Commander Royston will act as his friend. He should be here any minute." Then the cat's out of the bag. The Major cannot retract his challenge, even if I tried to smoothen things over. Damn it to hell. Do you know that I'm considered as First Naval Lord? A scandal like this is the last thing I need. If you come out of this alive, you will rejoin your regiment. I'll purchase a major's commission for you. That should keep you out of trouble." "Are you joking, father?"
My regiment is being sent to Sicily. They will need fresh officers all the more, don't you think? There was a noticeable trace of sarcasm in the old man's voice. But what if I catch one of those dreaded fevers, father? What about the family line? Thank God I have 2 spare sons who are both adding to the family honour in the king's service. I am not worried. One of you 3 will certainly survive. Just then a loud knock came from the entrance. The butler opened and Harriet heard him ask the visitor his business. Commander Terence Royston, the man announced. I have an appointment with the Honourable Rupert Palmer. There was an inflection in the word honourable that gave a subtle show of disdain. The commander was shown in, and the men were introduced. Good afternoon, your lordship. Mr. Palmer, I come on behalf of Major James MacTaggart. You challenged my principal. Who is your friend, sir? His lordship spoke up. I shall act for my son, if that is agreeable to the challenged party. As you wish, my lord. As the challenged party, my client has instructed me to propose the following conditions. Both parties will face each other at 2 paces distance. Each will have a primed pistol, but only one pistol will be loaded. Of course, the weapons will be identical and primed, and nobody will know which weapon carries the full charge. At a signal from the seconds, both parties will fire. Major MacTaggart regrets that his permanent impairment does not permit him a more conventional proposal. He expresses his hope that you will appreciate conditions that will allow your principal to display his courage convincingly. After a brief pause, his lordship spoke. I cannot find a valid reason to object to this proposal, unconventional though it may be. The conditions are indeed even... But father... Don't interrupt me, Rupert. I am most sorry, Commander. As you see, I have indulged my son too much. As I said, on behalf of my client, I accept. Where do you propose this unfortunate affair to be concluded? Hyde Park, at the western end of Serpentine Lake, my lord. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock? You will find my principal ready, his lordship responded. Another brief exchange of polite phrases later, the commander was shown out, and Rupert vented his fury. Are you indeed mad, father? The old fool might kill me. The major has been very cunning. There was no way out of this without losing your honour, don't you see that? But it is not fair. I am a very good shot, and this arrangement will nullify my advantage. Rupert, it does not take courage to fight a duel, knowing that you are a superior shot. Listen to me now. You will wait for his shot. If he has the loaded gun, there is nothing you can do anyway. If he misfires, however, you will raise the pistol into the air before you fire. Even if your own pistol misfires too, you'll have still spared his life, and he cannot insist on a second round. The mornings are foggy this time of the year, and the priming charges may get fouled. Rupert obviously did not reply to his father's advice. They heard him go into his quarters wordlessly. Then they heard his lordship ascend the stairs, and they closed the door noiselessly. A few moments later they heard his knock. Who is it? Harriet asked. It's me, Lord Brougham. Harriet opened the door and let her father-in-law enter. Harriet, I just wanted you to know that Rupert will face a duel tomorrow. The conditions are rather unusual, I'm afraid. He has but an even chance to survive the encounter. Harriet looked at her father-in-law and cocked her head. Her feelings for him were mixed. He had tried to be kind to her, but he had never really disciplined Rupert, and he still protected him. I trust that you do not expect me to offer him support and comfort, do you? She asked with bitter sarcasm. His lordship blushed. No, of course not, Harriet. I just want to ask you for something. Ask then, Harriet encouraged him. If Rupert dies, please mask your feelings, don't gloat. I do not expect you to weep at his grave, but don't dance on it either. Will you do that for me and my wife? For you and for your wife. I shall act the proper widow should Rupert die tomorrow. You have always been kind to me. Thank you, Harriet, but for you I would have disinherited Rupert a year ago. I promised your father that you will be Lady Brougham one day, and I intend to keep my word. Harriet nodded, and his lordship left her sitting room. I feel like praying for Major McTaggart, she said quietly, and Lucy nodded. Rupert Palmer did not sleep a wink in this night. True, he had fought 3 duels before, but it had always been against carefully selected victims and on his own terms. Now this beggar of a major dictated terms that Rupert could not understand. With certainty, one of the 2 men would be dead after the exchange, and it was an even chance that it would be him, Rupert Palmer, who would die. Perhaps it was less, though. His father was right. The mornings were foggy and moist, and chances were that 1 or 2 priming charges would be wet. For most of the night he paced his room. In the morning he calmed slightly and decided to write his will. But when he sat at his desk and started to write, panic set in, and he could not continue. At 6 o'clock, thankfully, his father arrived. Rupert dressed carefully in his uniform. It was a tight fit, but it would do for a few hours. He joined his father at the breakfast table. To his surprise, Harriet sat at the table too. When she looked at him, he tried to see malice, but he only saw a cool, appraising look. What she saw obviously aroused her contempt since she raised her eyebrows briefly. Perfectly calm, Harriet conducted a polite conversation with her father-in-law, ignoring her husband completely. As if I am dead already, Rupert thought. When the coach drove up, he stood up on shaky legs to follow his father. Before he left, he turned to his wife. Now you'll have your wish fulfilled, he said hoarsely. Not yet, Rupert, but I have high hopes, she countered coolly, and the unbridled hatred in her eyes made him step back. When the Palmers arrived at Hyde Park, the opposing party was already there. Rupert saw Major McTaggart and tried to stare him down, but the Major was of stern stuff and looked at him with cold disdain. Rupert had to avert his eyes. Everybody hates me, even my own father, he thought stupidly. Rupert had the choice of a pistol. It was determined since Commander Royston had loaded the weapons. Rupert stared at the 2 pistols. Life and death were lying side by side on the cushion. With a trembling hand he chose one of them, and not a second later he felt quite certain that it was the wrong one. Major McTaggart calmly took the other pistol, and the opponents were placed at the prescribed 2 paces distance. The sun was not up yet, nor did that matter, since one could not miss at this distance, even blinded by the sun. Commander Royston spoke up. Is there a way for you gentlemen to settle your dispute without the shedding of blood? No, came the Major's grim answer, and Rupert just shook his head, not trusting his voice. His lordship spoke. Gentlemen, ready your weapons. Both men raised their pistols to their opponent's heart. On my command, fire. You will discharge your weapons. Ready now? Gentlemen, fire. McTaggart pressed the trigger. A puff of smoke came from the priming pan, but that was all. With a triumphant "Ha!" Rupert pressed the trigger of his gun. The priming charge dissolved in white smoke, but no shot came out either. Both men were dumbfounded and stood unmoving. Just then, the Major's pistol sputtered and a shot went off. The crows in the nearby trees took to flight with deafening noise, but Rupert Palmer did not hear them. With an astonished look, he gazed down at his own chest and saw the hole in his coat and the blood that pumped out. Tony and Anita were having a late breakfast when the maid came in and blurted out the news. I just heard it from the Cartwick's driver, Miss Hayworth. Lord Brougham's son was killed in a duel this morning, and before the eyes of his father. What a tragedy. I better brush out your black dress. Will you be going to the funeral? I guess I'll have to, at least for his poor wife's sake, Anita answered. But the maid was already rushing out, probably to relay the gossip to other acquaintances. Anita looked at Tony. Thank God. I am glad that you won't have to kill him. It is hard to say for me whether I am glad or disappointed. I am glad for the other man whose life was spared. Now stop that, Tony. Killing him yourself would not have changed anything. You don't have to redeem yourself. You're right, I suppose. Of course I am, Anita answered archly. Now I'll be attending the funeral as a friend of Harriet's. I suggest you'll attend it too, to accompany me. Is that necessary? I think so. You won't have that many chances to express your sympathy and regret to Harriet. She is in mourning, and she will have little or no social contacts in the next 3 months. The funeral will be the only chance for you to show her that you know the truth now. It will mean a lot to her, I assure you.
But his family will be there.
So they will. Lord Brougham is really a very kind gentleman whose only fault was overindulgence in his eldest son. He's also a full admiral. It cannot hurt you to express your sympathy to him and to poor Lady Brougham, who is not to blame either. Tony relented. They both organised the necessary items of clothing for next day's funeral. Tony discovered that clothes of mourning were stocked by tailors, simply because death could strike suddenly with no time for relatives to have clothes made to fit. When they joined the mourners in the Chapel Hill Cemetery early next morning, Tony was surprised that very few people showed. He seems to have had few friends, he murmured to Anita out of the corner of his mouth lest somebody overheard him.
I pity old Lord Brougham, Anita whispered back.
Indeed, his lordship kept looking about as if to conjure up more people to the gravesite. Just then, Sir Richard Lambert and his wife arrived, joining their daughter. Lord Brougham sighed once and gave the priest a nod to commence the ceremony. Afterwards, when they offered their condolences to the family, Tony made sure that he looked straight into Harriet's eyes. He had planned his words carefully, so as to not cause raised eyebrows amongst the rest of Palmer's family. Mrs. Palmer, please accept my condolences. I deeply regret what happened, and I only wish that I could have helped. He felt the hand he held tremble slightly when she thanked him. He had to move on because the next person was in line behind him. Anita and Tony only stayed shortly at the reception in Lord Brougham's mansion. Anita had to perform in the evening, and Tony needed to return to Portsmouth. Therefore, when he left her that evening, he bade his farewell. They kissed, but that kiss conveyed more than anything else that their relationship was changing. Anita was withdrawn, and behaved more like a friend than a lover. Not many of Rupert's friends showed at his funeral. After all, his old regiment was being shipped to Sicily, and to be honest, he did not have many friends to begin with. His younger brother, Commander James Palmer, was at sea, but the youngest brother, Edward, was there to support his parents. True to her word, Harriet acted the mourning widow, supported by her friend Lucy. Both were dressed in shapeless black, and Harriet wore a black veil. Lord Brougham and his wife were deeply saddened, but for different reasons. Whilst Lady Brougham simply mourned her firstborn son, Lord Brougham was feeling failure on his part. He did not know when and where Rupert had strayed, but he felt the responsibility for his son's failings. Looking around, he was also saddened that so few of those friends, who had always readily helped his son to spend his allowance, cared to show at his funeral. There were surprises, though. Of all people, Anita Hayworth was there, at the arm of an unknown Navy captain. She stood close to the widow to support her. When the priest had said his piece, and the choir had sung their songs, the Palmers stood to receive the condolences. Anita Hayworth was one of the last to step forward, not being related and no close friend of the deceased either.
"Milady, my lord, my deeply felt sympathy. Harriet, dear, I am so sorry for you."
She hugged the widow, and Anita's companion was next. "I am Captain Anthony Carter of the Clyde frigate, my lord. Miss Hayworth asked me to accompany her. May I express my deeply felt sympathy for your loss?" "Thank you, Captain," Lord Brougham replied. "This is very kind of you." The captain turned to Harriet. "Mrs. Palmer, please accept my condolences. I deeply regret what happened to you. I only wish that I could have helped." Harriet's mind whirled. The double meaning in his words was too obvious. Anita must have told him. He sounded sincere, though. Could he really forgive her? "Thank you, Captain. Your words mean a lot to me," she answered in a small voice. Already the next person stood in line to deliver the appropriate phrases, and Anthony Carter had to move on. After the funeral, there was a short reception at Lord Brougham's city house. Lord Brougham had asked Anita to come too, and she dragged poor Tony along with her. Under the convenient cover of her black veil, Harriet watched Tony and Anita. She could tell that they were at ease with each other, intimate like old friends and showing their mutual affection. At least, that was what Harriet felt. But why had Anita told him? Why had she made Tony understand what had really happened to Harriet? There could be but one explanation. Anita must plan to engage in a serious relationship with Tony, and she wanted him to be at peace with her friend Harriet. But how could she expect Harriet to play along? Did she not understand that it was torture for her to see Tony with another woman, even if that woman happened to be her best friend? Just then, Anita approached her. "Harriet, dear, I am really sorry, but I need to go. Lord knows I am in no mood for comedy today, but I need to perform tonight." She hugged Harriet and continued in a whisper. "I shall visit you tomorrow afternoon. We need to talk, darling, and in private." She left with Tony, leaving an even more bewildered Harriet. She too retired to her house not long after that, claiming exhaustion. The servants stood in line with the butler in the lead, offering their condolences. Harriet had a hard time keeping her emotions to herself. She dismissed the servants for the rest of the day, asking only her personal servants to stay and help her. Together with Lucy, she sat in the tea room. For the first time, she felt no apprehension. Together they talked about the next days and what to do first. They were astonished when the butler, Toller, entered. "Madam, I am most sorry to interrupt, but I need your decision on what to do with your late husband's private study." "What about it?" Harriet asked, somewhat puzzled. "Well, madam, to be perfectly honest, Mr. Palmer has not given me any orders, but I think you may want me to clear things out before his lordship chances to see the study. I fear they may disturb his lordship." "I still do not understand what it is you talk about, Toller. Would you care to elaborate?" "Madam, the Honourable Rupert owned an extensive collection of prints and books. The artefacts may be found offensive by some people, and I know his lordship to be one of them." Harriet sighed. "You may be right, Toller, but I need to see for myself of what we are talking. I would feel bad if they were true pieces of art. Show me to the room, then." "Madame, I must object. Those artefacts are not fit for a lady to see." "That would be for me to decide, Toller, unless you want me to tell his lordship that you were my husband's accomplice in the collection of these items." The butler squirmed. He had been listening into conversations often enough to know that Lord Brougham would not deny his daughter-in-law any wish. Having a butler run out of the house would not require a moment's hesitation. He therefore bowed and showed the two women the way to Rupert's study. It was a very pretty room, Harriet decided with surprise. The bookshelves went all the way to the ceiling. Two of the walls were covered with prints in expensive frames. She immediately recognised a full set of Hogarth prints, Marriage à la mode. Her suspicion was roused immediately. Toller could have cleared a tidy sum of money from the sale of the Hogarth prints alone. "I shall use this study for myself henceforth," she declared. "I shall sort through the items and decide what to destroy and what to keep. Hand me the keys to this room, Toller." The butler complied with a sour expression on his face. "You may withdraw, Toller." Harriet dismissed him. When the butler had closed the door, Harriet and Lucy began their investigation in earnest. The prints on the walls were all very tasteful. There was a series of nudes that Harriet decided should not be displayed in a dining hall, but she was surprised at Rupert's taste. At least until they found the large drawer under the desk that was standing at one window. Harriet blushed deeply when she pulled the first print from the drawer. It showed a satyr who penetrated a naked woman from behind. The print showed every detail of the bodies. It was certainly excellent craftsmanship on the part of the artist. She handed the print to Lucy. "Oh my," Lucy giggled. "This looks like fun." Harriet had to smile in spite of herself. The next print, however, made her gasp. It showed the satyr and the woman again, but with the satyr's head buried between the woman's legs. "Harriet, what is it?" Lucy asked. Harriet realised that her cheeks were red. She collected herself and plastered a rueful grin on her face. "This looks like fun too." "I'll say," Lucy laughed. Harriet nodded. "Let us look at the rest." Lucy nodded enthusiastically.
Good idea. They examined the content of the drawer, print after print. Some were conventional, some were extraordinary. Many of the scenes depicted were sapphic in nature, and Harriet wore a permanent blush. Others made her wince as they depicted the flogging or whipping of women. The latter were piled together and rolled up. Without many words, they closed the room and went to Harriet's sitting room. In the fireplace there, Harriet burnt the whipping scenes. They had a small supper served, but their silence continued. When the table had been cleared, Lucy looked at Harriet and bit her lower lip. "Harriet, do you want to be alone?" "Why?" "Well, you feel uncomfortable, don't you? What spooked you?" "I admit that the images of the women doing things, naughty things, they were a bit shocking. More than a bit, but yet I'd hate to commit those prints to the fire. They were beautiful too, in a way. They also reminded me, Lucy, you and that woman, you did things like that?" "I did, Harriet," Lucy admitted. "She was ever so caring to me, and no harm was done. I still love being with Andrew. Only when I am lonely I find that I can be attracted to a woman, a kind woman. Do you think me a bad woman, Harriet?" "Lucy, no!" Harriet cried and rushed around the table to embrace her friend. "You are not bad. I am still your friend. Nothing has changed." Lucy hugged her back fiercely, tears flowing from her eyes whilst she smiled. "Oh, thank God, thank you, dear." In her relief, she kissed Harriet's lips. "You know that I love you, Harriet, don't you?" Harriet swallowed. "I love you too, Lucy." "Perhaps we can. Maybe you'd like to cuddle with me. Nothing naughty, just one friend giving comfort to the other." "You mean sleep in the same bed?" Lucy nodded. "Oh dear." Harriet sighed, blushing furiously at the thought. Later, when Harriet went to bed, Lucy stayed and the two young women cuddled under the blanket, finding comfort in each other's embrace. They even shared a chaste kiss before they fell asleep, still in a tight hug. When they awoke, the morning sun sent rays of light between the curtains. Looking at each other, they giggled like schoolgirls. Lucy found her robe and put it on, making herself presentable. Then she tossed Harriet's robe over to her friend. It was none too early because the chambermaid knocked with the breakfast tea not 5 minutes later. After breakfast, both young women dressed. During breakfast, a thought had formed in Harriet's mind, and she called for the coach to be readied. In vain, Lucy tried to learn their destination. It was only when they stood in front of a modest house in one of the better streets of the east side that Lucy realised to whom they were paying a visit. An elderly woman opened the door to their knocking and asked for their business. She was obviously surprised by the view of a widow in deep mourning. "I am Harriet Palmer, and this is my good friend Miss Lucy Gutteridge. I would like to speak to Miss Moira MacTaggart, please." "Miss MacTaggart does not receive visitors, madam," came the hostile answer. "But I need to speak to her. I shan't take more than a few minutes." "I shall ask the Major," the woman said, and let Harriet and Lucy step into the entrance hall. The house was modest, dark and cold, and it smelt of illness. After a few minutes, they heard the thumping sound of a wooden leg, and a gaunt man came to see them. "I am Major James MacTaggart. What do you want of my daughter? Don't you think she has been through enough?" Harriet threw back her black veil. "Major, I just want to meet her and see how I can help her in her distress." "Why would you?" "I know full well of what my husband was capable, Major. Believe me, I do not blame you or your daughter for what happened. My husband deserved his fate. Yet I am concerned over your poor daughter, and I wanted to show her my regret and my sympathy." Her candour was appreciated, for Major MacTaggart bowed slightly and led them towards a narrow staircase. "It's the first room to the right, madam. She is in bed. She hasn't got up in a week." Suddenly there were tears in the older man's eyes. She was the light of my life, and now she is only a shadow of herself. Harriet turned to Lucy. "Lucy, dear, please let me talk to her alone."
Major, would you mind entertaining my friend for a few minutes? The Major bowed stiffly and showed Lucy into a small living room. In the meantime, Harriet climbed the narrow staircase and knocked on the first door. There was no answer, and she opened the door carefully. "Miss MacTaggart?" A black, curled girl was half sitting on the bed that stood against the far wall of the room. She cast an accusing glare at Harriet. "Who are you?" she demanded. "My name is Harriet Palmer." "What do you want of me? I did not ask for what your husband did. Leave me alone." "Miss MacTaggart," Harriet started, "I did not come here to accuse you or your father. Quite the opposite. I came to apologize for what my husband did to you. I also came to see whether and how I might help you." She saw the suspicious look in the girl's eyes and decided to be brutally open. She knelt before the bed, took the reluctant girl's hands, and stared into her angry eyes. "Listen, almost 2 years ago, Rupert Palmer broke into my bedroom at night, beat me senseless and raped me. Because my father is an important man, Lord Brougham forced his son to marry me. He probably thought this would make things right. Yet, Rupert continued to beat me. He beat me so bad one night that I lost my unborn child. Being forced to live with him under one roof made me hate him more than anyone can ever believe. I know how you feel, Moira, and I want to help you. I want to be your friend if you let me." "Is this true?" the girl asked in a less hostile tone. "I promise," Harriet replied. "Now, the most important thing you have to understand is that it was not your fault. It took me a year and the help of good friends to realize this, but I felt better afterwards. Moira, you are innocent. Will you believe me?" The girl nodded. "And because you are innocent," Harriet continued, "you must not be ashamed. So you should dress and come down with me. Your father will be happy to see you." "My father is dying," the girl said in a hoarse voice. "Say what?" Harriet asked, surprised at this turn. "He's suffering from a malignant growth. The doctor says it's only a matter of weeks. He was hoping to find me a husband or at least a place to live before he dies. But who will marry me now? I certainly cannot marry you, but I can offer you a place to stay. If anything happens to your father, let me know and I shall take care of you. I promise. I shall ask my father, Admiral Sir Richard Lambert, to act as your guardian. I am sure that he will agree. Why should he? He doesn't know me or my father. If he does not agree, I shall find another honest man to be your protector. Now, come and let us dress you." Strangely, the first name that came to her mind was that of Anthony Carter. She had to forget him, she admonished herself. Harriet coaxed the girl out of bed and helped her dress. She combed her raven-black curls and braided them. Then she led the girl to the stairs and down to the first floor. Major MacTaggart was thunderstruck. The widow Palmer had achieved what he had tried in vain for a week. His beautiful girl was back. Her eyes still conveyed hurt and fear, but she had come out of her shell. Moira hugged her father. "Father, Mrs. Palmer has told me a few things about herself. I have also told her about us, about your health. She has offered me a place to live should your health decline further. Would you do that, madam?" Suddenly Harriet had to smile. It was not a happy smile, more a sardonic one. "Major, I am in your debt. To be honest, when you shot my husband, you freed me from a life of constant fear and from a hatred that was choking my soul. It will be my pleasure to take care of your daughter should that need arise. I shall also ask my father to act as her guardian. I think you know him, don't you?" The Major nodded. "Madam, this takes a load off my shoulders. I am not a rich man, but I have done my best to give my daughter a good upbringing and education. With your father as guardian, she may yet find a decent husband in spite of what happened." Suddenly Lucy found her voice. "The girl is as innocent of what happened as anybody. There is no reason for her to be ashamed. We shall find her a fine husband. Why, look at her. There is no mortal man who could resist her beauty. All we need is to find a mortal man with reason. That will be the daunting problem. Lucy hugged the girl. I am Lucy Gutteridge. I am Harriet's friend and her brother's fiancée. I am living with her until her brother will come to port to marry me. Harriet invited the girl to visit her in the afternoon, promising her to meet the famous Anita Hayworth at her house. Hardly able to cover her excitement, the girl accepted. When the two young women finally left, the Major bent low over Harriet's hand. Madam, I take it that your life up to now has not been easy. You still care about other people, though, and that is what I call character. You are a true daughter of your father, and I am sure he is proud of you. I learned a lot from my parents, Major. I also learned from life's trials, although these lessons have been hard. I refuse, however, to let those trials drag me down. She ended with her chin set and her back straight. The coach brought them back to her house and both women had a light lunch. Lucy watched her friend whilst they ate. Harriet, dear, for what you are doing for this poor girl. I really love you. Harriet looked at her friend with a smile. I decided not to let the Rupert Palmers run the world or my life. I am in a position to make right some of the wrongs Rupert committed. It is part of my own healing. Now, if I just knew to what Anita is up. I'm sorry I told her your secret, Harriet. But I thought she had to know. She is our friend. You're right, Lucy. She had to know, Harriet conceded absent-mindedly. Then she looked up with a wry smile. I cannot keep fainting whenever she shows up with Captain Carter, unless she knows why. Harriet, have you any regrets about last night? Harriet thought about it, and a true smile formed on her lips. No regrets. What we did was wonderful. We should not make this a daily occurrence, but I loved it. And I love you, Lucy. Now let us get the tea room ready. Anita may come any minute. As a matter of fact, it was 3:30 before Anita arrived. Whilst they greeted each other, Harriet could not help feeling apprehension and even some reservation. Since she was no actress, Anita noticed. Harriet, I had to tell Anthony the whole story. He needed to know. Without him knowing what really happened, there can be no full reconciliation between you. What reconciliation? Anita, he hates me and he despises me. At least he feels something about you. Anita smiled. He felt betrayed by you. All he received in the way of explanation was a cryptic letter from your mother. Naturally, he assumed that you changed your mind with your husband's future title in mind. What? Think of it. When he left England, you promised to wait for him. He came back to find you married to a peer's son, with no explanation given. Put yourself in his shoes. What would you have assumed? The same, Harriet answered dejectedly, after brief consideration. So he did not know the true reason. Mother said she would tell him all he needed to know. I thought he despised me for the mess into which I had got myself. No, he would not be so shallow. Actually, when I told him the truth, he felt horrible. He said he did not trust you enough and accused you wrongly. I had to convince him that he couldn't know. He could not have faced you yesterday if I hadn't. Suddenly, Harriet remembered something. Anita, why are you doing this? I thought you were in love with Tony. Anita considered the question. I think I love him, yes. He makes me feel loved as a person. He listens to me, takes me seriously. He does not present me with expensive gifts to put me in his debt. He was very apprehensive about going to Rupert's funeral, but he did it for me. Yet the truth is, I can never be his wife. I could never give up the theatre. The stage gives me so much fulfillment that I could not be myself without it. I could never be Mistress Carter. I told Tony, and you know, this wonderful man understands me. I am his paramour, dear. That's all I am, and once you two will be reunited, I shall not even be that. I love you both, and I want to see both of you happy. Harriet had tears in her eyes when she hugged Anita. You are without doubt the most wonderful friend I could imagine. She looked over to Lucy. Well, actually, I have two most wonderful friends. There was a knock on the door and the two women separated. "Miss Moira MacTaggart," Tola announced stiffly. Hesitantly, the black-haired girl entered the room, but Lucy quickly got up and led her to the table. "Anita, please meet Miss MacTaggart. Moira, this is Anita Hayworth." "But pleased to meet you, Miss Hayworth. I saw you last year as Ophelia, and I cannot express how much I admire you," the girl gushed. "Oh my, you certainly are a beauty, Miss MacTaggart, or may I call you Moira?" "I would like that," the girl answered. "Then call me Anita, will you? MacTaggart. Oh my, you are Major MacTaggart's daughter." The exhilaration was gone from the girl's face and supplanted by defiance. "Yes, I am. I am the reason for the duel." "No, Moira," Harriet snapped. "My husband's foul deed was the reason. You are innocent of what happened." "Of course she is," Anita quickly added. "I am sorry for my thoughtless question, but I did not make the connection immediately. Please forgive me." She offered Moira her hand and the girl hesitantly took it. "How is your father?" Harriet asked to change the subject. "He is in great pain. He does not want to admit it, but I can see it. The doctor told me that the pain will become worse towards the end." "But isn't there something he can take against the pain, like laudanum?" Lucy, the apothecary's daughter, asked with concern. Moira smiled sadly. "Laudanum is expensive. He says he does not want to waste any money on himself." Lucy looked at Harriet, and Harriet nodded. Lucy quickly got up and left the room. She returned a few moments later with a brown glass bottle. "This is laudanum. I use it for when I have my curses, against the cramps. I only take 1 or 2 spoonfuls. For your father, you should start with 5 spoonfuls in the evening. That will help him find sleep. Find a way to add it to a drink so he won't know. If you find that he will need it during the day, start with just 1 or 2 spoons. I shall get a new bottle. If you need more, just come by and I shall give it to you." The girl nodded. "Thank you very much for this. It hurts me to see him suffer." "That's not all, Moira," Lucy continued, producing a small paper bag. "This is willow bark. Put a teaspoon of this in a cup and pour boiling water over it. Let it steep for 10 minutes. Then strain it through a mesh. Sweeten it with some sugar and let your father drink 1 cup every 5 hours. You do have sugar, don't you?" Moira shook her head, ashamed at her poverty. This time, Harriet rose and left the room. She came back with a rather large paper bag. "Here is some sugar, Moira. Willow bark tea without sugar is horrible. Use some yourself when you drink tea, will you?" Moira blinked back a tear and nodded. "I don't know how to thank you." "Then don't," Harriet smiled. "We are your friends. Do not forget this. Ever." Anita cleared her throat. "I have no teas or sugars with me, but do you think your father might enjoy an evening at the theatre? It may distract him and you. I have my own box at the Drury Lane, but I rarely use it. Let us just say, I shall reserve it under your name on Wednesday. Feel free to make use of it." "I can't speak for my father, but I thank you for your offer," Moira answered nicely. After that, the conversation turned towards other topics. After a while, Moira announced that she needed to return to her home and look after her father. Since it was getting dark, Harriet insisted on having her brought home in her carriage, and she went to rouse the driver. When Moira had left, Harriet returned it to the tea room.
She is such a good girl, I hope she will come over her experience."
"You know, Harriet, I think she will. Just as you will," Anita stated. "Well, much as I would like to stay, a certain gentleman is waiting for me. He'll be leaving tomorrow." Harriet opened her mouth. "No, Harriet, you can't see him. You're in deep mourning, and you must not receive male visitors, nor can you pay visits to men. Have patience, dear. He needs time to adjust." "But will you two—" Harriet began and blushed. "Will we end up in my bed? I don't know, honestly. I would like to, but he's not been in the mood during those last days. I should probably blame you for it." Harriet felt torn between a strange sense of satisfaction and guilt. She gave herself a mental nudge. Anita, I have no rights over him. Whatever happens between you and him must be nothing of my concern."
"Liar." Anita smiled and kissed her cheek. Then she waved at Lucy and left. Over the next days and weeks, Harriet did not see much of Anita, but Moira MacTaggart came to visit daily. Her father was feeling better under the laudanum. She had told him about the source, she said, and he had grumbled about the waste of good money on a lost cause. But he slept better, and the willow bark tea helped him over the days. He had felt able to go to the theatre with his daughter, and according to Moira, enjoyed it. There was no mistaking, though, that the end was coming nearer. It was 4 weeks after the duel when Moira sent a note by messenger that her father had died in his sleep during the night. The girl took charge of the burial herself, assisted by Lucy. Harriet did not go to the funeral because she did not want to affront her husband's parents. However, she informed them of the fact that Moira MacTaggart would live with her. 2 days after the burial, Admiral Sir Richard Lambert, K.B., declared himself Moira MacTaggart's guardian, and Moira came to live in Harriet's house. When everything settled towards near normal, Harriet, supported by Lucy and Moira, set out to continue the screening of the contents of Rupert's study. More erotic art was found behind the fake back of a bookshelf. The prints they found there were of a sort that took the young women's breath away. They represented Rupert's inclination towards violence and rape, and after seeing them, the 3 friends took those prints to a fireplace and burned them. There was a large collection of erotic writing, some of it of high quality, like Les Liaisons Dangereuses. Some books, however, represented Rupert's leaning towards rape and dominance, and those found their way into the fireplace too. After 2 weeks, the contents of the study had been thoroughly sorted, and Harriet began to use the room for their afternoon tea. Taking over Rupert's most cherished possessions and disposing of them at her own discretion gave her a feeling of liberation. 3 months after Rupert's death, his brother James called on Harriet to express his sympathy. Commander James Palmer was the opposite of his older brother. A courageous officer, sober and virtuous, he was the apple of his father's eye. Harriet had met him only once at her sham wedding. His physical likeness to his brother had put her off initially, until she noticed his friendliness and his tact. Since he came after lunchtime, she invited him to a hot chocolate in her new study. At his request, they were alone. "Harriet, I must give you fair warning. My father has practically ordered me to pay you this visit. He wants me to court you."
"But James, why should you?"
"Father says he promised your father that you would be Lady Brougham one day."
"There are more important things than that, James, don't you think?"
"I could not agree more. I just want you to know that I shall not be offended if you will reject the proposal I promised my father to make." There was a friendly smile on his face, and Harriet smiled back. "Thank you for your fair warning," she said. "Now that our engagement has effectively ended, would you care to meet my friends? They are dying to have their hot chocolate."
"I would be more than pleased to meet them, Harriet," James answered with a friendly smile.
Harriet called for Lucy and Moira to join them and introduced them. James Palmer openly admired Lucy when she was introduced as Harriet's future sister-in-law, but when raven-haired Moira came forward, James Palmer lost his heart. The jovial, friendly young man stood transfixed and could only stare at the young girl. Young Moira, on the other hand, was shocked to see the physical likeness of Rupert Palmer before her. She stood back with horror in her eyes. Somehow, through the fog, Harriet's words penetrated James Palmer's addled brain. Daughter of the late Major James MacTaggart. Now he was shocked and deeply embarrassed. The shock helped him, though, to regain the use of his brain. Out of impulse, he bent his knee before her and took her hand. "Miss MacTaggart, words cannot convey the remorse I feel over the shame my brother has brought upon my family. The thought that you must hate me by association saddens me beyond imagination." Moira swallowed. This apparition from her nightmares spoke in gentle words and apologized. She also saw his desperation, and she was touched. She had been a warm-hearted and open-minded girl, unable to hold grudges against people. His words melted the armor she had built up.
Commander, I don't hate you. You have done nothing to deserve my hatred. Please understand that it was your likeness to your brother that scared me for a moment. You must have a big heart, Miss MacTaggart. May I entertain the hope that you will consent to see me when I visit my sister-in-law? Moira blushed prettily. I am only a guest in Mrs. Palmer's household. I would not be so discourteous as to scorn her relatives and guests. James Palmer stayed for another hour. He made polite conversation, asked how he could help Harriet, asked about Andrew Lambert, and behaved himself like any gentleman of breeding should. Yet all through this hour, his eyes rarely swayed from Moira. It was like his eyes were not under his control. When he, with effort, declared that he had to leave, Harriet followed her good heart. This has been a delightful visit, James. I hope that you will visit me again during your stay in London. I am sure that I speak not only for myself, but also for my friends. James's eyes darted towards Moira, who blushed again. I would like nothing better than that, Harriet, he blurted. Then, remembering his manners, he kissed the hands of the women and took his leave. When he was gone, Harriet took Moira's hand. Moira, tell me honestly, are you comfortable with James Palmer visiting? He seems nice, Moira said hesitantly. And it's not his fault that his brother was a scoundrel. Tell me, is he really that nice? From what I hear, Moira, he is well respected by his fellow officers. There are no nasty rumours about him. He does not gamble, and he drinks only sparingly. You could not imagine two brothers who are such opposites. He has also fallen in love heels over head, Lucy could not help but add. What can he want of a girl like me? Moira asked, suddenly suspicious. He is the future Lord Brougham, and I am a fallen woman, the daughter of a penniless officer. Shh, Moira. You are also easily the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. You have character and intelligence. Give James a chance if you like him. We shall look after you and see to it that you will not be hurt again. Moira was still doubtful, but when James Palmer visited again during the next days, she was nevertheless friendly to him. James's visits became regular during the next 2 weeks, and it became standard procedure that Harriet and Lucy would withdraw under some excuse and leave James and Moira alone. Finally, one evening after James had left, Moira hugged Harriet and Lucy. James will tell his father tonight. What? Harriet and Lucy asked in unison. That he plans to ask for my hand, Moira answered breathlessly. And tomorrow he will interview your father, Harriet. Both Harriet and Lucy squealed with delight, and all pretence about mourning was forgotten for the rest of the evening. They drank wine that evening to celebrate Moira, and they were decidedly drunk when they retired to their bedrooms. First Lucy and then Moira came to Harriet's bedroom in their shirts, too excited to sleep yet, and Harriet had another bottle of wine sent up. They sat on Harriet's bed, drinking wine, laughing and hugging each other. At one point they all cuddled under the Harriet's bed covers, and that was how they fell asleep. When Harriet awoke, she felt pain behind her eyes, and an empty feeling in her stomach made her sick. Then she noticed that her left hand was stuck under something heavy. She looked left and saw Lucy's tousled head on her lower arm. She was snoring lightly. Harriet's right hand was stuck too. Looking to her right, her heart nearly stopped. It was lovely, Moira, and Harriet realised that her hand was resting on her protégé's behind. Moira's hand was resting on Harriet's left breast, whilst Lucy's rested on Harriet's stomach. For her life, Harriet could not remember a thing, but she surmised that they had all had too much to drink. Just then Moira moved and opened her beautiful dark eyes. Good morning, Harriet whispered, uncertain of how to handle the situation. Good morning, Moira sighed. Oh dear, I'm swearing off the wine, Lucy moaned from their left. Harriet found it expedient to retrieve her hands now that they were all awake. I suppose we had better get up. Let's not the maids find us like this. Oh my God, James, Moira exclaimed. What am I going to tell him? Nothing, Lucy said. She looked into Moira's eyes. Nobody needs to know about last night. After all, no harm was done, right? Moira bit her lips. I guess you're right, Lucy, but I felt so comfortable. Moira, Harriet interjected with a smile. James loves you. Yesterday you were on cloud 9 just because he was telling his father about you. I am positive that you'll sleep just as comfortably in his arms, likely much more comfortably. Moira nodded. You're right. I better get dressed. Wait, Harriet said, and kissed her lightly on the cheek. I love you dearly, but neither of you will ever sleep in my bed once I am with the man I want. Lucy jumped from the bed. I better get dressed too. Harriet used the washstand and made herself presentable. Indeed, it was just an hour later, whilst the 3 young women sat at breakfast, when they heard the knock on the door. Toller entered stiffly. Lord and Lady Brougham, the Honourable James Palmer, madam. Why, show them in, Toller, and have the table set for 3 guests, Harriet ordered lightly. His lordship came in, followed by Lady Brougham and James, and greeted Harriet first. He acknowledged Lucy with a bow of his head. Then his eyes took in Moira's appearance. He sighed. Miss MacTaggart, I can easily understand why my son insists on declaring himself for you. We never met, and I saw your father only briefly, but let me express the deep sorrow I felt over the circumstances that occasioned that particular meeting. Moira acknowledged Lord Brougham's words with a graceful nod of her head. Lady Brougham stepped forward. My dear, can you truly forgive our family? James tells us that you have declared your love for him. Lady Brougham, Moira responded, what your oldest son did to me is of no consequence for my feelings toward James. I harbour a strong affection for him. He is all a girl can wish for in a future husband. She walked over to James, her hands extended, and James took her hands in his. Hand in hand, they faced his parents. It must be God's will, then, and his justice. Lord Brougham sighed. He raised his voice. You have my consent, James. If Sir Richard agrees, we can announce the engagement. I think the tenants' reception will be a good opportunity. After all, we can't have any celebration so soon after Rupert's death. Please understand, he bowed to Moira. We cannot but think of him as our son. Moira nodded. I understand your sorrow, my lord. Since my father also died only recently, any festive occasion would not be appropriate for me either. Harriet, dear, would it trouble you much to keep Miss MacTaggart as your guest? I am afraid custom dictates that a wedding cannot be held before another 8 months have passed. Having Moira as my guest will never trouble me, my lord. Well, James, it is agreed from my side. You better ask her guardian now. If you don't mind, we shall accompany you. James spoke up for the first time. Harriet, would you mind coming along too? You can persuade your father that Moira and I care for each other. Of course, James, let me get dressed first. January 1805. Returning to Portsmouth, Tony found his ship almost ready for sailing. Lieutenant Fortescue had done a splendid job, and Tony told him so. The sailing orders had arrived too, and Tony knew now that they had 5 more days in port. He gave his first lieutenant leave for those 5 days and took over himself. The orders called for Clyde to escort 8 supply ships destined for Lord Nelson's Mediterranean fleet off Toulon. The ships carried much-needed provisions, ammunition and other supplies for the fleet. Due to the Spanish declaration of war a month earlier, after the interception of a Spanish bullion convoy by Captain Moore and his frigates, Tony's orders stressed the need for steady vigilance. The Spanish had used the armistice to restore their fleet to its former strength, but the loss of its treasure fleet would seriously affect additional expenditures. Still, Cadiz and Algeciras harboured considerable naval forces, and Tony guessed that this was the reason for sending his big frigate as a cover for the small convoy. He was quite happy with the orders, because he saw a chance to meet Lord Nelson in person. During the next days, Tony became immersed in the usual bustle of a ship making ready for sea. Fresh water came aboard in the very last days. So did his private stores. Since he had become affluent, he undertook to have good quality cabin stores and a selection of ales, wines and spirits. Personally, he preferred thin ale for his use, but there was always a need to host other officers. He also paid another visit to Elizabeth's shop, to pick up his new everyday uniforms and to settle his debt. He slept ashore one more time under the care of Mrs. Blackett, who had taken charge of his house. So far he was highly satisfied. The house was fit to live in, there were fresh linens on the beds, urgent repairs would be done in the next weeks, and most importantly, the meals prepared by the Frenchwoman were a delight. After the first day, he ordered his steward, Grim, to stay at his house and to learn from Mrs. Blackett. Their sailing was postponed for another 3 days when one of the supply ships, whilst taking cargo, crashed against a quay and sprang a leak, necessitating hasty repairs. On one of the last days in port, their new surgeon reported for duty. Tony disliked the man immediately. He had unsteady, bloodshot eyes, and his once respectable coat looked as if the man had slept in a stable. He reeked of spirits, too. "Mr. Sykes, isn't it?" he began. "Yes," came a mumbled reply. "That would be yes, sir," Tony snapped, his dislike for the man growing. "Aye, aye, sir. Let me be blunt, Mr. Sykes. I can see that you report for duty in a state of inebriation. I shall not tolerate such habits. I expect you to spruce up your appearance. I don't want wardroom members who look like they were just thrown out of a brothel. As for ardent spirits, you will abstain from them whilst you serve in my ship." Dr. Sykes made a face as if he had bitten into a lemon. "That's an order, Mr. Sykes, and you'll disobey it at your peril. I'll have no drunk surgeon in my ship." "I'm not drunk," Sykes protested. Under Tony's glare, he hastily added a "sir." "Yet you give a really good impression of a drunk. Perhaps you have a calling as an actor in the comedy. The medicinal spirits will be placed under the responsibility of the first lieutenant." "That is insulting, sir." "It is common sense," Tony answered coolly. "My duty is to the ship and its crew. Personal sensibilities rank only low in my considerations. This is all. Get yourself in a proper shape and I may reconsider those measures. In the meantime, make sure that the sick bay is stocked with what you'll need. I'll have your report by 4 bells in the afternoon watch. Dismissed." Tony shook his head. There were all kinds of people serving in the Navy, many of them fleeing from their own inner demons. Sykes would bear close watching. 3 days later, Clyde and the small convoy of Navy transports, 3 topsail schooners and 5 brigs, weighed anchor. Sailing close-hauled on a west-southwestern course, they sighted Wessant after 2 days. Keeping the course for another 3 days saw them off the Galician coast. They sighted Cap Finisterre on the 6th day and changed course to south, sailing along the Portuguese coast. On the 10th day, they sighted Cap Sagres and the small convoy headed for the Strait of Gibraltar. Skirting around Cartagena, where Tony suspected superior Spanish naval forces, they sailed closely past the island of Ibiza and then into the Golfe du Lion. After 17 days, they sighted the fleet and approached the flagship. HMS Victory, Nelson's flagship, lay hove to in the light breeze, and Tony brought Clyde to within 2 pistol shots before the helmsman turned her neatly into the wind. Whilst the sails were shortened, the gig was already lying alongside. Tony, with his secretary and 2 mail bags, was rowed across to the flagship. The pipes twittered a salute, and Tony was met at the port by Captain Thomas Hardy himself. "Welcome, Captain. His lordship asks you to report to him immediately. If you will follow me." The main cabin of the Victory was huge, and the little man in his Admiral's uniform looked almost lost. He rose politely from his desk, though, and approached his visitor, who saluted. "Captain Carter, my lord, at your service." "Thank you, Captain, and welcome. We have been awaiting those transports for weeks." "We had a fast passage, my lord, just 17 days. There was a delay in Portsmouth, though. The Wrexham brig sprung a leak that had to be patched." "Oh, I'm sure you did what you could, Captain. Your reputation is not of one who would be tardy. I was merely referring to our dire need of provisions." "Of course, my lord." "Did you see any signs of the Dons?" "Not a single sail since Ushant, my lord. With the transports under my care, I thought it best not to sail too close to Cartagena. Certainly, Captain. I take it that you will escort those transports back.
Those are my orders, my lord.
Pity that. I would give my other arm to have a frigate like yours in my squadron. Our old 32s are no match for the new French frigates. Hope surged through Tony.
Perhaps the transports could be escorted back by one of those frigates which needs a refitting, and I could fill in, my lord.
You flatter me, Captain, and I'm tempted. I'm afraid, however, that I would be relieved of my command if I undertook to lay claim to a frigate under Admiralty orders. I shall make a suggestion to this effect in my report nevertheless.
My crew and I would feel honoured to serve under your command, my lord. Did you bring extra crews by any chance?
3 lieutenants, 6 midshipmen, 18 able seamen, and 28 recruits, my lord. A company of marines, too. They are all berthed in the Badger bark. Better than nothing. We hope, of course, that those French will come out and give battle. Blockading this harbour has to be the worst duty for an active officer. Now, Captain, I thank you for your services, but there are some documents for me to peruse. Perhaps I can entice you to join us for dinner. I am sure my officers will enjoy hearing the latest news and gossip from England.
Certainly, and with pleasure, my lord,
Tony answered delightedly. He then spent a few more minutes with Captain Hardy on the quarterdeck to discuss the distribution of the provisions and the mail before his gig took him back to the Clyde. For the remainder of the day, Clyde stayed in the vicinity of the Victory. The transports distributed their cargo amongst the ships of the squadron and in turn took wounded and disabled sailors and soldiers on board. Later that afternoon, a flag signal from Victory invited Tony to dinner in the flagship, together with several other captains. At the beginning of the first dog watch, the gigs of the captains assembled around the Victory. Tony was introduced to the other captains, and he realised that he was the most junior captain present with his scarcely more than 2 years' seniority. During dinner, Tony was bombarded with questions about the politics and society gossip. Tony impressed with his recount of the premiere night at the Drury Lane Theatre, and when he confessed to his personal friendship with Anita, he was looked upon with awe. He also mentioned the fatal duel of Rupert Palmer, not so much because anyone might know him, but because his younger brother, Commander James Palmer, was now the heir to his father's title. Lord Nelson spoke little during the evening, and when he did not raise his voice. Nevertheless, when he opened his mouth, his officers listened with close attention. It was clear that the small man commanded the unconditional loyalty of his officers. There was no heavy drinking during or after dinner, as Tony noted with satisfaction, and he returned to his ship at the end of the second dog watch with a clear head. 4 days later, Clyde and her charges saluted Lord Nelson's flag and started on their way back to England. Tony had conferred with some of the captains who knew the waters better than he did, and he had decided to sail due south, past the island of Minorca, to make the best use of the westerly wind. They sailed all the way to the African coast near Algiers. A close-hauled leg to north-northwest brought them close to Formentera, where they tacked and headed for Oran. From there, they had to claw their way westward and to the strait. They had some good luck at this point, as the wind shifted briefly to south-southwest, allowing the convoy to pass Gibraltar under close-hauled sails. That southerly 3 knots breeze prevailed for another 4 days, allowing them to clear Cape Sagres, the southwestern tip of Portugal. For another 4 days, they sailed northward before the light wind before it strengthened and veered to west. With the wind abeam, they made good progress until they rounded Cape Finisterre. From there they raced across the Bay of Biscay, with a half wind and under full sail. They sighted Wesson 30 days after sailing from Toulon. Coming across the Channel Fleet under Admiral Sir William Cornwallis, who was still keeping the French fleet in Brest in a veritable stranglehold, Tony briefly visited Sir William in the Elephant to learn the latest news and to relay Lord Nelson's compliments. Another 18 hours later saw them rounding the Devil's Head, 11 weeks after they had sailed from Portsmouth. Tony delivered Lord Nelson's dispatches and his own reports to the Port Admiral for forwarding them to London, and then got his officers and crew started on the refitting. 2 days later, Tony was ordered to report to the Admiralty to receive new orders, and he reserved a seat on the Morning Post chaise. The coach ride in the spring sun was quite pleasurable, and the road was dry, allowing for a speedy travel. Arriving in London, he found that his usual accommodation in the George was not available, but Admiral Vernon had a cosy room for him and served a well-tasting dinner. Early in the next morning, Tony reported at the Admiralty but was told to wait. It was not decided yet where the Clyde would be posted next. Tony shrugged inwardly. They could do worse things to him than let him wait in London. He called upon Anita at the first chance, and they met on several occasions during the following week. He slept in his rented room mostly, however, as Anita did not seem to be all that comfortable anymore with Tony sleeping in her quarters. She joked that with a horny sailor in her bed, she did not get enough sleep. They still had a good accord, but Tony felt that their relationship was more and more moving into the direction of a friendship. He was having breakfast in the common room of the Vernon, when a letter was delivered by a livered footman. Tony looked at the handwriting on the envelope, and he felt uneasy when he recognised it. He opened it briskly, like someone who wants to finish an unpleasant duty. "My dear Captain, I have learned with great pleasure that you are currently in London. We did not have a chance to talk to each other since your departure for New South Wales 2 years ago. It would give me and my dear husband great pleasure if you could find it possible to visit us whilst you are in London. Perhaps you may care to join us for a breakfast tomorrow at 9 o'clock. If this would inconvenience you, feel free to suggest another time. Your friend, Eleanor Lambert." Tony sighed. He expected an uncomfortable meeting. He held no small grudge against Harriet's mother for keeping him uninformed of the reasons for Harriet's marriage. On the other hand, he owed Sir Richard and his wife quite a lot for their help in furthering his career. Mostly, however, he knew that there was no valid excuse for turning down the invitation. Sir Richard must know that he was sitting around waiting for orders. He therefore wrote a brief billet, acknowledging and accepting the invitation. He was apprehensive when he arrived at the Lamberts' townhouse early in the next morning. He half expected Harriet to be there. Lady Lambert was far too sophisticated for such a ham-handed manoeuvre, however, and instead, he was received by the elder Lamberts in a cordial atmosphere. No mention was made of Harriet in the first hour, and when Lady Lambert approached the subject, she simply apologised for her poor handling of the situation. She claimed convincingly that the whole affair had distraught her so much as to impair her good judgment. Sir Richard changed the subject again by asking Tony about the state of the Mediterranean fleet and the health of Lord Nelson. They were still discussing this topic when the butler entered and announced visitors. "Lord and Lady Brougham, Commander James Palmer and Mrs. Palmer are asking for a brief interview." Whilst Sir Richard lifted his eyebrow to indicate his surprise, Lady Lambert blushed. "Oh, I am sorry, Captain. I assure you that I did not plan this. I don't know the purpose of this visit." "Milady, there is no need for excuse nor explanation," Tony answered politely. "Unless you would rather I left, I have no reason to avoid your daughter." Sir Richard had already risen to receive his visitor. Lady Lambert looked at Tony and spoke in low tone. "You know everything?" "I know the gist of what happened, but I know enough not to hold your daughter at fault over that sordid affair." Looking over her shoulder, Eleanor Lambert ascertained they were alone, and then gave the flustered Tony an affectionate hug. "You are a good man, Anthony Carter. May I entertain just a little hope that you and Harriet may be reconciled with each other? There is always hope, but this is something Harriet and I must work out between ourselves." Of course," Lady Lambert agreed hastily. "Now let us meet our visitors." They joined Sir Richard and his guests in the large living room. Harriet almost jolted back when she saw Tony. It was good that her face was behind her black widow's veil, lest she might have given away her feelings. "Eleanor, my dear, Commander Palmer is asking for the hand of Miss MacTaggart. Personally, I cannot find any reason to object. What do you think, my dear?" "Why, Richard, this has to be the best news in months. Of course she is in mourning, and they will have to wait until next year. I take it that Miss MacTaggart is in agreement, Harriet?" "Very much so, Mother. She is positively delighted and she cares deeply for James. I cannot envision a better match for her." "Then it is agreed," Sir Richard announced. "Miss MacTaggart inherited her father's possessions, which I keep in trust. When the time is right, Commander Palmer and I shall settle these questions. May I offer you some refreshments?" Lord and Lady Brougham declined, and left soon after. Their state of mourning did not allow any forms of celebration. James Palmer accompanied his parents, of course. Only Harriet said that she would stay for lunch with her parents. They all went back to the breakfast table. Lady Lambert did not stay long, though. She left to organise their lunch. After a few minutes, she called for her husband to join her. Sir Richard sighed and shook his head before he left. Harriet and Tony were left alone. "She is doing it again." Harriet sighed. "Please believe me that I did not plan this. I had no idea that you were in London. You don't have to stay if I make you uncomfortable." That last sentence came out a little unsteady. "Harriet," Tony answered, "I am uncomfortable. I am uncomfortable because I judged you wrongly and caused you additional pain with my childish behaviour. I am also sorry, because I was not there when you needed me the most." "Tony, you mustn't blame yourself. Anita told me what you knew and had to surmise, and I can understand you. It must have been a terrible blow for you too. Not as bad as for you, Harriet. At least I could find some solace." "With Anita?" "Yes, with Anita. I did not know she was your friend. We met quite by chance. It was through her that I opened up again. Well, her and Doña Maria." He had decided to be completely open. Whatever the future might hold for them, he was not about to start over with lies. "Maria?" "Doña Maria Cristina Arabella Ruiz de Costa y Ledesma, the wife of His Most Catholic Majesty's Governor of Cartagena, Don Alonso Cristobal Ruiz de Costa y Torquena. I had rescued her from captivity. She had been a prisoner for 3 years. She was my guest in the Clyde. I found her to be a fascinating person and endearing." "Do you love her?" "I could have, Harriet, but she is married. Yet, what little time we had together, I feel that it changed me. I see her as a friend and soulmate. She urged me to keep looking for the woman destined to be my wife." "So you had an affair with this Spanish woman whilst you had a relationship with Anita?" There was accusation in Harriet's voice. "I had only met Anita for one evening before I sailed," Tony answered reasonably. "I did not know whether she would want to see me again." He decided not to mention Elizabeth. "It appears that your chagrin about losing me did not keep you from enjoying yourself," Harriet stated with a little bitterness in her voice. "Don't you think that you might be just a bit unfair? For all I knew, you were happily married. What was I supposed to do? Seek death in battle?" Harriet checked herself. "No, of course not. I'm sorry, Tony. It is not easy for me to hear that not one, but 2 women could win your heart. It was bad enough with Anita, and Anita is my dearest friend. But your affair with this other woman makes me wonder whether you can be true to one woman at all." She half expected him to jump up and leave. To her surprise, he considered her accusation. "I have asked that question myself, Harriet. I believe I would be true to my wife." Harriet pulled back her veil and looked into his eyes, studying him. "I want to believe you," she said in the end. "It is in fact very tempting to believe you. Harriet, I stayed true to you for over a year after we declared ourselves. Your image before my eyes and the prospect of returning to you was all I needed to resist the temptations." There were temptations. Well, there was Lucy Gutteridge and her consort, Clarissa Durning, and a shipload of other women who would have done anything to escape deportation. I did not even think of them in that way. "You would not have succeeded with Miss Durning anyway," Harriet answered dryly. "I know for a fact that she rather prefers female company." Tony looked at her with surprise. That was almost the old Harriet, witty and indiscreet. A moment later, Harriet realised it too, and she managed a smile. "There is still something about you that makes me behave improperly," she stated. "I shouldn't have said this." My, Lucy is full of surprises, Tony marvelled. But she is indomitable. One has to admire her for that. He looked at Harriet candidly. The fact that you know this tells me that you have found her friendship too. Harriet blushed deeply. Nothing untoward happened between us, save for some hugs and one night of cuddling for comfort, she whispered. There might have been more, but Lucy's heart belongs to my brother. We also spent a rather drunk night with Moira in my bed. Harriet, loneliness is terrible, and you needed the comfort. I can appreciate that Lucy would be hard to resist even for a woman. We have both made a clean slate. I would like for us to start over. Let bygones be bygones. Don't answer me now. Think about it. There is no rush after all. I'll be sailing soon, but I would like to write to you regularly. Will you send me letters in turn? Of course, she smiled, her inbred optimism claiming the upper hand. We shall work things out and be the stronger for it. Tony took her gloved hand and kissed it lightly. Suddenly, Harriet jerked her hand back. Oh, dear God, what about Anita? We cannot pretend that she is not in your life. Tony shrugged. Anita is following her own agenda. She already told me that she would be my paramour only. But she loves you. She was so nervous about you showing at her premiere. Yes, Harriet, Anita loves me in her way. But she will not allow that love to compromise what is her real fulfillment. Haven't you seen her during the curtains after the last act? When I saw her, how she bathed in her success and the applause, I knew she would never give that up to be Mistress Carter, waiting for me in Portsmouth. Anita has made her choice, and I, for one, respect her wishes. Will you tell her about us? Tony nodded solemnly. I have to. Don't worry, she will still be your friend. I hope that. I could not stand to lose her friendship. Just then, Lady Lambert entered. Would you care to join us for lunch? She asked sweetly. Or would you rather be alone? Harriet looked at Tony and then at her mother. No, Mother, we are fine. Let us eat. After lunch, Tony bade his farewell to his hosts and to Harriet and returned to the Vernon. The landlord hastily produced a linen envelope. A messenger from the Admiralty delivered an envelope an hour ago, sir. I sent a messenger to Sir Richard Lambert's house as instructed. Thank you, Mr. Landlord, Tony answered and went up to his room. Breaking the seal, Tony found just 2 pages with a short order to join Sir Robert Calder's squadron blockading Rochefort and Ferrol, 2 minor French and Spanish ports. This was a disappointment. Blockade service was dull and left little room to excel. At least it was Calder's squadron. Calder sent his ships to port from time to time. The Channel Fleet, by contrast, had not come to port for more than a year. They received provisions and fresh water by special ships. Still, he would have to stock his cabin with as many provisions as possible for a long blockade service. In the evening, he went to visit Anita. She opened the door herself to his knocking and hugged him affectionately. They went to her living room. Anita, I have just received my orders. We'll sail in a few days. Anita reacted calmly. Can you tell me your destination? Tony smiled wryly. Blockade service in the Bay of Biscay. That's bad, isn't it? Yes and no. It's relatively close to home, but it's a hard service. Thank God it is spring already. Poor man. Is there time for us tonight so I can console you? Tony was surprised. Anita had been withdrawn recently. He smiled in response. I should tell you a few things before. And what is it that you have to tell me? I met Harriet today. I was at her parents' and she showed up surprisingly. She was with James Palmer and his parents. He asked for permission to marry MacTaggart's daughter. He proposed to Moira? Anita asked with obvious delight. Yes, he did. His father looked like he had to eat a live frog, but James Palmer has his own head. I like the man as much as I despised his brother. So you talked to Harriet? Anita asked, bringing the conversation back to the topic. Yes. After the Palmers left, Harriet stayed for lunch and we had a chance to talk. Are you reconciled now? Not yet, not completely at least. You see, I made a clean slate myself and told her of my life during the past 2 years. Oh, you told her about your mysterious Spanish beauty? Tony nodded. I guess it piqued Harriet that I enjoyed myself while she was stuck with that horrible man. She will need time to come to terms with the facts. Anita gave him a wry smile. I take it that you both aim for a complete reconciliation. Tony held Anita by her arms and looked into her hazel eyes. Anita, I love to be with you. I feel a rare harmony between us. For a while I hoped that you could be my promise for the future. Yet you said it yourself, and I have accepted it, that your future is on the stage. Harriet, by contrast, needs somebody to heal her wounds, just like I need somebody to start a family. I am 27 years old, but if I died tomorrow there would be nothing left of me in this world. That bothers you, doesn't it? Yes, but there is more. I still feel love when I look at Harriet. She has been in my head for 9 years, and the feeling is still strong. Anita, can you understand that? Anita nodded, her eyes suddenly moist. Tony, for the last 2 months I have worked to this end. I have encouraged Harriet to talk to you. I have tricked you into seeing her. I am happy for Harriet, and for you. But this also means that I shall lose you to her. I cannot help feeling a little jealousy, but also a loss. I can understand that. I have mixed feelings too. You mean a lot to me, Anita. I cannot help it if we have different perspectives for life. Anita nodded. I think you had better say farewell now, she said softly. Yes. Anita, I do not want to lose your friendship. Don't worry, you won't, but I need to be alone now. Take good care of yourself. I shall. Farewell, dear. He kissed the cheek she offered and left. Anita was a riddle to him. She had explicitly told him that he was her paramour and nothing more. She had manoeuvred him into seeing Harriet again, and yet she was disappointed now that her plot had worked. Maybe it was the fact that their affair had ended when she was not yet ready for it, Tony mused, or perhaps Doña Maria's wisdom was not the answer to all female mysteries. Harriet returned home more than 3 hours after leaving with the Brohams, only to be bombarded with questions from Moira and Lucy. Easy, you two, she smiled. Nothing is amiss. I had to talk to somebody at my parents' home. Moira, do not fret. Of course my father consented. Moira exhaled deeply. Lucy, on the other hand, felt that something had been left unsaid. Harriet, who was it to whom you were talking? Harriet cast her eyes on the floor before she looked into Lucy's. Captain Carter was at my parents'. Mother could not foresee my visit. So when James left, she left us alone. And? Lucy asked hopefully. Lucy, what do you expect? That we fell into each other's arms? No, but we had a long talk. We also made a clean slate, both of us. There are a few things he told me over which I shall have to mull. Those things, of course, were Tony's open admission that he'd had affairs with 2 other women over the last year. She knew that her jealousy was stupid. She could have been married happily for all Tony knew, but she was bothered. It took her some reflection to realise that she felt envy. He had obviously enjoyed himself whilst she had been stuck with a revolting man in a sham marriage. She resented his happiness. Well, we talked, and we shall talk some more in the future. Right now, he is to sail to join the squadron that blockades Rochefort, and I am in mourning. We have time. That was all that was said. Over the next weeks and months, the 3 women settled into a quiet life. Occasionally, a letter arrived from Andrew Lambert or James Palmer, who were both at sea again. Once, a letter arrived for Harriet, and when she saw the handwriting on the envelope, she became pale and rushed to her room to read it. She returned hours later with a freshly sealed envelope. Lucy could see that it was addressed to Captain Anthony Carter, HMS Clyde. However, in the spring of 1805, bad tidings arrived in London. A strong French squadron under Admiral Villeneuve's command had escaped from Toulon. right under Admiral Nelson's nose. It was obviously headed for the Caribbean, and Nelson followed in hot pursuit. On the other side of the channel, all along the French coast, the Emperor Napoleon had assembled a huge number of landing craft and a large army, seemingly ready to invade England. All he needed was the command of the channel for 2 or 3 days, and Villeneuve's squadron was large enough to challenge the English squadrons that blockaded the ports of Brest and Rochefort. In addition, Spain had declared war again, and the Spanish fleet was still a force to be reckoned with. People were worried. The news became worse. Returning from the Caribbean, Villeneuve had come across a smaller British force, commanded by Vice Admiral Sir Robert Calder. Although superior in number, the French refused battle, and Calder was only able to capture 2 French ships in the ensuing running fight. The rest escaped, mainly because Calder was anxious to resume the blockade of Rochefort before the French forces in that port could escape too. The British public was in an uproar. For the press, Calder had shied from a decisive battle, and only a victorious battle could restore safety for England. For days, the newspapers screamed for Calder's head. It was late August, and as usual, Harriet and her friends scanned the newspapers for information every morning. After all, Harriet was an admiral's daughter, and both her friends were promised to Navy officers. A large headline on the front page of the Morning Chronicle was the first they saw on that morning. Clyde frigate 44 captures French ship of the line, 80. Harriet's heart made a leap. That was Anthony's ship. She continued to read the subtitle, and all the colour drained from her face. Heroic captain suffers mortal wounds. "Oh my God, Harriet!" Lucy wailed. "Sit! Let me hold you!" Harriet had sunk into a chair. There was no blood left in her face, and her eyes were glazed over. Her mouth formed silent words. Fortunately, Moira had kept reading. "Wait, here's what the Times says. The wounded captain of HMS Clyde arrived in Portsmouth and is reportedly in a stable condition. We join his officers and crew in their prayers for the speedy recovery of this hero. Harriet, he's still alive." Harriet woke from her stupor. "Lucy, have the coach readied. I need to pack. I am going to Portsmouth this hour." "We'll come with you, of course," Lucy said, and Moira nodded energetically. "You'll not face this alone." They were almost finished with their preparations when Sir Richard Lambert arrived. He hugged his daughter briefly and held her at arm's length. "I see that you have received the news. I just saw the report by the First Lieutenant, Mr. Fortescue. Captain Carter received a musket shot to his leg when they closed in on the French ship. He kept fighting until he collapsed for loss of blood. He is alive but in serious condition. You better hurry if you want to see him." Harriet nodded. "I feared that much, Father, but I have to go." "Harriet, I have asked Mr. Jonathan Wilkes to accompany you. He is in my coach. He is a member of the Royal College of Surgeons, and probably the best young surgeon in London." Harriet hugged her father. "Thank you, Father. That is so thoughtful of you. We shall leave within the next minutes, and I shall take him along." Sir Richard waved towards his coach, and a tall young man in a brown coat emerged. He introduced himself to the women. An impatient Harriet almost pushed him into her coach, to be followed by Lucy and Moira. Harriet entered last, slamming the door shut, and the coach lurched forward. 4 months before this, HMS Clyde used the ebb tide and a westerly wind to leave Portsmouth. Clyde then beat westward through the Channel. It took them almost 5 days to reach Ouessant, and another 4 to reach. Vice Admiral Sir Robert Calder's squadron hove to off the Gironde estuary. As soon as feasible, Tony reported to his new commander-in-chief in the Prince of Wales. Calder was welcoming, quite happy with this new addition to his squadron. Tony was the senior captain of a small inshore squadron that kept a close watch on the Gironde estuary. The inshore group consisted of 2 sloops of war and 1 lesser frigate of 32 guns, HMS Quebec. Similar small squadrons kept close watches on La Rochelle and on the Galician port of El Ferro. But Sir Robert and his 15 sail of the line stayed out at sea and out of sight from the shore. For Clyde, an endless toil of patrolling began. Whilst the sloop stayed close to the land and watched the shipping to and from Rochefort, the 2 frigates kept a vigil against blockade runners who would be trying to come in from the high seas. They were also ready to assist the small sloops in case the French decided to make a short sortie. All this was compounded by the fact that they had to watch a lee coast with the constant peril of a westerly gale trapping them against an enemy shoreline. Captain Carter and his officers knew of the dangers, not only the navigational risks, but also the numbing effect of routine. It was good that spring was in full swing and the weather favoured them. Apart from short squalls of rain, they experienced sunny, if cool, weather. The daily routine of reconnaissance was only interrupted by heated discussions about the impact of Admiral Villeneuve's escape from Toulon. The situation caused no small concern for officers who commanded ships trapped against a lee coast and an enemy port. What if Villeneuve's fleet forced its way into Rochefort? The 4 ships of the inshore group would be caught between Scylla and Charybdis. It was early July, when Phoebe, one of Calder's frigates, approached the coast, bearing dispatches. Sir Robert informed his captains of the fact that he was taking his squadron to head off Villeneuve's fleet. The inshore group was ordered to maintain their vigil as usual. The French were not to learn that the blockade was in effect lifted lest they put to sea and joined Villeneuve's forces. For this purpose, Sir Robert emphasised, it was crucial that no blockade runner was allowed to pass. For 3 weeks, the 2 frigates and 2 sloops maintained the charade of blockading 11 ships of the line. Tony kept his Clyde out of sight from the land, to have the necessary sea room for chasing down blockade runners. On 24th of July, however, the situation came to a head. Clyde was cruising between the Île de Ré and the Île d'Oléron. The very light northwestern wind called for all sails. Still, no more than 5 knots were recorded. When the morning mist lifted, the lookout in the masthead sang out. "Ship ho! Full-rigged ship bearing east-southeast, sir."
Tony was up on deck in an instant. Snatching a telescope, he climbed up the shrouds into the mainmast. When he reached the masthead, the lookout pointed to a sail just over the horizon. Tony trained his telescope on the sail. Years of practice allowed him to hold the telescope steady in spite of the corkscrew motion of the masthead.
The strange ship was almost hull up over the horizon. The rigging he saw bespoke a French build. But so did Clyde's, and those of many other captured French ships which now served in the Royal Navy. Yet she was none of Sir Robert Calder's ships, and she sailed alone. She could be one of Villeneuve's fleet, trying to make a run for Rochefort. That would explain a certain irregularity in the rigging, as if the ship had sustained damage in battle.
"Mr. Fortescue," he shouted down to the quarterdeck, "lay a new course heading east-southeast." The hands rushed to their stations and the Clyde went about. On her new tack, Clyde had the wind abeam and was making the most of the weak breeze. Whilst they closed in on the stranger, Tony found his assessment correct. It was a French ship if he had ever seen one. She had taken punishment too. Several of her sails showed shot holes, her foretop was makeshift, and she seemed to barely have steerage in the weak breeze. That would have made her an easy prey for the Clyde, but she was also unmistakably a third-rate ship of the line. It would be frightening odds to go against a 74-gun ship with a mere frigate, even with the Clyde and her main deck 24-pounders. The Frenchman had twice the weight in her broadside, and her timbers would be 3-layered. Tony felt the sweat break out on his forehead when he realised that he had no choice but to attack the big ship. The Quebec and the sloops were in the Charente estuary, and would be in the path of the Frenchman. More importantly, once the French captain reached Rochefort, the French would know that the blockade was lifted, and they would sortie. The Admiralty would not look favourably upon the officer who allowed another major escape of French ships. No, he had to prevent that ship from reaching Rochefort. He would also have to achieve this out of sight from the shoreline, lest he alerted the French that there were no big English ships in the offing. Tony had no illusion that this could well be his end. In fact, a sense of foreboding overcame him whilst he climbed down to the deck. He put his face into a rigid mask. More than everything, he, like most of his contemporaries, feared nothing more than showing fear. "Mr. Fortescue," he said casually, "kindly have the ship cleared for action." A few seconds later, the pipes shrilled through the ship and the drums rolled.
Within a mere 9 minutes, a swimming home was transformed into a fighting machine. The cooking fires were dumped overboard, the bulkheads were removed, the decks were strewn with sand, and the guns were cleared. Tony nodded approvingly when Mr. Fortescue reported the ship ready for action. "Have the guns loaded and run out, if you please, Mr. Fortescue." The powder monkeys, young boys on their first voyage, ran from the powder magazine with charges, and the gun captains carefully selected round shot for the first broadside. Once loaded, the guns were run out. By now the big Frenchman could be seen from the deck, and the experienced men groaned when they saw what they were facing. Up close it became clear that she had 16 gun ports a side, both on her lower and upper gun decks. She was no mere 74, but an 80-gun ship, certainly shipping 32-pounders on her lower deck and 18-pounders on her main deck. Tony felt the need to cheer his men up. He seized the speaking trumpet. "You officers and men, we must keep yonder Frenchmen from reaching Rochefort at all costs. If the French learn that our big ships are gone, they will come out. That Villeneuve guy already has 20 sail of the line. With the 11 in Rochefort, he can drive away the Channel Fleet and cover the French army whilst they land in England. It depends on us to prevent that. It may not be that bad. Look at her. She got a licking from Sir Robert's ships, and she sails like a wet sponge. Be quick about the braces, aim true your guns, and we'll teach the frogs a lesson yet. Here come £20,000 prize money." The men did not cheer. They could not be deceived, but he noticed how they set their jaws grimly. He saw how gun crews embraced each other whilst other men said short prayers. This was the spirit he wanted. No, needed. The Frenchman was less than 3 miles away now. John Little appeared at Tony's side and brought him the Toledo sword and his 2 pistols. Tony took off his coat and changed into a plain blue one, with Fortescue following his example. No need to give the French soldiers a hint at whom to shoot. To stand on the quarterdeck in full uniform was foolhardy. He watched the French ship for any signs of changing course, but the big ship maintained her course. Watching closely, he saw that she was lying quite deep in the water. He smiled grimly. She was waterlogged, probably had shot holes under the waterline. That meant that a sizable part of her crew had to work the pumps. Indeed, he saw water gushing over her sides in a constant stream. She would be sluggish too. That was why her captain maintained his course. If he steered closer to the wind, he would be so slow as to lose steerage. The ships were a mile apart now. "Mr. Fortescue, we'll go about soon. Have the larboard battery ready. We'll try to rake her when we pass her bows." Fortescue grinned in excitement. "Aye, aye, sir." Tony watched their approach with assumed patience. When they were a cable length apart, he had another look at the compass and at the sails. "Ready by the braces!" he roared. "Quartermaster, 8 points to starboard. Steady as she goes. Gun captains, open fire as you find a target." The Clyde, in a surprise move, crossed the bows of the French ship, whilst the guns of her broadside raked her from bow to stern. Once the last shot of the quarterdeck carronades had been fired, Tony barked his orders again. "Helm a lee! Man the braces!" The Clyde went about like a well-oiled machine, and when she reached her new course, the French ship was on her starboard side, a pistol shot away. Both broadsides roared whilst the ships held parallel courses. "Fire away, men!" Tony yelled through his speaking trumpet. At this short distance, he could give free rein to his disciplined gun crews. The next broadside was ragged already, as each gun crew loaded and fired as fast as they could. Only when the third broadside was fired by the Clyde did the French answer with their second. The round shot smashed into the Clyde like an iron hammer, and she keeled over under the impact. No guns were disabled, though, and the rigging was intact. They were exchanging 2 broadsides for one. The experienced and rested British crew had a clear advantage. Still, the sheer weight of the French broadsides made the Clyde stagger. It was time to make use of the superior speed of his ship. On Tony's order, the topgallants were shook out, and Clyde quickly overreached on the French ship. Once they were clear and the firing ceased, Tony had the helm put to port, and the Clyde crossed the bow of the Frenchman once more, raking her with the starboard guns. Even above the roar of the guns, a splintering crash could be heard. The enemy's foremast had been hit, 6 to 8 feet above the deck. Foretop and staysails collapsed over the side, forming a huge sea anchor that caused the French battleship to slowly turn into the wind. Tony saw his opportunity. At his orders, Clyde turned to starboard and crossed the exposed stern, her starboard battery spouting fire. With her topsails backed, Clyde lost her speed and settled behind the French ship, hammering her stern as fast as the crews could load and fire. The French were desperately trying to clear the wreckage of the foretop. They could bring no guns to bear, but they maintained a lively musket fire from their taffrail until a grape shot from one of the Clyde's quarterdeck carronades exploded amongst them. Only one soldier was left standing. Tony saw a puff of smoke, and then his leg was almost knocked out from under him. The bullet had hit him in the left thigh. Setting his teeth, he tested the leg. The bone seemed unbroken. He had to carry on. Victory was too close to waste time. "Keep firing!" he shouted, and the starboard side guns ecked up the high rate of fire. Looking down, Tony saw that he was standing in a puddle of blood, his own blood. He felt his strength drain from him. "Get a surgeon's mate up here to stop the bleeding," he hissed at Samuel Wilson, who was on the quarterdeck. The boy ran to the companionway. Tony stood there, watching the blood seeping down his leg. So this was how it felt when one was dying, he thought. And then, an overwhelming regret filled him. He would never see Harriet again. He thought of Anita too, but then Harriet's image blocked everything out. "Look, sir," Lieutenant Fortescue pulled at Tony's shirt sleeve. "He's had enough. He's hauling down the colours." Tony tried to clear his head. Fortescue was right. The French had found themselves in a hopeless situation, with the Clyde raking them as she pleased. The heavy fire from the Clyde had caused mayhem on the gun decks, and the officer in command had decided to save the life of the remainder of his crew. This was victory. Sweet victory. Tony felt relief. Now he could sit down. He was so tired. Carefully, he tried to lower himself on the blood-soaked planks. He heard shouts around him, and then he noticed to his amazement that he was lying face down in a puddle of blood. That was the last he saw before he fainted. When Tony slowly returned to conscience, he found himself lying in his cot and in his cabin. He tried to turn his head, but found that he was too weak. Trying to call for his steward, only a whisper came forth. Nevertheless, he was noticed. The tall frame of John Little loomed over him. "You be careful, sir, and don't move. I shall call Mr. Fortescue." A minute later, the first lieutenant bent over Tony's bed. "Sir, are you awake?" Tony nodded feebly, unable to speak. "Thank God. Listen, sir, you have been unconscious for 2 days. We have taken the Frenchman, sir. She's the Eagle, an 80-gun ship. We're bringing both ships into Portsmouth. Another day, and we'll be there. Mr. Hooker has a hard time keeping the prize afloat. We've been holed twice under the waterline too, but we covered the holes with a furled sail. You must hold on now, sir. Once we reach Portsmouth, a surgeon will take care of you." Something was left unsaid, Tony knew. "Sykes?" he whispered. "He is in irons, sir. He was dead drunk even before the first wounded were brought below. Cummings and Rogers, the surgeon's mates, did what they could, but we lost many men. I'll see that drunkard swing from a yardarm, I swear to it." "How many dead?" Tony whispered again. 27, sir. 39 wounded. 12 of them are doing duty anyway. We met with Calypso yesterday. She's escorting us, and Captain Truscott is helping us out with crews and marines to guard the frogs. I shall leave you now, sir. You must rest. Grim has some food and drink ready for you." The meat broth Grim fed him had to be the best tasting food he ever had. The watered Madeira wine awakened his spirits as well, but that was short-lived. He fell asleep as soon as he had finished the meal. When he woke again, he felt much better. He could move his head now. The burning lantern told him that it was night. John Little seemed huge in the dim light, but he helped him to sit up a little and fed him some bread and some more watered wine. After that, he slept like a baby. He was awakened again when the morning watch was called. For the first time, he had the presence of mind to check for his leg. He remembered that he had been shot. He tried to move the leg, but pain shot through it at the slightest movement. That was good. At least they had not taken it off. Grim appeared with breakfast. He had butchered the last of Tony's chickens and served his captain chicken roast and fresh coffee. More than anything, the coffee brought life into Tony again. He was able to listen to his first lieutenant's report. When Mr. Fortescue asked him for his orders, Tony smiled weakly. "No, Mr. Fortescue. You will command the ship whilst we anchor in Portsmouth and report to the Port Admiral. I'll dictate my part of the report up to the point where I fainted. You will write the second half over your own name." "Thank you, sir." Fortescue beamed. This was a big break for him. He would command the anchoring, he would report to the Admiral, and he would write his own report, which would certainly be printed in the London Gazette. He saw advancement within his reach. As if on cue, the lookout yelled, "Land ho!" at precisely the same moment. "We better get ready then," Tony grimaced. "Send me the secretary." For the next hour, Tony dictated his report of the engagement from memory, up to the point where the French struck their colours. He felt strangely distant from the events. The only thing that was still real in his mind was the sense of foreboding he had felt. It was uncanny how he had felt the impending danger. Perhaps he should pay attention to his instincts in the future. But what could he have done? Once they sighted the Frenchman, there was really only one path to follow. Then he remembered the French captain. He should have asked for his adversary's health. He asked the secretary whether he knew the fate of the French commander, and was told that he had been killed when the Clyde raked Eigul's stern. So they were both shot at the same time, Tony mused. Later that afternoon, Clyde and her prize worked their way across the Spithead and into Portsmouth harbour. When he heard the splash of the anchor, Tony felt enormous relief. He had been vindicated by the outcome of the risk he had taken. He heard the call for the gig, and he guessed that Fortescue was rushing to the Commander-in-Chief Portsmouth to make his report. An hour must have passed when there was a knock on the cabin door. Grim opened, and an elderly gentleman in an expensive coat approached Tony's cot. "I am Mr. Caldecott at your service, Captain. Mr. Fortescue alerted me of your condition, and I rushed here to assist you. I am a member of the Royal College of Surgeons, by the way. Now, let us have a look at that leg of yours." The efficient, bony fingers carefully removed the blood-stained bandage. Tony flinched only once. The wound, or what he saw of it, was still open with fluid seeping out of it. After inspecting the wound, Dr. Caldecott renewed the dressing with fresh linen strips he had brought. "Captain, the bullet is still in the wound. I suspect that pieces of your breeches have been carried into the wound too. For you to make a full recovery, they must be removed. Have you a home in Portsmouth?" "Yes, Little here knows the way. It's just off High Street." Mr. Caldecott snipped his fingers. "You bought Wolseley's house?" Tony nodded. "I have a housekeeper to look after me there, and my steward and Little here. I suggest we transport you to your house. In the morning, when the light will be good, I shall remove the musket ball and search for other foreign material." Under the direction of the doctor, 2 surgeons' mates tied Tony tightly to a plank, and he was carried on deck. Whilst they waited for the cutter to be lowered, Tony looked into the worn and tired faces of his crew who watched him silently. Yet, when he was lowered into the cutter, some men manned the shrouds and cheered him. "An impressive display of loyalty, Captain," Dr. Caldecott remarked. At the quay, Tony on his plank was transferred onto a cart. Grim and Mr. Little carefully pushed the cart over the cobblestones, whilst the rest of the cutter's crew carried his dunnage. Mrs. Blackett proved her worth once they reached Tony's house. After just a short outbreak of dismay, she helped the men settle Tony in his bed. She was then given instructions for the night by Mr. Caldecott. The surgeon left, as did the boat's crew, save for John Little, who stayed with Grim, the steward. The 2 men took turns during the night, keeping watch over their captain, whilst Mrs. Blackett provided all 3 men with the best food she could produce. Tony ate sparingly. He knew that a full stomach was a bad idea if one faced surgery. The thought of Mr. Caldecott probing in his flesh was worse even than the prospect of a battle. He knew that he would feel an excruciating pain in a few hours, and that knowledge was unsettling. Again he masked his apprehension under a thin veneer of quiet composure. The cheerful appearance of the surgeon when he came early in the next morning was almost too much for Tony. Fortunately, Mr. Caldecott was not a butcher like many Navy surgeons. As a civilian surgeon, he had to make sure that his patient survived the procedures and recommended him. He was therefore careful to cause as little pain as possible. "Captain, this will be quite painful." Tony nodded with a grim smile. "However, there are ways to reduce the pain considerably. Now, I shall give you a strong dose of laudanum to calm you and to block the worst of the pain. I have also added an extract of hops cones to ease your apprehension. You will probably sleep for the whole day as a result, which is not a bad idea to begin with, seeing that your wound will hurt considerably." Tony grimaced at the bitter taste of the hops, but it did not take long for him to drift into a deep sleep-like state. He somehow still noticed the manipulations of Dr. Caldecott. He even felt the pain. But he was detached from his body and did not mind it overly. It was dark when he awoke from his drugged slumber. A woman in black sat beside his bed in a chair, reading in the light of a candle. Tony found it strange that Mrs. Blackett had dyed her hair red. She must have grown too. Only slowly, Tony's addled brain regained its function. Then the woman in the chair looked up. "Harriet!" Tony croaked with an effort. The coach ride in the hot August sun would have been exhausting under any circumstances, but the sweat in her eyes and under her black dress was nothing against the deep-sitting fears Harriet felt. Lucy, at her side, did her best to comfort Harriet with her indomitable optimism. Even the stiff Dr. Wilkes had valiantly tried to dissuade her worries, telling her that loss of blood was something from which most men recovered under good care. Yet it was to no avail. Harriet was beyond reason. The shock of this morning's news was sitting too deep. "Portsmouth, madam!" the driver shouted over the creaking of the springs and the clatter of the horses' hooves. "The Navy Yard," Harriet commanded. The noises changed once they entered the town as the ironclad wheels rattled over cobblestones. Harriet could smell the water already, even before the coach lurched to a halt at the gates of the Navy Yard. Unceremoniously, Harriet climbed from the coach and approached the guards. "I am Harriet Palmer, daughter of Vice Admiral Sir Richard Lambert. I need to speak with Sir Charles." "Over there, madam, in the Port Admiral's quarters," the guard pointed. Harriet rushed to the big stone building and asked the guard at the entrance to announce her. Sir Charles himself came out to welcome her. "My dear Harriet, it is a pleasure to see you. What brings you here?" Sir Charles was an old friend of the Lamberts, and he had known Harriet from childhood.
"I came to visit Captain Carter, Sir Charles. Where can I find him? Is he in the infirmary?"
As far as I know, he was transported to his house yesterday. Mr. Fortescue, his first lieutenant, assured me that he is well taken care of. Mr. Fortescue retained the services of the best surgeon in Portsmouth. "Do you know Captain Carter's address? Please, I need to see him." "Better than that, I shall show you in person. Captain Carter's house is close to my own, just off High Street. Let me order my coach." "No need for that, Sir Charles. My coach is waiting outside." "Then let us go, Dreadnought," Foster said amiably. "Flags. Tell my coachman to pick me up at home in 2 hours." The last words were directed at the flag lieutenant. The Admiral offered his arm to Harriet, and together they walked through the afternoon heat to Harriet's coach. Introductions were performed quickly, and then the coach, under the able direction of an experienced navigator, rattled over the streets towards High Street. At the small cul-de-sac that led towards the house of Captain Carter, the coach stopped at Sir Charles's order, and he showed them the 3-story building before he walked the short distance to his own house. Followed by her in tow rig, Harriet walked the short way and up the 2 steps of the entrance. She did not know what to expect, and the anxiety made her heart miss a few beats. At last she composed herself as best she could and knocked with the heavy brass ring. A minute later, a petite woman opened the door. Harriet nearly fainted. The woman wore black.
Yes, madam.
My name is Harriet Palmer. I am a friend of Captain Carter, and I learned this morning that he was gravely wounded. Is it possible to see him? Madam, he had surgeries this morning and he is sleeping. The doctor said he would sleep all day. He is alive then. May I see him, please? You see, Mrs. I am most sorry, I don't know your name. I am Captain Carter's housekeeper, Nadine Blackett, madame. Thank you, Mrs. Blackett. Could I see him? I brought Mr. Wilkes, a surgeon from London, to help. I think I can let you see him, but the doctor, he must wait for Mr. Caldecott. He will visit later this afternoon. Wilkes had followed Harriet and bowed. That is understood, madam. In fact, I know my esteemed colleague, Mr. Caldecott. He is a fellow member of the Royal College of Surgeons and a student of the great John Hunter. Captain Carter could have hardly found a better surgeon. Mrs. Blackett nodded. Then, would you please come in? I'm sure the captain will not mind. This way to the tea-room, if you please. Do you wish for refreshments? Harriet almost stomped her feet with impatience.
Madame, please follow me.
With Mrs. Blackett in the lead, they climbed the stairs to the second floor. Mrs. Blackett peeped into Tony's bedroom first, and then she allowed Harriet in. The sight of the unconscious Anthony Carter, deathly pale under his mahogany skin, made Harriet's eyes brim with tears. Oh my God, she sobbed. Will he live? Nadine Blackett heard the anguish in Harriet's voice, and she guessed that Harriet felt more than friendship for her wounded employer. The visitor's widow's garb added to the sympathy she felt for the strange woman. Mr. Caldecott said the captain will be fine. He lost much blood, but he is sleeping from the tinctures he received against the pain, madame. The doctor said not to worry. Harriet nodded. May I sit with him? Of course. You may want to take off that veil, madam. You do not want to scare him when he wakes up. Harriet smiled ruefully. You are right, of course. Thank you. I shall bring you some refreshments. Nadine Blackett left, and Harriet moved to sit on the side of Tony's bed. She was at a loss what to do now. Gathering her courage, she reached out and took a hold of his left hand. It seemed cold to her, in spite of the summer heat, and she pressed it against her bosom, fervently hoping to lend her strength to him. With her free hand, she caressed his stubbly face, speaking to him in a soothing tone.
No.
She did not know how long she had been sitting like this, when she heard a knock on the door. An elderly gentleman entered, followed by Mr. Wilkes. I am Mr. Caldecott, and you must be Mrs. Palmer. Indeed I am, Mr. Caldecott. Please forgive my breach of etiquette. I did not know whether competent help would be available, and my father thought it best for me to bring Mr. Wilkes along. Do not worry about etiquette for 1 minute, madam. Mr. Wilkes and I have already discussed the case, and we are in full agreement. He has agreed to help me out in the present state of need. You see, I must help with care for more than 200 wounded sailors, British and French, for whom there was no adequate care. I can only thank you and your father for sending my esteemed colleague to Portsmouth. From what Mr. Caldecott told me, Dr. Wilkes chimed in, the surgery went very well. He was able to extract the bullet and shreds of clothing, which may otherwise have caused mortification of the wound. The young lady who accompanied you, Miss Gutteridge, has advised me that powdered geranium root may serve to stop the bleeding, and we have agreed to try it to prevent further loss of blood. We surgeons are only too ready to ignore the benefits of the herbal medicine as practiced in the countryside. I, for one, find it a helpful addition to the surgeon's arsenal, Mr. Caldecott added pontifically. Where is Lucy, then? Harriet asked. Off to a herbalist, Mr. Caldecott answered. She is trying to get yarrow leaves, comfrey roots and barberry bark. I allowed her to apply them. It appears that she had substantial training from her apothecary father. Now let us have a look at the leg, Mr. Wilkes suggested. Perhaps, madam, it were better if you left the room for a minute.
Harriet considered this. If you don't mind, I would like to stay and help. I assure you that I shall not faint.
As you wish, madam. I would have else asked Mrs. Blackett to help. I want you to be ready with that washcloth and basin to clean around the wound." Harriet nodded and steeled herself when Dr. Caldecott took off the bandage from the wounded leg. The first impression was horrible, and Harriet had to close her eyes for a second to regain her composure. The whole thigh was terribly bruised, looking almost black. The wound, freshly reopened, oozed blood and pus in small quantities. At a sign from Caldecott, Harriet wiped off the wound excretions. Then, the two surgeons took turns to sniff the wound. "Excellent," Wilkes opined. "Perfect," was Caldecott's opinion. "No smell of the gangrene at all. We shall have to watch this for a few days, but I am quite confident in the captain's full recovery. You must show me tomorrow how you probed for the musket ball, Mr. Caldecott," Wilkes added. "I see barely any damage from your probing." Certainly, certainly. We shall have more than one patient tomorrow where I can demonstrate my technique." Harriet interrupted the exchange. "So there is hope for his recovery?" "I am quite positive, madam, that he will make a full recovery. That leg will no doubt bother him for quite a while, and then some more during cold weather. But apart from that, he will be as good as new." "I must thank you both for your help. This lifts a load from my soul." "I take it, madam, that you have a personal interest in the patient." Harriet could only nod. "He is twice lucky then, madam," Caldecott said cheerfully. "Mr. Wilkes will be back tonight to have another look, but I guess we can take our leave now." The two surgeons left, and Harriet resumed her position at the side of the bed. A few times Tony moved slightly, and once or twice his face showed a grimace of pain. Harriet would caress his forehead soothingly when that happened. Mrs. Blackett came in later and apologised profusely for not having brought the promised refreshments. She set a tablet with freshly toasted bread and jam on a table, and Harriet realised just how hungry she was. Lucy and Moira came into the room too, and whilst Harriet was eating, Lucy made a poultice of crushed yarrow leaves and applied it to Tony's leg wound. She was a bit shaken when she washed her hands. "This looks really bad," she said, and then realised what she had said. "I'm sorry, Harriet, don't worry. I just wanted to say that it is horrible to look at." Harriet nodded. "Don't worry, Lucy. Both doctors have assured me that he will recover." "Harriet," Moira started, "shouldn't somebody send a note to Miss Hayworth? She must have seen the papers too." "Oh dear God," Harriet gasped. "How could I ever be so thoughtless?" "Be reasonable, Harriet. You were scared out of your mind this morning," Lucy said. "I shall write a note and ask Sir Charles to have it sent to London. He will do me the favour." Harriet went downstairs to ask for paper and an inkwell. When Mrs. Blackett had shown her a desk, she sat down and wrote a short letter. "Dearest Anita, upon hearing the news of Anthony being severely wounded in battle, we rushed to Portsmouth to ascertain his fate. I am overjoyed to inform you that he will, in all likelihood, make a full recovery from his leg wound. He underwent surgery this morning at the hands of a very competent surgeon, to have the musket ball removed, and he is still sleeping from the heavy dose of laudanum he was given to quell the pain. Both surgeons are upbeat about his prospects. We, that is Lucy, Moira, and I, are staying at his home where his housekeeper, Mrs. Blackett, is taking excellent care of our needs. I shall keep you informed of his recovery. Please excuse my thoughtlessness. On reading the news, I thought of nothing but to rush for Portsmouth. I should have informed you before we left, I know, but I was beside myself, as you may imagine. Please forgive me. Always your friend, Harriet." She sealed the envelope, wrote Anita's address on in, and put it in a second envelope with her father's name on it. She wrote a short billet to Sir Charles, asking him to include the envelope into the London mailbag, care of Sir Harriet Lambert. She gave the letter to her driver to deliver it to the Port Admiral's office. That done, she thanked Mrs. Blackett, and went upstairs to resume her vigil at Tony's bedside. She was determined to be at his side when he woke up. Her patience was thoroughly tested. Later in the evening, Mrs. Blackett persuaded her to sit in an upholstered chair beside the bed, and she produced a candle holder so that Harriet was able to read. The house became quiet, Lucy was asleep in a chaise longue across the room, but Harriet maintained her watch. She must have dozed off for a second still, when she heard a weak exclamation that made her wide awake. "Harriet!" She sat on the side of his bed and took his hands into hers. "Yes, it's me, Tony. How do you feel, dearest?" "Water." "Yes, certainly." In her haste, she nearly knocked over the water jug, but she poured a glass and supported his head whilst he drank. "Thank you," he croaked. "Darling, the musket ball was removed from your leg. You will be all right." "Where am I?" "Still in your house in Portsmouth." "You came here?" "Of course," she said simply. "As soon as I heard of your injury. If you let me, I'll stay with you as long as you'll need me." The wild look in his eyes was almost gone when he looked into her eyes. "How about forever?" She pressed his hands whilst tears were streaming from her eyes. "Forever, if that's what you want." "I do," he said, closing his eyes. Then he opened them again and smiled weakly. "Good. You are still here. For a second, I feared I was dreaming again. I dreamt a lot about you and... Forgive me, Anita. Even a little about Maria, but mostly of you. Hold my hands, my darling woman." As she held his hands, his breathing became regular again. He was asleep. "Is everything all right?" Harriet almost jumped out of her skin. She had not noticed Lucy, who was standing beside her. "God, Lucy, you scared me. Yes, everything will be fine. I shall stay here with Tony." "You need to sleep, Harriet. You cannot sit in this chair all night." "No, Lucy. I am saying that I shall stay here with Tony. I shall never leave him again." "Now, don't be silly. You still have a half year of mourning. You just cannot live in an unmarried man's household." "I know, Lucy. I shall rent lodgings in Portsmouth until we can marry. I won't let anything go wrong this time." "All right, Harriet. You will stay here and I'll stay with you. One of these days, Andrew must come to port too." "Poor Andrew. Cornwallis lets not one of his ships sail to port. When did you receive his last letter?" 3 weeks ago already. I shall kill Admiral Cornwallis." "How can you kill him when he never sets his foot on shore, silly? Father says that Cornwallis's way to blockade the French completely will do them as much damage as any beating in battle. There are reports that more than 2/3 of the French crews have never been to sea. Even some officers have never sailed in open waters." "And what good does it do to us? Or rather to me? I haven't seen Andrew in more than a year. What if he forgets me?" Harriet stood up carefully and hugged her friend. "Lucy, nobody who met you will ever forget you." "You are right. I am not worried about Andrew, but I miss him. Now, Harriet, I want you to lie down on that chaise longue. It is really comfortable, and you will get some sleep. In the meantime, I shall watch over your future husband. I promise to rouse you if he wakes up." "Thank you, Lucy, dear. I guess I am tired." And indeed, she had hardly reclined on the chaise longue when the day's worries and exertions took their toll, and she fell asleep too. Tony woke up to the first rays of the rising sun creeping through the gaps between the curtains. Slumped on a chair beside his bed, he saw a blonde woman who was snoring lightly. As soon as he opened his eyes, though, a splitting ache shot through his head, and he felt sick. Groaning, he blinked his eyes in the hope that the pain would go away. With a jerk, the woman awoke and lifted her head. Tony recognised Lucy Gutteridge. "Good morning," she whispered. "How do you feel?" "My head is killing me, but what are you doing here? Where am I?" "In your bed. Moira and I came with Harriet to help her. Harriet is sleeping now. Listen, I have prepared willowbark tea. It's cold, but it should still help against your headache. How does your leg feel?" "It hurts a little, but not as much as my head." Lucy produced a cup with a cold yellowish liquid. "Drink this now, it will help you. I put in some sugar. It should not taste too bad." Tony tried. Whilst he drank, he noticed how thirsty he was. He emptied the cup in one draught and asked for water. Lucy poured water in the cup and he drank it up again. He felt a little better already, but there was another problem. His bladder was fit to burst. I need to relieve myself. Is Grim there? He has helped me before. No need for him. Can you turn on your side? Fine. Now take this bottle here. Dr. Caldecott left it for that purpose. Can you manage? Fine. I'll leave you alone. Turned halfway onto his good right side, Tony managed to direct his stream into the wide-mouthed bottle. It took an eternity from him to empty his bladder. When he was finished, Lucy took the bottle without ado and brought it outside. When she returned, she washed her hands in a basin on the washstand. Coming back to his side, she poured him another cup of tea. Your water is very dark. You need to drink a lot. Obediently, he drank yet another cup. Whether it was the willow bark tea or the fact that he had slaked his thirst, he felt his headache receding. Just then, Mrs. Blackett, in a robe over her shift, her black hair cascading over her shoulders, showed in the door. I thought I heard something. Is he awake? Lucy nodded. Mrs. Blackett, would it be asked too much for you to prepare a fresh mint tea for all of us? He needs to drink more, and we could use something hot as well. Certainly, Miss Lucy. The housekeeper smiled. And would you call me Nadine? With pleasure, Nadine. Lucy beamed back. But you must call me Lucy in turn. With amazement, Tony noticed how Lucy's presence caused a better mood in everyone. Smiling down at Tony, she shifted her attention to him. Now, let us have a look at your leg. What about Mr. Caldecott? Tony asked. He was not aware of the free rein the surgeon had given to Lucy. He knows and approves of my herbs, don't worry, Lucy answered cheerfully, whilst she already removed the old poultice. Craning his head as best he could, Tony had the first look at his wound, and he did not like what he saw. This is bad, isn't it? He asked through clenched teeth. Much better, in fact, than yesterday. Lucy smiled. The yarrow has stopped the festering. I shall add some powdered geranium roots today to help with the healing. Just leave the leg open for a minute whilst I prepare the new poultice and don't touch it. Your hands are grimy. She left and was gone for a quarter of an hour before she returned with a fresh preparation of leaves and ground roots, which she applied to the wound before she renewed the bandage. Where have you learned this, Lucy? Tony asked. You know that my father was an apothecary? Well, he was mostly a herbalist, and I used to help him with the preparations. When he treated farm animals, he would often allow me to administer the treatment. This is how I learned. They had both spoken in low tones, and it was not until this point that Harriet awoke. Lucy, you promised to wake me. She yawned. You needed your sleep, Harriet, and our patient is much better already. Harriet smiled affectionately at her friend and sat down on the side of Tony's bed. Good morning, love, she said simply, and bent over Tony to kiss him. Her smile widened to a grin. I've been wanting to do that for 9 years. Tony looked at her quizzically. I had the strangest dream last night. A young lady promised to stay at my side forever. Harriet nodded. That was me, and it wasn't a dream. Tony smiled at her. I was only making certain. They were interrupted by Nadine Blackett, who entered with a large tray. I brought the tea, and I thought the captain might want some toast. Thank you, Nadine, Lucy said, and carried a small table over to Tony's bed where the housekeeper placed the tablet. Harriet gave her a grateful smile and poured Tony a cup of steaming mint tea with a liberal helping of sugar. He gratefully accepted. He was even strong enough to hold the cup whilst Harriet busied herself spreading wonderful golden butter and fresh jam on the toast. Perhaps we should prop him up a bit, Lucy suggested, and the 3 women propped him up with additional pillows. This is a whole new perspective, Tony commented. I have been lying flat on my back for over a week. With more appetite than he had imagined, he made short work of the toasted bread. This was good, thank you, he said. I must profess, though, that I am still hungry. What would you like, then, Sir Anthony? Nadine Blackett asked. I dream of ham and eggs, but I would settle for porridge. The women laughed at that, delighted at the return of his spirits. "Porridge should be fine, Nadine," Lucy answered. "Let us wait with the ham and eggs until tomorrow." "I've set the table for the ladies downstairs," Mrs. Blackett announced before she left for the kitchens. "I should wake Moira then," Lucy said and left the room. "Moira?" Tony asked. "Both Lucy and Moira McTaggart insisted on coming with me. You can count yourself lucky to have such good friends." "Oh, I do," Harriet answered. "Without Lucy and Anita, I would have lost my mind." "Anita," Tony interrupted her. "We must notify her that I am fine. I would not want her to worry." "I sent her a letter yesterday, don't worry." Harriet calmed him. "Even if Anita has withdrawn herself in recent months, I still consider her one of my closest friends." "Yes, Anita hasn't taken our reconciliation as lightly as she anticipated." Harriet nodded sagely. "We need to make up with her. I, for once, owe her too much to let our friendship wilt away." Tony agreed. "It would be a pity. She is a wonderful person, and I care for her." They sat silently for a few moments. "You know you could ask her to be your bridesmaid," Tony suggested. "And pray, who is it whom I should marry?" "Me, or do you have other suitors?" "No, I haven't." Harriet laughed, but then she turned sober. "Do you mean what you said?" "Of course, Harriet, now more than ever. I have seen your loyalty now. I could not hope for a better wife. I know, I should kneel at your feet, but could you overlook this omission and consider my proposal? I never wanted any other man, Tony. I give you my consent with all my heart. Since I am a widow, thanks to the late Major McTaggart, I do not even need my father's approval. Not that he'd object." She sat down on his right side and bent forward to kiss him. It was a long kiss that only stopped when Nadine cleared her throat from the door. "I have the porridge. Should I come later?" Harriet and Tony laughed and Harriet shook her head. "No, please set it down here." "Thank you, Mrs. Blackett. You may expect to see more of Mrs. Palmer kissing me. She'll be the Mistress Carter as soon as propriety will permit." "My felicitations, Madame Captain," Nadine responded with a smile. But then a shadow fell on her features. "Will you still need my services in the future?" "My dear Mrs. Blackett," Harriet answered with warmth, "I would very much like you to continue in our service. I have a trusted maidservant who will likely come with me, but the remainder of my late husband's staff have not my trust." Nadine Blackett blushed prettily. "Thank you, Mrs. Palmer. I would like to stay in the captain's service." She withdrew, and Harriet looked at Tony, who had begun to eat his porridge with good appetite. "Tony, I cannot wait to become your wife, but you know that I have yet another half-year of mourning to observe." Tony emptied his mouth. "I know that, Harriet. We shall make use of that time to set up our future household. But what if you have to go to sea again? You will be fit for duty again in a few weeks, and then you'll be gone again." "Harriet, I have not really thought about this. Yet I think I shall ask for a leave, to recuperate completely, and to settle my personal affairs." "You would give up your command?" she asked incredulously. "I do not see another way, Harriet. I do not want anything to go wrong again." "But the Clyde?" "Is but a ship. A magnificent ship, granted. But I gave up the Medusa too." Instead of answering, Harriet gave him a long and passionate kiss. When they parted, she held his hand to her bosom. "I know full well what sacrifice this means for you. That you will do it for me fills me with more happiness than you can imagine." "Harriet, it is no sacrifice if it means that I shall be with you." Harriet wiped her eyes and seemed to be just about to start crying when she checked herself. "No tears on this happy day. Today my life starts again, and I shall put those black dresses away. I need to get something new." Tony looked at her smilingly, but with a cocked eyebrow. "It's entirely proper," Harriet answered his silent question. "For a widow to relieve the black of her dress with a few white ornaments after the first half-year. There should be a decent tailor in this town." Tony smiled wryly. You know, Harriet, I think I know the person for you to visit. The sister of one of my midshipmen, Samuel Wilson, is a talented seamstress who has her own shop on Mulberry Street. Her name is Elizabeth Wilson. Mention my name and she will treat you with preference. You know her? She tailored all my uniforms. She is also my tenant. I own the house. Harriet smelt a rat immediately. Am I much mistaken if I assume that she is young and pretty? Tony smiled ruefully. Not much, I should say. We dined twice, if you need to know. You will find her a very pleasant person. I shall reserve my judgment. I may yet have to strangle her, Harriet answered, and Tony was not sure whether she was serious or not. He changed the topic. Does this mean you won't have to wear a veil anymore? You have such beautiful hair, and it's a shame to hide it. Harriet laughed outright. Not good enough, Tony, but I shall visit her. If she can make me a dress I like, I might forgive her that she dined with you. Mrs. Blackett came in to clear away the plate and cups, and then Lucy came in, followed by Moira. Harriet introduced Tony and Moira to each other. I met your fiancé recently, Miss MacTaggart. Now that I have met you, I must remember to felicitate him the next time we meet. Moira scrutinised him with her dark eyes before she decided that the flattery was meant as a friendly gesture. She gave him a friendly smile in return. From what I heard this morning, I must congratulate you too. You have won the finest woman of which England can boast. Lucy cleared her throat, and when they looked at her, she giggled. Perhaps the finest woman should have some breakfast now and spend a few moments in front of a mirror. Harriet, dear, you really look like you spent the night on a chair in full clothes. Well, I did, but you're right. Will you two take care of him whilst I have some breakfast? He will survive long enough for you to drag a comb through your hair, Lucy grinned. Harriet was still gone when Mr. Wilkes knocked and entered. He had dark rings under his eyes and looked the worse for wear. Good morning. Captain, we haven't been introduced yet. I am Mr. Wilkes from London. Admiral Lambert retained my services to take care of you. Of course, Sir Richard could not anticipate that you already had a very capable colleague to look after you. Mr. Caldecott and I shall take turns treating you. Thank you, Mr. Wilkes, Tony answered. Could you possibly check with the Navy Infirmary whether my wounded crew have adequate care? I shall take care of your fees. It makes me feel bad to have 2 surgeons looking after me, whilst my crew is at the mercy of some drunk butcher. Mr. Wilkes smiled smugly. You may be pleased to hear that Mr. Caldecott and I have been doing just that until late last night. Obviously your surgeon's mates did what little they could under the circumstances, but there was a lot left to do. Whilst he spoke, he removed the poultice from the wound. He made a sound of approval, and then bent down to sniff. Excellent, just excellent. You may expect a speedy recovery, Captain. He turned to Lucy. Miss Gutteridge, I know I am asking a lot, but would you be willing to come with me and apply your herbal poultices on some of the other wounded? You would not have to go into the infirmary, but rather see individual wounded in a separate room. If you believe that I may be of help, of course, Lucy responded. Perhaps we could visit all the wounded and bring food for them. Fruits and fresh bread, and some wine and ale? Moira volunteered. Mr. Wilkes bowed. That would be most generous and helpful, Miss MacTaggart. Yet I would rather not have you visit the infirmary. The sights and the stench would surely be too much for young ladies such as yourself. Mr. Wilkes, my fiancé is a Navy officer, and so is Lucy's. My father was a major of the Royal Marines. This is something we shall do, even if it were just to show our loyalty to the men fighting for our country. Tony joined in. Buy whatever you deem fit and have the grocer charge my account. This is the least I can do to reward the loyalty of my crew. Let them have a keg of brown ale every evening to lift their spirits. Wilkes smiled. I may consider sleeping at the hospital myself. Whilst we are talking about this, Captain, is there a way to get supplies to treat the wounded French? We were told to just bind up the wounds and not bother. What? The administrator is of the opinion that the wounded French, once cured, will only be a nuisance. I shall send a letter to the Port Admiral, Mr. Wilkes. In the meantime, Order whatever supplies you need for an adequate care. I shall pay. How many are there? There were close to 200 wounded French from both actions. 42 died before they reached Portsmouth, another 12 since then. Of the remainder, we consider 27 to be beyond hope. They did not have a surgeon either. Theirs died of the syphilis on their outward journey. And our own numbers? 38 wounded, 7 of which died as of yesterday. Another 8 show signs of mortification, and another 6 to 8 are doubtful cases. This had been a costly victory, Tony reflected. Almost a quarter of the crew had been disabled. His elated mood was blown away, and he was depressed. Those were people he had known for almost a decade, and he could not even pay them respect with this accursed leg wound. Let the French have some ale too. They fought bravely, he said in a low voice. Wilkes bowed. I find that a very chivalrous gesture, Sir Anthony. I shall make it known to the men if only to shame those penny pinchers. I shall help too, Harriet announced. She had come back unnoticed and had listened in. Why don't you two explore the needs first? Then we can plan accordingly. You are right, Harriet, Moira conceded. Can we go with you, Doctor? Of course, Miss Moira, but please address me as Mr. We wish not to be confused with the quacks of the RCP. Lucy giggled a little. We had better get dressed, she commented, and the three left the room. Harriet joined Tony at his bedside again. She saw that he was distressed. What is bothering you, darling? A lot of people died, and I am responsible whether I like it or not, he sighed. Tony, if the French in Rochefort had received notice of the situation and come out to fight the Channel Fleet, for instance, think of how many people would have died in such a major battle. You prevented much worse bloodshed. I keep telling that to myself, but still, those people in the infirmary are wounded because of my decisions. They might have suffered injury or death in a future battle, but that we cannot know. It is just something for me to live with. Mrs. Blackett knocked. Mr. Fortescue for you, Captain. Show him in, please, Tony answered with a sigh. Cyril Fortescue entered his captain's bedroom with some hesitation. He was obviously relieved to see him awake and well. Good morning, sir. I heard that the surgery went well. I was told so, yes. Mr. Fortescue, please meet Mrs. Palmer. Harriet, this is Clyde's first lieutenant, Mr. Fortescue. Fortescue bowed to Harriet. I am delighted to make your acquaintance, madam. I am pleased to meet you too, Mr. Fortescue. How do you feel, sir? He turned to Tony again. Increasingly tired, Mr. Fortescue, but better, much better. How are things going? We have careened Clyde, sir, to plug the 2 shot holes on the starboard side. No structural damage, though. She'll be as good as new. I also visited the hospital this morning. Mr. Caldecott and Mr. Wilkes worked all evening yesterday to treat the most urgent cases. 15 of the men are still in uncertain conditions. I know. I interviewed Mr. Wilkes just before you came. Kindly see to it that the men lack nothing. My house guests have already arranged for additional provisions for the wounded. Could you kindly tell the purser to provide brown ale to the men every evening at my costs? Certainly, sir. The men are quite upbeat and proud anyway. They had a full night of sleep, and they begin to realise the feat we accomplished. By the way, sir, the Navy Board Commissioner will assess the prize tomorrow. From what I have gathered, she may fetch up to $22,000, seeing that she quite newly built. You should see that after cabin, sir. It's a bloody palace. Of course, that cabin is in shambles now. Harriet made a show of clearing her throat, and Mr. Fortescue was crestfallen. I am most sorry, madam, to have used such foul language in your presence. I beg your forgiveness. Harriet grinned at his obvious dismay. Don't worry, Mr. Fortescue. I am no shrinking violet, and I have been to sea in the past. She laughed. Tony whistled. His share would be well over 5,000, a fortune by anyone's standards. The 5 surviving wardroom officers would share an 1/8, with another 1/8 distributed amongst the warrant officers. Fortescue would clear over $400, a handsome sum of money. Tony knew that Fortescue, although the grandson of a viscount and a nephew of Lord Parry, had little money of his own and had to live by his pay. That prize money would be godsend for him, even more so since there would be no share for the ship's surgeon. Sir Charles Foster ordered a court-martial against Mr. Sykes, Fortescue continued, eerily matching Tony's train of thoughts. You will have to testify too, sir. They need your testimony that you ordered him to abstain from spirits. The charge will be wilful disobedience and dereliction of duty. Tony nodded. I have no idea when I shall be able to stand up again, but I shall notify Sir Charles as soon as I feel up to it. If need be, they can carry me in on a plank, just so I can see the scoundrel at the yardarm. There is another thing, sir. I want to give you fair warning. I just learned that they will make me commander, to acknowledge our success. Tony could only nod approvingly. It was fair and a compliment to the Clyde and to himself. They want to give me the acting command of the Clyde, sir, until you are fit for duty again. They want Clyde to sail as soon as possible. We are still part of Sir Robert's squadron, and we are urgently needed. Well, I am certainly not fit for command in my present state. It is only sensible to give you the acting command to fill the gap. You would not be relieved of the command, sir. My acting command would only last until you are fully convalescent. But if you have objections, sir, I shall decline. Tony shook his head. Don't be stupid, Mr. Fortescue. This is a golden chance for you, and you are the right man. I shall have a chance to recover fully and to settle my personal affairs. Here he pressed Harriet's hand, who smiled down at him. Fortescue understood. His captain had no desire to sail any time soon. He suppressed a smile. Then, with your approval, I shall gladly accept the acting command. I shall have your cabin fixings moved to your house. When Fortescue was gone, Tony could barely keep his eyes open, and he told Harriet. She helped him remove some of the pillows, and he lay back for a nap. When he woke up, the shadows outside were already long. He must have slept through the entire afternoon, but he felt the better for it. Harriet was sleeping on the chaise longue. For a while Tony admired her reddish-blonde hair, as it flowed over her shoulders. There were some lines in her face, he observed, lines that had not been there 2 years ago, but she was still a strikingly beautiful woman. He thought of her slender body, too, which was now hidden under a shapeless black dress. He could remember it vividly from those evenings before he sailed for New South Wales. In spite of his feeble state, he felt a bit of arousal thinking of her this way, and it made him smile. As if she had felt his desire, Harriet jerked awake. She noticed his smouldering look, and she blushed deeply, feeling a tingle herself. With a conscious effort, she looked into Tony's eyes and smiled at him. How did you sleep, dearest? Excellent. I feel rested. The morning was rather demanding. You were quite out of it. Lucy changed the poultice, and you did not even stir. How did it look like? Lucy was quite satisfied. Mr. Caldecott will visit you later when Lucy and Moira will return from the infirmary. Your coxswain, John Little, helped them bring all the goods to the wounded. He is a remarkable man. If I had not been to Jamaica and had seen Negroes, I might have been afraid of him. But he is also quite different from the slaves I have seen, even from the free men. He should be. He is a free man and a volunteer, even a petty officer. He is one of the few people I trust with my life. I shall have to think of a way to reward him properly. After all, he kept me alive during the trip back. Grim helped too, and Lucy did. I owe my life to a lot of people. And what about me? Harriet asked with mock indignation. You are my life, Tony answered simply. Harriet swallowed and rushed over to his bed to put her head on his chest. It is really true, Harriet, he continued whilst he caressed her hair. You were the driving force behind my decision to join the Navy. All I wanted in the beginning was to become worthy of you. Later, when that motivation was gone... Here, Harriet took a ragged breath. I had grown to like my profession, and I had the friendship of other people to sustain me. Yet, coveting you has guided me ever since we met. You know, Harriet began haltingly, ever since those days in the longboat, You were in my dreams. I could never see a future without you. That was the worst of being married to Rupert, the lack of a future. How I hated him for what he did to us. To her astonishment, she found that she would still tremble with hate when she thought of her late husband, even half a year after he had paid the ultimate price for his scoundrelly ways. Tony lifted her head with his hands and looked straight into her eyes. Harriet, he is dead and gone, but we are alive and we still have a future together. Put him behind you. You are right, Tony. It is scary, though, that I am still so full of hate. It seems to get worse with time. Once we'll be married and happy, he will be just an unpleasant memory. Right now, you still feel limited because of him, and that makes you hate him. You know you are right. Had it not been for him, we would have been married at least a year ago. Then you would not have the strength you gained through your ordeal, and you would lack some of your dearest friends like Anita and Moira. I'm not saying you should be grateful for what happened, but a lot of good things came out of it too. Harriet contemplated his words. This is an angle from which I have not seen it. I shall have to think about it. It would mean that even a bad person can unwittingly cause good things to happen. Why not? The shot by that French soldier was meant to kill me, but it caused us to reconcile much faster and more thoroughly than we could anticipate a few months ago. You know, when I was shot and I saw the blood pumping out of my leg, I was certain that I would die. The most dreadful thought was that I would never see you again. It made me realize how important you are to me. Harriet kissed him tenderly. Did you really think of me in that situation? When I read the first newspaper account, it said that you were mortally wounded. I thought that my life was over, and I blamed myself for the petty jealousy I had shown. See, a malevolent deed ultimately turned into a good thing. Let us look forward. Rupert Palmer is dead. The French soldier is dead for all I know. But we are together again. We are even better off than before, because we have a better measure of each other. Harriet nodded solemnly. What you say is true, Tony. To hell with Rupert's shadow. He could not destroy our future. He was too weak for that. She put her head on his chest again and remained there until a knock announced the return of Lucy, Moira, and Mr. Wilkes. All three were subdued and showed fatigue. Mrs. Blackett followed and announced that a supper was ready for them. She received grateful looks from everyone. She had Tony's supper on a tray, and the smell of the soup made his mouth water. She had prepared an onion soup in a rich beef broth, with molten cheese on top. Whilst the house guests went downstairs for their supper, Mrs. Blackett remained. She gave Tony a second helping, and then even a third. He was ravenous anyway, but the spicy soup would have been delicious under any circumstances. That was really excellent, Mrs. Blackett. He praised her when he was sated. If you could get me a glass of port, then this supper would have a worthy ending. Nadine smiled and left with the soup bowl, to return with a glass of port wine. Tony sipped, and the warmth streamed through him. He became tired again fast, and he barely noticed when Mr. Wilkes examined his leg half an hour later, and Lucy renewed the poultice. He was fast asleep by 9 o'clock, and he slept for over 12 hours, something he had not done since childhood. The sun was high in the sky when he awoke. Harriet was sitting in a chair with some needlework, and she too looked rested. "Good morning, love," she said, and beamed a smile at him. "How do you feel?" "I'm ravenous," he answered, aware that the throbbing pain in his leg, something to which he had become used, was absent. Yet his leg was there, as he ascertained by moving it slightly. Some discomfort was still there, but it was nothing like the kind of piercing pain that had shot through his leg whenever he moved. "My leg is much better," he added. As if on cue, Lucy came in. "Good morning. I thought I'd have a look at your leg before I leave for the hospital." "Good morning, Lucy," Tony answered. "How are the wounded?" "3 men died of the gangrene yesterday," she replied sadly. "Another one obviously died under Mr. Wilkes' knife whilst he tried to amputate a mortified leg. It is so sad to see all those young men so badly wounded. But several of the men we were worried about have improved. I must tell you that sending over the ale has won you the hearts of everyone. I am also to relate the thanks of Monsieur Bourdichon, the French second lieutenant. He is amongst the wounded, and he asked me to thank you for your generosity. Tell him to think nothing of it. I shall tell him, but he is grateful anyway, and rightfully so. Now, about your leg. Lucy unwrapped the thigh to examine the wound. She bent down over the thigh to sniff and blushed furiously when she realised that she had her face almost in a man's groin. Mr. Wilkes has shown me the difference between a healthy smell and mortification. She mumbled to hide her embarrassment. This smells like healing. Tony tried to see the leg. The wound is still open? He asked. Yes, and it must stay open for a few more days. Mr. Wilkes says that the wound must heal from the inside. If the skin closes too early, boils can form underneath. The pus that comes out is good for the healing. If the wound will close before the pus stops flowing, Mr. Wilkes will have to lance it. Tony squirmed uncomfortably. How long will this take? Another week, perhaps, I don't know. Mr. Wilkes should know. When can I get up? Not before that wound is closed, I am afraid. She giggled. Harriet said she would stay with you as long as she is needed. When you can get up, she will lose her justification for staying here, and we cannot have that. Both Harriet and Tony laughed in response. In the meantime, Lucy had replaced the bandage and Moira joined them. Mrs. Blackett brought a hearty breakfast of fried bacon and eggs, with a strong coffee. He was barely finished when Mrs. Blackett announced another visitor. Captain, there is a Miss Wilson to see you. Please show her in, he answered with some trepidation. This could prove a prickly situation. Harriet sat upright, her hackles already raised. When Elizabeth Wilson entered, Harriet set her jaw visibly. Elizabeth looked about and she obviously felt the hostile reaction of Harriet. She spoke cautiously. Good morning, Captain Carter. I came to pay my respects and to see whether there is anything I can do to assist you. Good morning, Miss Wilson. This is very kind of you, but I can assure you that I am recovering already. May I introduce you to the ladies? Harriet, this is Miss Wilson, my tenant. She tailored those wonderful uniforms for me. Miss Wilson, this is my dear friend and future wife, Mrs. Harriet Palmer. Over there are Miss Lucy Gutteridge and Miss Moira MacTaggart, both close friends of Mrs. Palmer. Elizabeth turned on her charm. I am delighted to meet you, Mrs. Palmer, and you too, Miss Gutteridge and Miss MacTaggart. Please let me know whether I may be of service to you. I am a seamstress, and I would feel it an honour to be of your service. Thank you, Miss Wilson, Harriet replied, somewhat mollified by the friendly air the young woman exuded. I may indeed have to ask for your assistance. I thought of relieving the strict black of my dress, but I had no time to do so in London. It would be my pleasure, Elizabeth answered eagerly. May I ask what you have in mind? Some white or lilac, perhaps. Elizabeth closed her eyes and opened them again. I see a black skirt, a black top with lilac piping finish on the seams and the darts to underscore your slender waist. A white blouse with the same lilac piping finish and a lilac bow tie would complete it. Of course, you'd need 2 or 3 blouses and bow ties. Harriet nodded with enthusiasm. Yes, I can see it too. When might you take my measure? Why not today? Do you want me to come here, or would you rather visit my shop? Harriet looked at her friends. Shop, Lucy said with finality. Don't think for one moment that we shall let you go there alone either. Moira nodded enthusiastically, and the easy laughter that followed cleared the atmosphere. Tony was relieved. There is no real hurry, Miss Wilson, but I could do with 2 new breeches as well, and another 5 shirts when you'll find the time. Regrettably, 1 pair of the fine breeches you tailored was ruined by a French sharpshooter. Certainly, Captain, Elizabeth replied. The visit, done out of worry for the man she still liked, was paying off nicely. Winning a lady such as Mrs. Palmer as a customer could help her enormously. How is our renegade nun? Tony asked next. She is a great help, at least as long as John Little is not ashore. She deserted me for the 2nd evening yesterday. I had to hire 2 more helpers to cope with the business," she ended, sounding decidedly smug. She did not try to hide the pride she felt. "That is good to hear. I am glad for you, and I am sure that your success is well earned. There is another thing, Captain. I may be able to buy my own premises. Mr. Hogsbotham advised me, and he thinks I can easily afford it. Would you be willing to sell the house on Mulberry Street?" Tony considered only briefly. He had bought the house on a whim, mostly to help the young woman to whom he had taken a liking. He did not really need it. "I shall give Mr. Hogsbotham notice that he can arrange for the transaction. How will you handle the ownership?" "I was talking to Mr. Hogsbotham already, and he advised me that my brother, being a Navy warrant officer, can be the owner. He will also contribute to the purchase with his share of the rewards." Tony grinned at Harriet. "You may be able to pay for the house by making dresses for Mrs. Palmer, or rather Mistress Carter, as she will soon style herself." That started laughter, and when, a few minutes later, Elizabeth Wilson left, Harriet gave her a friendly nod. "She is nicer than I expected," Harriet stated afterwards. The rest of the day fell into the same pattern as the one before, with Lucy and Moira visiting the wounded sailors, and Harriet sitting with Tony most of the time. 2, 3, and 4 days passed in this fashion, and Harriet realised with surprise that she had been in Portsmouth for a week. Anita Hayworth had written 2 letters, one for her and one for Tony. She wished Tony a speedy recovery, and she thanked Harriet for keeping her informed. The tone was friendly but seemed distant, adding to Harriet's fear of losing Anita's friendship. The day, however, brought some diversion. Mr. Wilkes had allowed Tony to stand up and sit at the table during lunch and supper. Little had assisted him down the stairs and into the dining room, and Tony felt relieved to wear clothes again and to sit at a table. He had good company too, since all 3 young ladies and Mr. Wilkes joined him for the noon meal. In the middle of the first course, a knock was heard from the door, and shortly after Mrs. Blackett came in. "Sir Richard Lambert and Lady Lambert to see you, sir." "Please show them in, Mrs. Blackett, and be so kind as to set for 2 more guests." Nadine Blackett nodded and showed the visitors in. Tony stood up carefully on his right leg. No discomfort could keep him from maintaining his good manners. "Lady Lambert, Sir Richard, welcome to my home. Please excuse me if I cannot come forward to greet you, but I am still somewhat limited in the use of my leg." "Do not trouble yourself, my dear Carter," Sir Richard answered hastily. "We only came to ascertain that you are recovering as speedily as Harriet reported." "This is very kind of you indeed, Sir Richard. Would you care to join us for lunch? I take it that you arrived from London. You must be famished." Mrs. Blackett had set the additional china and silverware, and the new visitors sat down. "This is a very nice house, Captain, and a good neighbourhood," Lady Lambert commented. "Our good friend, Sir Charles Foster, lives just around the corner too. I take it you like it too, Harriet." Harriet, who had demonstratively moved her chair closer to Tony's, smiled back. "It is lovely, Mother. We have already talked about the changes we shall have to introduce for it to better suit our needs and tastes." Lady Lambert raised her eyebrows at Harriet, and when Harriet nodded happily, she addressed her husband. "Richard, dear, I suppose this would call for a toast to the couple now, wouldn't it?" Sir Richard, although somewhat slower on the uptake than his wife, finally grasped what had been transpired, and he broke into a grin whilst he raised the glass of wine he had just received. "My ladies and gentlemen, here is to my daughter Harriet and her future husband, Sir Anthony Carter, Knight of the Most Honourable Order of the Bath." Everyone but Tony drank the toast. Harriet was the quickest to grasp the implications of what her father had said. "Really?" The others looked at her with puzzled expressions. "Yes," Sir Richard answered smugly. "I have it from Castlereagh. The King has been notified already. The invitation should be here any day." Slowly, comprehension dawned on Tony, and it was his turn to raise his eyebrow. "Yes, you will be knighted," Sir Richard nodded. "God knows you earned it. Of course, there is more to it. After that fiasco with Calder and Villeneuve still on the loose, They need to show the public that our navy still knows how to fight. More is to come, but I shall not spoil the surprise." "Father," Harriet cried accusingly. "What? I must leave some surprise for our good King George. Well, one thing I can tell you. You will be posted to that prize of yours. She will be renamed Asia. The old Asia was broken up in '02. It will be 2 or 3 months still. As long as you command the Clyde in name, young Cyril Fortescue can remain in acting command, and that is what his uncle wants. As I see it, the repairs for Calder's ships will keep the dockyard busy for some time, and it will be a good half-year for the new Asia to be refitted. This will give you enough time to settle your personal affairs," he added with a smug smile toward his daughter. Tony had the clear notion that Sir Richard was as anxious as he or Harriet to make sure that nothing went wrong between them. The posting to the Asia would be nice too. She was a roomy, well-built ship. In 2 months he would be a senior captain and eligible for such a command. Yes, the future held promise. "I must compliment you on your appearance, Harriet," Lady Lambert said, changing the course of the conversation. "This dress is very becoming. I have not seen it before, have I?" Harriet smiled. "A young seamstress here in Portsmouth made it. She has wonderful taste. You must visit her shop too, Mother. I am having some more dresses made in similar style." "I see. It is a very well-made dress, and the piping finish is such a nice touch, and the same tone as the bow tie. Richard, do you think I may slip away for an hour during the afternoon?" Sir Richard affected a groan. "As long as I won't have to discuss your purchases with you. Go ahead and enjoy yourself." "Men," Lady Lambert sighed. "They have no sense for beauty." "Wait," Sir Richard protested. "Didn't I select that wonderful figurehead for the Diana?" "Yes, you did, Richard," his wife laughed. "And you would have been well advised so select a dress for that figurehead as well. Imagine my embarrassment when I discovered a nude female figurehead on the ship I was about to christen. I can still remember poor Andrew, how he blushed when he saw it." Harriet chimed in. Yet he could not keep his eyes off it. "I believe I may have cured him of such fruitless infatuations," Lucy stated to a chorus of good-natured laughter. "I saw the Diana once," Tony offered, "and I thought she had a very well-proportioned figurehead." "Oh no," Harriet exclaimed. "The Asia is bound to have a female figurehead too." That set off another laughter, and Sir Richard took great delight in delivering the coup de grace. "Perhaps you want to sit for the carver, Harriet?" The ladies shrieked at that, throwing napkins at him. "Richard, you are out of line," Lady Lambert gasped, wiping tears from her eyes. "I cannot imagine what poor Mr. Wilkes might think of us." "Don't worry about me, milady," Wilkes answered. "I can use a little light-hearted conversation." Lunch was finished by then. The women decided for an afternoon stroll, whilst Tony, with Sir Richard and Mr. Wilkes, moved into the study, where he gratefully sank into an upholstered chair, whilst Little handed out cigars and brandy. The tall African was an odd sight in his petty officer's uniform, but Tony realised that Little, too, was in a transition from subordinate to confidential servant. He handled the new situation very well, helping Mrs. Blackett when she asked him, but always maintaining a special standing inside his captain's household. The men entered into a leisurely discussion on various topics until Mr. Wilkes left for the lazaretto. Sir Richard then broached a sensitive topic. "There will be a court-martial against Calder. You may be called as witness." "I was not even with Sir Robert's squadron when they engaged Villeneuve." "Yes, but Calder claims he was concerned about the French in Rochefort breaking the blockade. He maintains that the risk was too great following Villeneuve. We need an independent testimony regarding the situation off Rochefort. You are ideal. No blame attaches to you, and you have not been in Sir Robert's squadron long enough to make any friends. When will that court-martial convene?" "Sir Robert must be recalled from his station first. As soon as he arrives, preparations will begin. Witnesses must be assembled too. I suspect we shall not open the trial before December. I shall have to preside over the proceedings," he added with a heavy sigh. "I certainly hope to be convalescent by then," We shall also hold the court-martial against your surgeon. Wilful disobedience and dereliction of duty are the charges. I saw Fortescue's report. This will be easy to decide. Do you think you may be able to testify in a week? Such cases should be tried as fast as possible, and Clyde will be needed back on her station. If nothing unforeseen happens, I should be well enough for that in a week. We can of course offer you to sit during your testimony. Mr. Wilkes claims that Sykes caused more casualties than the French. Yet he should not have been appointed to the Clyde in the first place. Who appoints those butchers anyway? That is something to investigate afterwards, believe me. Somebody will have to explain himself. But enough of these matters. I take it, from what transpired during dinner, that you have an interest in my daughter. Please mind that as a widow she is not dependent on my approval. It is true, Sir Richard, that Harriet and I are fully reconciled, and we wish to marry as soon as Harriet's obligations will allow it. Harriet's status as a widow notwithstanding, I hope that this will meet with your approval. Not only that, but it is my most fervent wish to see my daughter happy after the ordeal through which she went. I, for one, and I speak for my wife too, cannot imagine a better man for my daughter to marry. Thank you, Sir Richard. I am afraid now is the point where we shall have to discuss your ability to maintain my daughter in proper style. This, of course, meant that Tony was to lay open his financial situation. Apart from my pay, which will soon increase, I have an interest in the shipping company of Whitney & Sons in Kingston, which on the average yields a little over $800 every year I own this house, and I have another $6,000 invested in the funds, yielding $450 per year in interest. Add to that the prize money for the Eagle, and you will find me well able to entertain my future wife appropriately. Sir Richard was impressed. It is rare for a young officer to invest his gains so wisely. Well, Harriet will bring in Palmer's townhouse in London which she inherited. Seeing that I did not provide a dowry at her first wedding, it is my pleasure to offer a small country seat on the river Thames near Maidenhead. My wife inherited it from her older brother, and it is a propriety that Harriet should have the use of it. The manor house is not overly large, but it is well kept, and the lands give good yields. The rent income has been rather satisfactory over the last years. When you will have recovered enough, you can visit the place with Harriet, and decide whether you find it suitable. That would make Tony a landed gentleman, a landowner with an income from the tenants who actually worked the land. His impending appointment to the Order of the Bath and the land ownership combined would ensure a prominent social position for him beyond his career in the Royal Navy. The prospect of a seat in the countryside, on a peaceful river, was also appealing. He was not so certain about Rupert Palmer's house. That was something Harriet and he would have to discuss. I am sorry, he said, realizing he had been lost in thought for almost a minute. This is a very generous offer. Does Harriet know the place? Yes, she spent 2 or 3 summers at her uncle's and she always loved it. That is why we thought she should have it. Quite, Tony mused. If Harriet does not object for some reason, I have no objections. It is settled then. Wonderful. Let us have another glass of brandy then. This is good brandy, by the way. Tony smiled. Mr. Fortescue secured it from the captain's stores of the Eagle, Sir Richard. I received a whole case of it as my share. I suppose now is the time for you to stop calling me Sir Richard. You'll be my son-in-law in no time, and I would appreciate you calling me Richard. I appreciate that, Richard. As you may know, people who know me call me Tony. To your health then, Tony, and to Harriet's happiness. I'll happily drink to both, Tony replied, and they both emptied their glasses. When the women returned, both men were discussing the current naval situation. Sir Richard filled his future son-in-law in on the most recent developments. The Franco-Spanish fleet was blockaded in Cadiz by the squadron of Admiral Cuthbert Collingwood, soon to be reinforced by Nelson's reassembled Mediterranean fleet. Both men agreed that an effective long-term blockade of Cadiz would be difficult and costly due to the great distance from England. During dinner, plans for Harriet and Tony were discussed. It was clear that Harriet could not stay in Tony's house once he had recovered from his wounds. Lady Lambert persuaded her daughter to return to London, offering to invite Tony to the Lamberts' London home. This was the plan they agreed upon, especially since Tony had to visit London anyway. After dinner, John Little helped his captain upstairs, where Tony fell into a deep sleep, being thoroughly exhausted after his first day up and about. Over the next week, Tony recovered his strength, and he was soon able to walk about his house unassisted. Mr. Wilkes left Portsmouth, together with Lucy and Moira, having finished his business with Tony, and having performed much-needed services at the Navy Shore Infirmary. Lucy and Moira went ahead to prepare the house for Harriet's return. It was late August when Tony received a summons for the court-martial of John Sykes, ship's surgeon. Clyde had sailed a week ago, with Commander Fortescue in acting command. Fortescue had given his evidence in writing. 2 days later, Captain Anthony Carter, in his rather loosely fitting No-1 uniform, sat outside the main cabin of the Glorieux, a French prize taken at Aboukir and now serving as flagship for the Port Admiral. He did not have to wait too long before he was called in. The panel of judges consisted of Sir Richard Lambert, Sir Charles Foster,
Captain
and three
Carter.
captains. Admiral Lambert
Tony
began the
stated his
questioning.
name and rank for the record.
What was your impression of Mr. Sykes when he reported for duty on board HMS Clyde? Tony cleared his throat and looked at Sykes for the first time. The man sat in a chair with unsteady hands and looked down at the deck under his feet. Mr. Sykes reported for duty in a quite disreputable state of dress, sir. He smelt of ardent spirits and made the strong impression of being drunk. How did you respond to this, Captain? I admonished him with strong language and forbade him the use of spirits whilst serving in my ship. I also placed the medicinal spirits under the care of the First Lieutenant, Mr. Fortescue. What was your impression of Mr. Sykes from this point of time onward? He appeared sober whenever I saw him, sir. He dressed appropriately and performed his duties as surgeon to my satisfaction. I became convinced that his improper appearance had been a one-time lapse. Yet you still did not see fit to place the stock of medicinal spirits under his care? No, sir. I thought it better not to offer him temptation. Can you say anything with regard to Mr. Sykes's conduct on the day of the action between Clyde and the French line of battleship Aigle? No, sir. I had been rendered unconscious for loss of blood. When I awoke for the first time, Mr. Fortescue informed me that he had Mr. Sykes in irons for dereliction of duty. Did you approve of the measure, Captain? Mr. Sykes holds warrant officer's rank, and it is unusual for officers to be put in irons. I am afraid that I was not in a state that allowed me to ponder this question, Sir Richard. Undoubtedly, Mr. Fortescue resorted to this course of action out of fear that members of the crew would act in revenge against Mr. Sykes if he was left unguarded. Was that something to be feared? One of the captains asked. Several crew members died for want of proper care, something for which Mr. Sykes bears responsibility. The crew was angry about that situation, no doubt. Anything can happen in such a situation, especially when a decimated crew has to sail damaged ships, and the Marines are needed to watch over a large number of prisoners. Thank you, Sir Anthony, Sir Richard concluded. Mr. Sykes' friend, an officer appointed to represent him, stood up. He was a young lieutenant who, like Tony, was dragging a leg. Wounded and waiting for his next posting, Tony thought. May I continue, sir, or would you rather have a break? He asked politely, watching Tony with blatant adoration. We can proceed, Mr. Galbraith, Tony answered pleasantly. When you forbade Mr. Sykes the consumption of spirits, Sir Anthony, did you phrase it as an order? Tony nodded. That was an important point. I explicitly told him that it was an order to be disobeyed at his peril. Thank you, sir. Did you at any time during the following months of service get the impression that Mr. Sykes might be unfit for service? Tony pondered this question. He certainly was not my favourite subordinate, yet in no instance did he give me sufficient reason to ask for his replacement, and I certainly did not suspect him to indulge in spirits at the prospect of action. Thank you, Sir Anthony. I have no further questions for this witness, Sir Richard. Tony was excused and sat in the back of the cabin whilst the written depositions of Mr. Fortescue and of several other crew members were presented. Then 3 wounded survivors appeared before the court-martial to give evidence, and they reported that they received scant care from a surgeon who was dead drunk. In the end, the judges deliberated for barely 10 minutes before they handed down their verdict. This court-martial, Sir Richard read, finds the defendant John Sykes, ship's surgeon, HMS Clyde, guilty of violating Nost 11 and 12 of the Articles of War, as laid down by their lordships, by disobeying a direct order from his captain, and by rendering himself unfit for duty in the face of an armed enemy. The convicted is therefore sentenced to death by shooting. If Sykes felt anything, he did not show it. He remained slumped back into his seat, and was pulled up by a sergeant of the Royal Marines who shackled him and led him out. The judges sat with faces of stones until he had left the cabin. Then the mood changed. "An unpleasant affair, to be sure," Sir Charles Foster exclaimed. "Can I entice you gentlemen to join me for lunch? Captain Carter? Mr. Galbraith?" Tony and the young lieutenant accepted, of course. The cabin was redecorated in a hurry, and the table was set. Fresh food on board a ship was something that somehow seemed odd to most of the officers present, but the mutton roast was excellent and spirits were lifted. Tony had to relate the action with the Eagle, as far as he remembered it, and an animated discussion on the consequences of the battle off Cape Finisterre began. Tony returned to his house later in the afternoon. Harriet would leave the next day with her father to return to London, and she was subdued for obvious reasons. They had tea later that afternoon, when a lieutenant of the Horse Guards called to deliver a large envelope bearing the seal of the royal household. Tony read the letter and confirmed what he already assumed. "I am commanded to appear at St. James's Palace on Friday next," he said calmly. "Then you can travel with us tomorrow?" Harriet smiled. Tony nodded. "That would be pleasant. I shall have my uniforms packed." The rest of the afternoon until dinner time was spent with travel preparations. After dinner, Tony and Harriet sat in the study, planning for the next days. Around 9 o'clock they decided to go to bed, and Tony, as had become a habit, accompanied Harriet upstairs. He kissed Harriet goodnight at the door to her bedroom and went back into his own. He was able again to undress by himself and happy for it. In his shirt he climbed into his bed, and he was about to blow out the candle on the nightstand, when the door opened and Harriet slipped in, wearing a nightshirt. She scooted over to his bed, carefully avoiding those floorboards that creaked, and slipped under his sheet. She snuggled close to him. "This is our last chance to be alone together for a long time," she whispered. "I want to sleep at your side." Tony grinned at her in the dim light of the single candle. "That is a grand idea, darling. I shall want to have you close to me a lot once we are married." Harriet's "Oh, yes," came out as an honest-to-God purr. "I dreamt a lot of you sharing my bed, to be honest." Harriet answered in a dreamy voice. "I had these romantic dreams of a pirate who captured me from my father's ship. He would bring me to his secret island where he kept his treasures, and he would fulfill me every wish. I secretly read all of Andrew's pirate books, and I wove those stories into my own dreams." Tony chuckled. "And then, instead of a bloody pirate, you lost your heart to a lowly second mate. But you looked exactly as I pictured a pirate. You made me tingle all over when I saw you the first time. How I hated you for this effect you had on me. What did you think of me then? Spoiled brat looking down her nose at everyone. That's what I thought of you, and I found that very challenging." Harriet giggled. "I think I was very spoiled then, and you were quite cocky." "Me?" Tony protested. "I was modesty incarnate." "You were cocky. You thought you were God's special gift for women. You did not even shy from married women. You hurt me so much when I saw you with the Pendrake woman. I wanted to kill you." "I'm so sorry, Harriet. I know that was inconsiderate. My only excuse is that I was young and stupid." "And cocky," she added, smiling again. "And cocky, yes." Early in the next morning, after a quick breakfast, they climbed aboard Sir Richard's coach, and minutes later they were on their way to London. Tony and Harriet sat side by side in the coach, opposite Sir Richard. With a defiant look at her father, Harriet took Tony's hand in hers and lifted it overhead so as to sit with his arm around her shoulder. She put her head against Tony's chest and grinned shamelessly at her father. Sir Richard smiled at his daughter with affection. "You are right, making the most of this journey. Back in London we shall have to continue with the charade of your mourning. What do you think, Harriet? Should we have the engagement on Christmas or on New Year's Eve?" "I would prefer New Year's Eve," Harriet answered. "What do you think, Tony?" "I am indifferent, for as long as we have the wedding as soon as possible," Tony answered, whilst pressing his bride against his chest. Harriet turned her head and beamed up at him, obviously pleased with the answer. "February at the earliest," Sir Richard said. "But you are welcome at my house if you want to stay in London." They continued by discussing the wedding. They agreed to having the wedding in London, and they would spend their honeymoon at Harriet's Dowry, the country seat on the upper River Thames, before returning to Portsmouth. More and more was discussed about the next months, always keeping in mind how unpredictable the life of a Navy officer could be. They arrived in London in the afternoon. Harriet left the coach at her house, and then Tony rode the short distance with Sir Richard to Cavendish Square, where Lady Lambert welcomed him warmly, expressing her delight over his quick recovery. Early in the next morning, Tony reported at the Admiralty. In spite of the urgency of the current situation, Mr. Marsden found a few minutes to interview him, and to express his satisfaction with Clyde's role in recent events. He showed himself surprised and delighted over Tony's quick recovery from a near-fatal gunshot wound. He was also assured of Egil's command, or Asia's, as she was to be renamed, as soon as the dockyard would find the time to effect the necessary repairs. After the short interview with the secretary, Tony was questioned by Admiral Lord Parry, Civil Lord Commissioner of the Navy. Lord Parry was mostly interested in the conduct of his nephew. He was very pleased to hear that Captain Carter had the highest opinion of his erstwhile First Lieutenant, Cyril Fortescue. "I must thank you, Sir Anthony, for giving such good guidance to my nephew," were the parting words, and Tony could not help but feel smug in the realisation that he now had another likely supporter high up. He left the Admiralty then to visit Harriet. They had chocolate together with Lucy and Moira, and they chatted amiably until it was time for Tony to leave. 4 days later was his big day. He carefully dressed in his No-1 uniform, now sporting senior captain's epaulettes on his shoulders, due to his 3 years' seniority in rank. When he walked downstairs and into the entrance hall, the Lamberts were ready too. Sir Richard had arranged for himself and his family to be in attendance at court for the event. Harriet was there too, and she looked absolutely stunning in a new dress that Tony had not seen before. It was still black, but well-placed light green linings and piping finish underscored her slender waist and the swell of her bosom. Her strawberry blonde hair contrasted nicely with the black of the dress, and her emerald green eyes sparkled with anticipation. Tony wanted to kiss her, but she beat him to it, rushing to his side and pulling down his face. Sir Richard cleared his throat. I think we had better leave, lest we should keep His Majesty waiting." Outside, the warm September sun greeted them, and they took an open carriage to St. James's Palace. When Tony and his entourage entered the audience hall, the conversation in the room died, and a number of men and women rushed forward to introduce themselves and to offer him their felicitations. Even His Royal Highness, the Duke of Clarence, third son of George III, and a full admiral, came forward to express his appreciation. The Duke, to be known later as the Sailor King when he ascended to the throne as William IV, was a friendly and modest man and popular amongst the Navy officers. A courtier then announced His Majesty King George III, of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, and Elector of Hanover, and the men and women in the audience hall bowed or curtsied before their monarch. A courtier led Tony before the king. "My dear Captain Carter," the king addressed him, "it is with utmost satisfaction that we have learned of the great courage and skill which you displayed so convincingly in our service. With equally great distress did we learn of the grave injuries you sustained, and we are indeed very pleased to see you recovered." Tony bowed again. "My humble thanks, Your Majesty." Today it pleases us to bestow on you the honours that you so richly deserve, the king continued, and another courtier, wearing a crimson cloak, stepped forward. Kneel, sir, he addressed Tony, and with some difficulty Tony complied, his leg still hurting in the kneeling position. He felt the sword on his shoulders, and heard himself being appointed a Knight of the Most Honourable Order of the Bath, Sir Anthony Carter. A heavy crimson cloak was draped around his shoulders, and some courtier placed the sash and star of the order over his chest. In well-rehearsed words, Tony thanked the king for the distinction. His Majesty nodded in appreciation and took another parchment from a tray held by a courtier. We have also deigned to bestow on our true and valiant servant, Sir Anthony Carter, Knight of the Most Honourable Order of the Bath, the rank of a colonel in the Royal Marines Regiment, in recognition of his outstanding service. Again Tony bowed. A colonel of the Royal Marines drew a pay of $1,200 a year for which he did no duty. It was sinecure bestowed upon successful captains to allow them a comfortable life even between commands. This was a more substantial reward than any royal handshake. Harriet and he would find good use for that money. With this additional income, he would lead a worry-free life, even on half pay. He wondered briefly whether this was something Sir Richard had engineered to make sure that his daughter would live comfortably. Once the king had retired, a large group of people surrounded Tony to felicitate him, and for almost a half hour he shook hands with Sir This or kissed the hand of Lady That. When the frenzy around him subsided somewhat, Harriet approached with a wide smile and offered her own felicitations. "Now you are my knight," she said, taking in his sight with admiration. "Once you will be my lady, my happiness will be complete," Tony replied, kissing her proffered hand. Lady Lambert stepped forward too and smiled at him. "So who would have imagined this when I told a young lieutenant that he should get my daughter out of his head?" she asked, and both Harriet and her father laughed. "You clearly piqued my ambition then," Tony responded, kissing his future mother-in-law's hand. "You are very good at getting people to do what you want," he added, and the family laughed. "Don't I know this?" Sir Richard offered. They heard approaching steps then, and turning, they faced the Viscount Melville, the First Lord of the Admiralty. The Viscount greeted Lady Lambert and Harriet first, nodded to Sir Richard, and then shook Tony's hand, offering his felicitations. Then he talked business. "Marsden tells me that you have recovered from your wounds." Tony knew what was coming. "Yes, my lord." There was nothing else he could answer. "Agamemnon came in yesterday for urgent repairs. Unfortunately, Captain Berry is suffering from back pain so severe that he is incapacitated and had to be carried off on a stretcher. There is no way of telling how soon he will recover. We've no time, though. Nelson needs all available ships, and we only have Agamemnon. Captain, he asked specifically for you to take the pro tempore command." "I can hardly believe that, my lord. I met Lord Nelson only once, and I never served under him." "Then I shall quote from his letter. If possible, put that young fire-eater, Carter, who took the Aigle, in command of the Agamemnon. Lord Nelson's requests carry some weight here. Agamemnon is lying at Spithead, and should be ready to sail by tomorrow at the latest. Your orders are written as we speak. I am sorry, Mrs. Palmer, to deprive you of his presence, but Sir Anthony is urgently needed off Cadiz." Harriet blushed and nodded. "I understand, my lord. This is not the time to be selfish. Is there still time for him to have lunch with us?" "Certainly. He can take the afternoon post-chaise to Portsmouth. Any questions, Captain?" "No, my lord," Tony responded. "This is a great honour, and I shall leave this afternoon." "Good. Once again, Mrs. Palmer, I am most sorry. The command is only pro tempore. As soon as Sir Edward Berry is restored to health, he will relieve Sir Anthony." Melville left a subdued group. Harriet bravely fought back her tears. "This is a wonderful opportunity for you, Tony," she managed to say. "To be specifically requested by Lord Nelson is a great distinction in itself, and you must be so proud. Let us hurry." "Harriet, dear, I do not know what to say. This is something I cannot refuse. You know that I planned on staying ashore until we can marry, but to turn down a command in the current situation would taint my reputation beyond repair. Never say another word, Tony. Your duty is with your new ship." Later, at the Lamberts' house, when they were left alone by her parents, Harriet pressed against him, giving her tears free rein. "I don't want to lose you," she sobbed. "Please don't get hurt again." Tony felt bad. "Harriet, I promise I shall return to you as soon as possible. Let us just hope for Captain Berry's speedy recovery. Do you think that the French might sortie?" "I have no idea, darling. Yet if Lieutenant Bourdichamp is to be trusted, then nothing short of an imperial order will make Villeneuve come out of Cadiz. He has no trust in his captains, he actually fears Nelson, and he will not give battle if he can avoid it." Tony had interviewed the wounded second lieutenant from the Aigle and had picked up some information from the grateful young officer. Harriet was composed during and after lunch, but when Tony finally climbed into the coach which had drawn up in front of her parents' house, her lips trembled, and she was as white as a ghost. The sight of her was like a stab into his gut for Tony, and it took him hours to regain his mental balance. He arrived in Portsmouth after dark. Mrs. Blackett was still up, as was John Little, and they helped him pack his sea chests. After a short night, Tony, accompanied by his faithful coxswain and Grim, his steward, went down to the harbour. A signal from the fort prompted Agamemnon to send the cutter. Under oars they made their way out into the Spithead where the Agamemnon lay at anchor. She was a good-looking ship, like most of the old 64-gun line of battleships, Tony decided during the approach. She had also seen much action, more than most other ships. He should be proud to command this veteran, if only temporarily.
"Boat ho!" came the hail from the quarter-deck.
John Little stood up and formed a trumpet with his large hands.
"Agamemnon!"
he hailed back proudly, letting the ship's company know that their new captain had arrived. They hooked onto the chains, and Tony quickly checked his sword and hat before he jumped for the Jacob's ladder. Pain shot through his left leg, and it nearly buckled under him. Fortunately, he had a good grip already and climbed up on deck with all the dignity he could muster. The boatswain's pipes twittered, and the marine band played Hearts of Oak when he entered through the port and walked aft with a limp. The crew was on deck, and the officers were assembled on the quarter-deck. An elderly lieutenant with greying hair stood to attention. "Lieutenant John Carlyle, First Lieutenant, sir."
"Captain Sir Anthony Carter, KB. Kindly call for all hands, Mr. Carlyle." "Already present, Sir Anthony," came the expected reply, and Tony unfolded a parchment from his breast pocket. "From Lord Melville, First Lord of the Admiralty. To me, Sir Anthony Carter, KB, Captain, Royal Navy.
Sir, you are hereby requested and required to take command, pro tempore, and at your earliest convenience, of His Majesty's ship Agamemnon, of 64 guns. You are to rejoin the Mediterranean fleet, off Cadiz, under the command of the Right Honourable Viscount Nelson with utmost dispatch. Signed Edward Nepean, Secretary to their Lordships." Tony stopped for a moment and looked around. The officers and crew looked back at him, obviously expecting something more to explain this change of command. "Your good captain, Sir Edward Berry, is presently incapacitated and unable to command this ship. Until he will recover, I shall stand in for him. Since this is only a temporary command, all standing orders issued by Sir Edward will remain in effect. The only changes I have to introduce is that I bring my own coxswain, John Little, and my steward, Frederick Grim. We are urgently needed off Cadiz, and therefore we shall weigh anchor within the next hour. Crew dismissed."
"Hats on," Mr. Carlyle commanded. "On your stations." Then he turned to his new captain. "Your orders, sir. Are we ready for sea?"
"Yes, sir." Tony looked at the pendant flying from the masthead to check the direction of the wind. The ebb tide was still running. They had no time to lose. "Have someone bring my gear into the cabin and prepare to weigh anchor, Mr. Carlyle, if you please." "Aye, aye, sir. May I say that we feel honoured to have you as our captain, sir. We read the report of your action against the Aigle. We had engaged her briefly off Cape Finisterre, sir, but in that damned fog, She gave us the slip. Thank you, Mr. Carlyle. It is my pleasure to command this distinguished ship with her equally distinguished officers, Tony replied politely, and Mr. Carlyle and the other officers showed their satisfaction at this compliment. A moment later, the windlass began to turn under the effort of almost 100 men.
"Up anchor!" came the cry from the forecastle.
Topsails and topgallants, Mr. Carlyle. Sailing master, a course for Ushant, if you please. Within a few minutes the old battleship was already in motion. Salute was exchanged with the fort, and then the Agamemnon sailed out into the English Channel.